I'm really a villain. Chapter 1586 to Chapter 1670. We can't afford to offend the 10 great clans. Could it be that some of the other ancient nations have joined forces to cause trouble for our ancient dragon nation? You've guessed wrong. You'll be shocked if I tell you who the person who destroyed the nation is. That person laughed. Who is it? This caused the surrounding people to be puzzled. It wasn't any other ancient nation, nor was it the 10 great clans. Who else could have such power? It's Xianxia, someone laughed. Let's go take a look. I heard they're at the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city have already gone to report to the monarch. Xianxia. That name sounds familiar, someone said thoughtfully. Of course it sounds familiar. This faction used to be glorious, but now, TSK. Everyone's discussion could be heard outside the tea house. They talked quickly and left quickly. Inside the tea house, the 5 people drinking tea were also intrigued. They saw the young man. His name was Zhao Danyang. He laughed and said, "There's a fight outside. Let's go take a look." Danyang, the woman next to him said. "Don't forget our mission. Don't complicate matters." Sister Qing, I'm not complicating matters. I'm just going to take a look. Zhao Danyang looked at Zhao Qing and pleaded. He was an impatient person who couldn't stay still. Let him sit here and drink tea quietly. It was better to let him go out and take a look. Zhao Qing had no choice but to look at the old man at the head of the table. "Second Grandpa." She called out, but the old man didn't answer her. Instead, he seemed to be thinking about something. Zhao Danyang, who was next to him, made a should gesture to Zhao Qing. Then, she tiptoed to the old man. Her mouth was close to his ear. She suddenly shouted, "Second Grandpa, Sister Qing is calling you." This voice startled the old man. The old man's beard was blown up. "Danyang, are you trying to send me away? Why are you shouting so loudly?" "I'm not deaf," the old man scolded. Zhao Danyang giggled. Then, she asked, "Second Grandpa, what are you thinking about? Xianxia? Is it the sect of Zhenwu Sage?" Zhao Zhoutian asked. "I think so. Is there a second Xianxia in the celestial domain?" Zhao Qing replied. "The true martial sage." Zhao Zhoutian narrowed his eyes and sighed with emotion. Once, this name resounded like thunder in my ears. It's a pity that I haven't heard of this name in many years. Second Grandpa, is Supreme Sage Zhenwu very strong? Zhao Danyang asked curiously. Although he had heard of the true martial Supreme Sage's name, he had never heard of him before. Unfortunately, he wasn't born in the era of the true martial saint. He hadn't even been born when Xianxia was as glorious as the top 10 families. By the time he made his move, Xianxia had already fallen from grace. Zhao Zhoutian smiled. He said, "Strong, and not just a little strong. If we were to rank all the seniors of the celestial domain from ancient times to the present on a list, the true martial sage must have a place on this list. How does he compare to our Laozu?" Zhao Danyang asked. "That depends on which Laozu he's compared to," Zhao Zhoutian said with a smile. "What about Qiming Laozu?" Zhao Danyang asked. "Not enough to reach the apex," Zhao Danyang replied. "That's not a big deal," Zhao Danyang said. "I mean, our Qiming Laozu is not enough to reach the apex." Zhao Zhoutian shook his head and laughed. "How does he compare to Mountain Shifter Laozu? He's just an ant." "What about the Tyrant Saint Laozu?" Zhao Danyang continued to ask, unwilling to admit defeat. "The Tyrant Saint." Zhao Zhoutian took a sip of tea and sighed. "The Tyrant Saint Laozu is indeed strong, but he's still a little lacking. They're all great sages. Why can't they compare?" Zhao Danyang asked again. "There are differences between great sages. When the true martial sage traveled, hundreds of great sages made way for him and the gods retreated," Zhao Zhoutian said. Zhao Danyang was still unconvinced. She said again, "What about our ancestor's fortune? He should be better than him, right?" "You're not allowed to call our ancestor by his name," Zhao Zhoutian scolded. Then, he said, "Our ancestor's greatness is immortalized in the celestial domain. To our Zhao family, our ancestor is the origin of everything. Zhao Danyang lowered her head and did not dare to say anything more. Zhao Zhoutian was usually very gentle and did not get angry with others. But when he really scolded them, then, he would really get angry. No one dared to talk back. Zhao Zhoutian stood up and said, "Let's go and take a look." "Second grandpa wants to see a fight? Who should we help then?" Zhao Danyang was interested and asked excitedly. "I want to see what Jinwu Xingzong is like now," Zhao Zhoutian replied. Logically speaking, Jinwu Xingzong should have been defeated. Where did they get the strength to destroy the ancient dragon nation, unless... Unless what? Zhao Qing asked curiously. "Alright, let's go and take a look." "We're not going to help anyone." Zhao Zhoutian waved his hand. The group of people followed the flow of people in the city and headed towards the city gates. At the same time, in the royal palace of the ancient dragon nation, the imperial palace was a magnificent sight. There were dragon sculptures everywhere in the royal palace, living up to the name of the ancient dragon nation. In the main hall of the morning assembly, the king of the ancient dragon nation, Long Zun, was seated on his dragon throne. On both sides, there were civil officials and military officials standing separately. The entire royal palace was filled with a stern and murderous aura. The soldier who was guarding the city was kneeling on the ground. He was recounting the matter of Jinwu Xingzong's challenge. "You're saying that Jinwu Xingzong is here to destroy the nation?" Long Zun asked. His voice was very magnetic, and it carried a majestic majesty. It was so majestic that no one dared to look at him directly. He was the ruler of the ancient dragon nation. He had been the ruler for tens of thousands of years, and the aura of an emperor was extremely thick. "Yes, they wanted me to come and report this." The soldier replied. "Where's General Bai?" Long Zun asked. She was killed." The soldier stammered. "How many people did Jinwu Xingzong send?" Long Zun asked again. I don't know either. I only saw a woman, and she killed General Bai as soon as she entered the arena." The soldier replied. "You don't know anything. Since General Bai is dead, why are you still alive?" Long Zun snorted coldly. This cold snort was like a clap of thunder. It immediately exploded. The soldier's body exploded into pieces. Seeing this scene, the entire royal palace was silent. It was as if everyone was used to this scene. Long Zun was a tyrant. Of course, he was not just a tyrant. Under his management, the ancient dragon nation was flourishing as well. However, he was temperamental and would often kill people when he was unhappy. That was why he was called the tyrant of the universe. "Who can help me destroy Jinwu Xingzong?" Long Zun looked around and asked indifferently. "I'm willing." "I'm willing as well." As soon as Long Zun finished speaking, countless generals had already stepped forward. They were all clad in armor, and their auras were extremely powerful. Their power swirled in the void. Some of them were surrounded by dragon power, while others were surrounded by fierce tigers. Some of them were surrounded by the aura of death. In short, every general in the imperial court was very powerful. Most of the generals who could enter the imperial court were of the lowest emperor meridian level, and there was no punishment for the divine meridian level. "Dragon Tiger General, the two of you go," Long Zun ordered. "If the situation permits, you can bring them here alive. If it doesn't work, you can kill them." "Yes, Your Majesty." Two generals, one on the left and one on the right, stood up and accepted the decree. The two of them were surrounded by dragons and tigers, and their powerful energy was fluctuating. They were burly and stocky. They looked extremely powerful. Both of them had dragon and tiger tattoos on their bodies. As the two of them walked out of the imperial court, the entire imperial court quieted down. Countless people had already gathered outside Dragon City. Everyone was looking forward to it. As Su Zimo and the others were outside the city, they were not discovered. Xiaoanan was the only one who stood alone on the city wall. She was very conspicuous. Zhao Zhoutian led 4 family disciples to the city gate. They looked at Xiaoanan in the sky. Zhao Danyang said, "She doesn't look very powerful." Divine Meridian. Zhao Zhoutian sensed Xiaoanan's cultivation level. She's not even a great emperor, but she dares to threaten to destroy the ancient dragon kingdom. She's courting death, Zhao Danyang said. She's a little weak. I don't know if she has any companions. She's too weak alone, Zhao Zhoutian reminded. Don't say anything. Just watch quietly. Second grandpa, who do you hope to win? Zhao Qing asked curiously. The ancient dragon kingdom, Zhao Zhoutian replied after a moment of silence. At this moment, Xiao Anan slowly opened her eyes in the sky. She seemed to have sensed something. She looked up at the imperial palace. The dragon tiger general and the divine meridian transformed into a white tiger and a black dragon after leaving the imperial palace. They flew in the sky. Before the two beasts arrived, the roars of the dragon and tiger resounded in all directions. The powerful beast aura swept across the land. Many people had already guessed it when they heard the dragon and tiger roars. It's our dragon tiger general. The dragon tiger generals are both existences with divine veins. General Bai can't compare at all. That little girl is going to lose. Our dragon tiger generals are both demon beast incarnations. He was a peerless greater demon and was extremely powerful. It was said that if the two of them worked together, they could even put up a fight against a great emperor. He is the head general of our ancient dragon kingdom. That's right. Aside from Imperial Advisor Situ, General Dragon Tiger is the strongest person in our ancient dragon kingdom. Of course, that doesn't include the characters in Laozu. The Dragon Tiger General's figure finally stepped through the air and arrived. The two of them exuded dragon might and tiger roars that shook the heavens. He stood in the sky and looked down. The dragon and tiger generals of the ancient dragon kingdom are here. Where are the rascals of Zhenwu Xingzong? Just as the two of them finished speaking, they heard a boom sound. A shocking skyblade chi was directly shattered and charged toward the dragon and tiger generals. General Long let out a stern shout. A huge dragon tail grew behind him. He swung it with all his might and directly shattered the blade chi. General Tiger also saw Xiao Anan's figure at this moment. He directly pounced forward. His two claws turned into two sharp claws. The void was as fragile as tofu under the sharp claws. General Tiger was very fast and directly charged in front of Xiao Anan. The sharp claws rubbed against the true martial sword. Bang, a loud sound was heard. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. The two figures were pushed back. Little girl, you're quite capable, General Tiger said. The sword in your hand is not bad. Give it to me. Xiao Anan snorted coldly. I'm afraid that you won't be able to take it, so this sword will cut off your head. As Xiao Anan said this, the power of the divine veins around his body erupted. The true martial sword continued to chain, and the blade chi swept across heaven and earth. Boom! Xiao Anan leaped up and charged at him. Although General Tiger was strong, he didn't have a suitable weapon after all. His tiger claws collided with the true martial sword. With just one blow, the sharp true martial sword directly cut off half of his fingernails. This made General Tiger's face change greatly. Help me, this little girl is a bit difficult to deal with, General Tiger shouted. General Dragon next to him was no longer watching the battle. He directly joined in. The battle between the three immediately began. The combination of General Dragon and General Tiger did indeed put a lot of pressure on Xiao Anan. Fortunately, she had the true martial sword in her hand. The sword was so sharp that no one dared to shake it. For a moment, no one could do anything to each other. When the people watching the battle below saw this scene, they all began to praise him. What a powerful girl. It seems that General Dragon and General Tiger can't do anything to her. Some people were not convinced. He snorted coldly and said, Don't ask. General Dragon and General Dragon are not the only ones in our ancient dragon kingdom. And what does Zhenwu Xingzong have? As for Zhenwu Xingzong's side, Willow Leaf Laozu absorbed the power of the Leaf of Life. At this moment, he looked many years younger. His eyes were bright, and the frown on his face had disappeared. Even the aura of the divine range seemed to have become stronger. Are you confident that you can become a great emperor? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Willow Leaf Laozu nodded, then shook his head. He said, I'd better be careful. I'll do my best. After he finished speaking, he looked up at the sky. He saw Xiao Anan fighting two people by herself. He said, "Do you want me to go over and help her?" "No need, they're just two divine range trash. If she can't even kill them, that can only mean that the true martial great sage is blind." Su Zimo waved his hand. "As for you, don't you want to fight with your old opponent again?" Willow Leaf Laozu narrowed his eyes when he heard Su Zimo's words. His aura changed instantly. "State Preceptor Situ." He said the name word by word. According to incomplete statistics, he lost almost all of his 10 battles with State Preceptor Situ. He was in a very sorry state. This also caused Zhenwu Xingzong to submit to the ancient dragon kingdom and pay protection fees to them every year. In the past, it would be like ceding territory and paying compensation. Therefore, to Willow Leaf Laozu, this was a humiliation. It was a knot in his heart that had always been there. "I feel that I can't become a great emperor because of Situ Zhaixing. He's my demon. My Dao heart is not reconciled, so it's not smooth. That's why I can't advance," Willow Leaf Laozu said. "Now that the leaf of life has allowed me to rebuild my young body, I don't mind fighting with him again." Willow Leaf Laozu was ambitious. His already dead heart, just like his body, once again came back to life. Hearing Luyi Laozu's words, Su Zimo smiled. He said, "Just wait, there will be a chance. And soon." He looked up at the sky and saw that Xiao Anan had gradually adapted to the pressure of the two and was getting more and more comfortable. Some people were like this. They were born to grow in battle. And the more battles they fought, the stronger they became. Xiao Anan was such a person. She didn't have the true martial sword body before, so she didn't fight much. So Zhenwu Xingzong's people naturally didn't notice her shining point. But now, after she completed the true martial sword body and went into battle, her strength and experience were rapidly increasing. Su Zimo shouted, "You've dragged it out long enough, if you want to hone your combat experience. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I remember that the true martial sword has its own set of sword techniques. Let me see how you've comprehended it." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Xiao Anan nodded heavily. She held the true martial sword horizontally in front of her. She completely separated the two figures. Then she pulled back and put some distance between them. "Kill her." Dragon and tiger shouted at the same time. The two didn't hold back and directly turned into a dragon and a tiger. Two figures rushed into the sky, their monster aura majestic. A white tiger and a black dragon. A fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger constantly circled in the sky. The two huge bodies circled around each other. These two were originally monsters, and now they were using the bodies of monsters to fight, which was just right. The two roared angrily. Their beast aura surged, and finally rushed towards Xiao Anan. Xiao Anan slowly closed her eyes. "Skyfall strike," she whispered in a low voice. Then the true martial sword in her hand suddenly burst out a powerful sword intent. The sword intent was pitch black. This sword intent crisscrossed, as if it could break everything. When the dragon and tiger beasts appeared, their sharp claws were already slashing towards them. Xiao Anan suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, the sword intent burst out from her eyes. There was a boom. The claws of the two monsters were directly cut off. At the same time, screams were heard. Skyfall blade. Xiao Anan suddenly grabbed the Zhenwu saber and slashed down with a 180-degree rotation. At that moment, the true martial saber became the core of everything in the world. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily fixed on the saber. At this moment, the world seemed to darken. The saber split heaven and earth, causing the sky to fall. Boom! A mushroom cloud exploded in the sky. Many people subconsciously closed their ears. After the aftermath of the explosion in the sky gradually dissipated. Only then did everyone look up. The two demonic beasts, dragon and tiger, had already fallen from the sky. Looking at the situation, he was deader than dead. At this moment, in the imperial palace of the ancient dragon nation, Long Zun sat at the head of the table. Below him was a mirror that reflected the sky. He could clearly see the situation outside the city gate. Seeing this scene, all the ministers were shocked. The Dragon Tiger General was the strongest existence in the ancient dragon kingdom apart from Imperial Advisor Situ. How could he have been defeated so easily, or even killed. However, Long Zun wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he looked at the old man at the front on the left. Unlike the other ministers and generals all stood on the left and right sides. The old man sat on the side. He had a seat by himself. In this hall, he was the only one. However, everyone was convinced because he was the strongest person in the ancient dragon kingdom. He was also the imperial advisor Xianxia. Under his management, the fact that the ancient dragon kingdom could reach its current scale could be said to have contributed greatly. Of course, his own strength was enough to convince everyone. "What do you think, Imperial Advisor Situ?" Long Zun asked. Imperial Advisor Situ originally had his eyes closed as if he was taking a nap. When he heard this, he slowly opened his eyes. He said, "The Dragon Tiger General won't die so easily." Then, he stood up again. He said, "But I still have to go over." This Shenwu Xingzong obviously came prepared. "I wonder if my old friend is here." At this point, Imperial Advisor Situ had already walked out. His figure was ethereal. When he stepped into the air, his figure blurred and disappeared. Some people said that he was at the peak of the divine range. Others said that he had already become a great emperor. Of course, these claims were not confirmed. Seeing that Imperial Advisor Situ was going, many people in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. This was because Imperial Advisor Situ was the stabilizing force of the ancient dragon kingdom. There was nothing that he could not solve. On the city wall of Dragon City, Zhao Zhoutian was still watching the battle in the sky. He could not help but sigh. True martial saber, true martial saber technique. A few ordinary names, but back in the day, it was enough to make people tremble in fear. It really makes people sigh. "Second Grandpa, you must have seen the true martial saint back then, right?" Zhao Danyang asked. "Yes, to be precise, I was only qualified to crawl and look up to him." Zhao Zhoutian shook his head. "It's all old news. Let's not talk about it. Let's just watch the battle. These two can't do anything to that woman. Imperial Advisor Situ should be here soon." "Second Grandpa, who is stronger between you and Imperial Advisor Situ?" Zhao Danyang asked curiously. "When we came to the ancient dragon kingdom, everyone said that Imperial Advisor Situ is powerful. Situ Zhaixing's strength is definitely not his strength." Zhao Zhoutian shook his head. "His way of doing things is the most powerful. In the past, the ancient dragon kingdom could only be considered above average among the many kingdoms. However, after Situ Zhaixing became the imperial advisor, he began to expand his territory and befriend the major families at the same time. It can be said that this person is good at psychological attacks. As for his true strength, it's actually quite ordinary for a powerhouse." Hearing Zhao Zhoutian's evaluation, the few of them had a rough idea. This person should be the kind of general talent. He could be both civil and martial, but civil was better. Under the sky, after the bodies of General Long and General Hu were cut down, everyone thought that the two of them were dead. They did not expect that the corpses of the two beasts showed signs of fusing during the fall. The roars of dragons and tigers began to be heard. The majestic demonic aura condensed together and formed the shape of a ball. It wrapped up the bodies of Long and Hu. After a while, a large claw tore at it. It slowly tore the ball apart. The first thing that came out was a dragon claw. Then, the creature in the ball also revealed its true body. It had two heads. One was a dragon's head, and the other was a tiger's head. Moreover, its demonic aura was so majestic that it made people feel that it was definitely a peerless great demon. It had the body of a dragon but the limbs of a tiger. Such a strange appearance immediately surprised many people. "What's that?" someone asked curiously. General Long and Hu must have cultivated some kind of fusion secret technique. It looks quite powerful. While everyone was talking, the monster roared angrily. Situ Zhaixing also stepped into the air and tore through the void. This time, the Dragon Tiger General had completely merged into one and became a Dragon Tiger beast. They roared at Xiaoanan. At this moment, whether it was their attack power, defense, or speed, they were all multiplied. The Dragon Tiger Beast and Xiaoanan fought. Imperial Preceptor Situ stepped on the air and looked around the entire sky. He shouted, "Fellow Daoist Lu Yi, can you come forward for a chat?" Hearing Imperial Preceptor Situ's challenge, Lu Yi Laozu below naturally did not want to be outdone. He looked at Su Zimo and asked, "Laozu, I'll fight him." "Go ahead." Su Zimo waved his hand. Only then did Lu Yi Laozu step on the air. He shouted softly, "Imperial Preceptor Situ, long time no see." The powerful aura around the two of them soared into the sky. Before they even made a move, their auras had already collided and began to determine the winner. The moment Lu Yi Laozu appeared, Imperial Preceptor Situ's eyes narrowed. This was because the last time they fought, Lu Yi Laozu was already a spent arrow. He was old and senile and could reach the end of his life at any time. However, this time, Lu Yi Laozu's body was full of vitality. It was as if he had been reborn and had infinite vitality. Imperial Preceptor Situ could not figure out what had happened to make Lu Yi Laozu change so much in such a short period of time. However, Imperial Preceptor Situ understood. Something must have happened to Zhenwu Xingzong. Otherwise, they would not be so stupid as to say that they wanted to destroy the ancient dragon kingdom. These people were not fools, nor were they people who wanted to die. Imperial Preceptor Situ was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he asked, "Fellow Daoist Lu Yi, can you give me an explanation?" "What explanation do you want?" Lu Yi Laozu asked. "Don't you need an explanation for the scene in front of you? Why did you kill my ancient dragon kingdom's general for no reason?" Imperial Preceptor Situ asked. "Your ancient dragon kingdom's Prince Long Hai wants to destroy our Zhenwu Xingzong. Don't tell me you want us to surrender and wait for our deaths?" Lu Yi Laozu said, "We are just giving them a taste of their own medicine." "There must be some misunderstanding," State Preceptor Situ said. "It's a misunderstanding." Imperial Preceptor Situ, let's not talk about this matter for now. Back then, when our Zhenwu Xingzong was destroyed, was your ancient dragon kingdom involved? Lu Yi Laozu asked. Hearing this, State Preceptor Situ smiled contemptuously. "Fellow Daoist Lu Yi, your words have affected too many people. Back then, we were all involved in that matter as well. If you have the ability, go find those who eat meat. Don't worry, we'll search them one by one. Before that, I'll use you guys as an appetizer," Lu Yi Laozu coldly snorted. "In that case, there's no room for negotiation." State Preceptor Situ coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, a huge star circled around his body. Only a boom sound was heard. State Preceptor Situ directly smashed the star over. The star shrouded the world and descended from the sky. Lu Yi Laozu coldly snorted and slapped his palms towards the sky. Countless amounts of spiritual energy descended from the sky like a whale, forming a huge palm that covered the sky. The huge palm grabbed towards the star. A powerful aura reverberated in the void. Only a rumbling sound could be heard. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Countless starlight disappeared, and the huge palm collided with the star and directly exploded. When these stars exploded, they split into countless small stars. At every moment, the small stars shot straight into the sky. They were reflected in the sky. At this moment, State Preceptor Situ stepped on the air and came over. His entire body erupted with a powerful aura, and with a wave of his hand, the power of heaven and earth was close to his palm. Lu Yi Laozu also slapped out with his palm. Their palms collided dozens of times in just dozens of seconds. At the same time, the two figures were sent flying backward. State Preceptor Situ frowned slightly. He could feel that Lu Yi Laozu's strength was much stronger. He was actually on par with him. One had to know that he was weaker than him in the past. State Preceptor Situ waved his hand, and the stars that were previously reflected in the sky flickered at this moment. The sky, which was originally blue, also turned pitch black. It was like night. The starry sky was bright and the stars were twinkling. It was a beautiful scene. However, under this scene, there was a powerful murderous intent hidden. "It's State Preceptor Situ's heavenly star array," someone below said in surprise. "Activating 3,000 stars in the sky to set up this array, this is State Preceptor Situ's famous skill. It's said that this array is the power of heaven and earth. I don't know if it can kill the opponent." "Don't worry, our State Preceptor Situ has always won against the opponent. He hasn't lost a single battle, so he'll be fine. Everyone was talking about it. In the sky, when the night sky shrouded everything and the heavenly star array fell, Lu Yilaozu felt that his entire body was imprisoned. It was as if a powerful force was suppressing him. First, it sealed the powerful spiritual energy in his body, preventing it from surging. Then, it suppressed him and made him unable to move. There were 3,000 stars in this heavenly star array, and each star was burning as if it was spontaneously combusting. Each star carried a powerful murderous intent. Finally, there was a boom sound. A powerful torrent burst out from each star. There was a total of 3,000 torrents, which intersected and moved toward Lu Yilaozu, who was enveloped in the center. Finally, when the torrent enveloped everything, drowned everything, and destroyed everything, the entire void was destroyed. Everyone only felt an explosion in front of their eyes. They couldn't see anything clearly. On Jinwu Xingzong's side, Wang Hingji said anxiously, "Laozu, quickly save Lu Yilaozu. Why are you in such a hurry?" Su Zimo glanced at him and said indifferently, "He hasn't revealed his true form yet. My opponent is not State Preceptor Situ, so such a small character is not worthy of my attention." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Wang Hingji had no choice but to look up at the sky again. Many people's gazes were also fixed on the sky at this moment. It was Lu Yilaozu's position in the center. The aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated, and Lu Yilaozu disappeared and was replaced. It was a willow tree that stood between heaven and earth, enveloping everything and holding up the sky. This was not an ordinary willow tree. The trunk of this willow tree alone was 10,000 meters tall. His branches were luxuriant, and each branch was emitting a faint halo. This tree gave people a feeling of vitality. Most importantly, the tree's body was supporting this world with an unparalleled power. The heavenly star array could not hurt it at all. This was Lu Yilaozu's true form. Seeing this scene, everyone frowned slightly. This was because Lu Yilaozu was a little too strong. A divine pulse realm willow tree actually had such power. In fact, this was not just the power of Lu Yilaozu's true form. Su Zimo gave him the leaf of life. It happened that they were both trees of the same origin, and the two were perfectly compatible. Willow leaf Laozu's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Especially after transforming into a willow tree, this aura was even stronger. In the past, Willow Leaf Laozu was already old. He was very restrained in the use of spiritual energy. He was afraid that if he used too much, he would directly exhaust his vitality and die on the spot. But now, with the existence of this leaf of life, Willow Leaf Laozu could use all his strength without any scruples. The spiritual energy in his body was like a long river, surging and spreading out majestically. This willow tree was getting taller and taller. It was as if it was going to cover the entire ancient dragon kingdom. Wang Hingji opened his mouth wide and said in surprise, "I've never seen Willow Leaf Laozu in such a state before. I didn't expect it to be so strong." Willow Leaf Laozu was brought back by great sage Sandao back then. "You already know that he's an ordinary willow tree?" Su Zimo shook his head and said with a smile, "The ancient willow trees are all ancient divine trees. They can be considered unique. Although it's not the limit of heaven and earth. But it's still ranked high." As Su Zimo said this, the scene in the sky was also a great battle. Seeing Willow Leaf Laozu's aura, Imperial Situ didn't dare to stand still. Naturally, State Preceptor Situ didn't want to be outdone. He didn't hold back either, and an even more powerful force soared into the sky. It was an emperor's aura. As everyone knew, this Imperial Situ was a powerhouse of the divine range. Seeing this scene, the people below also became lively. Our Imperial Situ has broken through to the Emperor realm. Isn't this going to be invincible? No matter how strong that ancient tree is, the difference in realm can't be made up for. He doesn't seem to be a great emperor. He should be a half-step emperor. Someone saw Imperial Situ's aura rise for a while and then stopped. This Imperial Situ should have comprehended the profound meaning. But he hadn't experienced the heavenly tribulation. He couldn't be reborn, so he could only be called a half-step emperor. So what if he's a half-step emperor? That's enough to kill this rotten tree. We are all citizens of the ancient dragon kingdom. Naturally, we have to cheer for Imperial Situ. Everyone was discussing animously. On Willow Leaf Laozu's side, countless branches of the towering tree had already attacked. Emperor's might enveloped the area, incomparably powerful. State Preceptor Situ grabbed the branch with one hand and began to fight with Willow Leaf Laozu. The battle between the two of them would probably not end anytime soon. Although State Preceptor Situ's realm was slightly higher. However, Willow Leaf Laozu had a slight advantage as a tree branch. On Xiaoanen's side, she had gained the upper hand. Even after fusing with the Dragon Tiger Beast, he was still no match for Xiaoanen. With the true martial saber in her hand, she had an aura of being able to kill both gods and devils. After a few more slashes, he became more and more proficient in using the true martial saber arts. The Dragon Tiger Beast had nowhere to run. At this moment, in the ancient kingdom of China, thousands of soldiers had already run out in unison. These soldiers were all fully armed and full of vigor as they came out from the direction of the city gate. Many people subconsciously made way for him. Someone saw these soldiers and exclaimed, "It's the ancient dragon army of our ancient dragon nation." The ancient dragon army is the most elite army of our ancient dragon nation. They've come out too. I wonder what they're going to do. With that thought in mind, everyone shifted their gazes from the few people fighting in the sky to the ancient dragon army. Get ready. They're all here especially for us, Su Zimo said. Wang Hingji nodded slightly. He was a little nervous, and so were the disciples behind him. On the Heavenly Saint Nation side, State Preceptor Luan Ri said, Laozu, do you need us to mediate? The Heavenly Saint Nation and the Ancient Dragon Nation still have some ties. Su Zimo glanced at him. Didn't you say before that you were going to support us? Well, I'll give you a chance now. Kill this ancient dragon army. Laozu, you might have misunderstood me, State Preceptor Luan Ri quickly said. The support we're talking about is that when Jinwu Xingzong is in danger, we can mediate. We're not helping you destroy the ancient dragon nation. State Preceptor Luan Ri would never agree. This would cause a grudge between the Heavenly Saint Nation and the ancient dragon nation. He couldn't bear the consequences. Su Zimo sneered. He didn't count on the Heavenly Saint Nation. He originally wanted to give them a chance. After all, in the past, the Heavenly Saint Nation was Jinwu Xingzong's best subordinate sect. He didn't expect that things would change now. Su Zimo looked ahead. He saw the ancient dragon army of close to 10,000 surrounding him. It was like 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Like an iron bucket, they surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The ancient dragon army roared in unison. Their voices shook the world and pierced through the clouds. They were very mighty and majestic. In front of the ancient dragon army, a general in black armor walked out. The general came in front of Wang Hingji. Sect leader Wang, His Majesty wants to see you, the general shouted. Wang Hingji frowned slightly. This Longzuan saw Wang Hingji's position from the mirror. Therefore, he ordered the troops to capture Wang Hingji. If Wang Hingji was willing to come, there was no need to make such a big fuss. Otherwise, he wanted to see him, dead or alive. Hearing the general's words, Wang Hingji replied indifferently. Sorry, I don't make the decision now. The matters of Jinwu Xingzong are all decided by our Laozu. Laozu? The general was stunned. Then, he saw Su Zimo in the wheelchair. He said disdainfully, You're just a kid who's still wet behind the ears. How dare you call yourself an ancestor? Poof. As soon as the general finished speaking, a line of blood appeared on his neck. His head was separated from his body. It fell to the side of his feet, and then its body fell to the ground. This scene frightened the surrounding soldiers. However, they had the advantage in numbers. There were 10,000 of them, so they weren't afraid. Someone shouted, This man killed our general. Capture him and bury him with the general. Along with these people's shouts, the 10,000 soldiers had already charged over. The earth trembled as if the sky was shaking. Su Zimo slowly raised his head. He covered his legs with the tyrannical shadow, then gently touched the scabbard. He smiled and said, Letting you kill these ants will dirty your blade. Then I'll bear with it. Boom. The sound of the blade being unsheathed was heard. Clang. The sound reverberated between heaven and earth. In the distance, the people who were watching the battle saw this scene. They saw the army that was originally charging over in a mighty manner. It was as if they were frozen in place, not moving at all. The blade will swept through the void. It was too fast. As a result, the people didn't see it at all. The people saw that after the army froze for a moment, the bodies of the 10,000 people were all shattered in an instant. They were turned into broken limbs. The corpses seemed to have disintegrated. They were dissected into pieces of minced meat and exploded between heaven and earth. A river of blood rose into the sky. Countless corpses and skeletons were destroyed in front of everyone like a mass grave. Seeing this scene, some people vomited directly. The scene was simply too exciting. Tens of thousands of people died in front of them in one move. It was so cruel that many people found it hard to accept. Even Zhao Zhoutian frowned. What a strong murderous aura. Second grandpa, I just drank tea and I want to vomit, Zhao Danyang said. It seems that there is a real ruthless person in Jinwu Xingzong. Zhao Zhoutian guessed, I wonder who it is, could it be one of the survivors of the war? He couldn't guess, but the scene of tens of thousands of people being killed was indeed shocking. Even Longzuan, who was in front of the mirror in the palace, suddenly stood up. On Xiao Ainan's side, she finally finished off the dragon tiger beast. She held the Jinwu sword in her hand, and her aura was like a long rainbow. After a few consecutive slashes, the sword slashed down. One of the dragon tiger beast's tiger heads was cut off first. The dragon head roared in pain. But in the blink of an eye, Xiao Ainan kicked its head and directly kicked the dragon tiger beast down. The dragon tiger beast fell on the city wall. A large part of the city wall collapsed. The people who were watching the battle also fled. Xiao Ainan landed on the ground. She didn't show any mercy and directly stabbed the sword into the dragon head. The dragon tiger beast wailed a few times. It directly fell into a pool of blood. As for State Preceptor Situ in the sky, when he saw this scene, he slowly separated from Lu Yi Laozu. His eyes were wide open. The ancient dragon army was slaughtered by Su Zimo with one slash. These soldiers were all trained by him. Each of them was his blood and sweat. State Preceptor Situ's eyes were red. He roared, Jinwu Xingzong, from now on, we will fight to the death. So what? Lu Yi Laozu asked. State Preceptor Situ snorted coldly. He knew that he was at a disadvantage now, so he didn't want to fight and went straight to the palace. Xiao Ainan and Lu Yi Laozu flew back to Su Zimo's side. Laozu, State Preceptor Situ must have gone to look for reinforcements, Lu Yi said to Laozu. There are still many old fellows in the ancient dragon kingdom who haven't died yet. You do have some skills. It's fine. Let's go into the city. Su Zimo waved his hand. When the time comes, we will directly push our way into the palace and capture their emperor. Hang his head at the city gate. Xiao Ainan respectfully pushed Su Zimo towards the city gate. As for the commoners around them, they did not harm them. When Su Zimo and his group slowly walked in, many people didn't dare to breathe loudly. Until their figures walked past. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Who are these people? Some unfamiliar faces. That should be the leader of Jinwu Xingzong. I think his name is Wang Hingji. I've seen him before. The one who fought with State Preceptor Situ should be the only Laozu of Jinwu Xingzong, Lu Yi Laozu. But who is that young man in the wheelchair? They all seem to respect that young man very much. I've never seen him before. He doesn't look that old. Maybe Jinwu Xingzong has some powerful connections. That's why he dares to challenge the ancient dragon kingdom. Everyone was talking about it. None of them had seen Su Zimo before. But they could tell that these people were led by Su Zimo. Zhao Danyang asked, Second Grandpa, you're very knowledgeable. Do you know which Laozu of Jinwu Xingzong that is? Zhao Zhoutian shook his head. He looked at Zhao Qing and said, Qing I have something to ask of you. You must do it well for me. Zhao Qing quickly nodded. When Jinwu Xingzong's group walked into the palace, many of the people were a little afraid. But they saw that they did not kill the innocent. Curious, they followed them. After receiving the order, Zhao Qing left. Zhao Zhoutian and a few others also followed. Dragon City was actually divided into an inner city and an outer city. The gate that Su Zimo and the others entered was the gate of the outer city. The people who lived in the outer city were ordinary people. And inside, there was actually an outer city. The people who lived in the outer city were the residences of some nobles and ministers. It could be said to be the most prosperous area for the relatives of the emperor. At this moment, when Su Zimo and the others came over, on the city wall above the inner city, the soldiers guarding the city were all ready. They looked at the group with great vigilance. The general guarding the city stuttered and shouted, "Come. Come on, stop. This is the forbidden area of the imperial city. You are not allowed to enter. Is there no one else in the ancient dragon kingdom to let you come out?" Su Zimo said with a smile. And Lu Yilaozu looked at the thousands of soldiers in the sky. He directly transformed into a towering tree. The tree branch swept across the city wall. Instantly, the thousands of people were swept away. Another tree branch came and pierced through the huge inner city gate. With his protection, the group arrived in front of the imperial palace without any obstruction. The imperial palace of the ancient dragon kingdom was really magnificent. Gold, agate, and jade could be seen everywhere. Dragon statues circled in the air. The ancient dragon seemed to be the totem of this country. The group entered the imperial palace. Less than a few hundred meters away, they saw more than a dozen dragon statues. Finally, in front of the throne room, Long Zun sat on the dragon throne and was already waiting for Su Zimo and the others. Around him were generals and ministers. Of course, these ministers were not the main point. Only Long Zun and State Preceptor Situ were interested in them. "It's a pleasure to have friends from afar." Long Zun chuckled. "But uninvited guests, wolves, tigers, and leopards, we won't be polite." "Speak more if you can," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Otherwise, you won't be able to speak even if you want to after death." Long Zun snorted and asked, "Who are you? I don't think I've seen you in Jinwu Xingzong." "Me? I'm from the Laozu sect of Jinwu Xingzong," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Nonsense. In the battle back then, Jinwu Xingzong's Laozu sect all died in battle," Long Zun snorted. "Although I didn't participate in that battle. But thinking about it, your ancient dragon kingdom was just a follower back then. You weren't the main force. How would you know if some people died or not?" Hearing Su Zimo's words, Long Zun's heart skipped a beat. In fact, this was also his concern. He asked this because he was afraid of this. They were not afraid of the current Jinwu Xingzong. But they were afraid of the Laozu sect of Jinwu Xingzong, who was still alive. Just one Laozu sect of ancient dragon was enough to destroy their ancient dragon kingdom. Long Zun knew how strong Jinwu Xingzong sect of ancient dragon kingdom was. "It's useless to say more," Long Zun snorted. "Then let me try. You, Laozu sect of ancient dragon kingdom, have some of Jinwu Xingzong sect of ancient dragon kingdom's Laozu sect of ancient dragon kingdom." Long Zun shouted softly. He directly stepped into the air from the dragon throne. His figure was like lightning, directly tearing the void in front of him. He threw a punch at Su Zimo. The power of this punch was terrifying. The surrounding void was distorted, and the space was exploding. Su Zimo slowly raised his head. With a flick of his finger, a torrent burst out from his fingertip. There was a boom. The torrent drowned everything, including Long Zun's figure. "Your Majesty," the surrounding ministers shouted worriedly. State Preceptor Situ was the first to make a move. The starlight in his palm was dazzling. His palm was vast and incomparably powerful. "Do you think I'm Lu Yi?" Su Zimo glanced at him. He also slapped out with his palm. In the sky, the spirit energy was like a whale, constantly swallowing and condensing all the spirit energy. State Preceptor Situ was sent flying without the slightest ability to resist. State Preceptor Situ and Longzuen were sent flying almost at the same time. When they raised their heads again, they saw the two figures colliding with the dragon pillar behind them. The dragon pillar broke with a sound. Rumble. The two also spat out blood and stood up in a sorry state. "A bunch of ants dare to fight with me," Su Zimo said indifferently. "Let your Laozu come out. The few of you are not enough." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Longzuen snorted coldly. He raised his hand, as if he was not convinced. A long dragon surged out from his body. This long dragon broke through the void and destroyed everything in its path. The dragon's might shook. It swept through everything with a powerful aura. Rumble, rumble. The sound kept echoing. Suzimo raised his head and looked at the long dragon. He waved his hand and the long dragon was directly pinched in his palm. The long dragon was roaring angrily. It kept roaring. But it was useless because when Suzimo grabbed it, it was as if he had grabbed the back of the neck of fate. He directly annihilated the long dragon. The long dragon was killed, and Longzuan spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your Majesty," everyone shouted. Longzuan waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He raised his head and looked at Suzimo. There was a dignified look in his eyes. "What? Are you still unwilling to let Laozu out?" Suzimo asked. "Otherwise, all of you will be buried here today." Longzuan coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, a powerful aura burst forth. With him as the center, a mighty surge of chi appeared between heaven and earth. Suzimo looked up. A circular formation appeared beneath his feet. There were more than a dozen mystical dragons roaming within the array formation. His might was extremely strong, and his dragon might was vast and mighty. Rumble, rumble. This was an array formation, and not a simple one at that. The palace itself was embedded into the array formation, taking the entire area of the palace as its size. It had to be said that these people from the ancient dragon kingdom were well prepared. They had long anticipated the arrival of a great enemy. Thus, he set up this array formation. Longzuan said, "This formation was passed down to us by the Gongshu family. Not to mention divine vein experts, even great emperors can be buried here. Today, all of you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings." In Longzuan's eyes, Suzimo's strength was probably that of a great emperor. That was why he was so confident that he could trap Suzimo inside with the power of the array formation. Mystical Dragon Annihilation Array. He raised both of his hands, and a powerful force burst out from his body. The mystical dragons that were originally in the array formation soared into the sky one by one and turned into real dragons. Each of them was made of flesh and blood. Willow Leaf Laozu stared for a long time before finally saying solemnly, "They're real mystical dragons. I heard that the ancient dragon kingdom is on good terms with the Azure Dragon clan. They're even in an alliance. Now, it seems that this is true. Don't worry." Suzimo waved his hand. He was not in a hurry and allowed the array formation to operate. The ground cracked because the power of the array formation was too strong. The entire palace seemed to be unable to withstand it. It was buried by the array formation. Ancient buildings collapsed one after another. These mystical dragons gathered in the sky, condensing into the shape of 9 dragons supporting the sky. Immediately after, each of the divine dragons transformed into a shocking torrent. The torrents were vast and mighty, representing different elemental profound meanings. They were profound meanings of the great emperor. Profound meanings of different attributes were condensed together. No wonder this Longzuan dared to be so confident. It seemed that it was not impossible to trap a great emperor in this array formation with the power of this array formation. So many torrents of profound meanings rushed down. When they got close to Suzimo and the others, they gradually gathered together, forming a shocking torrent. This momentum was too strong. Everyone's long hair was blown up by the strong wind. Suzimo narrowed his eyes slightly and threw a punch. This punch looked ordinary and mediocre. It did not seem to have much of a shocking aura. However, when Suzimo's punch landed, the entire void shattered. That punch had swallowed up all of the torrents. How could that punch soar into the sky? The fist's momentum did not decrease and directly soared into the sky. It even punched a hole in the sky. Of course, that was not a real hole. Instead, a powerful force shattered the void and a huge vortex appeared inside. This huge vortex was a black hole. At this moment, when the fist intent landed, the entire sky fell silent. This is too strong. Is this really a great emperor? Someone muttered to himself. It doesn't look like it. Someone was silent for a while and finally sighed. Suzimo slowly raised his head and looked at the shocked Longzuan. Damn, I told you to get your Laozu to come over. Otherwise, you will be defeated today. Who is looking for me? Someone's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was shocked by this voice. Because this voice was not loud, but when it sounded, it seemed to resound in everyone's heart. It made people involuntarily tremble in their hearts. Is Laozu from the ancient dragon nation here? Someone had just asked in confusion. An old man stepped on the air and walked over. A powerful aura was circulating. This was an old man who was only 1 meter tall. The old man even looked a little short. His appearance was very comical, like a clown. The old man had long hair that seemed to have been permed. The bridge of his nose was high, but his eyes were narrowed. Seeing this scene, someone immediately recognized him. They shouted, "It's Laozu Wushan." Because this Laozu's appearance was too memorable, many people recognized him at first glance. Laozu Wushan. Isn't Laozu from the ancient dragon nation, right? It should be the Laozu that they worship. Even so, Laozu Wushan is also a great emperor. I just don't know if he's a first-level great emperor now. Everyone was discussing. But without a doubt, the appearance of this Laozu Wushan gave everyone some confidence. Laozu Wushan looked at Su Zimo. Behind him, a shadow was flickering. The illusory figure continued to roar. A mountain seemed to be carrying a world. He said indifferently, "Who is looking for trouble in my ancient dragon nation?" Su Zimo raised his head and glanced at him. He shook his head slightly. Too weak. He pointed his finger, and the entire sky seemed to be focused on this finger. One finger to crush everything. It came explosively from the void. Although it was just one finger, it was like a pillar that supported the sky. The power that soared into the sky could destroy the world. And when Laozu Wushan saw this scene, he snorted coldly. Behind him, his true fate appeared. A Wu mountain descended from the sky. Wu mountain was the leader of the Four Seas mountain. In order to imprint this true fate, Laozu Wushan had put in a lot of effort. It was very difficult. At this moment, Wu mountain solidified. It was as if the real Wu mountain had descended from the sky and suppressed everything. The legend of Wu mountain came from a lich. Legend had it that in ancient times, a very powerful lich had fallen between heaven and earth. That lich had fallen for tens of thousands of years, but his corpse had never decayed. If humans approached it, they would instantly be corroded by the corpse aura. And the monster clan respected the lich and even protected his corpse. Over time, this lich's corpse was blown by the wind and rain, and finally formed a mountain. This was the origin of Wu Mountain. Su Zimo Wushan's shocking finger collided with the Wu Mountain that descended from the sky. Before this, Laozu Wushan was full of confidence. But the moment the two collided, a powerful force reverberated. Rumble. The Wu Mountain was directly shattered by the finger. Then, the finger landed on Laozu Wushan's forehead. An explosion sounded, and the head shattered. Laozu Wushan was directly obliterated on the spot. His corpse fell from the void. Seeing this scene, everyone present was silent. A great emperor was easily annihilated and died in front of him. And Su Zimo was also a little impatient. He directly waved his hand towards the many ministers and revered dragons of the ancient dragon kingdom. The sky-covering palm descended from the sky. "Kid, don't be arrogant." At this moment, a loud shout sounded. From the voice, it could be heard that it was not one or two people. It was a group of people. Sure enough, the void was torn apart, and 7 figures appeared in the sky. They annihilated Su Zimo's palm. Looking at the 7 figures, each of them unleashed the aura of a peak martial monarch. One of them even had the aura of a half-step great sage. These 7 people seemed to have cultivated the same kind of cultivation method. As they breathed in and out, they were one. Below the palace, the commoners that had gathered below began to discuss among themselves. "It's the 7th dragon ancestor. The primogenitor of our ancient dragon kingdom, the 7 most powerful Laozu. Back then, the 7th dragon ancestor came here and established the ancient dragon nation. In the end, under the leadership of these 7 people, the empire flourished. After that, the 7th dragon ancestor retreated behind the scenes. The ancient dragon kingdom had only reached its current scale after generations of hard work. Among the 7 ancestors of the dragon clan, 3 of them were from the Azure Dragon clan. Therefore, the ancient dragon kingdom and the Azure Dragon clan were very close. Seeing the 7th dragon ancestor come out, everyone relaxed. If there really was an enemy that even the 7th forefather couldn't deal with, then, most likely, the destruction of the ancient dragon kingdom was inevitable. Although none of the 7 patriarchs had become a great sage, they had all become great sages. However, when the 7th forefather joined forces, they had once killed a First Realm Supreme Sage. Because of this, their reputation spread far and wide, causing the ancient dragon kingdom's strength to increase greatly. Remnants of Zhenwu Xingzong, since I didn't destroy you back then, I'll eliminate you today, the 7th dragon ancestor shouted softly. Even when they spoke together in the same tone. It was as if they were more in sync than Siamese twins. I thought that the ancient dragon kingdom's trump card would be something. It seems that I overestimated you. Su Zimo shook his head in disappointment. A bunch of old guys in the age of ants. But it just so happens that I also want to understand some things from back then. You're courting death, the 7th dragon ancestor said angrily when he was called that by Su Zimo. The 7 of them charged over. A powerful aura lingered around their bodies. The dragon's might soared into the sky, vast and mighty. The 7 of them used sabers, swords, fists, and feet. In short, all 7 types of attacks landed. Su Zimo directly pulled out the tyrannical shadow on his back. An arc of saber intent slashed out. A rumbling sound rang out. The attacks of the 7 of them were all annihilated, and their figures were forced to retreat. Kid, no wonder you're so arrogant. It seems that you have some ability, the 7th dragon ancestor stood still and said lightly. With your insignificant skills, are you qualified to criticize me? Su Zimo said with a smile. The 7th dragon ancestor looked at each other. The 7 of them dispersed in the shape of a dragon. Some of them turned into dragon claws, some formed a dragon head, and some stood a dragon tail. The 7 of them each performed their own duties and finally condensed a huge divine dragon. This was not an ordinary dragon. It was a very powerful 9-clawed thunder dragon. A dragon's strength and aptitude were judged by the number of claws. Most dragons had 6 claws, and 7-clawed or even 8-clawed dragons were already the supreme of the dragon race. As for the 9-clawed dragon, 9 symbolized the extreme number, and it was the limit of the dragon race. Those who broke through 9 claws were already existences of the Dao fruit. Therefore, this 9-clawed thunder dragon was, in a sense, very powerful. The thunder dragon shuttled through the void. The powerful power of thunder burst out as if it was going to destroy the sky. This was the power of thunder. It was the destructive thunder that could destroy the ancient times. The thunder was gray in color, just like the color of the apocalypse before the world was destroyed and the world was shattered. Su Zimo raised his head slightly. The thunder dragon was also looking at him, roaring constantly. The 9 claws tore through the sky. Torrents of thunder struck toward Su Zimo and Zhenwu Xingzong's group. Each torrent was enough to seriously injure a great emperor powerhouse. The expressions of Lu Yi, Lao Zu, and the others changed drastically. The range of the thunder torrent was too wide, so they couldn't even dodge. As for facing the thunder head-on, this was an absolute gap in strength, and it was also very difficult. Everyone could only look at Su Zimo for help. Su Zimo was calm and composed. The spirit chi in his right hand condensed into a transparent barrier above everyone's head. All the lightning bolts were blocked by the barrier. Su Zimo formed a seal with his right hand. One of the 10 great divine techniques, Aisha seal. A seal in the shape of a seal directly condensed and directly crossed the void in an unstoppable manner, charging toward the 9-clawed thunder dragon. The 7th dragon ancestor was also quite knowledgeable. The moment he saw the seal, his expression changed drastically. Aisha seal, one of the 10 great divine techniques. Are you from the Baiming clan? Boom. The 7th dragon ancestor was only answered by the explosion of the Aisha seal. A mushroom cloud bloomed in the sky. In the crowd, Zhao Zhou-Tian, Zhao Danyang, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Compared to the others, they were more familiar with the divine techniques. Because their origins were mysterious. They were also from a clan with divine techniques. How is it possible? How is it possible? Why would the Baiming clan help Shenwu Xingzong? Zhao Zhoutian muttered to himself and kept shaking his head. They were also involved in the incident back then. How could they be so muddle-headed? Zhao Zhoutian shook his head in disbelief. He refused to believe that Su Zimo was from the Baiming clan. But what about the Aisha seal? Everyone knew that the 10 great divine techniques were the most extreme divine techniques in the world. Every divine technique was extremely powerful and had endless benefits. The 10 great clans treated the 10 great divine techniques as important as their own lives. Not to mention outsiders, even within their own clans, there were only a few people who were qualified to cultivate the divine technique. Therefore, Zhao Zhoutian would rather believe that there was a misunderstanding. He didn't want the Baiming clan to get involved. The 10 great clans were an alliance. Although they schemed against each other and competed constantly. However, in the face of major issues, they were of one mind. It was because of the unity of the 10 great clans that outsiders couldn't infiltrate the celestial domain. Even the Holy Court couldn't. The 10 great clans maintained their natural position and ruled the world. But in the past few years, since Shenwu Xingzong was destroyed, the threat to everyone was eliminated. The conflicts between the clans grew bigger and bigger. As a result, the 10 great clans had fallen apart. If it was really the Baiming clan this time. If there was a breakthrough, the consequences would be unimaginable. The more Zhao Zhoutian thought about it, the colder he felt. But fortunately, he had asked Zhao Qing to bring the information to the clan in time. Zhao Zhoutian decided to stay here and observe the situation. The mushroom cloud of the explosion gradually dispersed in the void. The bloody body of the 9-clawed thunder dragon was slowly revealed. It lay weakly in the void. It looked at Su Zimo with shock in its eyes. It said, "Who are you? What's your relationship with the Baiming clan?" "I'll tell you when you're dead," Su Zimo said indifferently. He didn't know what the Baiming clan was. But he guessed that the Baiming clan should be one of the guardian clans of the 10 great divine techniques. Su Zimo stepped into the air. He was very fast and rode on the 9-clawed thunder dragon. He punched the dragon's head. A roar could be heard as the 9-claw thunder dragon cried out in pain. It continued to churn its body. He wanted to throw Su Zimo off the dragon's back. Su Zimo grabbed the dragon's whiskers on both sides of the dragon's head and pulled hard, pulling the dragon's head upwards. A human and a dragon began to fight in the void. But in the end, Su Zimo was still much stronger. He threw a few punches and even broke the dragon's whiskers. In the end, the 9-clawed lightning dragon fell from the sky in exhaustion. "Brat, get down from my body!" The 7th dragon ancestor roared. Su Zimo didn't say anything. Instead, it was the tyrannical shadow facing the sky. An endless stream of saber will gathered and slashed at the dragon's head. "Spare him," a voice called out. Then, ripples appeared in the void from the other side of the sky. The shadow of countless divine dragons appeared in the void. These shadow dragons first extended out of the void and then tore through the void with their dragon claws. It appeared above the imperial palace. There were at least a few hundred divine dragons, and they should be of the same race. All of them were azure in color. Even the dragon scales were like a pool of spring water, with an emerald color. The Xian Hidden Dragon Clan. It was also the joint force behind the ancient dragon kingdom. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled. The Xian Hidden Dragon Clan, from the looks of it, has turned out in full force. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen so many divine dragons. I don't know if it'll work. After all, this Shenwu Xingzong's Laozu is a little too strong. The dragon that stopped Su Zimo just now was a huge dragon with an extremely large body. At this moment, it opened its ferocious eyes. It said, "Human, let the 7th ancestor go. Leave the ancient dragon kingdom, and we can let bygones be bygones. You people, where the hell do you get your sense of superiority?" Su Zimo picked his ears. "Today, in addition to destroying the ancient dragon kingdom, I will also destroy your Xian Hidden Dragon Clan. Arrogant, how dare you say such things?" The Xian Hidden Dragon Clan was enraged. The divine dragons were furious. They wandered in the void, their figures shuttling through. Some spat out thunder and lightning, some summoned wind and rain, sweeping up tens of thousands of feet of waves. There were also some divine dragons who were like tall mountains, causing the mountains and the earth to shake. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared around the sky. For a moment, the power was extremely strong, and the power was astonishing. Su Zimo first laughed, not caring about how powerful the Azure Cyan Hidden Dragon was. He directly raised his hand and slashed down, slashing the 9-clawed Thunder Dragon under his feet. The 9-clawed Thunder Dragon died, and the 7 ancestors of the dragons also separated, each of them falling to the ground with serious injuries. Brother Tianqing, be careful. This guy is a great sage, the 7 ancestors of the dragons reminded. Based on the battle with Su Zimo just now, their combination was actually crushed, which was enough to prove that Su Zimo's strength was at the great sage level. This was enough to make people despair. Moreover, Su Zimo was not an ordinary great sage. Tianqing was the clan leader of the Cyan Hidden Dragon clan. He nodded slightly. He shouted, "Everyone, use my body to set up the heaven-merging Taotai formation. Use absolute power to kill this thief." Hearing the clan leader's words, all the divine dragons roared angrily. As if agreeing to the clan leader's order, the dragon roars shook the sky and earth, resounding throughout the entire land. The Tianqing clan leader hovered in the sky. The dragon had 9 sons. One of them was the Taotai. The Taotai could devour everything. There was nothing it could not eat. The formation used by the Tianqing clan leader gathered the power of all the dragons. With the power of the Taotai, it could devour all the power and fuse it together. Just imagine how powerful this force was. The Tianqing clan leader roared angrily. He opened his dragon mouth, and the entire dragon seemed to be frozen in the void. And waves of power began to condense from his mouth, forming the shape of a vortex. The remaining divine dragons dragged their huge dragon bodies and all of them moved through the void. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Strong winds and heavy rain fell. One by one, they flew into the vortex. The vortex became stronger and stronger, and the power gathered in the dragon's mouth also became stronger and stronger. Even the vortex seemed to be unable to withstand it. It was as if it could collapse at any time. Su Zimo snorted coldly. The tyrannical shadow in his hand aimed directly at the sky. The power of the golden god Rusho's precept power began to condense at the tip of the blade. This metal-type divine power perfectly fused with the weapon. He aimed the tyrannical shadow directly at the sky. He threw it towards the dragon's mouth. At the same time, the power in the dragon's mouth finished condensing and turned into a shocking torrent, charging towards Su Zimo. One blade, one torrent. 2 extremely powerful forces exploded in the void. The blinding light seemed to blind some people. The tyrannical shadow charged towards the sky with a sharpness that could shatter everything in its path. The void was in a fragmented state. The blade intent swept across the heavens and the earth. In the sky, the Taotai torrent formed by the Cyan Hidden Dragon swooped down. It was a torrent. Unlike the tyrannical shadow's fragmentation, the void it destroyed was completely annihilated. The range was wider than the tyrannical shadow, but its sharpness was slightly inferior. Boom! 2 powerful forces exploded. The sky shook violently. After a short stalemate, the tyrannical shadow pierced through the torrent and slashed towards clan leader Tianqing. Because he had just used torrent, he had no chance to dodge. The huge dragon head was chopped off by the tyrannical shadow. Dragon roars could be heard, and a huge dragon head fell from the sky. Seeing this scene, countless Cyan Hidden Dragons roared in anger and sorrow. They drifted in the sky. They wanted to drown Su Zimo. Hundreds of divine dragons swooped down. If that's the case, then you can accompany your clan leader in death, Su Zimo grinned. The tyrannical shadow spun and spun over from the void. It returned to Su Zimo's hands. Su Zimo held the tyrannical shadow, and the skyblade intent exploded in the sky. 8 directions sky splitting. With his body as the center, endless saber will burst out. It carried the sky splitting intent. Even the sky was about to shatter. When the divine dragons got close to Su Zimo, they were torn into pieces by the blade intent. The Cyan Hidden Dragon screams echoed in the sky. The surging saber essence rushed down. The divine dragons were dismembered on the spot. Their flesh flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. The sky even started to rain blood. Seeing this, the heavily injured seventh dragon ancestor roared, "No!" They could not stop it, and could only watch it happen. Today, the Azure Cyan hidden dragons are going to be exterminated. Someone sighed. Sigh, sometimes this is how it is. After provoking someone who shouldn't be provoked, such a prosperous country will be destroyed just like that. Everyone could see that the ancient dragon nation's power had already been lost. If nothing unexpected happened, then he would definitely die. Everyone was talking about it. Suzimo looked at the spectators and said, "The ancient dragon kingdom will be destroyed today. You can take whatever you want from the palace." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the spectators turned red. The things in the imperial palace were coveted by commoners like them. Although the ancient dragon nation had been destroyed. But after all, the city was not destroyed, and their home was still there. It was just a change of ruler. Therefore, the crowd did not feel strongly about it. In the beginning, there were still people who did not dare to move. However, as some of the bolder ones took the lead in breaking into the palace, he picked up some valuable things and was about to run out. This instantly ignited the passion of countless people. Greed would always be one of the biggest weaknesses in people's hearts. Seeing that those people were about to empty the imperial palace, Long Zun dragged his heavily injured body and roared, "Stop, all of you stop. This is mine, it's all mine." However, at this moment, no one cared about him at all. This fallen phoenix was even worse than a chicken. Wang Hingji looked at this scene. He was also very distressed. He said, "Laozu, Zhenwu Xingzong is currently in the stage of development. It just so happens that we need a lot of resources. Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to these outsiders? What's the hurry?" "It's just some decorations," Suzimo said. "The ancient dragon nation's treasury is all ours. And from today onwards, the ancient dragon nation will be divided into Zhenwu Xingzong's territory. With this vast territory, it will show the return of Zhenwu Xingzong." "Laozu is wise," Wang Hingji hurriedly chuckled. Suzimo looked at Luyi Laozu and pointed at some of the remaining generals and ministers of the ancient dragon nation. He instructed, "I'm too lazy to kill these people. You can deal with them yourselves." Luyi Laozu hurriedly nodded. Walking into the ancient dragon nation's imperial palace, Suzimo slowly sat down at the head of the table. In fact, the dragon throne was hard and uncomfortable to sit on. "Which one is the closest to the 10 great clans from here?" Suzimo asked. "Laozu is really going to attack the 10 great clans?" Wang Hingji asked in surprise. "Do you think I'm just saying?" Suzimo asked back. "Actually, the ancient dragon nation is already not bad." Wang Hingji was the kind of person who was comfortable with the situation. At the same time, he was afraid that something would happen. He reminded, the 10 great clans are two different concepts from these nations. Their strength represents the pinnacle of the entire celestial realm. "I know this better than you." Suzimo waved his hand. "We have our own plans for this matter. It's not like we're letting you juniors fight. You just have to follow and run errands." If he wanted to destroy the 10 great clans, he couldn't rely on the current Zhenwu Xingzong. Even Luyi Laozu was like an ant in front of the 10 great clans. Suzimo had his own plans. And this time, he wasn't alone. One of the 10 great clans, the Yu clan, is the closest to the ancient dragon nation, Wang Hingji said. Back then, when Zhenwu Xingzong was destroyed, did the Yu clan participate? Suzimo asked. "I don't know about that. Let Master say it," Wang Hingji replied. Wang Hingji didn't come into contact with Zhenwu Xingzong back then. He was only accepted as a disciple by Luyi Laozu after that to revitalize Zhenwu Xingzong. Back then, the Yu clan sent 3 Laozus, and that was only on the surface. "I think there should be more in secret," Luyi Laozu explained. "Actually, I think the 10 great clans participated in the destruction of the ancient dragon nation. It's just that some clans are in the dark. Some clans are just in the open. That's fine. We'll just push them one by one. I hope they can gather together. If that's the case, we can wipe them all out," Suzimo said with a smile. Luyi Laozu and Wang Hingji didn't dare to interrupt. They felt that Su Zimo was too arrogant. What kind of existence were the 10 great clans? In the hearts of many, they were godlike experts. After occupying the ancient dragon nation, Su Zimo also gave the order. Zhenwu Xingzong could rest here for a while. As for himself, he was going to start his seclusion. Lu Yilaozu guarded his door and didn't let anyone disturb Su Zimo. Su Zimo sat cross-legged in the room alone. He waved his hand. The shape of a pagoda appeared in his palm. This was the true martial trial tower. When the true martial trial tower appeared in Su Zimo's hand, it seemed to be hundreds of times smaller. Su Zimo opened the door of the trial tower. He directly turned into a stream of light and entered the tower. For those who had never entered it, they would never know what it was like. Su Zimo was standing in the trial tower. And there was another him standing in front of him. The other Su Zimo. The two of them looked at each other. This was the magical part of the trial tower. It could simulate a real person. Take note that the other you simulated in the true martial trial tower is 100% identical to you. Unlike other things, it was only a rough simulation. Su Zimo stood in front. He looked at the top of the tower. He looked at his other self and smiled. I'm not here to look for you. The other Su Zimo made an inviting gesture. Su Zimo arrived at the top of the tower without any obstructions. If others wanted to go to the top of the tower, they had to pass through one by one. But Su Zimo didn't need anything. He could come here directly. Because he was now the ruler of the true martial trial tower. You're here. Just as he reached the top of the tower, a chuckle sounded. It was an old man. He was wearing a gray robe. Linen pants were on the ground. His long hair was already gray. When he smiled, he gave off a very amiable feeling. World-weary. Su Zimo nodded slightly. I've already destroyed the ancient dragon kingdom. Actually, there's no rush, the old man said with a smile. Give the 10 great families some time to prepare. Otherwise, they will be unwilling. Have you paid attention to the Holy Court? Su Zimo asked. We have. Unless the Holy Court wants to completely cause chaos in the 9 regions this time. There's no need to be wary of anything else, the old man said with a smile. The Holy Court is also preparing, but they won't make it in time. It's impossible to give them time. Let's start with the celestial realm. What's your goal? Su Zimo asked. It should be better for him to explain this to you, the old man replied. But I want to know now, Su Zimo replied. Then what's your goal? The old man looked at Su Zimo. I hope we're walking the same path, Su Zimo said. At least for now, the old man said with a smile. It's just a path taken by our predecessors. Walking the old path, you're a newcomer. I'm walking my own path, Su Zimo said. I need information on the 10 great clans. The old man smiled and took out a book and handed it to Su Zimo. This book doesn't only contain information about the 10 great clans. It also contains many things about the Holy Hall. I believe you will be interested. Su Zimo took the book and looked around. Perhaps no one would have thought of this. At the top of the training tower was a graveyard. The graveyard here was full of potholes, and there were thousands of them. Furthermore, there was a statue above each of the tombs. These statues were made according to the appearance of the owner of the tomb. The world-weary old man was more like a tomb keeper. He was here every day to clean these statues. He wiped very seriously, not a single corner was out of place. There were only these statues in front of him. Su Zimo put the book away. He quickly walked through the graveyard and arrived at the innermost statue. Everyone worships the legendary people of the past. But only in troubled times can true heroes be created. You don't worship heroes because you are a hero. After leaving the true martial trial tower, Su Zimo was also preparing to advance to the Holy King realm. In fact, he was still a long way away from the Holy King realm. It was not easy to break through. However, Su Zimo was prepared to raise his realm to the limit before the great battle. He would use the perfect state to deal with the upcoming battle. And the hope for him to advance to the Holy King realm was the Zhenwu Xingzong Tower in front of him. At his realm, In fact, the so-called advancement was not about how much spiritual energy one absorbed or breaking through a certain shackle in one's body. It was mainly about enlightenment. Comprehending the rules of heaven and earth and understanding the mysteries of the body. Some people had an epiphany and could advance several realms at once. Some people wasted their entire lives and ended up with nothing. It was still difficult for them to advance even half a step. Su Zimo raised his head slightly. The true martial trial tower floated around him. This was because the true martial trial tower had been blessed by Zhenwu Xingzong's generations of Laozu. Almost everyone would engrave their own Tao on it. When Su Zimo comprehended the Tao and became a holy king, he would also engrave his own Tao. Just like that, it was passed down from generation to generation like a family heirloom. It was also because of so many Tao inheritances that the true martial trial tower was very powerful. It could almost peek into all the Laozu's great Tao. Su Zimo began to study other people's Tao and then found the same wonders from them. He then made up for his holy king realm. Su Zimo closed his eyes. Waves of gray gas surrounded him. As he spent more and more time comprehending the Tao, he saw that in these comprehensions, some people controlled heaven and earth. Some people moved mountains and moved seas. Some people shocked the heavens with a sword. Some people dominated the West Mountain. Countless Laozus. Countless different great Tao evolved in front of him. And the gray gas around Su Zimo's body became denser and denser. It became more and more majestic. In the end, his entire body was fused into it. Like a big cocoon, he began to comprehend it. And at the center of the celestial realm, there was a celestial palace here. It was said that this celestial palace was a very special force. They basically didn't participate in anything in the celestial realm. And the purpose of their existence was to maintain the balance of this world. Only things that broke the balance of the world would attract their attention. And the last time the celestial palace appeared, it was because of Zhenwu Xingzong. Their development was too fast. In a short period of time, they broke the balance of the celestial realm. It made the 10 great clans feel threatened, and everyone was in danger. In the end, Zhenwu Xingzong was destroyed, and everything calmed down. Now, the celestial palace opened again. And the 10 great clans responded to the call, each sending their representatives to the celestial palace. The celestial palace. This place was solemn and mighty. Those who came here couldn't help but feel respect. And this generation's palace master of the celestial palace was called Supreme. Although the name was just a code name, this name also symbolized his supreme place. He sat at the head of the table. He wore a golden hat on his head. It was unknown what this hat was made of. It was a combination of gold and white, and the entire body was gilded with gold. And this hat was very big, covering Supreme's entire face and head. This was the rule of the celestial palace. Everyone in the celestial palace didn't show their faces. They had to wear this kind of hat, but their status was different, so the color was naturally different. Supreme sat at the top. Below him were the 10 great clans. Only they were qualified to step into the celestial palace. The others probably didn't even know where the celestial palace was, let alone step in. How many years has it been? Someone sighed. I didn't expect to gather here again. Following that person's sigh, someone next to him also said, I wish that we would never gather here. His voice was filled with regret and helplessness. Indeed, unless there was a truly unstable factor, the 10 great clans and the Chaotian Palace would never gather together. I wonder what's going on this time? Someone asked. Everyone, haven't you heard the news? Wu Shang asked. On his golden mask, a faint spiritual aura was rioting. The mask was incomparably deep, making it impossible to see through. What news? Someone was puzzled. Is the Holy Court plotting again? There shouldn't be any conflict between us and the Holy Court, right? Speaking of the Holy Court, they didn't want to be enemies. Therefore, they had more or less given the Holy Court a lot of benefits in that matter. And there were very few things that could make the 10 great clans and the Chaotian Palace nervous. At least in the 9 regions, their combined strength was one of the best. It has nothing to do with the Holy Court. Do you still remember the last gathering? Wu Shang asked. Zhenwu Xingzong? Someone immediately remembered. Last time everyone had gathered to destroy Zhenwu Xingzong. Could it be that they have risen from the ashes? But that shouldn't be. We killed those people with our own hands. There shouldn't be any accidents. We don't have much information at the moment, Wu Shang replied. But there's no need to doubt it. Currently, Zhenwu Xingzong has already begun to take action. I found some clues, but someone hid it very well. In the end, I didn't find anything. The ancient dragon kingdom has been destroyed, someone else said. Whether it's an accident or Zhenwu Xingzong's comeback, they should be killed in the bud, someone snorted coldly. It was obvious that he hated Zhenwu Xingzong very much. Fellow Taoist Gongshu, do you have any good suggestions? What suggestions do you need? Let's join forces. Even Zhenwu Xingzong at his peak back then couldn't do it. Let alone now, fellow Taoist Gongshu replied. The situation is unclear now. I don't think it's appropriate to fight rashly, someone shook his head and replied. Our 10 Great Clans intelligence network covers the entire celestial domain. I think we should gather some information first. Even the most cunning fox will show its tail, someone said. Hearing this suggestion, many people agreed. Once the situation was clear, everything would be easy to do. In the end, Wu Shang made up his mind. He said, how about this, 7 days? I want all the information on Zhenwu Xingzong. We'll discuss the plan in 7 days. He made the final decision. Everyone still had faith in Skyward Hall. After all, it was the Skyward Palace that led the attack against Zhenwu Xingzong. After that, everyone left Skyward Hall. In the entire celestial domain, countless spies began to search for information. The entire celestial domain was in such a tense atmosphere. In the ancient dragon kingdom, Su Zimo had entered a strange state. His eyes were tightly shut, and the grayish gas around him had completely enveloped him. Within the cocoon, it was as if he was being reborn from the ashes, being reborn. The Saint Ruler realm was the final realm of the Great Saint Realm. It was also the final realm. The next step was to break through the 11th meridian and then reach the Dao Fruit realm. And around Su Zimo's body, the spiritual energy was already overflowing. Boundless spiritual energy filled the entire void. Especially in his body, in front of the 11th meridian, the spiritual energy gathered into a sea. Although he did not break through the meridian, the scale of the spiritual energy was getting larger and larger, and it was endless. The laws within it formed a sea. Su Zimo's laws were endless, and there were countless kinds of laws together. Therefore, his sea of laws was colorful. Unlike those people with a single law, the sea of laws was also a kind of color. The sea of laws was a symbol of the Saint Ruler. The sea of laws surged and turned into streams of gas, floating towards Su Zimo's body. At this moment, in the room where he was in seclusion, the spiritual energy could no longer be contained and began to gather in the sky. Not long after, the spiritual energy was like a surging river, hanging upside down in the sky for hundreds of millions of miles. Even the sky was covered up by it. A heavenly pillar of spiritual energy connected the firmament and Su Zimo. Outside the door, Willow Leaf Laozu saw the scene. All that was left was worship and admiration. This is Laozu's strength, Willow Leaf Laozu muttered to himself. This strength is not just that of an ordinary great saint. I'm afraid he's already a peak saint ruler. Master, Wang Hingji also rushed over when he heard the news and said happily. Laozu is so strong. It's our Zhenwu Xingzong's blessing. Even so, our Laozu is not someone who can be worry-free, Willow Leaf Laozu said with a smile. But I think it's good that it's always like this. Instead of being a coward in Zhenwu Xingzong, we can be bullied by anyone. We might as well follow Laozu and kill our way up. Whether we succeed or not, even if we die, it's worth it. Why don't men take Wugo and conquer the Guanshan 15 states, Wang Hingji said with a smile. It doesn't matter if we die. But it's a pity for the younger generation. It's okay. We don't expect them to fight. It's good to see the world, Willow Leaf Laozu said. As the two were chatting, they saw that in the sky, the river of spiritual energy began to evolve. Boundless might came crashing down. Everyone in the ancient dragon kingdom felt their bodies sink, and there was such a sense of oppression. This river of spiritual energy was so powerful. It gathered into a sea and the sky was vast. It contained all things and was unfathomable. Outside the palace, Zhao Zhoutian and the others were still hesitating. Suddenly, they saw the scene in the sky. Zhao Zhoutian finally decided. It seems that I should go in and pay a visit to Zhenwu Xingzong. Second Grandpa, why do we need to pay a visit to the true martial sacred sect as members of the 10 great families, although they had destroyed the ancient dragon kingdom, but the ancient dragon kingdom is just an ant. No matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than the 10 great families? Zhao Danyang asked angrily. You're still young and can't see through some things. I paid them a visit, isn't that also a form of probing? Test? Zhao Danyang was half confused. He asked, but second Grandpa, you said before. This Zhenwu Xingzong has a grudge against us. He doesn't have a grudge against us. He has a grudge against all the 10 great clans, Zhao Zhoutian said. But this time, we're only going to pay a visit as individuals. We're not from the 10 great families. So it shouldn't be a problem. Okay. Zhao Danyang could only nod. He followed behind Zhao Zhoutian and walked toward the palace of the ancient dragon kingdom. In their eyes, the ancient dragon nation's imperial palace looked very ordinary. Compared to their Zhao family, the difference was like heaven and earth. At this moment, inside the large cocoon where spiritual energy was gathering, Su Zimo's aura was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, it even condensed an invisible pressure that prevented anyone from getting close to him. The laws in Su Zimo's body were also tempered over and over again. They became even more powerful. Because Su Zimo had comprehended all the laws, this also caused him to take much longer to temper his laws than others. He stayed in this room. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. Finally, countless phenomena appeared in the trial tower in front of him. These were all the former's great Tao imprints. Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, all the illusions shattered. This was the end of all illusions. He saw through everything at a glance. He put away the true martial trial tower, and all the phenomena on it disappeared. Su Zimo stood up, and the surrounding sea cocoon directly shattered. He looked at the sea of spiritual energy in the sky. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the spiritual energy into his mouth. Rumble, rumble. The sea of spiritual energy whistled past, crushing everything, and finally returned to Su Zimo's body. It rotated countless times. Finally, a bang 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 sound came from Su Zimo's body. His aura was very strong. At least several times more than a few days ago when he was in seclusion. So this is the Holy King, Su Zimo muttered to himself. He clenched his fists in his hands. With a bang bang bang, the surrounding void was directly distorted and shattered by this unintentionally powerful force. Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. The Holy King was indeed powerful, but it was also within his expectations. He was now more and more curious about the Tao fruit realm. Su Zimo slowly walked out of the room. He retracted all the power in his body. In an instant, he became an ordinary person again. The moment Su Zimo came out, Wang Hingji, Lu Yi, Lao Zu, and Xiao Anan were all waiting outside the door. Lao Zu, you're out, Xiao Anan said with a smile. Congratulations, Lao Zu, Wang Hingji hurriedly said. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Then, he replied, it's all within my expectations. As long as I have enough resources to comprehend this so-called sage king, it's not impossible. Zhenwu Xingzong's foundation is really deep. This true martial trial tower had helped him become a saint king. Supreme Sage Zhenwu's kindness was truly hard to come by. Lao Zu, while you were in secluded meditation, we took care of everything in the ancient dragon kingdom. Wang Hingji reported, we've absorbed the ancient dragon nation's army. Currently, there was a change of dynasty. I want to change the ancient dragon kingdom to the true martial kingdom. Upon hearing Wang Hingji's words, Su Zimo nodded slightly. He asked, nothing went wrong, right? Or is there some internal strife? Some people were not convinced, but they were quickly suppressed by us. Even Long Zun and the others were dead. These remnants won't be able to cause any trouble, Wang Hingji explained. I'll leave the matters here to you. You don't have to report everything to me. I'm not interested in this place, Su Zimo said. There are many things that are useless in conciliation. You just need to understand that iron and blood methods are the prerequisite for peace. Without iron and blood, the world will not know fear. Wang Hingji nodded slightly. He was gradually becoming more domineering now. He was no longer as indecisive as before. At this moment, a disciple walked over. Sect Master, Senior Zhao from yesterday wants to talk to you again. The disciple reported. Wang Hingji frowned and said, Don't you see Laozu here? If there's anything, we can talk about it later. Senior Zhao has been urging me. I don't know how to refuse, the disciple replied helplessly. He didn't want to care about this matter. But the other party was from the 10 great clans. Even though Zhenwu Xingzong was gradually rising, the disciple still didn't dare to offend the 10 great clans. Just this title alone gave him a sense of inferiority since ancient times. The 10 great clans were the masters of this world. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. It was said that the 10 great clans had ruled the celestial realm for a very long time. Hearing the disciple's words, Wang Hingji snorted coldly. I haven't even settled the score with the people from the 10 great clans. What's there to talk about? This Senior Zhao is mainly here to visit our Laozu, the disciple replied. In that case, I'll go and refuse again. Wait, Su Zimo stopped him. He asked, What Senior Zhao? Laozu, while you were in seclusion, one of the 10 great clans, the Zhao clan, found us, Wang Hingji quickly explained. They wanted to join forces with us, but I refused. Join forces? Su Zimo said in amusement. It means to form an alliance. But I really don't trust the 10 great clans. So I refused, Wang Hingji said. Interesting, let him come and see me, Su Zimo said. Speaking of this, he asked again, by the way, where's Imperial Tutor Luan Ri of the Heavenly Holy Empire? When Wang Hingji heard this, he was immediately amused and became spirited. He said with a smile, This Imperial Tutor Luan Ri and the disciples of the Heavenly Holy Empire have been restless recently. They always looked down on us before. But ever since Laozu destroyed the ancient Dragon Empire by himself, they've become much more humble when talking to me. It seems that they want to be our lackeys again. See for yourselves. I'm too lazy to care about the Heavenly Holy Empire, Su Zimo waved his hand. I can't agree to such a fickle villain, Wang Hingji nodded. Su Zimo sat on the dragon throne in the throne room. The dragon throne was very high, overlooking the entire hall. No wonder the emperor liked the feeling of being high and controlling everything. Not long after, Wang Hingji came in with Zhao Zhoutian and Zhao Danyang. Zhao Zhoutian looked at Su Zimo and his pupils shrank. He quickly greeted, Zhao Zhoutian of the Zhao family greets the senior of Zhenwu Xingzong. I know that you want to form an alliance. There's nothing to talk about between us. I'm curious, why did you want to form an alliance with us? Su Zimo asked. The other party was here to test him. How could he not want to test these 10 great clans, the book that the world-weary old man gave him? Su Zimo took some time to read it. The matter of the 10 great clans was almost settled. Zhao Zhoutian said, Actually, we've wanted to form an alliance with Zhenwu Xingzong long ago. Now, the 10 great clans are constantly scheming against each other. We also need strong allies. According to Zhenwu Xingzong's strength, he's definitely qualified to form an alliance with us. Speaking of this, Zhao Zhoutian asked carefully, I don't know about Zhenwu Xingzong now. How many Laozu are left? Are Zhenwu, Sandao, and the other Laozu still around? Hearing Zhao Zhoutian's question, Su Zimo didn't have to think to know that he was here to inquire about information. As for the so-called alliance, Su Zimo sneered. He asked, Isn't the Zhao family going to explain what happened back then? Sect Master Wang, did Laozu of the Zhao family participate in the battle to destroy Zhenwu Xingzong? Su Zimo asked. Wang Hingji thought for a while. Finally, he looked at Luyi Laozu. He didn't know much about that period back then. He heard a lot of things from Luyi Laozu. There was indeed no Zhao family at that time. But secretly, there were several Laozu from the Zhao family, Luyi Laozu replied. Before Dantian Venerable died back then, he once called Zhao Zhen's name. If I'm not wrong, Zhao Zhen should be Saint Zhen. Hearing this, Zhao Zhoutian's face changed slightly. Then he replied, we juniors don't know what happened back then. I hope that Laozu can let go of the past grudges and bigotry and walk into the future together. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Su Zimo asked. According to my character, I would kill you today. Since you are my enemy, why should I give you face? Hearing Su Zimo's words, Zhao Zhoutian's face changed slightly and he took a few steps back. Zhao Danyang, who was following closely behind, also took a few steps back and was about to escape at any time. Well, if I want to kill you, you can't escape. Su Zimo said. But this time, I'll let you go. When armies fight, they don't kill envoys. In case others say that I bully juniors, when I go to the Zhao family, I'll kill you all together. Zhao Zhoutian slightly adjusted his state of mind. Then he said, Laozu, in fact, although the Zhao family is also one of the top 10 families. But we are also dissatisfied with the rule of the top 10 families. We want to change the situation in the celestial realm, but unfortunately, we are weak. I came here this time on the orders of the Patriarch. You have to understand that Zhenwu Xingzong's reappearance will definitely attract the attention of the top 10 families. Even the Skyward Hall has been opened because of you. Skyward Hall. Wang Hingji was shocked. This heaven-facing palace is the most exalted power in the celestial realm. They were qualified to judge all forces and maintain the stability of the entire celestial realm. So what? Su Zimo asked. We can form an alliance in secret. Our Zhao clan will secretly pass on information to you. And the plan of the 10 great families, Zhao Zhoutian said. This is our greatest sincerity. If necessary, we can even betray the 10 great clans. I'll fight alongside you. Hearing Zhao Zhoutian's words, Su Zimo began to ponder. If the Zhao clan said so, it would indeed be useful. Su Zimo waved his hand. He said to Wang Hingji, you talk to him. Wang Hingji nodded and left with Zhao Zhoutian and the others. Su Zimo was too lazy to chat with them. At most, they would only add flowers to brocade, not charcoal in snowy weather. Now that he had become a holy king, Su Zimo's strength had also reached the peak. And the Tao fruit realm was not what he should be thinking about now. He looked at Luyi Laozu and said, get ready. We'll set off tomorrow. We'll go to the Yu clan, one of the top 10 clans. One of the top 10 divine methods of the Yu clan was guarding the demonic plate immortal manual. This was a kind of musical attack. Su Zimo had used it before, but he did not use it much. Luyi Laozu nodded. He went to instruct the disciples in the afternoon. As for Su Zimo, he sat alone in the courtyard and cultivated for such a long time. He also wanted to have a good rest now and prepare for the upcoming battle. At this moment, there was a sudden fluctuation in the sky. Waves of sword intent and saber chi burst out. The originally calm sky was instantly disturbed. Surges of aura surged like waves, exploding in the void. The saber intent swept the sword intent. Even the empty sky was covered by it. This saber and sword intent almost enveloped the entire sky of the ancient dragon kingdom. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he smiled and said, it seems that some interesting people have come. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures appeared in the distance. Stepping on flying swords and long sabers, they swept across the void. Rumble, rumble. I heard that the Zhenwu kingdom was established. Zhang Yanri and Zhang Yanyue are here to congratulate you. When these figures landed, they also reported their names. After the ancient dragon kingdom was destroyed, the Zhenwu kingdom was established. This was what Wang Hingji had said before. However, Zhenwu Xingzong had already declined, and there was basically no contact. Therefore, everyone thought that the establishment of the Zhenwu kingdom would be very simple. They didn't expect that someone would come to congratulate them. Luyi Laozu was the first to step into the air to welcome them. No one knew what they talked about. Luyi Laozu brought the 2 of them to Su Zimo. The siblings, Zhang Yanri and Zhang Yanyue, were both great emperor-level experts. One of them had a long sword hanging from his waist, while the other carried a scimitar on his back. They were both cultivators who cultivated the extreme Tao. They entered the Tao with sabers and swords, and their strength was not bad. The 2 of them were wearing tiger skin clothes, and their faces were somewhat weary. However, they were both delicate and good-looking. It was easy to make a good impression on others by their appearance. Laozu, Laozu, Luyi Laozu shouted excitedly. What's wrong? Su Zimo asked. The saber and sword siblings are here to help us, Luyi Laozu said. After he finished speaking, he seemed to be afraid that Su Zimo didn't know. So he explained, the saber and sword siblings once received a favor from our ancestor. This time, they are here to help us. Laozu. The two siblings looked at Su Zimo, who was so young. They were a little surprised. However, they still greeted him. The two of us used to be itinerant cultivators. When Jinwu Xingzong was destroyed, he was in a legacy. When he came out, it was already too late. Back then, when Jinwu Xingzong was destroyed, we also regretted it. So, we went to travel around the celestial realm. We didn't expect that when we returned this time, not only did Jinwu Xingzong rebuild the ancient dragon nation, but he also took down the ancient dragon nation and renamed it the Jinwu nation. This time, no matter what, we will live and die with Jinwu Xingzong. It's good that you have such thoughts. Su Zimo nodded. The legacy that the two of you received should be related to sabers and swords, right? Su Zimo asked. He observed the siblings for a while. One of them was like a sword, showing off his sharpness. The other was like a saber, overbearing and peerless. Standing there with his chest puffed out and his head raised, he really looked like a saber and sword standing between heaven and earth. It's the legacy of a senior. We divided it into two, and each of us carried half of it. The two of them nodded and smiled. Not bad. Arrange for them to rest, Su Zimo said. Laozu. Luyi Laozu wanted to say something but stopped. He seemed to be hesitating about something. Just say what you want to say, Su Zimo said. This time, we originally thought that no one would come to congratulate us on the establishment of the Jinwu nation. However, we heard that many forces are preparing to come this time. Luyi Laozu said, I want to use a day to set up a banquet. At least it can be considered a celebration of the establishment of our Jinwu heavenly country and an announcement to everyone. Besides, there might be people like Dao Jian and Dao Jian among the participants. They can also be our reinforcements. That's right. Zhang Yangming nodded and said, when we were on our way here, we also asked around. Everyone is paying a lot of attention to the Jinwu heavenly country. Many of our former subordinates of Jinwu Xingzong want to congratulate us. Now that they're here to congratulate us, they're not afraid of the suppression of the 10 great families, Su Zimo replied. Before this, after Luyi Laozu rebuilt Jinwu Xingzong, the former forces did not dare to contact Jinwu Xingzong. They were afraid of implicating themselves. It felt like they were putting themselves out of harm's way. Although there was nothing wrong with doing so. The tide of the world had drowned out the destruction of Jinwu Xingzong. No one could go against the tide of the world. Because that would be provoking the 10 great families. But he ignored them before, and now they wanted to curry favor with them. Su Zimo was naturally a little disgusted. Actually, those old subordinates or familiar forces in the past were also helpless. Luyi Laozu explained. Jinwu Xingzong was rebuilt because we were too weak. So the 10 great families did not care. But if the familiar forces gathered together, the 10 great families would be wary. We might be destroyed again. So before we have absolute strength, everyone is powerless. Alright, you don't have to explain. I admit that there are some people like that. But most people are probably putting themselves out of harm's way. Su Zimo waved his hand and said. In that case, let's do it. Set the time for tomorrow. I'll leave one day. Let's see what ghosts and gods there are. Thank you, Laozu, Luyi Laozu quickly said gratefully. Actually, to him. The establishment of Jinwu Xingzong required a sense of ceremony. He had rebuilt Jinwu Xingzong. There was only desolation, and not a single person came to congratulate him. It was built quietly. It wasn't easy to have the patriarch around this time. Back in the day, Jinwu Xingzong was so glorious. Naturally, he wanted to have a sense of ceremony. This was related to the face of a force. If Jinwu Xingzong could really achieve glory, Luyi Laozu would die without regrets. Luyi Laozu and Wang Hingji went out to get busy. First, he spread the news of Jinwu Xingzong's banquet. Then, he began to prepare for the banquet. Once he got busy, he lost all sense of time. He believed that those who were willing to come would also come tomorrow. It was a silent night. Su Zimo rested for the entire day. He didn't cultivate that night either. Instead, he rested on the deck chair in the courtyard for the entire day. Until the next morning. He walked out of the courtyard and found that the palace was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. There was a festive atmosphere everywhere. Moreover, everyone in Jinwu Xingzong was wearing red robes and had smiles on their faces. Laozu, Laozu. When the disciples saw Su Zimo, they all took the initiative to greet him. Su Zimo nodded slightly. He asked, "Where is Laozu?" "Laozu is welcoming guests at the palace gate," the disciples quickly replied. "Are there many people here?" Su Zimo asked. "I don't know, but the palace gate is quite lively." "Laozu can go and take a look," the disciples said with a smile. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Walking on the streets of Jinwu Upper City. It seemed to be more prosperous than before. The destruction of the ancient dragon kingdom, including the war a few days ago, didn't affect the people here. As long as the country was harmonious, they didn't care who the ruler was. Putua Holy Ground is here to congratulate the establishment of Jinwu Upper Kingdom. De Tian Luo sect is here to congratulate the establishment of Jinwu Upper Kingdom. Falling Blossom Divine Sect, Swordless Palace. Just as he walked to the city gate, Su Zimo heard many voices. There were already more than a dozen sects here. Looking at the situation, the establishment of Jinwu Upper Kingdom had caused a huge reaction in the entire celestial realm. Su Zimo looked on with interest. Lu Yi Laozu was wearing a red robe. He was full of vigor and energy. Almost everyone who came wanted to greet him with a smile. He welcomed the guests from morning until noon. Almost all the guests had arrived. According to the records, a total of 37 forces came this time. There were also dozens of itinerant cultivators. Jinwu Upper Kingdom was established in a hurry. It was already considered good to have such a large number of people and forces. After these people were arranged to enter, Su Zimo looked at Lu Yi Laozu's expression. Not only was he not happy, but he was also a little serious. "What's wrong?" He went forward and asked. "Laozu," Lu Yi Laozu quickly replied. "There are a lot of people here. Isn't it good to have more people?" Su Zimo asked. "Don't you also want to have a sense of ceremony?" But among so many people, many of them are not familiar with Jinwu Xingzong at all. We even had conflicts before. "I'm afraid that something will go wrong," Lu Yi Laozu replied. "Don't worry, I'm here." Su Zimo waved his hand. "Anyway, we're going to the 10 great families. If anyone wants to try, we can kill a few to taste the appetizers." Lu Yi Laozu nodded slightly. Now, they could only take one step at a time and hope that the banquet would be peaceful. The banquet of Jinwu Upper Kingdom was set up in Xingqing Hall in the palace. This Xingqing Hall was specially used to entertain the officials. Jinwu Xingzong naturally used it. There were dozens of tables in it. Each table was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Because of time constraints, the food prepared was elixir cuisine. This elixir cuisine was brewed with medicinal herbs taken from the treasury of the ancient dragon Upper Kingdom. Su Zimo told him not to expose his identity. When he went to Xingqing Hall, he first found a slightly remote seat and slowly sat down. In the hall, there were nearly 100 people. Before Lu Yi Laozu arrived, they were already whispering to each other. The establishment of Jinwu Upper Kingdom, does it mean that Jinwu Xingzong is going to be like back then? Is he going to declare war on the 10 great families? I don't think so. How can the current Jinwu Xingzong be compared to the past? It's already not easy to establish a upper kingdom. Let's listen to what Lu Yi Laozu has to say later. If you have any questions, please ask. Do any of you have acquaintances in the 10 great families? Do you know their attitude towards this? Everyone was discussing. At this time, Lu Yi Laozu also slowly walked in. He smiled at everyone. Sitting at the table at the head of the table, he said, "First of all, thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedules to congratulate our Jinwu Upper Kingdom." Lu Yi Laozu said a lot, but they were all vague words. Finally, after he finished speaking, immediately, someone began to ask questions. Lu Yi Laozu, I'm from the Falling Flowers sect. A middle-aged man in a gray robe stood up and chuckled. Seeing that someone had stood up, Willow Leaf Laozu narrowed his eyes. He smiled and said, Brother Luo, what do you want to ask? Zhenwu Xingzong has been the leader of our northern sect since a long time ago. But ever since Zhenwu Xingzong fell behind, the forces of the northern sect have also been fighting for themselves. The upper nation has been fighting both openly and secretly. I wonder if you have the intention to be a leader again? Brother Luo, you flatter us. We led everyone a long time ago because everyone was willing. Zhenwu Xingzong has never led anyone. Willow Leaf Laozu said, as for whether you have any ideas, we won't force you. Besides, we are quite busy and don't have any ideas yet. I also have some ideas. On the other side, the Southern Fist Divine Sect's Southern Fist Emperor stood up and smiled. Zhenwu Xingzong has destroyed the ancient dragon nation. I wonder which Laozu from Zhenwu Xingzong did it. Can you come out and let us meet you? I can't make any decisions about Laozu. Willow Leaf Laozu said indifferently. If Brother Southern Fist is curious, you will meet him when you have the chance. Willow Leaf Laozu's expression gradually turned cold. This was because the Southern Fist Divine Sect had once hit Zhenwu Xingzong when he was in decline. When Zhenwu Xingzong was at his peak, Laozu of the Southern Fist Divine Sect was able to defeat Laozu, who had offended Zhenwu Xingzong. In the end, he was killed by a single punch. Since then, the hatred between the two forces had been formed. However, when Zhenwu Xingzong was at his peak, they could only submit with their tails between their legs. Later on, they didn't fall behind and even sent people to humiliate them. Therefore, Willow Leaf Laozu naturally didn't have a good attitude towards the Southern Fist Emperor. Hearing Willow Leaf Laozu's explanation, the Southern Fist Emperor was obviously dissatisfied. He frowned and said, Brother Lu Yi, you're being too perfunctory. We've come a long way. It was to congratulate the establishment of the Zhenwu Heavenly Nation. Is your Laozu so noble that you can't even meet him? After saying that, the Southern Fist Great Emperor looked at the crowd. He asked, what does everyone think? However, there were only a few people who agreed with him. After all, none of them were fools. If you want to take the lead, then so be it. We'll just wait and see. After the South Fist Great Emperor finished speaking, before Lu Yi Laozu could reply, an old man stood up from the side. Southern Fist, we're here today to congratulate Zhenwu Xingzong. We are the guests, they are the hosts. How could a guest make things difficult for the host? If you don't want to, you can leave now. No one forced you to come and congratulate him. The Southern Fist martial monarch harumphed coldly upon hearing this. He looked at the old man. The old man was tall and sturdy. He was at least 3 meters tall, like a miniature giant. His muscles were well developed. Although he was old, his aura was vigorous and powerful. I was wondering who it was. So it's Elder Taishan of the Titan race. The Southern Fist martial monarch laughed. What? You were Zhenwu Xingzong's dog back then? Do you still want to be a dog now? Southern Fist, you've gone too far. You've gone too far, Taishan Laozu said angrily. You Titans are all well developed, the Southern Fist martial monarch sneered. Otherwise, Zhenwu Xingzong would have been destroyed back then. You Titans could have been wise enough to protect yourselves. In the end, you've declined as well. Whether we decline or not, that's our own choice. However, you Southern Fist martial monarch is now a dog of the Yu clan. I don't see how strong you are, Taishan Laozu sneered. Hearing this, the Southern Fist martial monarch's face turned ugly. He shouted angrily, Taishan, you want to compete with me, don't you? Then let's compete. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Taishan shouted angrily. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. It was as if a huge monster had descended. Outside the hall, the sky was covered and gradually darkened. This change attracted everyone's attention. Lu Yi Laozu was the first to walk out of the hall. He looked toward the sky. A huge spirit ship appeared in the sky. This spirit ship was about tens of thousands of meters long. It was floating and sinking, and the spiritual energy on it was rampaging. It covered everything. There was a flag on top of the spirit ship. On it was the image of a skull. On the skull, there was a blood-red character for you. Seeing these people, everyone's expression changed slightly. Because they were all too familiar with this flag. It was one of the 10 great clans, the Yu clan. They were famous in the celestial domain for their demon plate immortal score. In the world, wherever there was sound, it was a place with an immortal score. The most ridiculous thing was that a Laozu of the Yu clan had once killed a great emperor. And it was just the voice of a great emperor. It was enough to kill that great emperor. Therefore, in the celestial realm, people tacitly agreed that no sound should be made when fighting with the Yu clan. Even coughing was not allowed. Under the immortal score, nothing was intact. Now, at this juncture, Zhenwu Xingzong had reappeared, and the Yu clan had arrived. It was hard not to think of the annihilation of the Yu clan. Everyone stared at the Yu clan spirit ship, wanting to see what the other party wanted to do. Finally, a powerful aura descended upon them. The door of the spirit ship was opened. A figure walked out from it. The moment this figure appeared, the purple light around him exploded, and purple stars surrounded the purple figure. He slowly raised his head. "It's the 7 stars great emperor," someone exclaimed. He used the power of the stars to prove his emperor's path. It is said that he is one of the best great emperors of the Yu clan. He actually came. It seems that the Yu clan is quite formal this time. I wonder if the 7 stars great emperor is alone, or if he is just the vanguard. Everyone was discussing. The 7 stars great emperor's purple robe fluttered in the wind as he looked down at the crowd below. He said, "The Yu clan congratulates the establishment of the Zhenwu heavenly nation." Although he was congratulating, he was high and mighty and full of pride. It was as if their congratulations were a reward. "The Yu clan also came to congratulate," someone said in surprise. "I thought they were here to cause trouble." "Don't be anxious, let's wait and see." Willow Leaf Laozu raised his head slightly. He looked at the sky. He said indifferently, "The establishment of the Zhenwu heavenly nation doesn't need the Yu clan's congratulations." His words were very straightforward, almost merciless. Originally, Zhenwu Xingzong and the 10 great clans only had a life and death struggle left. There was no mercy. If the Yu clan really came to congratulate, how could they have such an attitude? Hearing Willow Leaf Laozu's words, the 7 stars great emperor was not angry. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Lu Yi, it's not good to have a bad temper. It's easy to harm your body. What does it have to do with you?" Willow Leaf Laozu said indifferently. "If you have nothing else to say, leave. We don't welcome you." "Don't be in such a hurry, I am here on the orders of the Patriarch to announce the decree," the 7 stars great emperor replied. "Announce what decree?" Willow Leaf Laozu said with a frown. "Since when did I, Zhenwu Xingzong, need your Yu clan to issue an edict? This ancient dragon kingdom originally belonged to our Yu clan. The land that your Zhenwu heavenly kingdom established. It's all territory that belongs to our Yu clan. Why don't you accept the edict?" 7 stars great emperor asked. "Fellow Lu Yi, don't be stubborn. Accepting the edict can be considered as gaining the approval of our Yu clan and officially acknowledging your status." Hearing this, Willow Leaf Laozu smiled disdainfully. But he still said, "I'm also very curious, what is your edict?" "The Patriarch has ordered that the Zhenwu heavenly kingdom can replace the ancient dragon kingdom. But the premise is that the people of the Zhenwu heavenly kingdom must accept the Yu clan's demonic nirvana seal," 7 stars great emperor said. When he said this, there was a mark on his forehead. There was an indistinct phantom of a demon flickering in the air. No one could tell what the demons were. But everyone knew that this was the demonic nirvana seal. As a member of the Yu clan, 7 stars great emperor's forehead was naturally imprinted since he was young. "Anyone who is imprinted with my demonic nirvana seal can become a member of the Yu clan," 7 stars great emperor stretched out his arms and shouted softly. Willow Leaf Laozu narrowed his eyes. There was still some anger in his eyes. "Your Yu clan is dreaming. With this demonic nirvana seal, it meant that generations would have to listen to the Yu clan. It was like being treated as a servant. In fact, in the territory ruled by the Yu clan, many forces were imprinted with the demonic nirvana seal. Including the Southern Fist divine sect from before. Because only in this way could they be recognized by the Yu clan. If other forces were to have a conflict with them, they would have to consider the Yu clan behind them. That's impossible, Willow Leaf Laozu said. Moreover, the establishment of Zhenwu Xingzong is Laozu's idea. Why does it need your Yu clan's approval? Seven Stars Great Emperor in the sky didn't say anything, but Southern Fist Great Emperor beside him already smiled. He tried to persuade him hypocritically, Brother Lu Yi, in fact, if you think about it, isn't this a good thing? After you join the Yu clan, we will be a family. Not only are we not enemies, we can even help each other. What? Are you used to being a dog and now you want to drag me in? Lu Yi Laozu snorted coldly. He no longer paid attention to the gloomy Southern Fist Great Emperor. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the Seven Stars Great Emperor. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. In that case, there's no need for the true martial heavenly empire to exist, Seven-Star Great Emperor said. He waved his hand. Streams of powerful chi of 7 stars filled the sky like a storm. It covered an area of 300 million miles. In an instant, the starry sky shone brightly. From the spirit ship, there was a loud rumbling sound. Hundreds of thousands of figures appeared in the void. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers covered the entire sky of Zhenwu Heavenly Nation. Densely packed, it was as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. What is this? Someone asked. So many people, even the Yu clan wouldn't be able to gather so many people in such a short time. Didn't you guys notice that these people aren't alive? Everyone was discussing. Only then did someone come to a realization. The hundreds of thousands of people in the sky were all dead. Some were humans, some were beasts. All kinds of creatures were mixed in. It's the Song of Nirvana from the Demonic Plate Immortal Manual, someone said in shock. The Demonic Plate Immortal Manual was one of the 10 great divine techniques. It didn't only have the ability to attack. There were many special powers in it. There were thousands of tunes, but they all led to the same destination. Looking at so many corpses in the sky, or rather, walking corpses. Seven-Star Great Emperor said indifferently, fellow Taoist Lu Yi, have you thought it through? I'll give you one last chance to choose. Lu Yi Laozu narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Zimo in the crowd. Seeing that the other party didn't care at all. Only then did he feel at ease. In fact, to be honest, if it wasn't for Laozu, Lu Yi Laozu wouldn't dare to joke around with everyone's lives. He shouted softly, stop dreaming, show me what you've got. Fellow Taoist Lu Yi, I, Tai Shan, am willing to lend you a hand. Tai Shan Laozu also stood up. He had once received a favor from Zhenwu Xingzong. After Zhenwu Xingzong was destroyed last time, he also led the Titan race to resist. But in that battle, the Titan race was almost wiped out. More than half of them were killed or injured, but in the end, they didn't stop anything. But fortunately, the target of that group of people was Zhenwu Xingzong, and they weren't interested in their forces. That was why the Titan race had survived until now. At this moment, hearing Tai Shan Laozu's words, Seven-Star Great Emperor in the sky snorted coldly. He waved his right hand. He shouted softly, kill them. The hundreds of thousands of corpses in the sky suddenly rushed down from the sky like a tide of corpses. They were still making weird noises. The sky was pitch black, causing people to tremble with fear. Fellow Taoist Lu Yi, I also wish you a hand. Count me in too. Two more people's voices sounded at the same time. One was the itinerant cultivator Ouyang-Chi, and the other was the sect master of the swordless sect, Zhang Wu. Both of them had once received a favor from Zhenwu Xingzong. At this moment, it was not easy for the two of them to stand up in such a difficult situation. Fellow Taoists, thank you, Lu Yi Laozu said sincerely. Don't say that, we didn't choose to help before Zhenwu Xingzong was destroyed. We're already ashamed. This time, even if we die here, we have to stand up, Zhang Wu said. Ouyang-Chi also nodded. He said, I'm an itinerant cultivator, I have no attachments, there's nothing to hesitate about. Apart from these people, the surrounding spectators subconsciously took a few steps back. They distanced themselves from Zhenwu Xingzong's people. This was also to prevent themselves from being implicated. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of corpses charging over, everyone was ready. At this moment, someone suddenly coughed. The sound broke the long silence. The sound was not very loud, but it rang in everyone's ears. The moment the sound was heard, it was as if there was some fluctuation in the surroundings. Immediately after, the hundreds of thousands of corpses charging over seemed to be affected by something. They were all frozen in place, unable to move. Rumble. All the corpses exploded in the sky. One could imagine how big the explosion of hundreds of thousands of corpses was. The entire sky was annihilated. Even the spirit ship that the Yu clan had sent over was directly blown up. Everything was destroyed. Everyone below looked at this scene in astonishment. They were all people with extraordinary strength, so they immediately noticed Suzimo's cough. They looked in the direction of the sound. Suzimo slowly stood up. Suzimo slowly stood up. He smiled and said, "Everyone, don't be nervous. Let me introduce myself. My name is Suzimo. This is our Laozu," Lu Yi Laozu quickly introduced. Everyone listened. They were all in an uproar. Recently, Zhenwu Xingzong's Laozu had caused a lot of commotion. Everyone knew about him. Because Laozu almost never showed up. No one knew him either. But he was powerful. He destroyed the ancient dragon kingdom and rebuilt Zhenwu Xingzong. This made everyone speculate about him. Now that Laozu had appeared, everyone was also very surprised. They stared at Suzimo. They found that they really didn't know Suzimo. Even some people who were familiar with the true martial saint didn't know Suzimo. Therefore, these people were all puzzled. But just now, Suzimo just coughed, and so many corpses all exploded. Although no one knew what method he used. But this didn't stop him from being powerful. Therefore, when Suzimo appeared, everyone's eyes were on him. Suzimo smiled and said, "I'm naturally happy that you all came here today to congratulate me, Zhenwu Xingzong. But there are some people with ulterior motives. I've always believed in a principle. If a friend comes, there's wine and meat. If a wolf comes, there's a shotgun." As soon as he said this, the Southern Fist Great Emperor was already a little eager. He jumped out directly. He shouted, "Laozu, what you said is a little wrong. We came all the way here for the good of Zhenwu Xingzong. Sometimes, saying unpleasant things is also for Zhenwu Xingzong. As the saying goes, good words are unpleasant to the ear, but good medicine is bitter to the ear. Don't you think so? I think it's good to let Zhenwu Xingzong join the Yu clan. Since you are Laozu, you should have the right to make decisions. Why don't you say something?" Suzimo narrowed his eyes slightly. "I think you're the most active one. Do you really like being a dog that much?" Hearing this, the Southern Fist Great Emperor was naturally displeased. He said directly, "Laozu, pay attention to your precautions. I don't want to bring disaster to this newly established Zhenwu Xingzong. You think you have the right to threaten me?" Suzimo snorted coldly. He directly pointed a finger at the other party. Great Emperor South Fist's expression changed slightly. Spiritual chi surged on his fists, and his strength was so strong that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It kept galloping. Rumble, rumble. The sky shattered, and the void was suppressed. Everyone felt as if this tiny fingertip had turned into a huge mountain. Everything was suppressed. It completely enveloped the sky, and even the sun became extremely dim. In an instant, everything was suppressed. Great Emperor South Fist stepped into the air. His two fists were like roaring lions as they continuously struck Suzimo's fingertips that were pressing down. Unfortunately, it was useless. This fingertip suppressed everything. Great Emperor South Fist's figure fell lower and lower. Great Emperor South Fist's expression changed greatly. His true fate appeared behind him. It was a huge palm. Using a palm as a true fate. Many people would find it hard to understand. But to be precise, this palm was not strange. Because it was not a simple palm. The power contained in it was extremely strong. Moreover, there was a majestic immortal chi surging on it. This was the palm of an immortal. It was overflowing with immortal light. Is it an immortal? Someone said in surprise. This great Emperor South Fist is so lucky to have comprehended the palm of an immortal, someone said. Someone else asked. What is an immortal? The so-called immortal had always been controversial in the minds of the people. Some people believed that only the people of the Holy Court and the immortal sect could be called immortals, because they were all very powerful. It was not an exaggeration to call them immortals. Some people believed that only Dao fruit experts could become immortals and be considered true immortals. This was a controversial statement. For generations, there had never been any statistics about the name and division of immortals. But when this palm with boundless immortal might appeared, everyone could not help but exclaim the existence of immortals. Seeing the palm appear, Su Zimo's fingertip did not slow down. Immortal? He smiled in disdain. Even if a god comes today, I will kill a god. Even if a god comes, he will have to kneel down. Let alone a small palm like yours. The immortal palm erupted with a powerful force, as if it was about to collide with Su Zimo. And it was constantly resisting his own power. Rumble, rumble. The people around could not withstand this power. Because they all retreated. They opened up a distance and let the two fight. Unfortunately, Su Zimo was already in the Sage King realm. And the other party was only a small great emperor. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the immortal palm's true body came, it would be useless. Even though the immortal palm was full of power. And it was constantly resisting with all its might. Unfortunately, it was useless. Because Su Zimo's fingertip fell. Everything had already been decided long ago. Boom. The immortal palm was completely submerged. And the figure of the Southern Fist Great Emperor was also screaming in horror. He was directly annihilated and killed. The only thing that echoed in everyone's mind was his terrified face. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. Between heaven and earth, in the imperial palace. There was a long period of silence. No one spoke for a long time. Finally, someone spoke with a slightly trembling throat. A great emperor died just like that. He should be dead. What's the cultivation level of Zhenwu Xingzong's Laozu? Is Zhenwu Xingzong really going to rise? Everyone was discussing. Su Zimo's chuckle sounded at the same time. Everyone, don't be in a daze. A small mouse spoils the mood. Sit down and eat. After Su Zimo finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the 7-star Great Emperor in the sky. At this moment, the other party's entire body was stiff, and a cold breath went from the soles of his feet to his head. He was completely dumbfounded. He had no intention of fighting at all. One had to know that he was also a great emperor. Although he might be stronger than the Southern Fist Great Emperor. But there was a limit to how much stronger he was. He was instantly killed with a finger. This really scared the 7-star Great Emperor. Run. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. He directly tore the void in front of him, wanting to escape. However, when he channeled the power of ultimacy and wanted to tear the void, only then did he realize that this void had been sealed by Su Zimo. With his strength, it was impossible for him to tear the void. The 7-star Great Emperor realized that in front of the other party, he was as weak as an ant. Not to mention fighting, he couldn't even escape. If the other party wanted him to die, he had to die. This was the ruler of his life. He slowly turned around and directly knelt down in front of Su Zimo. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the gazes of the others around him. Just like that, he admitted defeat. Because the 7-stars Great Emperor knew that compared to his life, dignity was nothing. The main thing was that he was still alive. Then he had a chance. So he knelt. He knelt very calmly, without humiliation or hesitation. My lord, I was blind. Please let me go. Hearing the 7-stars Great Emperor's words, Su Zimo slowly sat down in the seat of honor. He said indifferently, slap yourself. He said as he sipped his wine. The 7-stars Great Emperor didn't dare to hesitate and directly began to slap his own face. Bang, bang, bang. Don't you want to eat? Su Zimo glanced at him. The 7-stars Great Emperor increased his strength. Su Zimo was still not satisfied. He looked at the people around and said, who can help me slap myself? As soon as these words came out, everyone was indifferent. I can. Taishan Laozu was the first to stand up. The few people who came out to help Zhenwu Xingzong also stood up without scruples. One had to know that the Seven Stars Great Emperor was a member of the Yu family. In a sense, slapping his face was slapping the Yu family's face. The significance of this was completely different. Everyone present was just congratulating Zhenwu Xingzong. Perhaps the Yu family wouldn't say anything. But if they really hit him, it would be completely over. So many people didn't dare to. Although Su Zimo's current strength was very strong. Compared to the Yu family, the other party also had countless powerhouses. The most important thing was that the 10 great families usually worked together. If one person became an enemy of the Yu family, he would become an enemy of the entire 10 great families. Don't look at how the 10 great clans usually schemed against each other. But there was also an agreement between them. At least on the surface, they had to work together. So when they heard Su Zimo's words, everyone was silent. Except for Ouyang Qi and Zhang Wu, who stood firmly on Zhenwu Xingzong's side, many people were watching. Unless Zhenwu Xingzong displayed his peak combat power back then. Su Zimo did not insist. He looked at them with a smile and didn't say anything. He raised his head slightly and waved his hand in the air. Only a boom sound was heard. The seven-star Great Emperor's face was slapped crookedly. His figure flew out. His head was deformed, and blood was flowing out. Seven-star Great Emperor fell to the ground, unconscious. Su Zimo instructed, go, and hang him at the city gate, let everyone come and take a look. He also released the news. Tomorrow, I will go to the Yu clan. At that time I will exterminate the Yu clan and the so-called 10 great clans. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. This Zhenwu Xingzong not only wanted to destroy the ancient dragon kingdom, but he also wanted to destroy the Yu clan and the 10 great clans. Who gave them such confidence? One had to know that at its peak, Zhenwu Xingzong was only on par with the 10 great families. In the end, they were even destroyed. Everyone knew that no matter what the result was, the entire ultimate heaven domain would experience earth-shaking changes. And now, it was time for them to take a side. At this time, if they stood on the right side and won in the end, then the result could be imagined. They, including the forces behind them, would soar into the sky. A pig standing in the wind, this should be known by all. But Su Zimo seemed to know what everyone was thinking. He said directly, everyone, don't think about it. We don't accept your following. As soon as these words came out, everyone who was still hesitating and thinking was stunned. Zhenwu Xingzong, was he planning to fight the 10 great clans alone, and the countless forces affiliated with them? This made everyone unable to understand for a moment. Actually, I gave you a chance just now, Su Zimo said. Unfortunately, only a few people cherish it. Just now? Everyone was stunned. Then they immediately remembered. This was probably a slap to the 7-star Great Emperor's face, forcing everyone to take a side. Su Zimo stood up. He seemed a little uninterested. He looked at Taishan, Laozu, and said, no matter what the three of you are thinking, whether you are sincere or not, it doesn't matter. Since you have chosen Zhenwu Xingzong, then I have to congratulate you in advance. He waved his hand. 3 leaves of the tree of life drifted past. They floated beside the 3 of them. Live a little longer, in case you won't be able to see me rule the world. This is also my gift to you. The 3 of them looked at the rich life aura emitted from the leaf of life. All of them looked excited. They shouted, thank you, Laozu, for your gift. The people around also knew that this was something to extend their lives. All of them were a little greedy. But they didn't dare to snatch it. Because the consequences of the Southern Fist Great Emperor and the 7-star Great Emperor were right in front of him. I won't participate in this banquet, it's boring. Su Zimo waved his hand. He stood up and ordered, Lu Yi, entertain them. Yes, Laozu, Lu Yi and Laozu quickly replied. Looking at Su Zimo's back as he left. It wasn't until a long time later that the sense of oppression that lingered in everyone's heart slowly dissipated. At this time everyone surrounded Lu Yi and Laozu. One by one, they asked in a friendly manner. There were even some people who wanted to join Zhenwu Xingzong. At this moment, in the Yu family of the 10 great clans. The Yu family located in the northwest wind. The area they ruled was too large and vast. It was no Exaggeration to say that the entire celestial realm, the northwest area, was ruled by them. The 10 great clans divided the entire celestial realm into 10 large areas. They were the southeast, northwest, northwest, southwest, northeast, southeast, as well as the center and the ocean. And the Yu family was located in the northwest. Here, there was a mountain. This mountain was an immortal mountain, and hundreds of caves were built on it. It was specially used for some Laozu and important people of the Yu family to live in. And with the mountain as the center, cities and various buildings began to be built around it. In the end, as time passed, it led to the Yu clan's territory becoming too vast. Standing in the sky, one couldn't even see the end of it. At this moment, at the bottom of the mountain, there was a secret room. This was the most secret of the many caves of the Yu family. Without special orders, no one was allowed to enter this place. At this moment, something in the darkness suddenly lit up. If one looked carefully, they would find that the location of the light was a pattern. No one recognized this pattern. But when each pattern lit up, a figure would appear on it. A worm that dies but never falls down. In the darkness, a faint voice sounded. Deserves to be killed. What's the hurry? A voice sounded leisurely. Isn't he in a hurry to seek his own death? Let's just wait. What did the other clans say? A voice asked. Although they didn't say it explicitly, they should help us in times of danger, the voice in the darkness replied. The 10 great clans are one. If we are destroyed, how can they survive? There's no way they don't understand the principle of dying in cold weather. Hearing this, the figure in the darkness nodded slightly. He said, then let's wait for them. We should also prepare. Give them a big gift. Zhenwu Kingdom. The sky was gradually darkening. Lu Yi Laozu had settled the matters of the banquet and came to report the situation to Su Zimo. He said, Laozu, the people at the banquet have been sent away. You don't know. These people are like flies, they keep on pestering me. You didn't agree, did you? Su Zimo laughed. How is that possible? Lu Yi Laozu quickly shook his head. He said, other than Taishan Laozu and a few others, we don't need anyone else. How's your discussion with the people from the Zhao family? Su Zimo asked again. They want to form an alliance and can provide us with information. But I don't think it's very useful. Lu Yi Laozu said, and I don't trust the people from the 10 great clans. So I just brushed them off. We'll see if the information they provide is useful in the future before we decide whether to cooperate. You've handled it well. We don't need the 10 great clans ourselves. Su Zimo nodded. In the future, when you talk to others, you have to be arrogant. The current Zhenwu Xingzong is also extraordinary. You don't have to believe me. Zhenwu Xingzong will have people to save him, including those who have been fighting in obscurity. I'm just a passerby. Su Zimo waved his hand. Get ready. We'll set off tomorrow. Lu Yi Laozu nodded slightly. Then he said, Laozu, we're in the treasury of the ancient dragon kingdom. We found a dragon-shaped treasure ship. We can take the disciples on it. That's good. I was afraid that they couldn't keep up with my speed. Su Zimo nodded. It was a silent night. Even though the night seemed to have passed very peacefully. However, the entire celestial realm seemed to be surging with undercurrents. Countless forces and countless people were moving in the dark. The next morning, the sun rose from the east. The blue sky was destitute as the purple clouds of the morning sun began to rise from the east. The disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong were all wearing the same uniform. His blue robe fluttered in the wind. The disciples were excited. In front of them were Lu Yi Laozu and Wang Hingji. On both sides were Taishan, Laozu, Ouyang Qi, and Zhang Wu. In front of them, the dragon-shaped treasure ship was like a true dragon that had come to life. It was placed horizontally in front of everyone. Let's go, someone shouted. Under the leadership of Lu Yi Laozu, everyone began to board the treasure ship. Su Zimo stepped into the air and landed on the dragon's head. Rumble, rumble. Under the gazes of countless people, the treasured warships quickly charged towards the Yu clan. Perhaps it was a little funny to the crowd. A small treasure ship actually threatened to destroy the 10 great clans. The treasure ship was very fast. It was almost the fastest treasure ship left in the ancient dragon kingdom. In the sky, it traveled for nearly 3 days. On this day, the treasure ship moved quickly in the sky as usual. There were no clouds in the surroundings. The sky was a little gloomy. It was drizzling. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the scene outside the sky. Someone pointed at the distant skyline and began to shout, "Look, there's a U mountain over there. Has U mountain arrived?" Everyone's attention was drawn, and they stood in the cabin of Class A and began to look over. Because the sky was already dark. Amidst the dark clouds, at the end of the skyline, there was a faintly discernible mountain peak. Because in the northwest, U mountain was the highest mountain. Therefore, what everyone saw should be U mountain. We've arrived at the U clan. I wonder what the 10 great clans are like. Everyone's mood was both novel and a little nervous. After all, it was the 10 great clans. The peak of this world. And Suzimo, on the other hand, had been closing his eyes at the dragon's head. No matter how the dragon ship moved and how the wind blew, he did not move at all. "Be careful," he reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky. Then, the sky shattered. A gray thunderbolt fell. A powerful force exploded in the void, and a corner of the dragon ship directly shattered. "Be careful," Lu Yi Laozu shouted. "Who dares to sneak attack us?" His eyes were bright as he looked around. However, no one appeared at all. Only in the sky, endless thunderbolts were rioting. Rumble, rumble. The thunderbolts were roaring as if they were going to completely destroy the treasure ship. Suzimo raised his head slightly. He waved his right hand, and a powerful force was rioting in his palm. His right palm fell. Under the sky not far away, a palm shattered the endless void. In the void, several figures escaped in a panic. Some of these figures were wearing yellow robes, some were wearing white robes, and some were wearing purple robes. In the depths of the void, more and more figures appeared. Lu Yi Laozu saw this scene. His eyes narrowed slightly. Because he knew most of these figures. Supreme Golden City, Elusive World of Immortals, Jilin Villa, Dark Church, Tiangang Sect. Seeing these people, Lu Yi Laozu knew all of them. These were the subordinate sects of the Yu family. They had always been subordinate to the Yu family. Now that they appeared here, it was self-evident. They must be here to snipe Shenwu Xingzong. However, Lu Yi Laozu still asked, "What is the meaning of this?" "Fellow cultivator Lu Yi, long time no see," someone in front smiled and said. It was Wang Chuansheng, the city lord of Supreme Golden City. "Fellow cultivator Lu Yi, this road is blocked. It's better to leave as soon as possible." "You want to stop us?" Lu Yi Laozu asked. "Stop what?" "If Shenwu Xingzong is stubborn, we will destroy you," Ming Zhenzi from Tiangang Sect said. "Then try it," Lu Yi Laozu said softly. "Fellow cultivator Lu Yi, I'm not looking down on you. You're too weak. Let your Laozu do it," Wang Chuansheng said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic great emperor's aura erupted. This great emperor's aura shot straight to the sky. Immediately after, the people from the 7 major sects also erupted with powerful great emperor's aura. There were a total of 8 great emperors. They were the strongest of the Yu family's subordinate sections. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi Laozu and the others were shocked. This was a little too strong. At least for the current Shenwu Xingzong, it seemed that other than Laozu, the others were not worth mentioning. Lu Yi Laozu could only look at Suzimo. "Kill them," Suzimo said calmly. Upon hearing Suzimo's words, Lu Yi and Laozu looked around. Eventually, they decided to brace themselves and leave. Suzimo's voice boomed out once more. "I didn't ask you guys to make a move." A massive demonic aura surged out. Baymont's figure stepped out from within. The demonic aura grew thicker and thicker. "Greetings, Master." Baymont greeted. "Slay them," Suzimo ordered. Baymont stood high above, looking down at the 8 people below. A massive aura surged out. The 8 of them felt their shoulders sink as the spirit energy within their bodies seemed to have stagnated. Baymont's heaven-encompassing palm came crashing down. This heaven-encompassing palm covered everything as the demonic aura filled the skies. When the 8 of them caught sight of this, their faces changed immediately. One by one, they revealed their true fates and used their strongest attacks. Leaping out of the void. Heaven Dipper Sword Chi. Immortal skill blessing the heavens. Every single attack brought with it a massive aura. It was as though they wanted to cover the entire sky. They battered against Baymont's spirit chi palm relentlessly. However, it was all to no avail. After all, the moment the palm landed, the entire void exploded. As for the 8 figures, they were directly crushed by it. Hurry and run! Wang Chuanshang yelled out. Out of the 8 of them, 4 of them burst forth with their strongest powers. Fortunately, they managed to escape with their lives. However, the other 4 people were crushed in the palm of the giant hand. After the 4 of them escaped, they yelled out, "Senior half-demon, please save us. The 4 of us agree to your terms." The moment he said that, a massive aura surged out from the void. A series of demonic aura surged out like a tornado. It swept through the void. Immediately after, a figure appeared from within the demonic aura. Within this figure, a massive amount of saints might spread out, causing the void to ripple. One could vaguely make out that this figure was an elderly man. An elderly man dressed in grey robes stood there, with a tail behind him. And at the end of the tail, there were barbs all over. As for his head, it was like a snake's head with a large pearl embedded in it. Seeing the old man, someone said in surprise, "This is the half-demon Snake King?" "That's right, one of the few rogue great sages in our celestial domain." Someone nodded. Half-demon Snake King has once destroyed several sections. He's a true ferocious person. After that, he disappeared for a long time. I didn't expect him to appear again today. Half-Yao Snake King is already a great sage, right? This is going to be interesting. Everyone mumbled to themselves. In fact, Zhenwu Xingzong's whereabouts had been under the observation of many people. Ordinary forces would follow the dragon-shaped treasure ship. Powerful forces, on the other hand, could watch this scene from afar. The half-demon Snake King appeared with a gloomy look in his eyes. He looked at Baimont and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, can you give me some face? These people are under my protection." "Who do you think you are?" "I'll give you some face," Baimont said mercilessly. The half-demon Snake King's originally smiling face gradually turned gloomy. He waved his tail behind him. Boom! The sky shattered. "Your Excellency, I want to settle this peacefully." "It's not that I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to cause trouble," the half-demon Snake King said. "If you want to fight, then I'll accompany you to the end. My lord's orders are everything I do. If you want to stop me, I'll kill you," Baimont said coldly. Demonic aura surged around him. He directly stepped on the air. Endless demonic aura surrounded his feet as he charged toward the half-demon Snake King. The powerful demonic aura rubbed against the void. It directly landed on the half-demon Snake King's head. The half-demon Snake King roared angrily. He hissed and spat out his snake tongue. His face was a little sharp. He waved his hand. Boom! A powerful force erupted, trying to flip Baimont over. However, Baymont's strength was beyond his imagination. Not only did the half-demon Snake King fail to flip Baimont over, but he was also stepped on by the other party and fell to the ground. Boom! The half-demon Snake King's figure fell into the ground. A bottomless pit appeared on the ground. Damn it, the half-demon Snake King roared. A roar was heard. In the deep pit, a giant snake with 9 heads crawled out. A powerful force lingered below. And in the pit, the 9 heads of the giant snake seemed to be filled with the aura of death. 9 torrents rushed over at the same time. Seeing this scene, Baimont sneered. "You're just a third-realm great sage. How dare you come out to stop me?" He directly stretched out his giant demon claw. In a flash, he had already appeared behind the 9-headed snake. He clawed one by one. Like cutting watermelons, 8 heads were cut off in a short time. Seeing this scene, the giant snake was shocked and angry. He kept struggling. He seemed to know that he couldn't throw Baimont off his body. So, he coiled his thick tail and directly wrapped Baimont in it, trying to strangle him. But this idea was really naive. Baymont's powerful strength instantly broke free. The snake tail that wrapped around him was instantly torn apart by the powerful force. Baymont's demon claw landed directly on the last head of the giant snake. There was a plop sound. The giant snake was so scared that it directly crawled on the ground. Because this last snake head was very important to it. If the other heads were gone, it could still find another one. But the last head was gone. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured and lose a layer of skin. The giant snake was begging for mercy. But Baymont wouldn't be merciful. His demonic claws fell, and with an unstoppable force, he directly twisted the giant snake's head off. There was a boom sound. From the neck, blood seemed to be about to sprinkle down. Seeing this scene, everyone was horrified. A great saint was killed just like that. Those who thought that they had overestimated Jinwu Xingzong's strength had to reevaluate it now. And this new Baymont, they had never seen him before. Now it seemed that Jinwu Xingzong's Laozu was not a great saint, everyone was speculating. After Baymont killed the giant snake Laozu, he directly hung its head in the void, on the head of the dragon-shaped treasure ship. He slowly turned around and looked at the people of the four major forces. The people of the four major forces didn't dare to stay any longer and directly fled into the distance. But, when the demonic chi descended, everything was annihilated. The four people struggled and were dragged into the devil chi. From then on, their bodies were nowhere to be found. Su Zima waved his hand. The space around Baymont was distorted, and he returned to the divine land again. Even the disciples of Jinwu Xingzong didn't react for a moment. Let's go. Try to reach the Yu family before dark, Su Zima said. Only then did his voice pull everyone back to reality. Yes. Everyone nodded when they heard Su Zima's words. After killing these roadblocks. They couldn't even be considered roadblocks. They were just a bunch of ants trying to stop a chariot. Jinwu Xingzong's people sat on the dragon-shaped treasure ship and once again sailed into the distant horizon. This time, it was about a day's time. Everyone finally arrived at the location of the Yu clan. The Yu clan city was very vast. It was so big that one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. The undulating city walls, as they meandered, disappeared between heaven and earth like the Great Wall. The city walls were very old. It symbolized the history of the 10 great clans and accompanied the Yu clan to stand tall and erect. The prosperity of this city was beyond imagination. It could be said that the city built by the 10 great clans was the most prosperous area of the celestial realm. Even a country couldn't compare to it in terms of size. The city walls were tall. It was said that the city walls were 3 layers thick. Even the great emperor level couldn't break through the city walls. Su Zima raised his head slightly. Sitting on the dragon-shaped treasure ship, he looked down at the huge city. He ordered, "Go and challenge them." "I'll go," Xiaoanan said first. She stepped into the air and stood above the Yu clan. She shouted softly, "Jinwu Xingzong is here to destroy the Yu clan. Yu clan master, come out and meet me." "Little kid, you really know how to boast shamelessly." A chuckle came from the side. A man clad in golden armor slowly walked out. This man was like the sun. His golden armor emitted a powerful light as if it shone through eternity. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Xiaoanan. The long spear in his hand directly stabbed out. Xiaoanan dodged this attack by a hair's breadth. There was only a boom sound. One end of the sky directly shattered, and countless spatial turbulence burst out. It was only a single strike, but it was already so powerful. A heavenly master at the peak of the great emperor level. He was only one step away from the great sage level. This Yu clan was indeed extraordinary. Just a soldier guarding the city had the strength of a heavenly master. He looked at Xiaoanan and smiled, "Little kid, you talk so big. He only knows how to run for his life." Xiaoanan snorted heavily and wanted to fight, but was stopped by Luyi Laozu. He said, "You're not strong enough. Even with the help of Laozu's true force sword, it's still hard for you to fight a celestial venerable. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Hearing Luyi Laozu's words, Xiaoanan had no choice but to retreat. The gold battle general looked in the direction of the dragon-shaped treasure ship. He said with a smile, among you people, the rest of you are like clay chickens and pottery dogs. We don't care about it. Zhenwu Xingzong's Laozu, please come out. After the gold battle general finished speaking, he waved his hands. In front of Yu City, a towering array suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire city wall. A powerful force was fluctuating. Yellow sand filled the sky. The chi of the formation surged and destroyed everything in its path with an unstoppable force. This was an array formation. The formation was mainly made of yellow sand. It was obvious that it was not a simple formation. The yellow sand carried a corrosive aura. Su Zimo walked out step by step. He walked on air. He ordered, you guys just watch the battle from afar. This battle has nothing to do with you. Laozu, take care, Luyi Laozu reminded him worriedly. Then, he led everyone back slightly. Seeing Su Zimo appear, the gold battle general said, this is the Heavenly Annihilation Wind Formation, which is our Yu family's gatekeeping formation. If you can break this formation, then enter Yu City and fight with us. After the gold battle general finished speaking, he took a few steps back. He waved his hand. The yellow sand filled the sky, stirring up an endless storm that spread out in the formation. What's so difficult about breaking this formation? Su Zimo smiled. With a single step, he stepped into the formation. In an instant, countless storms roared in the formation as if they were going to tear him apart. Trying to play with me? Su Zimo smiled. After all, he had obtained the inheritance of wind god Tian Wu. In terms of controlling the wind, Su Zimo believed that he would not lose to anyone. In fact, he was countless times stronger. He waved his hand. Waves of wind laws surrounded his body as if he had become illusory. A gust of wind raged around him. However, it did not cause any harm to Su Zimo. On the contrary, Su Zimo waved his hand. He seemed to have transformed into the wind god, controlling the storm of heaven and earth. The originally raging storm was like a docile sun under his fingers. Su Zimo stood in the storm as the strong wind surrounded him. He said with a slightly drawn-out voice, I am the storm. How can I break the formation? With a wave of his hand, countless strong winds moved with him in the formation. The powerful storm directly destroyed the foundation of the formation. Su Zimo stepped on the storm. The sky was filled with cold winds and dark clouds. In the endless darkness, Su Zimo waved his hand. The tornado storm swept towards a corner of the sky with a destructive aura. The gold battle general saw this scene. The storm swept over as if it was the end of the world. Heaven and earth were dark. He hurriedly took a few steps back. On the city wall of Yu City, when the storm swept, the first thing it came into contact with was the city wall. The city wall that was said to be able to withstand the attack of a great emperor. However, at this moment, under the storm, it began to be destroyed. Gravel drifted and bricks and tiles shattered. The storm strangled and destroyed everything. It was so strong that it made people tremble. Rumble, rumble. Finally, when the storm stopped, a large part of the city wall of Yu City had been completely destroyed. The houses nearby had also become large pieces of ruins. Su Zimo slowly stepped on the air like a king descending to the world. Another hurricane was unleashed. The place where the gold battle general stood was instantly destroyed by the hurricane. He wanted to escape. The emperor's might of a celestial venerable burst out mightily. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Because when the storm fell, the golden armor he was wearing had been shattered into pieces, revealing his face. The gold battle general's expression changed drastically. He began to ask for help. Lords, save me. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him in the dark, and everyone else remained indifferent. The gold battle general's body was strangled by the hurricane and never climbed out again. It was only after he died that a cold snort was heard. The Yu family never needed trash. As soon as he finished speaking, a few figures appeared in the void. The 8 elders of the Tong Mountain are here to welcome you. In the faintly discernible void, 8 gray-robed elders stood in the sky. Their auras were connected together and blended with heaven and earth. There was an eye between the eyebrows of the 8 people. This eye was triangular and very strange. The power contained in it was moving. The 8 of them blocked the front. Suzimo sneered, "How dare some old fogies try to stop me? We'll know whether we can kill you or not after we fight." The 8 elders of Tong Mountain said coldly. At this moment, the entire celestial realm was focused on them. Not only the 10 great clans, but also the other great clans. Even many small and medium-sized forces were concerned about this battle. There were many legendary powerhouses, ancient existences, and even old immortals in their coffins. Everyone knew that the outcome of this battle would determine the future direction of the celestial realm. Therefore, it was no exaggeration to say that this was a battle of life and death in the celestial realm. Would the 10 great clans still be invincible and rule this era, or would Jinwu Xingzong make a comeback, fulfill his wish, and create a new era? This was the beginning of a new chapter. Suzimo raised his head slightly and looked at the 8 elders of Tong Mountain. The 8 of them came from the same source, and their auras merged into one. Their figures and footsteps were uniform. They descended from the sky and charged towards him. He snorted coldly. The tyrannical shadow in his hand spun 360 degrees and slashed towards Suzimo. A Tong Mountain true fate could be vaguely seen around the 8 of them. Suzimo's saber energy landed on the Tong Mountain. It only stayed for a moment before the saber energy dissipated, and the 8 of them were unharmed. Interesting. Suzimo smiled. The 8 elders of Tong Mountain charged over. Their powerful auras accompanied by the materialized mountain peaks crashed towards him. Boom. Suzimo felt that the other party was unstoppable. They crashed into his saber and instantly retreated a few steps. The Tong Mountain was indestructible. Speaking of the Tong Mountain, one had to talk about the origin of the 8 elders of Tong Mountain. It was rumored that 8 spiritual pearls had once fallen from heaven and earth. Later generations searched for the spiritual pearls and discovered that these spiritual pearls were actually Dao fruit-level powerhouses. They were left behind by the Tong Mountain true god. These 8 spiritual pearls were formed from the eye between the eyebrows of the Tong Mountain true god after his death. They didn't just have spiritual auras. He had also inherited the Eye Mountain true god's Eye Mountain aura. They didn't have a true fate, or rather, the 8 of them shared one true fate. It was the Eye Mountain. The Eye Mountain was split into 8. The 8 people coexisted as one, and then it was split into 8 people. At this moment, with 8 true fates and the appearance of the Eye Mountain, his offense and defense were at the peak. It was as if it wasn't difficult for him to repel Suzimo. All 8 of them snorted coldly at the same time. The true fate of the Eye Mountain turned corporeal and directly pierced through space, descending from the sky, wanting to suppress Suzimo. Seeing this, Suzimo raised his head slightly. In his hand, the saber will of the 8 directions heaven-shattering burst forth, shattering everything within it. The blade will of the tyrannical shadow roared as if it wanted to devour everything. The sky-splitting will surged out. Rumble, rumble. The rending skyblade will collided with the Eye Mountain descending from the sky. The 2 extreme attacks were in a stalemate, but Suzimo's power was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, a cracking sound was heard. Crack, crack. Dense cracks had already appeared on the surface of the Eye Mountain. Between the cracks, there was a burst of light. The 8 elders of the Eye Mountain had a slight change of expression. Not good, one of them yelled. They wanted to take back the Eye Mountain. After all, the Eye Mountain represented their true fate. If the Eye Mountain was shattered, their true fate would be destroyed. One could imagine the harm to them. However, Suzimo naturally pursued them, not giving them the slightest chance. Powerful saber will was erupting. The tyrannical shadow became 1,000 meters tall. It swept across the sky and slashed towards the huge Eye Mountain. Rumble, rumble. The saber will gathered into a river as it cut through the world. The long river surged through the sky like the Milky Way. The huge Eye Mountain was completely shattered. Blood flowed from the corners of the 8 elders of the Eye Mountain. Their expressions were solemn and their faces were pale. Is this all you've got? Suzimo laughed. Who is the Yu clan looking down on? How dare a bunch of useless people come out to fight? Hearing Suzimo's slightly contemptuous words, the 8 of them were furious and unconvinced. At the same time, they shouted, "It's enough to kill you." At the center of their foreheads, the triangular eye suddenly opened, as if something had awakened. Endless light was reflected in the eyes of the 8 of them. Then, above their heads, the 8 eyes merged into one and became a huge eye that reflected in the sky. The eye looked down on the world and took in the entire U city. One eye seals the sky, the 8 of them shouted at the same time. A powerful force erupted from the glabella of the 8 people, destroying everything in its path. It was the convergence of 8 powerful torrents. Finally, they merged together and merged into the god's eye in the sky. Finally, there was a boom. A ray of light that could destroy time, crush samsara, and destroy life and death surged from the god's eye. And wherever this ray of light passed, everything was old and decayed. This aura of death. It forcefully ended everything and brought living beings to death. Moreover, it wasn't just death. It also contained a powerful sealing power, sealing the body of the person who had been alive forever. The speed of this god's eye was even faster than lightning. It directly reflected on Suzumo's body, wanting to take his life. Life, death, what a pity. I've walked further on this path than you. Suzumo replied with a chuckle. Behind him, the tree of life rose from the ground. The so-called power of death paled in comparison to the endless vitality of the tree of life. It wasn't enough to cause any damage. As for the sealing power, Suzumo's punch was enough to shatter it. The void shattered like a mirror. The 8 figures were directly sent flying. A bunch of old things. It's time for you to be buried. I'll send you on your way. Suzumo said indifferently. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was merciless. It swept across the sky and cut the heads of the 8 people as if they were wheat. All of them were cut off. Then, a ball of Zhu Rong's fire burned. It completely incinerated the 3 corpses. Suzumo raised his voice again and said, "You clan, send a few decent ones. Don't let others look down on you." Suzumo waved his hand casually, and this huge corner of U City was directly uprooted from the ground. Countless buildings collapsed. He came here today to destroy the U clan and everything in U City. Flames and hurricanes wreaked havoc in U City. For a moment, it was chaos. And after Suzumo's voice fell, the U clan still seemed very calm. No one was angry. Only one figure walked out of U City while walking diagonally across the Big Dipper chessboard. Suzumo could tell that this was just an illusory figure, and not a true existence that had descended. The figure in the 7-star chessboard stepped forward. "Your strength puts us to shame." The figure that walked out of the 7-star chessboard chuckled. "I shouldn't have stopped you. However, the Patriarch has ordered that even if a Dao fruit powerhouse were to descend today, I would still fight. This is the Patriarch's order. This is the U clan's order, our lives belong to the U clan." Suzumo looked at the other party. He was dressed in a purple robe with black and white chess pieces intertwined on it. The robe had a high collar, and his long hair was loose. Half of his hair was draped over his shoulders, covering half of his eyes. "This is a tactic of numbers. Let these people exhaust my body." Suzumo was a little disdainful. The man introduced himself, "I am the 7-star monarch. I have set up a 7-star chessboard in this world. I hope you can enter the chessboard and take a look." "I don't like to play chess." Suzumo grinned. "Why should I enter the chessboard? I'll just destroy this chessboard and kill you. It's a waste of time to go through all this trouble." Hearing Suzumo's words, the 7-star monarch said coldly, "If you don't want to enter, it's not up to you." The world of chess. He waved his hand. A gigantic chessboard appeared around him, enveloping the world. It descended from the sky and covered the entire sky with its majestic presence. Suzumo had no way to avoid it. Immediately after, the chessboard descended, and chess lines were drawn out in all directions. They were vertical and horizontal. Suzumo and the 7-star monarch actually became the black and white characters on the chessboard. "I am the master of the chessboard. I control everything." The 7-star monarch shouted softly. It was as if there was some kind of gas that enveloped Suzumo and pulled him into it. A powerful force fluctuated. Looking up, countless meteor showers were falling from the sky. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the meteor shower was actually black and white. There were countless black and white chess pieces falling from the sky. Rumble, rumble. Every Go piece carried a world-destroying might, which made one's expression change. Suzimo waved his hand. Blocking the sky, he threw a punch at the sky. This punch was full of momentum, like a rainbow piercing through the sun. This punch even blasted a hole in the sky. Although these black and white go pieces were strong, they were still lacking compared to him. Annihilating millions of chess pieces with a single punch. Then, Suzimo turned his eyes and raised the tyrannical shadow. His blade will was fluctuating. He immediately found the weakness of the Go game. Although it was said that the Seven Stars chess game was incomparably mysterious, ordinary people might not even be able to comprehend the game, let alone find its weakness. However, with Suzimo's strength at the peak of the great sage realm, it was not difficult for a sage ruler to see such a game. His gaze shifted. The tyrannical shadow in his hand slashed towards a corner of the chessboard. Only a rumbling sound could be heard. The saber chi was very strong, and it destroyed the chessboard directly. The powerful force tore the void in front of him, and a crack appeared. Suzimo directly walked out of the crack. His gaze landed on the seven-star monarch. As he stepped into the air, the shadow behind him tore apart. He had already appeared in front of the seven-star sovereign. Seven-star sword, the seven-star sovereign shouted anxiously. A long sword that emitted seven-star light suddenly appeared in his hand. It swept across the sky and charged towards Suzimo. The tyrannical shadow and the seven-star sword collided. The saber and sword collided, and the powerful force was like a whirlwind. However, in the end, Suzimo was still better. The tyrannical shadow broke the seven-star sword and landed heavily on the seven-star sovereign's body. However, the other party's dodging technique was also very strong. They turned into two black streams of light and directly wrapped around his body. Then, the black and white streams of light turned into countless black and white go pieces and directly surrounded Suzimo. The countless black and white go pieces seemed to attract each other, and the black and white go pieces exploded at the same time. Rumble, rumble. Child's play, Suzimo shouted softly. The void in front of him distorted and was directly torn apart. Not only did he escape the explosion of the black and white go pieces, but he also appeared beside the seven-star sovereign. The tyrannical shadow in his hand rose and slashed down. It directly landed on the seven-star sovereign's neck. With a pu sound, the head flew out, and blood flowed out. The seven-star sovereign's figure fell from the sky. Suzimo directly flew up and kicked. He completely kicked the other party's figure in the void. Let's go. I hope the Yu family won't disappoint us, Suzimo said. Behind him, Lu Yi and Laozu followed closely with everyone. Yu City was also divided into inner and outer cities. The place where everyone had just entered was only the outer city. Ordinary people were not qualified to enter the inner city because only the direct descendants of the Yu family and the collateral descendants could live in it. Don't underestimate the Yu family. After tens of thousands of years, the development of their clans had reached a bloated state. In the beginning, the status of the Yu family's descendants was noble. But as the scale of the family grew larger and larger, the Yu family's descendants could be seen everywhere. Walking on the streets of the inner city, anyone you met would probably be related to the Yu family. Therefore, in the end, only the direct descendants of the Yu family had noble status. There was no difference between the collateral descendants. When Suzimo arrived at the gate of the inner city, on the city wall of the inner city, the city wall wasn't very tall. It was slightly heavy, and a thick aura spread out. On the city wall, there were 3 old figures sitting. The 3 of them suppressed the entire world with absolute strength. Upon closer inspection, the 3 of them looked half human and half demon. The person on the left looked like a copper lion. His round eyes were wide open, and his hair was curled into a circle. The person on the right was red all over. He had a horn on his head, and his appearance was very similar to the Pishio that people often described. As for the person in the middle, there was no need to describe him, because he looked exactly like a Qilin. Although he had a human body, he had the head of a Qilin. The 3 of them sat cross-legged, an endless demonic aura surged out from their bodies. A powerful force reverberated in the void. Seeing Suzimo walking in the air, the Qilin elder in the middle opened his eyes first. He chuckled and said, "Your Excellency, please go back. This is a dead end." "I'm sending you to your deaths," Suzimo grinned and said. Seeing the three of them, many forces who were secretly observing were greatly shocked. It's the three ancient beast elders. That's right. Copper Lion, Pixiu, and Qilin are the guards of the inner city of the Yu family. The three of them have guarded the inner city for tens of thousands of years, and there hasn't been a single internal strife. Because the three of them are famous, over the years, those who want to break into the inner city have all been killed by the three of them. This is interesting. I wonder if Shenwu Xingzong's Laozu can break through the three of them. You have to know that the three of them are also powerhouses of the great sage level. Everyone was watching the show, but Su Zimo didn't care at all. He pointed his saber at the three of them and asked, "Is this the place you chose to bury your bodies?" As soon as these words came out, the three of them were furious. Arrogant brat, you don't know your limits just because you have some ability. Don't you know where you are? Yu City is not a place where a stubborn brat like you can be presumptuous, the Bronze Lion old man shouted. That's right, you think you are strong, but I'm afraid you don't know how high this world is. Today, this will be your burial ground. I also hope that this battle can remind the world that the 10 great clans are inviolable. Anyone who offends our majesty. The Pixiu old man was halfway through his sentence. The Qilin old man beside him had already finished his sentence, kill without mercy. The three of them slapped their right hands below them, and the city wall they were sitting on instantly exploded, shattering countless black crystals. One had to know that this city wall was made of black crystals. The three of them soared into the air and surrounded Su Zimo in a triangle. Copper Lion seals the sky, the Bronze Lion old man shouted. Suddenly, a dark light shot out from his eyes. This light sealed the world in front of him forever, making Su Zimo unable to move. Then, the Pixiu old man opened his mouth. Heaven and earth are impermanent, so naturally there are imperfections. I am also imperfect, I am heaven and earth. Devour the true fate and never see the light of day, the Pixiu old man roared. As the Bronze Lion old man imprisoned Su Zimo, he could not escape. The Pixiu old man's devouring power was constantly pulling at Su Zimo's true fate. Everyone knew that the Pixiu only entered and did not leave, and it was the end of everything. However, when the Pixiu old man tried to devour the true fate, he found that he could not pull out Su Zimo's true fate. He did not know that Su Zimo's true fate was the divine land, an azure planet with the nature of a world. Even a Dao fruit expert would not be able to do anything to the true fate of this azure planet, let alone a small Pixiu like him. Su Zimo felt that this pulling force was no different from a mayfly trying to shake a tree. This brat is strange, the Pixiu old man said with a frown. Let me, the Qilin old man shouted softly. In his eyes, the aura of the king of beasts reverberated. Qilins were auspicious beasts. However, the Qilin elder's aura was filled with destruction and death. His eyes were like torches as he directly turned into a stream of light and shot over with the death ray. The ray pierced through Su Zimo's chest. It's heavier, the Pixiu old man said excitedly. No. The Qilin elder shook his head solemnly. He waved his hand. Another few beams of death shot out, carrying with them the intent to destroy the void. Unfortunately, these rays passed through Su Zimo's figure and were unable to hit him. What's going on? Everyone asked in surprise. Meanwhile, the old man with the bronze lion was the first to react. His expression changed greatly as he said, "Not good. I might have imprisoned a fake body." Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look. Another Su Zimo was standing in the void behind them, looking at them with a smile. You. How did you escape? The Copper Lion old man asked in surprise. Su Zimo shook his head and replied, "There's no need to escape. I can come out whenever I want. You're just a small void, don't even think about sealing me." Not to mention a Copper Lion, even a real divine beast wouldn't be able to. Hearing Su Zimo's words, the old man with the bronze lion snorted coldly. Although Su Zimo's words were a bit arrogant, he couldn't refute them. The three old men looked at each other. An endless stream of demon chi erupted from their bodies. If that's the case, then just show your trump card. There's no need to waste time with him. The Qilin elder shouted. Powerful demon chi erupted from his hands. With him as the center, 3 streams of demon chi continuously shrouded the area. Heavenly demon descends, beast fusion. Their true fate roared as they ran out from behind the three of them. The copper lion's huge body shook as it roared and descended from the sky. The Pixiu turned into a stream of light, like a burning flame. The red light exploded. And the Qilin was a king beast. He stood in the sky and roared. The three demon beasts fused together. They twisted in an irregular way. In the end, the three demon beasts merged into one and turned into a very huge demon beast. This demon beast was quite different. It had 3 heads, the copper lion, the Pixiu, and the Qilin. Its body was mostly pieced together by the 3 demon beasts. However, the heavenly demon beast's aura was very strong, almost several times stronger than before. You've just entered the Supreme Saint realm. No matter how much you struggle, you can't change the fact that you're weak. Suzimo shook his head slightly and said. He stepped into the air and directly stepped towards the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon roared and blocked in front of its body with its claws, while its 2 wings began to spin behind it. Like sharp blades, they directly tore through the void and attacked. One defended and one attacked. Suzimo snorted coldly. When his right foot stepped over, the tyrannical shadow also blocked in front of it. With the saber intent that could split the sky, it was about to cut off the 2 wings. Rumble, rumble. Accompanied by the oppressive saber chi of the tyrannical shadow, the 2 wings were directly cut off. And Suzimo's right foot also kicked a Pixiu's head. However, the copper lion's head took the opportunity to bite his right foot, trying to bite it off. Get lost. Suzimo inserted the tyrannical shadow into the void. He directly pressed the copper lion's head with both hands. However, the Qilin's head bit over as if to eat Suzimo. Suzimo directly threw a punch. With a bang, the Qilin's head was hit to the side. Then, the copper lion's mouth and upper chin were forcibly torn apart. Suzimo punched his mouth. For a moment, it was a bloody mess, and the head was penetrated. The copper lion's head couldn't be more dead. Then, he set his eyes on the last remaining Qilin. At this time, the heavenly demon had already roared and struggled to fall from the void. The heavenly demon's body was huge, and a hole was forcibly smashed in the thick inner city wall. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the hole. Then, the 3 old men spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time, and their true fate was shattered. At this time, Suzimo walked out of the hole step by step. He dragged the heavenly demon's huge corpse with his bare hands and slowly walked out. The heavenly demon's corpse was thrown out. Like a missile, it smashed the 3 old men of the ancient beast clan and landed heavily on the city wall. The inner city wall was completely destroyed, and many of the spectators along the way were buried under the ruins. And Suzimo slowly raised his head. Like a demon king who destroyed the world, he walked out of the ruins step by step and came to the inner city. He looked straight at the sky, at the towering mountain. The mountain that he couldn't see the end of. He chuckled. You family, are you ready to welcome death? And the moment he entered the inner city, countless immortal lights suddenly rose from the mountain. There were at least 50 immortal lights. Each beam of immortal light represented a great sage. The strength of the immortal light was shocking. Every powerhouse stepped into the air and shrouded the world with their powerful strength. 50 great saints. How ridiculous was that, and it was only the Yu clan, but it was already so powerful. If the top 10 clans gathered together, the number of powerhouses would be unimaginable. 50 beams of immortal light shot into the sky from the Yu mountain. Rumble, rumble. The entire sky became completely silent. After all, those 50 great sages were in charge of everything. Countless powerful auras shot into the sky. Every great saint had a different great path and different power of rules. Thus, at that moment, the sky was filled with all sorts of colors. It was like a rainbow. There were thousands of great paths, but they all led to the same destination. One of them was the head of the Yu clan, the mountain great sage. He carried a mountain behind him, and his aura was strong. He stood there, suppressing the sky. He was like a god. His gaze pierced through people's hearts, covering and suppressing everything. There was a faint echo in his voice. Those who offend the Yu clan, die. Don't you have anything else to say? You're not creative at all. Suzimo shook his head slightly and smiled. Who are you? The mountain great sage asked. When did Jinwu Xingzong's Laozu have you? You seem to be very familiar with Zhenwu Xingzong, Su Zimo asked. At least I'm more familiar with him than you are. Outsider, you shouldn't be involved in these things, the mountain great sage said. But it doesn't matter. Since you're here, you can stay here forever. He waved his hand. With a loud voice, he shouted, Gentlemen, lend me a hand and kill this bastard. It's the beginning of everything. Yes, the dozens of great saints behind him shouted at the same time. Their voices were filled with ambition and rushed into the sky. His loud voice reverberated in the void. Then, dozens of great saints charged towards Su Zimo at the same time. The metal precept. The wood precept. The thunder precept. The wind precept. The cloud precept. The destruction precept. Countless laws rose around each of the great saints. The attacks of dozens of great sages fell from the sky like a torrent, attacking Su Zimo. These torrents were unstoppable, destroying everything in their path. Rumble, rumble. Su Zimo stretched out his hands to block, but the powerful force sent him flying. Laozu. Wang Hingji shouted worriedly. No one is allowed to get close, Lu Yi Laozu shouted. But Laozu, he. Wang Hingji hesitated. What's the point of you going up? You're just going to die, Lu Yi Laozu replied. He was also very worried about Su Zimo. But at the very least, they were still rational. Believe in Laozu. Since he dared to come and destroy the Yu clan, he definitely wouldn't do that. Lu Yi Laozu said. Everyone stared in the direction of Su Zimo's attack. Because the power of these great sages was so strong that it destroyed the void. They directly punched Su Zimo into the dimension. Accompanied by a pair of large hands tearing the void, Su Zimo's figure appeared again. The mountainous great sage sneered. I thought you were strong, but it seems like you're just good at talking nonsense. What's the hurry? Su Zimo smiled. Endless demonic chi began to surge out from his body. The demonic chi that soared into the sky dyed the originally gloomy sky dark. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky. Su Zimo activated his demon body of purgatory. His hair turned blood red, and black-purple lines spread from his forehead to his neck. Demon? The mountainous great sage said in surprise. When did this Zhenwu Xingzong have anything to do with the demon race? So what if he's from the demon race? You alone, can you challenge so many of us? On the other side, the Mizar great sage sneered. However, while the others did not understand, Su Zimo grinned. His arrogant laughter echoed in the sky. I can't wait to trample all of you under my feet. I'll eat your corpses and stain my hands with blood. Su Zimo's tyrannical shadow faced up and stepped into the sky. Kill. He stepped into the air and came in front of the mountainous great sage. He slashed at his opponent with his blade. The mountainous great sage sneered and used his fist to shatter the void. However, he underestimated Su Zimo's strength. With one slash, the mountainous great sage's fist was cut in half. You're courting death, the mountainous great sage roared. Scram, Su Zimo sneered. Another slash fell, and the blade will swept across the sky, sweeping up the powerful demonic energy. The mountainous great sage's expression changed slightly. The mountainous true fate appeared behind him and destroyed everything with its powerful strength. It pressed down on Su Zimo. Su Zimo held up half the sky with his left hand. He held the mountainous great sage with one hand. With his other hand, he grabbed the mountainous grand sage by the collar and flung him into the air. Save me, the mountainous great sage shouted. However, Su Zimo was obviously faster. He flipped the mountainous great sage to the ground, clenched his right fist, and punched the mountainous great sage. The mountainous great sage was beyond recognition. His head was smashed. However, for a great sage, a head explosion was not a serious injury. Although the injury was not serious, it was extremely humiliating. After all, he was the head of the Yu family. The other great sages rushed over and saved the mountainous great sage. Before the other great sages could do anything, Su Zimo had already rushed into the crowd of great sages. He punched down. The sky exploded, and a mushroom cloud rose slowly. Kill, kill, kill. Dozens of great sages tore the sky apart and dodged. Several more attacks fell. The people watching the battle from the outside could not see anything. There were only dozens of figures shuttling through the void at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. There were explosions from time to time. This was the only scene that the crowd could see. Suzimo stepped into the air and charged toward the great sage on the left. They were the fire sage and the water sage. The two of them cultivated the Tao of water and fire. Beside them was the thunderclap great sage. His thunder law great Tao could also be combined with water and fire. It was extremely powerful. Seeing Suzimo charging over, the three of them did not panic. They first used the fire and water laws. Water and fire merged. The expected conflict between water and fire did not appear. Instead, water and fire merged at the same time. A powerful force burst out. It formed a wall of water and fire. The thunderclap great sage next to him used the power of water to conduct electricity and attacked with the thunderclap law. It passed through the water and fire, swept up the power of thunder and fire, and exploded in front of Suzimo. But before he could be happy, Suzimo's tyrannical shadow directly blocked this attack with the back of the blade. Once again, the long blade fell. The thunder and fire were directly aimed at him. "Dodge," the thunderclap great sage shouted. But it was obviously too late. Boom! 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 Thunder and fire exploded on the barrier in the void. Water sage and fire sage felt their bodies sink. When the powerful force exploded, hit both of them and they fell to the ground. Suzimo stepped into the air and teleported to the side of the thunderclap grand sage. The thunderclap grand sage's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly retreated. He turned into a bolt of lightning, but Suzimo's speed was even faster. He blocked the thunderclap grand sage. Immediately after, he kicked the opponent's jaw with a hook kick, and then another kick to the back. "Bye-bye," Suzimo sneered. The tyrannical shadow had already pierced through his heart from his back. His heart was stirred up and exploded. The thunderclap grand sage's entire body was blown up. Again, he shouted. He turned around again and charged into the group of great sages not far away. This time, he met 8 great sages. The laws of these 8 great sages were a little extreme. They were destruction, immortality, death, space, light, gravity, curse, and summoning. These 8 laws surged on the 8 of them like a torrent. 8 mighty great saints stood in front of Suzimo, blocking his path. "I'll kill you." The space great sage charged over. He grabbed with his hand, and a powerful space solidified. Then, the void stopped. Waves of stagnant air came. Suzimo felt that the space around him was like a sponge, distorted by a powerful force. But the power of space was not something a sponge could compare to. The space great sage tried to use space to compress him. Suzimo roared in anger. He directly punched down, shattering the solidified void and cutting through the heavens. The spatial hand opened its hands, and a spatial barrier formed in front of it. But the space great sage was still a little lacking. Suzimo used the power of a saint king to sweep up a storm of demonic energy. He directly shattered the spatial barrier and cut the space great sage in half. Seeing this scene, the other great sages' faces trembled. One had to know that the space great sage's strength was about the same as theirs. "We can't fight him alone. Let's work together," the great sage of curses said. He mumbled something under his breath. "All living things will eventually be born, grow old, get sick, and die. Curse all power to become nothing, life, old age, and death." The great death sage followed closely behind. The law of death wrapped around his arm, and clouds of death surged in front of him. "I am the god of death, taking away life. Die." As soon as his voice fell, a boom was heard. The torrent of death completely submerged Suzimo. The power of curse and death drowned everything. Not enough, not enough. Soaring demonic chi erupted from Suzimo's body, directly crossing the entire death curse sea. Between the saber and the fist, the void was shattered and an explosion was heard. The 2 great sages, death and damnation, were sent flying. Suzimo seemed to enjoy this kind of battle very much. He once again charged toward the remaining great sages with the might of a sage king and roaring devil chi. The great sage who had grasped the laws of gravity waved his right hand. The world's gravity is the greatest. Boundless gravity descended. This was not the gravity of suppression, but a gravity that was tens or even hundreds of times stronger. Instead, it was the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth suppressed everything, endless. There was a limit to human strength, but the power of heaven and earth was endless. Suzimo felt his body sink. A powerful force was surging. At this moment, he felt that he was the enemy of heaven and earth, and the vast and boundless power was about to crush him. It was as if his limbs and bones were all crushed. Suzimo roared. He kept trying to break free from the power of heaven and earth. Like corrosion, the great sage next to him who controlled light shouted and stood up. He was like a glowing sun. Endless light was emitted from his body. But this light was not only used for illumination, it also had the power to purify. You have sinned, the evil of your sins, you should be swallowed by light and enter heaven forever. As the great sage of light said this, the true fate behind him had already appeared. A kingdom of light actually appeared. Although this kingdom of light was only a projected shadow, countless images flickered within. 1,000 Buddhas stood in the world. A light pendulum. Holy light surged. There were also light books flipping and tens of thousands of people reciting. The kingdom of light descended, wanting to purify Suzimo and assimilate him. Suzimo only felt that his entire body was incomparably comfortable. This feeling was as if countless pores had opened up and were constantly absorbing the power of light. It actually gave people an illusion. He wanted to throw himself into the light and become a part of it. I am originally a demon. Your light wants to convert me, but it's still far from being able to do so. Suzimo laughed. His face regained its calmness, and rays of divine light burst out from his eyes. Under the support of the demon body of purgatory, the soaring demonic chi rushed towards the kingdom of light. Ah, the great sage of light screamed, and the demonic chi surged all over his body. He wanted to use light to purify Suzimo. But he didn't expect to be corroded by Suzimo's demonic chi. This demonic chi devoured his power of light, as if it wanted to demonize him. Seeing this scene, the other great sages all consciously distanced themselves from him. The great sage of light struggled and roared. He fell to the ground, and the power of light on his body became weaker and weaker. In the end, he was completely swallowed by the darkness. Don't be afraid, come again. Suzimo bullied and charged into the group of great sages again. Between each punch and kick, there was a rumbling sound that caused people to be moved. Awesome, this is awesome. Although he was already covered in blood, Suzimo felt as if he was born to fight. His entire body was dripping with pleasure. And the spectators were already dumbfounded. Suzimo seemed to be impossible to kill at all. The tree of life was constantly healing his injuries. The inheritance of the wood god Gomong was also healing him, even to the point of resurrection. In this kind of dual power, Suzimo could fight without any scruples. Surrounded by dozens of great sages, he could enter and exit at will, killing back and forth. Even if the sky was dark and the sky was collapsing, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses were everywhere. And the great sage of the mountains, as the head of the Yu family, was also the person in charge of these great sages. His expression was ugly. One had to know that the entire celestial realm was paying attention to this competition. They hoped that they could suppress Shenwu Xingzong as soon as possible. Unfortunately, things did not go as they wished. Even if they used all the great sages of the Yu family, they still could not do anything to Suzimo. This guy is a little too strong, said the great sage of the mountains next to him. The sage kings I've seen are not as strong as him. I'm afraid he's invincible in the same realm, said the great sage of the mountains. Invincible in the same realm. It was easy to understand. No matter how many great sages you sent, if they were all in the same realm, then they would never be able to hurt me. Because this was not a difference in numbers. It was a difference in quality. Do we really have to? The great sage of the mountains said tentatively. No hurry, let me play the demon played immortal score, said the great sage of the mountains. Patriarch, you should understand the consequences of the demonic played immortal manual. If you play it, it won't be a simple manual anymore, the great sage said. I know, but Laozu hasn't appeared in the world for 10,000 years. He's comprehending his own great Tao. The great sage of the mountain said. If we have to ask Laozu to appear in the world for everything, it's fine if he's a Tao fruit expert, but our Yu clan can't do anything to a great sage. Let's not talk about Laozu's anger. Do you want the entire celestial realm to laugh at us? Even so, the great sage of the mountain axe sighed. He said, we're unlucky. He's invincible in the same realm. It's been a long time since we met him. Or rather, there's actually an invincible great sage. The great sage of the mountain didn't say anything. He closed his eyes slightly and adjusted his condition to the best. At this moment, his heart was calm. The noise, the constant sounds of battle, and the soft shouts in his ears were completely gone. The only thing the great sage of the mountain could hear was his heartbeat. Bang, bang, bang. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from his eyes. Rumble, rumble. The mountain behind the great sage of the mountain began to distort and transform. Eventually, it formed the shape of a huge drum. The great sage of the mountain picked up the drumstick and began to beat it. Bang. The sound of the drum was like a vast sound. It directly covered the noise of the entire world. Everyone felt as if they had lost their voices. Because in front of this vast sound, everyone's voices were drowned out. Suzimo looked up. At this moment, the great sage of the mountain had entered a special stage. The other great sages also stood at the side and watched this scene in silence. To the Yu clan, the demonic plate immortal manual was extraordinary. It wasn't just the 10 great divine techniques. It was also their signature theurgy. It was no exaggeration to say that the 10 great clans could even survive. Rumor had it that a long time ago, the 10 great divine techniques were passed down by a certain expert. These 10 great divine techniques were formed by heaven and earth. They represented the most extreme and ultimate power of heaven and earth. Later on, the 10 great clans obtained them and passed them down generation after generation. On the surface, the 10 great clans seemed to be on good terms, often allying with each other to deal with the enemy. Actually, every clan valued their own 10 great divine techniques very much. It is strictly forbidden to spread this information. Moreover, every clansman who learned the divine technique would be implanted with the most vicious curse. It penetrated deep into the soul and could not be removed. If anyone were to spread the divine techniques, they would never be able to leave samsara. Most likely, the dead souls among the dead souls wouldn't even be able to enter the nether realm before their souls scattered. When the mountainous grand sage beat the drum, a boundless force covered the entire world. Another drum beat. Bang! The heavens and the earth were silent. Many people who were watching the battle from afar felt that their eardrums were pierced. His ears were ringing with a boom boom boom. Another drumbeat sounded. The third drumbeat sounded. This sound seemed to have knocked on everyone's hearts. Some of the weaker cultivators had their hearts suffocated and died. Even the experts were in a daze. Their faces were pale, as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Those who were watching the battle were all horrified. Quick, cover your ears. This immortal score is not something we can listen to. Some people were still in a daze. Fortunately, this immortal score is not targeted at us. Otherwise, we would be corpses by now. Then, the fourth drumbeat sounded. This drumbeat was different from the previous 3. Because the sound of the drum had fallen. The heavens and the earth seemed to be collapsing. The endless space shattered. The mighty force of the heavens and the earth descended. The fifth drumbeat sounded. This time, not only did the void shatter, but the sky also split open. The huge Yu city below was directly destroyed. The temple collapsed, and countless cracks appeared on the endless earth. Even Yu Mountain, which was not far away, felt like it was about to collapse. Seeing this scene, many people finally understood why the Axe main Grand Sage was hesitant to use the Demon Plate Immortal score. Because the Immortal score was too powerful. Once it was used, even they would not be able to control it. The surroundings would be razed to the ground. Yu City would be destroyed. Yu Mountain would also collapse. Everything would cease to exist. It was also because of this scene that the Yu clan rarely used the Demon Plate Immortal score. After the first 5 drumbeats destroyed everything, the mountainous great sage obviously sped up the drumbeat. Bang, 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 bang. Destroy the mountains and rivers, shatter the heavens and earth, all things die, when the song ends, the heavens and earth will end. And the source of this immortal score was where Suzumo was. The sound destroyed everything invisibly. It wanted to destroy Suzumo's body, soul, and true fate. Rumble, rumble. It was as if the heavens and earth were angry, and the gods were roaring. However, Suzumo, who was at the center of the demon-played immortal score, seemed very calm. It was as if he was not affected by the sound at all. No matter how hard the mountainous great sage beat the drum, it did not affect him. How can this be? This time even the Yu clan members were surprised. This kind of thing had never happened before. Who could not be affected by the demon-played immortal score? What kind of demonic technique are you using? The mountainous great sage shouted. Demonic technique? Shouldn't you be more familiar with it? Suzumo smiled. He closed his eyes slightly and listened carefully to the mountainous great sage's drumbeat. Finally, he opened his eyes slowly. He smiled and said, "Your drumbeat is not bad. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. I also have a song. Would you like to listen to it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Suzumo waved his right hand. The rhythm in his hand distorted invisibly. Finally, it formed a long flute. He held the long flute in his hand and the sound of the flute slowly sounded. It was like the waves of the sea, crashing against the shore. It was also like a knife hitting the shore, burning the sea. It was as if countless sounds in the world were added to the sound of the flute. The sound of the flute and the drumbeat fought against each other. A powerful force lingered. As for the Yu clan members, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Demon. Demon plate. Demon plate immortal score? How does he know the demon plate immortal score? He is not from the Yu clan. This is impossible. This is fake, fake. How could the Yu clan's demon plate immortal score be leaked? Everyone was discussing. For a moment, it was as if a pot had exploded. The mountainous great sage and Suzumo used the demon plate immortal score at the same time. The difference in strength between the two of them was huge. Therefore, when the rhythm collided, the drumbeat was directly hit and completely dissipated on the spot. A powerful force pressed towards the mountainous great sage. Seeing this, the mountainous great sage's expression changed drastically. He could not hold on any longer and hurriedly shouted, "Laozu, save me." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a guqin soared into the sky. It came from the ruins of the mountainous great sage. Then, the sun and moon lost their colors. A song that shocked the heavens and earth. In the ruins of Yu Mountain, this powerful aura instantly attracted everyone's attention. That person hadn't shown himself yet, but the aura he emitted was enough to move people. A deep and majestic voice rang out. 10 great families, this is a good show. Have you all forgotten the principle of dying when the lips are cold and the teeth are cold? Are you all just going to watch the show? Hearing the voice from the ruins, a chuckle came from the void. A screen of light suddenly appeared in the originally calm void. In the light screen, there was a figure in a trance. "Lord Yu, don't be angry. We're just observing the situation. Furthermore, your Yu family isn't in a life and death crisis yet." The Grand Elder in the Yu Mountain ruins was clearly displeased by the man's answer. He snorted coldly. He said, "So, what are you going to do next?" The 10 great clans are naturally one. The true martial sacred sect is the common enemy of the 10 great clans, the voice in the sky said. The dazed figure in the sky disappeared. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared. This pair of eyes was pure white, and a strong aura of samsara was emitted from them. This pair of eyes was like a black hole that kept spinning. It was so deep that it seemed to be able to suck in the entire universe. Seeing this pair of eyes, someone was shocked. It's the eyes of samsara, one of the 10 great divine techniques, samsara's eyes. This should be the Duga family's divine technique. The person who spoke just now should be Duga Ling, that's right. The current head of the Duga family is also someone who has mastered the eyes of samsara. Everyone was discussing. Since the Duga family was already involved, then the other 10 great families should be showing their faces soon. After all, the 10 great families were connected by blood. When it came to major issues, they would definitely move forward together. When the eyes of Samsara appeared, the sky was distorted. The entire sky began to distort. This was the reincarnation cycle, the reincarnation of the entire world. Duga Ling wanted to use the power of Samsara to move the entire world. Under the eyes of Samsara, the Yu family started to disappear. His figure became illusory. Everyone was swallowed by the void. The originally crowded Yu city seemed to have been emptied in an instant. These people were all taken away by Samsara. You want to escape? Su Zimo laughed. Do I need to run to deal with you? Duga Ling snorted coldly. He waved his hand. An image appeared in the void. The place where the image was projected was a desolate land. In this desolate land, it could be seen that the ground was dried up, and countless cracks had already appeared. Not a single blade of grass grew here. It was as if no living creature could survive. The sense of desolation flowed through the painting, as if it could affect one's state of mind. It was as if the sea had changed into mulberry fields, but this place had remained unchanged for thousands of years. If you want to fight, then come here. Our 10 families will be waiting for you here. Duga Ling laughed coldly. Your Excellency, we await your arrival. Don't be scared to death. What is this place? Su Zimo asked with a frown. The Great Wilderness. Duga Ling's words fell. Instantly, a wave of shock rippled through heaven and earth. Da Huang, it's the Da Huang. It's the place that's isolated from the rest of the world. It's like the 9 regions, but it exists independently. What is the Da Huang? Someone asked curiously. Is there such a place in the 9 regions? The Da Huang belongs to the 9 regions, but it also doesn't belong to the 9 regions, someone explained. From a certain perspective, the 9 regions we speak of are the 9 heavens and earth. They are the mortal realm, the realm of ghosts, the realm of evil demons, the realm of Qihua, the celestial realm, the realm of Hades, the realm of Xianxia, the realm of Kungsu, and the realm of tribulation immortal. These 9 worlds are collectively called the 9 regions. But actually, there's another world in the 9 regions called the Da Huang. Some people say that it's the 10th region. But more people think that the Da Huang has nothing to do with the regions. Hearing this person's explanation, some people were still confused. One of them asked, where is the Da Huang? Why haven't we been there before? The Da Huang is outside of the 9 regions. There was a rumor that the celestial realm has one of the entrances to the Da Huang. That person explained, I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. If what Duga Ling said is true, then it seems that the 10 families have already found a way to enter the Da Huang. Everyone started discussing. The appearance of the Da Huang was another big thing. After all, this place only existed in legends. Su Zimo ignored everyone's discussion. Instead, he looked at Duga Ling and asked, where is the Da Huang? Are you all hiding in the Da Huang because you're afraid that I'll find you? We're afraid of you. What a joke. Duga Ling snorted coldly. He said with disdain, the Da Huang was originally chosen as a burial ground for Zhenwu Xingzong. Where is the Da Huang? Do you want me to find it again? Su Zimo shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to find it. Or rather, it was too troublesome. He was already prepared to fight. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Duga Ling formed a seal with his hands. Then, he tossed a token to him. Find this token and you'll be able to find the Da Huang. I'll wait there to bury you. With that, Duga Ling's figure gradually disappeared into the void. The spectators felt a little regretful. They thought that it would be a great battle. Who would have thought that the oldest member of the Yu family, Laozu, wouldn't even appear? Just the eye of Samsara had changed the battlefield. This also meant that the 10 great families had given in. In the Da Huang, the 10 great families had prepared well. They were also treating Su Zimo seriously. Or rather, Zhenwu Xingzong wasn't as weak as he looked. Su Zimo raised his head slightly. He looked at the token in his hand. In an instant, the route of the Da Huang was imprinted in his mind. He didn't need to search for it. Because the Da Huang was everywhere. From the celestial realm, one could reach the Da Huang no matter which direction. The Da Huang was even bigger than the entire celestial realm. As long as one could break through the space wall and use special methods, one could sense the Dahuang outside the 9 regions. The token in Su Zimo's hand. It was used to sense the Dahuang. Laozu. Luyi Laozu walked over slowly. He asked, "What are we going to do next?" "Go to the Dahuang," Su Zimo said. "It seems that the 10 great families have also sensed something. They should have already started preparing in the Dahuang. Then wouldn't it be more disadvantageous for us if we go to the Dahuang?" Luyi Laozu said. "But the 10 great families must die," Su Zimo said. "Even if the Dahuang is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, I still have to go." "You don't have to go to the Dahuang this time. I'll go alone. Because you won't be able to withstand the storm of the space wall." "Laozu, can you do it alone?" Luyi Laozu asked worriedly. "Who said I'm going alone?" Su Zimo smiled. "Who knows, it might be very lively at that time. People who have died, people who shouldn't be here, and even people who have nothing to do with it will all come." Luyi Laozu didn't quite understand Su Zimo's words. Su Zimo didn't intend to explain either. Instead, he said, "Get ready, I'm going to the vast wilderness too." "Laozu, are you going now?" Luyi Laozu asked. "Right now, I'm going to search for the coordinates of the vast wilderness. They've already set up the Dragon's Gate formation for me, how can I not go?" Su Zimo smiled. "What should we do with Yu City?" Luyi Laozu asked. Su Zimo lowered his head to look. The demonic plate immortal manual had already turned the entire Yu City into ruins with a few beats of the drum. He said, "Do whatever you want, there's nothing left anyway. Laozu, take care." Luyi Laozu solemnly bowed to Su Zimo. Su Zimo didn't care about anyone else. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. The token of the vast wilderness floated in front of him. Wisps of aura emanated from it. Su Zimo took out the compass, traceless, and began to calculate. In fact, he hadn't used traceless for a long time. The reason was that there wasn't anything worth looking for. Traceless search required a wisp of aura. It was impossible to search for it out of thin air. The spirit energy around Su Zimo became more and more majestic, almost covering half the sky. Traceless above his head also spun faster and faster. It was as if millions of heavenly secrets were being calculated in the unseen world. And all the forces in the entire celestial domain had their eyes on Su Zimo. This wasn't just about the changes in the celestial domain. It was also about the way to find the vast wilderness. What kind of world was it in the vast wilderness? What exactly was there? This was the question that everyone was curious about. After an unknown period of time, with Su Zimo as the center, a surge of demonic chi shot straight into the depths of the sky. It broke through the lingering clouds and mist. It broke through the obstruction of the void and reached the spatial walls of the 9 domains. Of course, this was not the true spatial wall of the 9 zones. At most, it was the border between the 9 domains and the great wilderness. If it was the real 9-zone spatial wall, not to mention Su Zimo, even a Dao fruit expert might not be able to break through. Found it. Su Zimo, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. Streaks of light flashed past. It was as if Zhou Tian, the sun, and the moon were circulating in his eyes. It was as if it contained the profound meaning of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Su Zimo leaped into the air, holding the tyrannical shadow in his hand, and charged into the depths of the firmament. The tyrannical shadow's endless saber energy did not sweep across the sky this time. Instead, he charged straight into the depths of space. He wanted to destroy everything along the way. With a boom, the saber intent landed in the void, but the void wall only trembled a little. Peace was restored. But this was not the end. The saber intent in Su Zimo's hand became stronger and stronger. The tyrannical shadow brought along the 8 directions heaven-splitting and all kinds of elemental laws. Su Zimo had thousands of great Daos and countless laws. Therefore, he could use all the laws at will. The metal law was sharp and boundless. The fire law burned fiercely. The thunder law broke through the sky. The space-time law controlled all space-time. The law of slaughter caused white bones to fly in all directions. If he could not break through it once, he would try 10 times, or even 100 times. Su Zimo's eyes were parallel to the saber blade. He roared and stabbed his machete into the void in the sky. Rumble, rumble. He did not stop once. It was as if the entire world was trembling. After a long time, the world finally could not hold on anymore. With a boom, there was an explosion. At the end of the void, there was an earth-shattering explosion that was hundreds of times louder than thunder. Suzimo's figure was almost blown to pieces. Fortunately, he opened the door of everlasting life at the last moment and was temporarily invincible. That was how he avoided this fatal blow. After the void exploded, it began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The powerful storm directly swept Suzimo into it. Quick, use the illuminating heaven realm to capture his aura. Don't lose track of him. Some powerhouses of the major factions hurriedly shouted. They were still searching for traces of Suzimo even though they were thousands of miles away. They wanted to see the boundary of the vast wilderness. The storm swept over. Suzimo felt like he was duckweed, unable to resist at all in this storm. He was ravaged by the storm and was about to be torn to pieces. Suzimo hurriedly took out the token. He instantly captured a coordinate in the void storm. He used his powerful strength to destroy the storm as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He stepped into the air towards that coordinate. Rumble, rumble. The storm around him disappeared. Suzimo felt his figure slowly landing on the ground. He opened his hazy eyes. What appeared in front of him was another world. The desert sand was like snow, the moon was like a hook on Mount Yin. The yellow desert rose from the south, the sun was hidden in the west. He looked around. This must be the vast wilderness. Heaven and earth were desolate. The sky was a glowing sunset. The sunset was like a doddering old man in his twilight years. The dry land beneath his feet. It was like a drought that had lasted for thousands of years. No plants or animals could survive. Cracks even appeared in the sky, as if it had been attacked by some kind of existence. And one must know that the world had the ability to heal itself. Normally, when something powerful broke the void, it would automatically heal itself. But the destruction of this world seemed like it would never heal. This world did not change for thousands of years. It would rise and fall for eternity. Oh, the vast wilderness. A low sigh suddenly came from the side. Suzimo was not surprised. He turned his head. He saw that Jinwu Xingzong's grandpa Saber was standing next to him. Perhaps now, you should call me Great Sage Sandow, the old man said with a smile. You came too, Suzimo replied. We have planned for such an exciting moment for hundreds of thousands of years. How can I not see it with my own eyes? Great Sage Sandow said with a smile. It was different from when Suzimo met him in Jinwu Xingzong. At this moment, he was no longer an ordinary old man. He carried 3 sabers on his back. The saber chi around him was so strong that it seemed to be suppressing Suzimo. In terms of pure saber Dao, you are better than me, Suzimo said. I only cultivate the saber, but you cultivate too many things, Great Sage Sandow said with a smile. I am not talented. I only want to cultivate one Dao to the Nirvana realm. But you want to cultivate all the great Daos. Suzimo also smiled. He stared at the sky of the vast wilderness. The 10 great families are not coming out to welcome us? Suzimo's figure was filled with spiritual chi. His voice reverberated throughout the great desolate lands. It lasted for a long time. Along with his voice, in the vast wilderness, Duga Ling's figure slowly appeared. It was still his trademark eyes of samsara. His gaze pierced through the sky and said, 3 kilometers to the north. We've been waiting for a long time at the Leafless Valley. How troublesome. Suzimo waved his hand. At the same time, in the Leafless Valley 3 kilometers below, countless figures could be seen. Some were standing there, while others were sitting cross-legged. Some were in the air, looking up at the vast wilderness. Among these figures, some were facing the sky, swallowing the light of the setting sun and moon. Their eyes were filled with divine power. Some were holding a huge bell. Every sound of the bell was like the footsteps of the Grim Reaper. There were also figures with human bodies and beast heads. Their majestic beast power exploded. It was like the roar of the king of beasts. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared straight ahead. Some were standing on the seven-star sword and holding the sun and moon blade. Their aura was like a rainbow, piercing through the sky. There were at least a few hundred of these figures. Every one of them was a supreme saint. A few hundred supreme saints. It was no exaggeration to say that almost 90% of the supreme saints in the entire celestial realm were gathered here. This was the most powerful force in the celestial realm. Because he belonged to the 10 great families. What caught people's attention were the 8 figures in front of these figures. The sound of the great path sounded around them. The profound meaning of the great path circled around them. Countless powers surged. They were like gods. They stepped on the 9 underworlds and carried the sky on their shoulders. They were indomitable. The 8 of them stood there. The one on the left was the head of the Yu family, the great mountain sage. The one in the middle was Duga Ling. He was also the head of the Duga family. Who didn't come? Duga Ling asked. Only 8 of the 10 great families had arrived. This meant that someone had betrayed the original promise of the 10 great families. They had betrayed them. The Nangua family and the Zhao family didn't come, someone said. The Nangua family was in the east of the celestial realm. Logically speaking, they were the closest to the vast wilderness. As for the Zhao family, their recent actions were indeed a bit strange. Duga Ling snorted coldly. He looked at the sky and said, "Are the 2 of you not planning to show yourselves?" Hearing Duga Ling's words, a loud laugh came from the sky. "Brother Dugu, your senses are still so sharp. I didn't sense the 2 of you, but I know that the 2 of you will not be absent." Duga Ling said. "What do you mean? Can you explain it to us?" "Explain what?" The 2 figures who had just appeared said with a smile. The figure on the left was Nangua Wang of the Nangua family. He was dressed in a long blue robe and had a sage-like demeanor. The figure on the left was the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Cheng. He was dressed in a long golden robe, and his body was tall and sturdy, just like a living fiend god. When the 2 of them appeared, a powerful force surged out. Duga Ling's aura exploded as well. As if on purpose, it directly collided with the 2 of them. Someone at the side noticed that something was wrong. The head of the Shui clan, Shui Changfeng, hurriedly smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Everyone, the enemy hasn't arrived yet. Why are you all already fighting amongst yourselves?" "You should ask the 2 of them," Duga Ling said. "Where are Laozu and the other great saints of the Nangua family and the Zhao clan, or do you think that the 2 of you are enough to deal with Zhenwu Xingzong? Laozu and the others have something to do, so they sent us here," Nangua Wing laughed. "Brother Dugu's temper seems to be getting worse." "What do you mean? Are you not going to participate in this matter?" Duga Ling asked. "Aren't we here now?" Zhao Cheng laughed. "What's the use of you 2 coming here?" Duga Ling asked rudely. "This is Laozu's idea. Are you saying that the Zhao clan's matters should be decided by Brother Dugu?" Zhao Cheng asked. Seeing that Duga Ling was about to say something, Shui Changfeng stopped him. Beside him, Shui Changfeng had already stopped him. All right. Since he's here, that's enough." He gave Duga Ling a look. No matter what, now was not the time to fall out with them. Zhenwu Xingzong's men would be here soon. If there was anything, they could wait until they dealt with Zhenwu Xingzong first. Duga Ling took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. In the sky, a pair of large hands tore the entire sky apart. Su Zimo's figure could be seen stepping on the air from the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the leafless valley. He looked down from the sky. There were hundreds of great saints in the leafless valley. In an instant, hundreds of gazes fell on him. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. But Su Zimo was calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Wow, that's quite a large scale." "Not bad." "Just you?" Duga Ling frowned and asked. "What do you think?" Su Zimo asked. "There should be someone alive from Zhenwu Xingzong, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so presumptuous." Duga Ling said. "Since you're here, there's no need to hide. I'd like to see who's behind you." Hearing Duga Ling's words, a cold snort came from the sky. "Duga Ling, you're quite arrogant." Supreme Saint Sandao's figure broke through the sky and arrived. If Laozu hadn't saved you back then, I would have been almost killed by you. Why didn't you dare to be so arrogant when you were almost killed by me at the Xuanwu River? Seeing Supreme Saint Sandao's figure, Duga Ling frowned. Sandao, you're not dead? He instinctively felt that something was wrong. He had seen it with his own eyes back then. Laozu had killed Supreme Saint Sandao at the Xuanwu River. And he had used Supreme Saint Sandao's own blade. Dead? You people from the Duga family don't deserve to kill me, Supreme Saint Sandao sneered. Oh right, where's Laozu the undefeated? I'd like to see a few more moves. What about Jinwu and the others? Duga Ling asked again. Since Supreme Saint Sandao wasn't dead, the others might be alive too. The 10 great families were shocked. What was Jinwu Xingzong trying to do? Since he wasn't dead, why had he hidden for hundreds of thousands of years? The vast wilderness is indeed suitable for burying you, Supreme Saint Sandao said with a smile. Let misanthropy come out. Su Zimo nodded slightly. He waved his right hand, and the Jinwu Trial Tower flew out of his palm. At this moment, the true martial trial tower was already different from how it had been a long time ago. Boundless might erupted from its surroundings. It was as if the entire vast wilderness was suppressed when it appeared. The Jinwu Trial Tower kept spinning. Could this be? Duga Ling stuttered. He looked at the Jinwu Trial Tower. He kept shaking his head. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why is it not possible? Seeing Duga Ling's dejected look, Supreme Saint Three Blades asked. After we destroyed Jinwu Xingzong, we searched for it in Jinwu Xingzong. The Jinwu Trial Tower is right in front of us. Why? Why are you so bold? Duga Ling shook his head. Suddenly, he felt that they were fools. The thing they were searching for was right in front of him. But they didn't find anything. What are you planning? Shui Clan's patriarch, Shui Changfeng, asked with a frown. Don't worry, let's wait and see. Supreme Sage Sandao smiled. But you made the right choice in De Huang. It doesn't matter how you fight here. If we were in the celestial domain, half of the celestial domain would be destroyed. Everyone from the 10 great families stared at the Jinwu Trial Tower. As the Tower of Trials spun, an old man in a red robe slowly walked out. This was the elder world weary that Su Zimo had seen before. When he walked out, many people from the 10 great families took a few steps back subconsciously. One could imagine how afraid everyone was of world weariness. You didn't die, Duga Ling said in fear. I wanted to die too. I've been world weary for a long time. But the heavens didn't accept me. I'm useless. You can't kill me. World weary elder shook his head and laughed. So you've been hiding, Duga Ling said. But the 3 of you can't do anything. Who said it's just the 3 of us? Kid, do you know what this thing behind me is called? World weary asked. Jinwu Trial Tower? Duga Ling asked cautiously. That's just a name to confuse normal people. More accurately, it's called Annihilation. Annihilation. So that's the name, Duga Ling replied. It's a weapon that can destroy the heavens. Do you want to try? World Weary said. Duga Ling didn't say anything. He just stared at the Jinwu Trial Tower. Previously, when Su Zimo had entered this place, he had seen countless tombstones. Now, a powerful energy rippled out. Every single tombstone floated out of the void. There were almost 10 million tombstones densely packed in the void. The monument of the great Saint Paksu, erected in the year 274 of the Jinwu calendar. The monument of the eternal great sage was erected in year 274 of the Jinwu calendar. Stele of the great sage Badian, monument of the red lotus great saint, the densely packed tombstones and the densely packed words spun in the void with a mysterious force. What is this? Du Guling asked. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Supreme Sage Three Blades asked. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from every tombstone. Only a boom sound was heard. Colorful nomological laws soared into the sky from the tombstone, dyeing the sky. Crack, crack. As the tombstones shattered one by one, the crowd was surprised to find that One coffin after another floated out from within. Every coffin was filled with a powerful aura of destiny, sealed by the laws of fate. For hundreds of thousands of years, the existences within the laws had all fallen into a deep slumber. The first coffin was opened. A corpse slowly sat up from within. This was the supreme sage of fate. He was dressed in black and white robes. Wrapped in the aura of destiny, he gave off an extremely mysterious feeling. How many years has it been? He opened his eyes slowly and murmured softly. 372 years in the future. The old man beside him replied. That's not too long ago. After traveling in the river of fate, I woke up and returned to the Zhenwu. The supreme sage of fate replied. In his eyes, the power of destiny surged endlessly like the deep sea. He waved his hand. On top of all the coffins, the laws of fate gathered around him. Every single coffin opened. A shocking saint aura burst forth from within. It's fake. It's all fake. Du Guling shook his head in disbelief. I've clearly killed all of you in the past. I personally destroyed your true fates and ripped your souls apart. How could you be safe? You can take it as what you've seen in the past is fake. Supreme Sage Three Blades shook his head. Fake? Du Guling was still in disbelief. What you've killed were merely our doppelgangers. We didn't take part in the final battle of that great war. Supreme Sage of Fate said straightforwardly. We'll show you whatever you want to see. Back then, the 10 great families were so powerful that Zhenwu Xingzong had to retreat. But now, it's time for the 10 great families to be destroyed. If we could kill you back then, we can do the same today, Du Guling said coldly. Nangua family and Zhao family, what are you waiting for? Supreme Sage Three Blades shouted. Boom! Nangua Wang and Zhao Fu, who were originally on the 10 great families side, took out a small Zhenwu trial tower. Everyone, please excuse us, Nangua Wang shouted. When no one was paying attention, the 2 small Zhenwu trial towers in their hands had already sunk into the ground. Then, there was a rumbling sound. The void under the Valley of Lost Leaves suddenly became a sealed area. The entire Valley of Lost Leaves was sealed. This was the power of annihilation. No matter how strong someone was, they wouldn't be able to open this seal. Unless the villainous heavens did it personally. Nangua Wang, what are you doing? The surrounding people were furious and asked directly. Sorry, we're now Zhenwu Xingzong's allies, Nangua Wang said with a smile. How dare you? Aren't you afraid that your family will be destroyed? Xue Chongfeng said. Brother Du Guling, since ancient times, water always flows to the top. We understand that the winner takes all. The fate of the ultimate sky realm is about to change. We naturally believe in Zhenwu Xingzong. Zhao Fu replied. There's no point in saying more. Today, both sides will win or lose. Alright, then don't blame us for not showing mercy, Du Guling said coldly. Laozu, please make the decision. He waved his hand. Around Leafless Valley, a few shocking auras appeared as well. Crystal coffins appeared all around them. There were 8 of them. Each of them had an aura that surpassed that of a supreme sage. They were Laozu, the most powerful of the 8 great families. They were sealed in the coffins. It was as if they didn't care about what was happening outside and only focused on reading books. The outside world had nothing to do with them anymore. Only reaching the 12 meridians was their life's hope. However, when their family was in danger, they could only summon Laozu. Du Guling looked at World-Weary. He knew that World-Weary old man was the fruit of Tao. The moment the 8 crystal coffins were opened, several bursts of aura shot up into the sky. Although the figure in the coffin had yet to appear, his aura had already suppressed the entire world. Welcome out of the coffin, Laozu. Countless great sages from the 8 great families bowed and shouted. To be recognized by so many great sages, one could imagine that the 8 people in the coffin were definitely Tao fruit powerhouses. A soft, imperceptible sigh sounded. Something must have happened on the day of his awakening. 8 figures slowly appeared from the crystal coffin. Among the 8 people, there were old people, middle-aged people, and a strange-looking child. Although their forms were different, their auras were the same. They were equally powerful. That surge of rule force was a clear indication of his identity. Dugaling looked at one of the old men. He hurriedly replied, Laozu, Zhenwu Xingzong has risen from the ashes and wants to start a war again. Zhenwu Xingzong. The 8 people slowly turned their heads. World-weary, Sandow, you're not dead. You old fogies aren't dead, so how can we die? Great Sage Sandow sneered. Although he was a great sage. However, Supreme Sage Sandow's strength had long surpassed that of a Supreme Sage. It was said that he could face Dao fruit powerhouses directly. He had withstood dozens of attacks from them. With the strength of a great sage, it was enough to be proud. This was also the reason why he stood out among Dao fruit powerhouses as a great sage. What about the others? One of the 8 people asked. In their eyes, the great sages in the tombstones didn't seem to exist at all. This wasn't considered arrogance. Because great sages in the eyes of Dao fruit powerhouses. Just like great emperors in the eyes of great sages, they were insignificant and weak. And among these 8 people, only Zhenwu Xingzong was worthy of their attention. These 8 people were Laozu of the 8 great families. They were Dao ancestor Samsara. Divine King Creation. Blood Hell War God. Pure Yang Immortal Supremacy. Heavenly Dharma God. Mountain Ring Giant God. Tribulation Ancestor 3 Lives. Heaven's Equal. These 8 people represented the strongest experts of the 8 great clans. Each and every one of them could fight against 10,000 people. They were incomparably powerful. Dao ancestor Samsara's gaze was like a torch. His gaze swept across the many tombstones on Zhenwu Xingzong's side. Finally, it stopped at the last 2 tombstones. That was because the other tombstones of the great sages had already been destroyed. Only these 2 tombstones remained. It was as if he didn't notice it at all. He was still enveloped by the law of destiny, and his powerful aura was constantly moving. Is it Tianzhu and Sacred Ancestor Radiance? Dao Father Samsara asked. Please come out and meet me. Fellow Daoist Samsara, long time no see. A chuckling voice sounded. The voice came from inside the tombstone. Upon closer inspection, one would discover a line of words engraved on the tombstone. The tomb of God King Tianzhu was established in the 274th year of the true martial calendar. You've really hidden yourselves well, said Dao ancestor Samsara. What's wrong? I've already been born. How long are you going to hide? At this point, Dao ancestor Samsara waved his hand. The surging power of Samsara erupted. Rumble, rumble. Tianqiong roared continuously, dyeing the void. A huge palm carrying the power of Samsara smashed towards the tombstone. The huge palm landed on the tombstone. It was as if heaven and earth trembled violently. The tombstone instantly shattered, and a peerless great demon walked out. The great demon flapped his wings. Heaven and earth seemed to dim. The huge palm dissipated. It's been a long time since we last met. Fellow Daoist Samsara's temper is still so fiery, said the peerless great demon king Tianzhu with a smile. He was not a human, but the great demon king of the Candle clan. The Candle clan was also one of the 100 clans. However, the Candle clan was very small. Among the 100 clans, they were one of the 3 clans with the lowest number of people. The slightest mistake could lead to the extinction of the entire clan. Tianzhu was like a kind of eagle. He was 100 meters long and looked a little like a western dragon. He had 2 wings that blotted out the sky. His body was covered in rows upon rows of scales. His head was like a vulture's. It was very sharp and aggressive. His 2 claws were powerful, and the void was shattered like tofu under his claws. A very mysterious and faint power of law surged out from his body. The most special and eye-catching thing about it was its pair of eyes. One was black and one was white. It was as if his eyes could see through everything and pass through the past epochs. This was God King Tianzhu. Seeing him appear, the other Dao fruit expert, giant mountain-hugging god, snorted coldly. Light, why aren't you coming out? Do you want us to invite you out? Hearing this, the figure of the light's sacred ancestor appeared from the last tombstone. At this moment, the power of light erupted. It seemed to illuminate heaven and earth, enveloping the sky. It was even more than that. It was like a sun that spanned through time, from ancient times to the present, and the world had changed. Everything had changed, but only the light remained forever. The great path of light was paved. In the sky, the light's sacred ancestor slowly walked out. He was dressed in a long golden robe. No matter where he went, he seemed to be the most dazzling existence in the world. Moreover, his robe was extraordinary and untainted by even a speck of dust. No matter how powerful something was in the world, it couldn't taint even the slightest bit of his light. Back then, the 10 great clans had 10 Dao fruit experts. You, Zhenwu Xingzong, only had a few. Giant mountain-hugging god snorted coldly. After so many years, I'd like to see what you can do. Back then, you deceived the world and lived for so many years. Now, it's time to end it all. Hearing this, the light's sacred ancestor wasn't angry. Zhenwu Xingzong side indeed only had 3 Dao fruits, himself, God King Tianzhu, and Old Man Weary. He looked at Nangua Wang and Zhao Jia and asked, "Has your Laozu arrived yet?" "Fellow Daoist light, we've been waiting for a long time." A long and loud laughter rang out. Then, 2 streaks of light flew out from the horizon. One stream of light was black and white. A stream of light was entwined by the laws of space and time. The 2 streams of light disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if 10,000 years had passed. In the next moment, he had already flown from the horizon to the valley of the dead leaves. After the 2 streams of light landed, only then did everyone realize that they were Laozu of the Nangua clan, the Nangua Three-World Buddha, and Laozu of the Zhao clan, the Overlord Zhao. Don't be fooled by the name of Overlord Zhao. However, in this world, only it had the qualifications to be called an overlord. The divine technique he learned was one of the top 10 divine techniques, the celestial demon visualization diagram. Mastering a divine art would be akin to a god or a demon. Tearing apart a divine beast with one's bare hands and teaching them to step into the 9 nether underworlds would be a piece of cake. As for the Nangua family's Nangua Three-World Buddha, what he cultivated was the 3 sutras of the past. The Tathagata Sutra of the present, the Maitreya Sutra of the past, and the Anatta Sutra of the future. With the addition of these 2 people, on Zhenwu Xingzong's side, the number of Dao fruit experts instantly increased to 5. Seeing that Laozu from the 2 major families had joined Zhenwu Xingzong's formation, Yi Zichen was shocked. Dao ancestor Samsara shook his head slightly. "The 2 of you are confused. Why did you join Zhenwu Xingzong?" "Fellow Daoist Samsara, apologies," the Nangua Samsara said with a smile. He was always smiling, as if he had always been the Maitreya Buddha. "I don't understand. When our 10 great clans unite, we are invincible in this celestial domain. Why do you insist on being on the opposite side?" Daofather Samsara asked. "The 10 great clans are not as good as you make them out to be," Overlord Zhao replied. "Those are all schemes between the younger generation. They won't be able to cause much trouble. You and I should both understand. The great Dao is endless. The 10 of us will enter the Dao fruit together and charge towards the supreme 12 meridians." Dao ancestor Samsara still wanted to persuade him. However, he was interrupted by the holy ancestor. "Fellow Daoist Samsara, haven't you seen through it yet? The Nangua clan and the Zhao clan chose us because they thought highly of us." He felt that the future of the celestial realm was in the hands of Zhenwu Xingzong. In the end, the 10 great clans will only become the ruins of the past. This is a new generation ship, and there is no space left for the old. Guangming, don't be complacent. Even if the 2 of them join you, we're still ahead in terms of high-end combat power. Dao ancestor Samsara said. They had 8 Dao fruits on their side, while Zhenwu Xingzong only had 5. Upon hearing this, Supreme Sage Three Blades snorted coldly. He replied, "Then count me in." The aura of a great sage around him suddenly changed. The power of law began to transform. In the end, waves of saber intent burst forth. Rumble, rumble sounds could be heard. This saber will soar into the sky, sweeping across the 8 desolates and drifting in the 9 heavens. Wherever the saber light reaches, everything in the world will sink under my saber. It's been so many years. Sandao, you've also stepped into that realm. Giant mountain-hugging god said. Isn't that normal? My saber Dao is well prepared. With such strength, it should be within your expectations, Supreme Sage Sandao said. Around him, the blade of precepts continued to release unstoppable blade will. It grew and multiplied endlessly. This saber's hatred would last for an eternity. The 6 of you are still not enough, said Tao Ancestor Samsara. But on his face, he didn't mean to belittle them either. Instead, he slowly asked the name that he didn't want to mention. Where's Zhenwu? What's the rush? We'll only know after we fight, Supreme Sage Sandao said. God King Creation, I've heard of you for a long time. Now, I would like to give you some pointers. What do you mean by teaching me? Since it's a battle of life and death, I naturally have to give it my all, God King Creation said. The will of creation burst out from his hands. He seemed to have been born with 6 fingers. The divine technique he had learned was the heaven-swallowing finger of creation. Everyone was on high alert, ready to attack at any moment. Finally, Great Sage Three Blades waved his hand. Saber, come. In an instant, an incomparably sharp saber slashed over from the end of the sky. This saber was extremely heavy. It was about 3 feet long, and it was slightly cold in the palm of his hand. And there were many patterns engraved on the blade, as well as the true meaning of the great Tao. This saber already had a spirit. Apart from Supreme Sage Three Blades, no one else could use it. The saber was unsheathed, and Supreme Sage Three Blades took the lead to attack God King Creation. God King Creation's heaven-swallowing finger of creation seemed to want to catch the sharp saber. In an instant, more than a dozen Tao fruit powerhouses fought together. A torrent soared into the sky, and the power of precepts completely enveloped their bodies and washed out. Rumble, rumble. The sky seemed to be about to collapse. Every single one of these people's casual attacks were earth-shattering, shocking even ghosts and gods. Fortunately, this was the vast wilderness, where the world had remained unchanged for thousands of years. Otherwise, it would have long been reduced to ruins. No matter how many celestial realms there were, it wouldn't be enough for them to fight. The battle of Tao fruit powerhouses was not limited to one place. They crossed thousands of miles with a single step. A casual attack was enough to destroy the world. This was the power of Tao fruit powerhouses. As the high-level Tao fruit powerhouses fought, the great saints naturally didn't want to be outdone. They all fought together. Duga Ling shouted softly. Kill! In the blink of an eye, countless great saints charged out of Leafless Valley like a torrent. There wasn't a single spot in the sky that was undamaged. Su Zimo naturally participated in this battle. He charged directly at Duga Ling. Your Laozu from Zhenwu Xingzhou? Duga Ling asked. A dead man doesn't need to know so much, Su Zimo replied. What a big mouth. I hope your bones are half as tough as your words, Duga Ling replied. He waved his hand. Above his head, Samsara's eye shone directly into the sky. It was like the eye of the heavenly Tao. It formed a huge eye in the sky. Everything in the Leafless Valley was within his sight. Distort the void, kill you. Under the gaze of the eye, a powerful force burst forth. Beams of destructive light shot out. They landed on Su Zimo, wanting to pierce him full of holes. Su Zimo's footwork was nimble. But there were thousands of destructive lights. One of them could hit him. Do you think you're the only one who knows Samsara's eye? Su Zimo said. What are you talking about? Duga Ling was stunned. Then, waves of Samsara chi also exploded from Su Zimo's eyes. Then, above Su Zimo's head, a huge pair of eyes shone. From those eyes, beams of destructive light that were even more domineering and oppressive than his own shot out explosively. Boom! Under Duga Ling's shocked gaze, it landed on Samsara's eye. There was a scream. Duga Ling's body flew out. Be careful. A Yu Clan great saint caught his body and reminded him. This kid is a bit strange. He also knows how to use the Yu Clan's Demon Plate Immortal Manual. I didn't expect him to know Samsara's eye. What kind of divine technique is this guy using? Duga Ling asked. Everyone shook their heads. 1,000,000 years ago, Su Zimo didn't seem to be in the battle between the 10 great clans and Zhenwu Xingzhou. He seemed to be a new face. So no one knew him. Let me try, the Chu clan great saint shouted. He quickly formed a seal. The Xianxia seal had been completely formed. The azure blood chi exploded as if it was going to drown the entire sky. Only a boom sound was heard. The Xianxia seal exploded in front of Suzimo. But then, in Suzimo's hand, an Xianxia seal that was even stronger than his exploded. The Chu clan great saint was also sent flying. No way. The Xianxia seal stunned the great sage of the Chu family. He even knew the Xianxia seal, the Chu family's divine technique. This guy, could it be that he has learned all 10 divine techniques? Everyone was shocked. Some people didn't believe it, while others wanted to try. On the other side, the great sage of the legalism school and the great sage of the Mu family stood on the left and right. The heaven-shaking technique and the celestial phenomenon were used at the same time. Behind the legalism school, the heaven-shaking giant rose from the ground like a giant in the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As he charged forward, heaven and earth began to shake. On the other side, the great sage of the Mu family also used the celestial phenomenon and turned into a giant. It could be said that the two giants attacked from the left and right of the sky. Suzimo chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he also used the celestial phenomenon. Even the tyrannical shadow became hundreds of times larger. The scimitar was like a giant blade, and countless vortexes in its body were spinning crazily. Bang, bang, bang. An even more vast and powerful heaven-shaking giant appeared. Suzimo waved his hand. He directly sent the great sage of the Mu family flying with a punch. Although they were both celestial phenomenon, Suzimo had the power of the heaven-shaking technique, and his boundless power could destroy the world. Naturally, the other party couldn't compare to him. After the great sage of the Mu family was sent flying with a punch, Suzimo turned around and arrived in front of the great sage of the legalism school. The tyrannical shadow in his hand carried a shocking saber chi. The scimitar dragged a vast galaxy of saber chi and landed on the heaven-shaking giant of the legalism school. Rumble, rumble. Once again, he slashed down with a powerful force, as if he was crushing dry weeds and breaking rotten wood. The heaven-shaking giant was originally very tall and majestic. But under Suzimo's scimitar, it was as if the heaven-shaking giant was incomparably weak. Because the scimitar destroyed everything. It directly destroyed the heaven-shaking giant under the annihilation blade. The great sage of the legalism school spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground unconscious. One could imagine how powerful this blade was. If he hadn't been a great saint, this strike would have been enough to take his life. Damn it! The other great sages around him shouted. All of their faces were filled with anger. However, Suzimo didn't care at all. He just smiled and said, "Don't waste your efforts to test me one by one. I don't intend to hide my strength today." His loud shout could be heard. Heaven-shaking power began to revolve around him. The lawful embodiment of heaven and earth contained a physical body. The God-fiend visualization diagram strengthened his divine soul. Samsara's eyes slowly opened above his head. The Xianxia seal condensed in front of him, and he used the heaven-swallowing finger of good fortune. The demonic plate immortal manual. Above his head was the heavenly 3 gates of life. The 3 bodies of the 3 scriptures in his body were constantly circulating. In the blink of an eye, the 10 divine techniques were used to strengthen his body. A powerful force erupted. No matter which great sage it was, in front of Suzimo's powerful strength, they could be torn to pieces. Many people saw this scene. There was only one word in his heart. Invincible sacred king. Other than that, they had no other words to describe it. Among the great sages they had seen in their lives, there had never been such a powerful existence. If they had to describe it, it would be that he was weaker than a Dao fruit but stronger than a great sage. He was at the center of this. Seeing this scene, the people of the 10 great families were all shocked. This guy has learned all 10 great divine techniques. How is this possible? Where did he learn it from? If it was just one divine technique, it might have been leaked. But it's impossible for all 10 divine techniques to be leaked. Everyone's expression was solemn. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that these 10 divine techniques were the safe haven of the 10 great families. Now, they had been leaked to such an extent. It was basically a huge problem. At this moment, many people reached a consensus. Suzimo had to die. This had seriously threatened the status of the 10 great families. At this moment, dozens of great sages charged towards Suzimo. However, on Jinwu Xingzong's side, the great sages weren't just sitting around. They went forward to protect Suzimo and directly engaged in a chaotic battle. "Let me do it," Suzimo shouted. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the group of great sages. The 10 divine techniques augmented his body. In addition to the heaven-splitting saber intent, Suzimo looked down on everything and was invincible. He killed anyone who stood in his way. If Buddha stood in his way, he would kill Buddha. A group of great sages were killed by him on the spot. They looked very miserable. He snorted coldly. Every time his saber fell, a ravine was created in the world. One saber cut through all the void. It turned everything into nothingness. Suzimo raised his head again and stared at everything. Wherever his gaze passed, many people were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to look at him directly and even took a few steps back. "Come and fight," he shouted. "This person is simply a madman," someone said. However, Suzimo had already charged over. He stirred up the world, not giving them any chance to resist. Just like that, the battle continued. On Jinwu Xingzong's side, because there was a bug-level great sage like Suzimo, he was practically suppressing the 8 great families. As for the Nangua family and the Zhao family, apart from inviting their own Laozu out, they also brought the great sages of their respective families to participate in the battle. Seeing Jinwu Xingzong's aura increase greatly, the 8 great families were retreating step by step. Duge Ling looked anxious. But there was nothing he could do. He could only shout into the void, "Laozu, please help us. We can't hold on much longer." Because he knew that on the side of the Dao fruit experts, they had the advantage. As long as a Dao fruit expert was sent out to deal with these great sages, it was enough to destroy everything and solve the crisis in front of him. This was the power of a Dao fruit expert. One person was enough to change the entire battle situation. It was no exaggeration to say that the current battle was very brutal. However, as long as a Dao fruit expert attacked, they were like dolls that could be controlled helplessly. He seemed to have heard Duge Ling's words. On the side of the 8 great families, among the many Dao fruit experts, the Blood Hell War God charged over. He descended from the sky and waved his right hand forward. On Jinwu Xingzong's side, the great sages who charged over were all knocked to the ground on the spot. They had no chance to resist at all. "Kid, you're not bad." The Blood Hell War God looked at Suzimo. He shook his head and said, "It's a pity that you're not from the 8 great families. Otherwise, you would really be a good seedling. But it's precisely because of this that I can't let you live." When the Blood Hell War God said this, his eyes were filled with a bloody light. It burst out with a powerful force. This blood chi condensed into a long river as if it wanted to drown everything in front of it. Some great sages couldn't help but scream when they came into contact with the blood river. This was because their bodies, true fates, and even souls had all been fused and disappeared. They had all turned into skeletons. Even the bones gradually corroded in the blood river. This was a very terrifying thing. One had to know that at the level of a great sage, they had long been separated from immortals and mortals. They had reached an indestructible point. Especially the bones of a great sage, which were considered the hardest part of the body. Basically, even if a great sage was killed, it would not be able to destroy their bones. But the power of this blood river was too strong. It was so strong that people trembled and did not dare to approach. Countless great sages began to stay away from this blood river, not wanting to be swept in. And the real target of the blood river was naturally Suzimo. The blood river soared into the sky, constantly churning in the void. It wanted to annihilate everything. The blood river descended from the sky. At this moment, Suzimo only felt a powerful force rioting towards him. Probably no one understood the feeling better than him at this moment. That was the suppression of the Dao fruit. It was the power of the rules. It was different from the profound meaning of the great emperor, and also different from the laws of the great sage. The rules were the most powerful force in this world. They built the entire world. As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. And the big rules had the grass, flowers, trees, and wood of the world. The Dao fruit controlled the most terrifying power in this world. Su Zimo saw this scene. He could only slowly contain the power of the rules in the divine mainland into his body. In fact, his divine mainland also had endless power of the rules. Because as long as there is a real world, the power of the rules was endless and could be regenerated. But he rarely used the power of the rules. The main reason was that his body, whether it was his physical body or his divine soul, could not withstand the power of the rules. Even with the tree of life. Even with the inheritance of the wood god Gomong. With many healing methods, he still could not easily use the power of the rules. Because this was the rule. If he could use the power of the rules with some small tricks, then this power was not worth mentioning. How could it become the foundation of the world? At this moment, looking at the blood river surging towards him, the power of the rules around Su Zimo surged. It caused his figure to become illusory. In just an instant, he jumped out of the rules and escaped from the life and death situation of the blood river. This was just the power of rule force. It made Su Zimo sweat profusely, as if he was about to collapse. It was as if he had just been fished out of the water. He gasped for air. Dao fruit experts are truly powerful, he thought to himself. The blood prison war god frowned slightly. He said with great interest, "It seems that you have quite a big secret." He could actually use rule force for a short period of time. But the blood hell war god's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, endless rule force gathered from all directions. All of them gathered around him. Rumble, rumble. The rule force squeezed the surroundings, causing everyone to panic. This was the structure of the world. As long as he didn't control it properly, this world would probably be left with a situation where it couldn't be healed. The world had a self-healing ability. This was something that everyone knew. However, what many people didn't know was that this self-healing ability was only effective against ordinary attacks. If it was an attack from rule force, it would be very difficult to heal. This was because the power of self-healing came from the laws. Su Zimo slowly raised his head and looked at the blood hell war god. The blood hell war god laughed and said, "So what if you can escape once? I have an endless supply of rule force. It's inexhaustible. How can you escape? Since you have the divine technique of my clan, I will use the divine technique to send you on your way. It won't be in vain." Speaking of this, a huge swastika character condensed in front of him. The divine technique used by the blood hell war god was the Xianxia seal. "Kid, do you want to die?" Seeing the powerful oppression from the Xianxia seal. This Xianxia seal was different from the one that Su Zimo had fused with. Because this was condensed by rule force. It was different from rule force. This was the first time Su Zimo had seen such an imposing and bloody Xianxia seal. His aura was very powerful. In other words, under the rule force, this might be the strongest state of the 10 great divine techniques. The most perfect state. "Who wants to die?" Su Zimo replied. He could only stall for time now. Because he knew in his heart that even if he was given another chance, or even 10 chances, he wouldn't be able to take this blow. The power of this blow was too strong. To be able to escape this blow from a Dao fruit powerhouse was already something to be proud of. Su Zimo couldn't help but think. The previous great sage 3 blades. He could withstand dozens of moves from a Dao fruit powerhouse in the great sage realm. Perhaps he was the real invincible great sage. For someone like him, supported by a powerful divine technique, he was just a pseudo-invincible. Otherwise, how could he be powerless in the hands of a Dao fruit powerhouse? Su Zimo decided that this battle was over. He wanted to ask Great Sage 3 Blades for advice. He shook his head. It was already a matter of life and death, but he was still thinking about the long term. If there was really no other way, he could only stimulate the power of the previous generation's demon lord. "How about we make a deal?" The blood hell war god suddenly said. "What deal?" Su Zimo asked with a frown. Although the other party said that he wanted to make a deal, the momentum of the Xianxia seal was getting stronger and stronger, without the slightest intention of weakening. "Give me all the 10 divine techniques on your body. If you let me destroy your cultivation base." I can let you go and spare your life, the blood hell war god replied. Do you think I will believe you? Su Zimo sneered. In that case, go to hell, the blood hell war god shouted softly. The Xianxia flew directly over. It tore through the sky, with the decomposition of chi. This word seemed to be condensed from a sea of blood. I can't hide, Su Zimo immediately judged. Just as he was about to activate the power of the previous generation's demon lord. Suddenly a figure stood in front of him. The speed of this figure was very fast. How fast was it? Even a saint king like Su Zimo didn't see how he appeared. He didn't tear through the void, nor did he leave any afterimages. It was as if he was originally in this world. It was as if he was everywhere in this world. The appearance of this figure gave everyone a fright. When the Xianxia appeared, they saw this figure standing in front of Su Zimo, blocking the blow for him. The figure waved his hand. The Xianxia was directly annihilated in the palm of his hand. It was as if there was a shadow of the kingdom flashing through his palm. Who is it? The blood hell war god shouted in surprise. He looked at the figure in front of him. He was wearing a Confucian robe, giving off a very elegant feeling. Just like a teacher. The world praises me, the world calls my name, I am God. A faint voice came from the mouth of this figure. The black-robed man's voice fell. Some of the people present were still in a state of confusion, but the blood hell war god's expression had changed drastically. Divine travel, you are divine travel. The blood hell war god shouted this name 3 times in a row. Even Su Zimo was stunned. Divine travel, great emperor? Back then, Zhenwu Xingzong was considered a behemoth with 4 emperors in the Yuanyang world. Among the 4 emperors, in addition to Zhenwu Great Emperor and Sandao Great Emperor, there was also the Divine Travel Great Emperor. The Divine Travel Great Emperor swore that he would experience the brilliance of the entire 9 regions in his lifetime. Therefore, after coming here, Su Zimo didn't think about the Divine Travel Great Emperor at all. Because he knew that an existence like the Divine Travel Great Emperor would not be content with staying in a corner. His figure must be shuttling through the entire 9 regions. But this time, looking at the man in front of him, the powerful aura of the other party was constantly surging out. The power of laws around him showed that he was already a Dao fruit expert. In fact, this didn't surprise anyone. Because in the last battle between Zhenwu Xingzong and the 10 great families, the Divine Travel Great Emperor had already entered the Dao fruit realm. Among the 4 great emperors of Zhenwu Xingzong, Zhenwu Great Emperor was famous and created an era. Empress Hong Tian had suppressed several eras. She was the empress of a generation and no one could compare to her. As for Sandao Great Emperor, he had made a name for himself with the ultimate saber Dao. When it came to sabers, no one could bypass Sandao Great Emperor. Compared to these 3 great emperors, the Divine Travel Great Emperor was somewhat different. His reputation was not illustrious. Even after becoming an emperor, he walked the world alone and didn't do anything that shocked the world. He was very unknown. But because of this purity, the Divine Travel Great Emperor reached the Dao fruit realm faster than Sandao Great Emperor. He had reached the Dao fruit realm many years ago. After the Divine Travel Great Emperor appeared, he looked at the Blood Hell War God. He replied, Blood Hell, what's the big deal about bullying juniors? Why don't I accompany you? Divine Travel, you're back, said the Blood Hell War God. Although I don't like to fight, I don't want to make enemies. However, since the sect needs it, I will not shirk my duty, the Divine Travel Emperor said calmly. At his feet, rule force permeated the air. He dodged. No one saw how he moved, let alone a great sage like Su Zimo. Even the Blood Prison War God, a Dao fruit expert, could not. It was all very blurry. The Divine Travel Great Emperor appeared beside the Blood Hell War God and slashed at him. The Blood Prison War God hurriedly stretched out his hands to block. Boom! This powerful force directly sent the Blood Hell War God flying. Again. The Blood Hell War God was also a little angry. On his hands, the Xianxia surged with a powerful force. This Xianxia was one of the Blood Prison War God's strongest attacks. Rule force filled it. The sea of blood surged, and the Xianxia seemed to transform into a blood demon as it charged over. The Divine Travel Emperor waved his hand. Tens of thousands of precepts were grasped in his hands. His precepts were the precepts of speed. But don't underestimate this speed. When the speed reached an extreme, the power generated was enough to erase everything. At this moment, the divine travel emperor's speed had reached the limit, and others could not see him with the naked eye. The surrounding void was distorted. A huge black hole was formed. Near the black hole, there was a powerful devouring force that was enough to devour everything. Su Zimo raised his head slightly. He could feel a powerful tearing sensation coming from it. When the Aisha seal approached, it was completely devoured. The precepts given by the Aisha seal were too late to resist. This was the limit of the precepts of speed. In other words, the divine travel emperor had used the precepts of speed to the extreme. Many Dao fruit experts could not compare to him. The blood hell war god frowned when he saw this scene. The sudden appearance of the divine travel emperor really made him feel troubled. However, since things had come to this, he could only decide the winner. The blood hell war god's expression was solemn. He knew that he was not as proficient as the divine travel emperor in using the precepts of speed. He waved his hands. Behind him, his true fate appeared. It was a huge azure blood demon. As if it had emerged from a sea of blood, this azure blood demon's eyes were scarlet. He held an azure saber in each hand. His entire body was surging with a sea of blood. Most importantly, this azure had 3 heads and 6 hands, and his entire body was covered in a blood-colored cloak. When the azure appeared, the blood hell war god's precepts of blood enveloped his body. Rumble. One could even hear the sound of the blood flowing in the azure's body. The azure roared. He raised his saber and charged at the divine travel emperor. The divine travel emperor waved his hand, and the true fate behind him also appeared. His true fate was nothing else. It was actually himself. The divine travel emperor engraved himself into his true fate. There were pros and cons in doing so. The true fate he engraved himself was the most compatible with himself. It could also grow infinitely. But the cons were also obvious. The strength of the true fate depended on one's own strength. If one did nothing for the rest of their life, then their true fate would naturally be trash. However, it seemed that the divine travel emperor had taken the right step. Back then, he had condensed his true fate. Now that he was a Dao fruit expert, the true fate he engraved was naturally incomparably powerful. The 2 divine travel emperors walked in the sky. One left and one right, as if they were walking on the heavenly Dao. Their speed was very fast, and they were very illusory and ethereal. They walked a path. That was the path of the great Dao. It was paved with the precepts of speed, and the sound of the great Dao lingered on it. Finally, when the azure blood killer attacked, he held 2 sabers in his hands and attacked from the left and right. But the divine travel emperor was even faster. The 2 figures were on both sides of him, constantly circling. The precepts of speed were used to the extreme. The divine travel emperor's speed was already extremely fast by himself. Now that the 2 of them were together, the space quickly became a black hole vortex. The azure blood killer was trapped in the black hole, resisting the devouring power inside. The divine travel emperor's speed was almost faster than the speed of light. Very quickly, a storm was formed where he stood. The storm rose into the sky, enveloping the divine travel emperor and the azure blood killer together. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire sky distorted. Seeing this scene, the blood hell war god's expression changed drastically. Because he could feel the pain of his true fate being torn apart. Divine travel, you're courting death. The blood hell war god roared angrily. He roared, and a mark of the Aisha seal appeared on his forehead. The mark was inlaid into his forehead. The moment this Aisha seal appeared, a heavenly Dao appeared behind the blood hell war god. A heavenly Dao that led to the sky above. The power of the heavenly Dao poured into the blood prison war god's body. The blood prison war god's strength became much stronger. The Shura blood demon was originally trapped in the storm of the divine travel great emperor. At this moment, only its fingernails were dozens of meters long. It directly tore through the storm and stepped out of it. The divine travel great emperor's figure also stood in the air. He looked at the blood prison war god. The other party's blood-colored long hair fluttered in the void without wind, somewhat messy. His eyes seemed to reflect a sea of blood. Behind him, the heavenly Tao went straight to the sky, as if connecting the blood prison war god and the villainous heavens. The Aisha seal above his head looked even more dazzling. This scene made the divine travel great emperor frown slightly. The blood prison war god laughed and said, "Divine travel, this is the recognition of heaven and earth. I am a Tao fruit recognized by heaven and earth. So I can enjoy the power of heaven and earth. What about you?" Hearing this, the divine travel great emperor sneered and said, "The recognition of heaven and earth is just your wishful thinking. Then do you know that those who are recognized will never be able to be enemies with heaven and earth? Rather than recognition, it is better to call it a brand. This brand can easily destroy you." As soon as these words came out, the blood prison war god's expression changed slightly. How could he not know that? But he still retorted, "So what? As long as we don't resist heaven and earth will not interfere with us. We are still no different from other Tao fruits. We can even become stronger with the help of the heavenly Tao." The divine travel great emperor just smiled contemptuously. "Do you think that the power of heaven and earth can be used by anyone? With this power, you will never be able to break through the 12 meridians." Hearing the divine travel great emperor's words, the blood prison war god was furious. It was as if he had revealed the secret that had been hidden in his heart. That's right, this was something that the blood prison war god, or many Tao fruit powerhouses, didn't want to face. When a saint king broke through to the Tao fruit realm, they could control the power of rules. And what the heavenly Tao controlled was also the power of rules. This also led to a certain extent, Tao fruit powerhouses were close to the heavenly Tao. At this time, there would be two paths. One was that the heavenly Tao would confer a title on you. You would become a Tao fruit powerhouse recognized by heaven and earth. On the other hand, their foreheads would be branded with the true intent of the heavenly Tao, and they would call it a conferment. Actually, it was just to enslave you. You will never be able to open your 12th meridian and possess the power to transcend the heavens and earth. Undying and indestructible, not under the control of the heavenly Tao. This was also a form of self-protection from the heavenly Tao. Another method was to not accept the conferment of the heavenly Tao. As for the heavenly Tao, it was a great calamity. This kind of great calamity is very vast. Sometimes, it's not just targeted at you. It will target everyone around you. Some Tao fruit experts were unable to survive these catastrophes. They and their loved ones would perish in the catastrophes. People like the divine travel great emperor had experienced great calamities and forged their own great Tao. As for the blood prison war god, he submitted to the heavenly Tao. Although they could temporarily absorb the power of the heavenly Tao to strengthen themselves, this was the limit of their lives. This feeling was the most painful. You have worked hard all your life and have already broken through to Tao fruit. You are only one step away from leaving samsara and transcending the heavenly Tao. It ended just like that. How could he accept it? Just think about it. In a competition, the one who suffered the most would always be the runner-up. This was because whether it was the top 8 or the top 4, even if they arrived, they were still far from the champion. But only the runner-up, this step away, was the most painful. Therefore, the path of the great Tao stopped here. The one who suffered was not the great sage or the great emperor, but the Tao fruit experts. "Shut up," the blood prison war god said angrily. A powerful force fluctuated around him. The sea of blood roared and wrapped around him. The sea of blood surged and swept over. The blood prison war god stepped into the air. His body was surrounded by a majestic and oppressive aura. He directly grabbed the divine travel great emperor with his palm. The sea of blood seemed to have a consciousness and formed the image of a monster. The divine travel great emperor snorted coldly. He also waved his hand, and the law of speed lingered in his palm. The two of them began to fight in the void. They constantly collided. It was difficult to see with the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the two of them had already exchanged tens of thousands of punches. With the power of the heavenly Tao, the blood prison war god could fight against the divine travel great emperor. Suzimo, who was next to him, was also temporarily out of danger. He looked at the 8 great families and joined the hunt for the great sages without hesitation. The entire world was in chaos. The world of the great desolate world was withered. the never-changing sunset and the never-changing desert. But on this day, there was blood blooming in the great desolate world. Upon closer inspection, it was the blood of a great sage. The blood of a great sage was extremely red. It bloomed in the void and fell on the ground of the great desolate world. This was a corner of the great desolate world. In the sky of the great desolate world, there were explosions all the time. Suzimo killed 3 great sages in a row. Not only did he kill the other party's soul and body, but he also used the vanishing technique to find their souls and destroy them. Suzimo's strength was a little too strong. On this side, several great sages of the 8 great families had already secretly conspired. They watched as Suzimo killed in all directions. On the side of the 8 great families, the great sages of the Jun family stepped into the air. This time, 3 great sages came directly. The 3 great sages surrounded Suzimo. At this moment, Suzimo was almost in a frenzy. He didn't notice the 3 at all. The 3 of them quickly formed hand seals. A scripture appeared in each of their hands. One of them shouted, "Everyone, help me banish this guy to the 3 lives samsara. He will never come ashore until he dies." The person who spoke was called Jun Tiancho. He was a saint king. He slowly raised the scripture in his hand. It was the Maitreya Sutra of the past. A small river of time suddenly jumped in front of his eyes. It circled around him. The river of time flowed quietly. It was as if it could go to the past of others. The power of the great path surrounded it. On the left, another great sage named Jun Xianxia also opened his scripture. It was the Tathagata Sutra of the present. The same long river of time wrapped around his body. The 2 rivers of time connected and merged together. At the same time, it shuttled toward the 3rd saint king of the Jun family. The 3rd great sage was Jun Jiusheng. He directly opened his Sutra of Future Death. This scripture also transformed into a river of time. When the 3 rivers of time merged together, they became even more magnificent. As if they had intelligence, they kept roaring. Suzimo's eyes flashed. He looked at the 3. The huge power of time and space enveloped him, wanting to banish him to another place. He naturally resisted. "Everyone, help us," the 3 great sages shouted. Hearing the great saints of the Jun family asking for help, the great saints of the 8 great families also rushed over in a frenzy. They formed a defensive array on their own, surrounding the 3 great saints of the Jun family and Suzimo in it, not allowing them to be disturbed. Suzimo, who was in the array, already felt a strong tearing sensation at this moment. He was a saint king. It was simply a fool's dream for an ordinary great saint to banish him. But the 3 great saints of the Jun family were different. They cultivated the 3 sutras. And they knew that the 3 sutras were infinitely powerful. If they cultivated all 3 together, they probably wouldn't be able to reach the peak. So they each cultivated 1 sutra. If they wanted to completely master this sutra, it was enough. The river of time reflected Suzimo's body. The Tathagata Sutra now froze his present. The future Lifeless Sutra and the past Maitreya Sutra were to create a boundless world that directly connected the future and the past. They wanted to banish Suzimo and suppress him inside forever. Because they knew that unless they were Dao fruit powerhouses, they alone couldn't kill Suzimo. The power of banishment was accelerating. The sutras in front of the 3 great saints also flipped faster and faster. Whoosh! Suzimo sneered. "I also know the 3 sutras. Let's see if you banish me, or I banish you." He waved his hand, and suddenly, the 3 sutras appeared in front of him at the same time. They surrounded him in a triangular shape. Future, past, present. Around Suzimo's body, a small space of his own was formed. This space enveloped Suzimo, and he fought against the 3 great saints of the Jun family. He also condensed a river of time. The 2 rivers of time seemed to have a life of their own, constantly roaring and colliding. Rumble, rumble. Heaven and earth were exploding, and the surrounding void was constantly exploding. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. But as the demonic chi on Suzimo's body became denser and denser, the demon body of purgatory emphasized the word suppress and prison. The so-called purgatory referred to the devilish chi of purgatory. This was the devil master's exclusive devil chi, which other devil clans could not compare to. As for the word suppress, it meant to suppress. Once the demon body was born, it could suppress an era. Su Zimo knew that in the history of the previous devil master did not need to borrow any power. Just his demon body alone was enough to tear apart a Dao fruit powerhouse. This was the strength of the devil master. As the hellish demonic aura shrouded the sky, a suppressive force descended from the sky above. Countless wisps of demonic chi formed ferocious faces that charged toward the three great saints of the Jun family. "Be careful!" Jun Xianxia shouted. They were fighting against Su Zimo, and now they could no longer spare any effort to deal with the devil chi. They could only rely on the other great sages to block the attacks for the three of them. 10th MO style, devil style. The one who messes with the gods in his dreams. Su Zimo roared. In the sky, countless ferocious faces of demonic chi fell from the sky like meteors. Like a rainstorm, they fell from the sky. Every wisp of demonic chi had a powerful burst of power. Stop them! The great sages of the 8 great families roared. Although there was a lot of demonic chi, there were also hundreds of great sages of the 8 great families. Soon, they killed all the demonic chi. But at the same time, when they fought against the demonic chi, they were also seriously injured by Zhenwu Xingzong's great sages. More than a dozen of them died in a row. Everyone was furious. However, this move of Su Zimo's was not over yet. The 10th MO style was created by the previous devil master, and it was eventually passed on to Su Zimo. It was comparable to the 10 great divine techniques, or even superior to them. How could it be broken so easily? When all the ferocious faces of demonic chi were scattered, the demonic chi gathered together again. This time, it was no longer tens of thousands of ferocious faces. Instead, it was tens of thousands of ferocious faces that formed a huge evil god. Devil style messes with the gods in his dreams. The so-called messes with the gods were evil gods and gods. Powerful energy erupted from the evil god's body, stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky. The evil god was formed by some kind of law condensed from demonic chi. Although it only existed for a short time, when the law was exhausted, it would completely disappear. But it was very powerful. The evil god's tall figure stood between heaven and earth, stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky, stirring up more than a dozen great sages in the palm of its hand. These great sages did not have the slightest strength to resist and were directly thrown out. "What is that?" someone said in surprise. On the evil god's body, demonic chi were rampaging at the same time. Under the powerful force, it directly kicked more than a dozen great sages out. Rumble, rumble. The evil god's big palm fell, grabbing at the 3 great sages of the Jun family. The 3 of them jumped in fright. The aura on their bodies fluctuated, and Su Zimo directly seized the opportunity, and the long river of time and space around him surged. It shattered the long river of time and space of these 3 people. He shouted, "Banish!" He directly banished these 3 people into the void, where they would never stop until they died. When the great sages of the 8 great families saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically, and they began to pull away and retreat. At this moment, the Dao fruit powerhouses on both sides also stopped and separated. Everyone was already angry from the fight. The shattered great desolation would not be able to heal in a short time. "Sandao, fight again!" Divine King Creation roared. At this moment, he seemed to have suffered some losses. There were some traces of blade cuts on his robe. One had to know that great sage Sandao had just advanced to the Dao fruit realm, and he was a senior who had advanced for many years. He actually suffered a loss at the hands of the other party. This naturally made Divine King Creation feel a little embarrassed. "Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you." Great Sage Sandao snorted coldly. "That's enough. If we continue to fight like this, we won't be able to determine the winner," said Dao Ancestor Samsara next to him. Everyone's strength was about the same. Basically, no one could do anything to the other. Originally, the 8 great families had a slight advantage. However, the appearance of the divine travel great emperor had turned this advantage back. "What should we do now?" Giant mountain-hugging god asked. A stalemate was obviously not a good thing. After all, for everyone. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. It was impossible for the 8 great families and Jinwu Xingzong to get along peacefully and jointly manage the celestial realm. The 8 great families were unwilling, and Jinwu Xingzong was also unwilling. No matter what the process is, the ones who will be destroyed in the end will definitely be the 8 great families, said world-weary old man indifferently. World-weary, don't go too far. Think about it carefully. Besides us, you have other enemies, said Tao ancestor Samsara. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly shouted towards the sky of the great desolation. Everyone from the holy court, I agree to your conditions. Let's join forces. As soon as Tao ancestor Samsara finished speaking. At the edge of the sky. It was at the setting sun of the great wilderness that a vast, boundless palace that exuded immortal chi suddenly appeared. Or rather, this palace had always been hidden in the void and only appeared at this moment. Although no one appeared in the palace, a powerful aura seemed to have awakened under the shroud of immortal chi. It could be sensed. Only one of the 36 palaces of the holy court came? Tao ancestor Samsara asked with some dissatisfaction. Fellow Taoist Samsara, please understand. Our holy hall's every move is being observed by the 9 regions, and if they really come out in full force, we'll be in trouble. If we really go all out, the 9 regions will be in chaos. A man walked out of the palace. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his gaze was like that of a god. A divine eye opened on his forehead. He was dressed in an immortal robe and slowly walked out. The man was surrounded by immortal precepts. In fact, although there were countless precepts in the 3,000 great Taos, there had never been immortal precepts in the world. This was also the strength of the holy court. No one knew what they had done to make the heavenly Tao send down the precepts and acknowledge the existence of immortal precepts. With the approval of the heavenly Tao, even if the immortal precepts were a pile of sh*t or rotten fish, they were still useful. Moreover, these immortal precepts were exclusive to the people of the holy court. In other words, in this world, only the people of the holy court could comprehend immortal precepts. When they saw this man, many people immediately recognized him. He was the palace master of the sky-bearing palace, one of the 36 palaces of the holy court. He was the sky-bearing Tao fruit. The sky-bearing palace was considered one of the best among the 36 palaces. It could be seen that the holy court was really serious this time. They didn't dare to appear at the same time because this would provoke the powerhouses of the other regions to attack. This was because the other powerhouses obviously didn't want the holy court to be the only one. If the holy court could destroy Jinwu Xingzong today, then it could destroy them tomorrow. In a one-on-one fight, they were no match for the holy court. They could only join forces. The powerhouses of the other regions had already reached a consensus. Joining forces was enough to fight against the holy court. This time, the 8 great clans were also helpless. If there was any other way to destroy Jinwu Xingzong, they would never have cooperated with the holy court. Because everyone knew the consequences of asking a tiger for its skin. The sky-bearing fruit of the way flew over. He looked down at everyone from high above. With a habitual smile, he said, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. Since my sky-bearing palace dares to come alone, I'm sure that you'll be able to come alone. That way, we will be able to help everyone eliminate Jinwu Xingzong." Upon hearing this, Laozu, the radiant divine ancestor, and Tianzhu, who were on Jinwu Xingzong's side, snorted coldly. "Isn't your holy hall a little too arrogant?" "We talk big because we have the strength to do so," the sky-bearing Tao fruit said with a chuckle. "Others don't have the confidence to say that. In that case, I would like to see how you intend to destroy me, Jinwu Xingzong. That is, unless the holy court mobilizes all its forces. Otherwise, do you think the sky-bearing palace alone is worthy?" The radiant divine ancestor snorted coldly. "Of course, the sky-bearing palace is not the only one," the sky-bearing Tao fruit said with a chuckle. "Everyone from the skyward palace can come out now." Hearing the 3 words heaven-facing hall, those who knew immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The skyward palace was not a force of the holy court. They were the balancers of the celestial domain, balancing the chaos and peace of the celestial domain. Unless the celestial domain was in chaos, they would not easily come out. At this moment, as the sky-bearing Tao fruit finished speaking, On the other side of the sky, there was also a palace that illuminated the sky. A powerful energy rippled out. The palace looked very strange. It did not have a roof and looked like a divine beast. The divine beast opened its bloody mouth and directly faced the sky. This was the posture of facing the sky. Inside the skyward palace, there were several figures sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Every one of them was facing the sky. The leader of the skyward palace was the human Saint Dao fruit. At this moment, he was sitting on a lotus formed by a Dao fruit. His gaze was solemn, as if he could judge everything. Zhenwu Xingzong, do you admit to your crimes? As soon as the human Saint Dao fruit appeared, he didn't ask anything else and directly convicted everyone. This made Zhenwu Xingzong's people very angry. Human saint, tens of thousands of years ago, you stopped us, Zhenwu Xingzong. If you hadn't stopped us in that battle, we wouldn't have had to hide until now. The world-weary old man replied. Now you still want to stand in our way. This skyward palace is the skyward palace of the celestial domain. Or the skyward palace of the 8 great clans? The mortal Saint Dao fruit replied calmly after hearing world-weary old man's words. Under the rule of the 8 great clans, the celestial domain will always be peaceful. And you will bring war. So I won't let you succeed. Human saint, I didn't expect you to be so foolish. War and peace have always been decided by the strong. Even if we don't bring war, the holy court will still rule. One day, when the sacred court wants to unify the 9 regions, do you think you can still stop it? Snorted Supreme Sage Sandao. In this world, whoever's fist is bigger has the final say. In that case, it's just as you said. We're the ones with the biggest fist now. The celestial domain will naturally be ours. The human Saint Dao fruit snorted. The world-weary old man shook his head slightly. Rotten wood can't be carved. In that case, there's no need for the skyward palace to exist. It's not up to you to decide whether the skyward palace exists or not. You should worry about yourself first. The human Saint Dao fruit replied. I didn't kill you back then, but I'll bury you in the great wilderness today. The conflict between them had clearly reached its climax. However, ever since the sky-bearing palace and skyward palace arrived, the 8 great clans had a clear advantage. At least, that was the case based on the number of Dao fruit experts. But on Zhenwu Xingzong's side, many people didn't panic. Instead, they formed hand seals as if they'd already discussed this beforehand. Welcome, primogenitor. This time, even the world-weary old man and the sacred ancestor of Light Laozu started forming hand seals. Their gazes were dignified, as if they were summoning something. Su Zimo himself didn't expect this. Zhenwu Xingzong would suddenly use this move. The word primogenitor was enough to explain everything. Zhenwu Xingzong only had one primogenitor, and that was Great Emperor Zhenwu, who was named after his sect. He was also the first great emperor to come to the 9 regions among Zhenwu Xingzong's many great emperors. He was also the first great emperor to bear the mandate of heaven in the Yuanyang realm. Many years after he came to the 9 regions, Great Emperor Sandao and the Divine Travel Great Emperor all came to the 9 regions. One by one, they began to bear the mandate of heaven and came to the 9 regions. Great Emperor Zhenwu is still alive? Someone from the 8 great clans was surprised. That's right. If you're not dead, how could Zhenwu die? A great sage from the 8 great clans replied. Previously, Zhenwu Great Emperor did not appear. So much so that they thought that an accident had happened. They did not expect that the people of Zhenwu Xingzong had also kept some trump cards just in case. If the people of the Holy Court did not appear, Zhenwu Great Emperor would probably not appear. At this moment, in the sky of the vast wilderness, all the people of Zhenwu Xingzong were forming seals with their hands, their expressions solemn. This could be seen. This was a summoning array formation that could be clearly sensed. This array formation was connected to heaven and earth. The majestic power of law was like a vast ocean that spread out in the sky. At the top of the sky, an image appeared first. It was a paradise. The mountains were clear, the water was clear, and the peach blossoms were gentle. The mountains and rivers were beautiful. There were few people here, and it was isolated from the world. As the saying goes, the paradise is thousands of miles away, and it slowly enters one's heart. This projected world was a paradise. The peach trees were in the season of blooming. The peach trees were very strange. Generally speaking, when the peach blossoms fell, the peaches would grow. However, the peach trees in front of them had peach blossoms and peaches on them at the same time. The bright red peach blossoms were like fresh blood hanging on the trees, floating in the void, and covering the ground in a thick layer. As for the pink peaches, they were all full of fruit, as if they were newly born. It made people lose their appetite. In this peach forest, there were no flowers, no wine, and no hoe in the field. The figure of a man appeared. This man leaned against the peach tree with his eyes slightly closed. He seemed to be sleeping very soundly. However, if one looked carefully, they would notice the abnormalities around him. The peach tree behind the man, and even this paradise, did not exist. Instead, it was unknowingly evolved when the man was sleeping. The peach tree was condensed from the power of law. When the power of law was born, peach blossoms grew and bore peaches. The emerald green ground beneath his feet and the blue sky above his head. Even the surrounding mountains, rivers, lakes, and all the scenery were evolved by this man. It was so realistic, but also extremely illusory. This man alone was a world. It was as if he could evolve thousands of worlds just by standing there. He was the ruler of everything. The Dao fruit's 3 flowers are already full. The sky-bearing Dao fruit's expression changed drastically. Dumbfounded, he muttered to himself. This scene, this phenomenon, others might not understand it, but these Dao fruit powerhouses were all too familiar with it. The Dao fruit was not the end of everything. Even among Dao fruits, there were strong and weak ones. Dao fruits had 7 evils and 3 flowers. As for the man in the projection of Xanadu, it was obvious that he had already gathered the 3 flowers and was connected to the source flow. This man's identity was also obvious. Great Emperor Xianwu. This was probably how Suzimo addressed him. In fact, everyone had to address the true martial Great Emperor as Ancestor True Martial. He was the ancestor of Xianwu Xingzong of the Yuanyang realm. He was also the founder of the 9 zones Xianwu Xingzong. The primogenitor of True Martial was a legendary name. Not long ago, Suzimo had seen his portrait. However, just by looking at the portrait, he could sense the heroic spirit of the great Emperor Xianwu in his early years. It was the heroic bearing of a domineering lord. And now, when the projection appeared, the mortal sage Dao fruit of the skyward palace was the first to react. He shouted, "Hurry up and shatter this projection. Don't let them awaken Xianwu." The mortal sage Dao fruit's large hand fell. What gathered in his hand was thousands of natural laws. It drew power from nature, changed the appearance of nature, and bestowed the appearance of nature. When the natural laws fell, thousands of weeping willows hung upside down in the sky. Green grass and red flowers of various colors appeared. It was as if all the plants of nature had been revived. As the large hand fell, rumble, rumble. Countless heavy blows landed on the projection. When the people of Xianwu Xingzong saw this scene, they did not stop it. They just watched calmly. The natural laws fell, but the projection was not affected at all. The sacred ancestor of light sneered and said, "Mortal sage, you seem to be mistaken about something. We are not awakening Laozu. Laozu is in a deep sleep of his own free will. There is no need for us to do so." As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestor of true martial seemed to have sensed something in the projection in the sky. His eyes, which had been tightly shut, suddenly opened. In an instant, the world was shocked. It was as if even the air had condensed. The ancestor of true martial waved his hand. A powerful force tore through the projection, and it actually followed the end of the horizon and directly stepped on the air. The mighty laws were like a majestic ocean that reached the entire sky. At this moment, the world was temporarily suppressed. The projection directly shattered. "Who dares to touch me, Xianwu Xingzong?" The ancestor of true martial's black hair fluttered without wind as he stepped on the air with a somewhat violent aura. He was dressed in a white robe and held the true martial sword in his hand. If one looked carefully, one would find that his long black hair was mixed with a lot of white hair. His white robe and white hair fluttered together. He stood there, and his eyes saw through everything in the vast wilderness. He was originally in a certain space in the celestial realm. Upon hearing the call, he tore through the spatial wall with one hand and directly stepped into the vast wilderness. True Marshal, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Tao Ancestor Samsara said indifferently. Greetings, Ancestor. Everyone on Jinwu Xingzong's side greeted in unison. The ancestor of True Marshal slowly raised his hand and said, Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Get up. Ancestor, you're finally here, Great Sage Sandow said with a smile. You're not bad. The ancestor of True Marshal glanced at Great Sage Sandow. He could sense the endless power of laws on the other party's body. Clearly, he had already entered the Dao fruit realm. Great Sage Sandow said with a smile, the great emperor of our Yuanyang world naturally won't embarrass himself. There's no such thing as no. The ancestor of True Marshal nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Su Zimo. The new great emperor of Jinwu Xingzong? It was obvious that he valued Su Zimo very much. There were so many Dao fruit powerhouses present, but the first one he paid attention to was Su Zimo, the sage ruler. After all, in front of Dao fruit powerhouses, sage rulers were nothing. Su Zimo nodded slightly. He knew that the Jinwu Xingzong mentioned by the ancestor of True Marshal was definitely Jinwu Xingzong of the Yuanyang world. A sect with 5 great emperors. That's great. The ancestor of True Marshal replied, How's the sect? Hearing the ancestor of True Marshal's question, Chu Hanfeng replied, When I inherited the mandate of heaven, the sect was naturally prosperous. Now that I've left for countless years, I'm not very clear about the matters there. The children and grandchildren have their own blessings, said the ancestor of True Marshal. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for me? Su Zimo was stunned. Although he had guessed, he still didn't understand. Why was the ancestor of True Marshal waiting for him? Just like the True Marshal trial tower previously, he had deliberately left it for him. This was obviously not a coincidence. Or rather, the ancestor of True Marshal knew his identity. It's not convenient to chat here. After this matter is over, I'll tell you slowly, Ancestor Jinwu replied. Su Zimo nodded slightly and didn't say anything. On the other hand, the 8 great families were unhappy. Giant mountain-hugging god snorted coldly and said, Jinwu, do you think you can fight against the Holy Court and the Chao Tian Hall alone? There's still something to see in the Holy Court. As for the Chao Tian Hall, Ancestor Jinwu smiled. They're just a bunch of old fellows who should have died long ago. The ship of the new era no longer has a seat for them. I, Jinwu Xingzong, have planned for 1,000,000 years. I should overturn the Empyrean realm and create a new era. They can't stop me, and they shouldn't stop me. Shameless boasting. At this step, the human sage Dao Fruit's expression turned ugly when he heard this. He waved his hand. The Chao Tian Hall in the sky suddenly burst out with a majestic light. It was as if a powerful existence had awakened. From the Chao Tian Hall, the ancient existences who were praying to the heavenly Dao woke up one by one. They were either surging with holy might or distorting the void with the power of laws. They were so powerful that they were insufferably arrogant. In the Chao Tian Hall, starlight gradually floated out. Every piece of starlight represented a powerhouse. An ancient heroic spirit was sleeping within. When they were young, they were also supreme powerhouses of the Empyrean realm. Later on, they joined the Chao Tian Hall when they grew old and began to guard the peace of the Empyrean realm. The reason why the Chao Tian Hall was respected was not only because of its strength. Many seniors of the Empyrean realm were gathered here. Su Zimo had to admit. The Chao Tian Hall's status in the Empyrean realm was a little too high. They were extraordinary and transcended the secular world. Even the 10 great families couldn't compare to them. Perhaps in the beginning, the philosophy of the Chao Tian Hall was right. The ancestors of the past generations were duty-bound to protect the Empyrean realm. Unfortunately, as time passed, they gradually lost their way. The Chao Tian Hall was no longer the Chao Tian Hall of the past. They were too idealistic and wanted to turn the Empyrean realm into the ideal Empyrean realm. But this was impossible. It was impossible for the 10 great families to inform the Empyrean realm forever. There were talents in every generation, each leading the world for hundreds of years. And this era was the era of Ancestor Jinwu. In the heaven-facing palace, the ancient existence awakened. An old voice snorted coldly, Zhenwu, when you first came to the celestial realm, you were very powerful. This old man even took good care of you. I didn't expect you to be such an ambitious person. Hearing the old voice, the true martial progenitor immediately guessed the old man's identity. Wui Mountain Chieftain. He was the boss of Wui Mountain back then. The history of Wui Mountain was very ancient. It was even older than the 10 great clans. Mount Wui had once intimidated half of the celestial realm, no matter what kind of power or expert it was. Under the orders of Wui Mountain, they did not dare to be presumptuous. Later on, in the later years of Mount Wui, the 10 great clans were just established and stood out. The true martial progenitor wasn't surprised. Back then, when he had just arrived in the celestial realm, he had discovered something. In other words, it was the sky annihilation of the true martial trial tower. He had once looked for a collaborator, wanting to do another earth-shattering thing. The Wui Mountain Master was the best candidate. Unfortunately, he later discovered that the Wui Mountain Master did not have high aspirations. To be able to control half of the celestial realm was already enough. But the true martial progenitor's dream was too far away. It was even a little shocking. He was directly rejected by the Wui Mountain Master and even ridiculed openly and implicitly. Because the true martial progenitor wanted to conquer the heavens. That's right, conquer the heavens. In the history of the 9 realms, there had been a total of 3 wars to conquer the heavens. The primordial godly king attained the Tao and the well of the divines and demons and made a decree. 300 million years from now, this world would belong to the primordial era. He started the first war to conquer the heavens. After the era of the ancient gods, the primordial godly king was known as the only god in the world. He covered the sky with one hand and was invincible. Unfortunately, he failed to conquer the heavens. Later on, the demon lord ended the primordial era. A short era was established between the primordial era and the primordial era. It was called the demonic era. At that time, the demon lord could no longer be described as stunning. The words of the demonic army still echoed in the memories of many believers. Wherever the sun and moon shone, wherever the rivers flowed, it was demonic land. The flags of the demonic army were planted all over the 9 realms. The demon lord was known as the strongest in history. Those who hated him as much as the people of the holy court couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. But those who respected him called him an existence that surpassed the 10 ancient gods and the primordial godly king. He started the second war to conquer the heavens. The commotion caused by this battle was also the greatest. It was rumored that the heavens had been torn open, and it took hundreds of millions of years for the heavens to recover. Unfortunately, the war still failed. At the end of the primordial era, the Empress gathered all the strong people in the 9 realms and started the third war to conquer the heavens. The Empress didn't have a name, or rather, her name wasn't spread. So many people didn't know her name. Everyone only called her the Empress. She was so stunning that it was indescribable. She was probably as great as the future generation's evaluation of her. Since the Empress, there had been no one before her and no one after her. It was recognized that the Empress was definitely the strongest woman in the 9 realms. Since ancient times, no woman could be compared to the Empress. When the Empress wanted to conquer the heavens, many people responded to her call. In the 9 realms, 90% of the strong people were willing to follow the Empress to conquer the heavens. One could imagine her charm and peerless beauty. What a pity. In that war, the Empress also failed to conquer the heavens. That was probably the heaviest loss in the 9 realms. That war weakened the 9 realms for millions of years. All the strong people died and recuperated for millions of years. The 9 realms gradually recovered. It was also that war that showed the 9 realms the power of the heavenly Tao. The primordial divine king had failed to conquer the heavens, and that was very far away from the 9 realms. The devil lord had failed, but the 9 realms didn't feel anything. After all, the people who died were the devil lord's followers. So, no one felt the same way. But the Empress, who had gathered 90% of the strong people in the 9 realms, still failed. This time, the 9 realms participated personally. So, everyone could personally face the terror of the heavenly Tao. That kind of power made people tremble. They didn't dare to resist. They didn't even have the thought of resisting. It was also because of this that after the Empress, the 9 realms went through countless years and several eras. But no one dared to conquer the heavens anymore. But Ancestor Zhenwu said such a thing. No wonder the Wui Mountain Master mocked him. He felt that it was impossible. As a result, Zhenwu Xingzong started to become stronger and had the tendency to rule the celestial realm. He strongly opposed it. He even asked the Chaotian Palace to help the 10 great clans destroy Zhenwu Xingzong. Because he felt that Ancestor Zhenwu was crazy. He wanted to conquer the heavens and bring the disaster of destruction to the celestial realm and the 9 realms. When the time came, the heavenly Tao would blame them. The entire celestial realm would probably be buried or even destroyed. Therefore, whether it was the Wui Mountain Master or the Skyward Hall, as long as they were around, the true martial sacred sect would never be able to rule this world. As for the Wui Mountain Lord's criticism and reprimand, the true martial ancestor appeared very calm. He looked at the people of the 8 great clans, including the sky-bearing Tao fruit of the celestial palace and the holy court. He asked, "Sky-bearing, where are your holy court's sacred ancestor and immortal master?" "There's no need for Laozu and the others. We can defeat you," the sky-bearing Tao fruit said. "When needed, they will naturally appear. Then there's no point." The true martial ancestor shook his head. He took a step forward and faced dozens of Tao fruit powerhouses alone. He said, "All of you can come together. I'm in a hurry, so I'll deal with you all together." Arrogant. Hearing this, everyone was furious. They were Tao fruit powerhouses, the peak powerhouses of this world. Anyone who saw them would have to respect them. Even powerhouses of the same realm had to be polite to each other. They didn't expect the true martial ancestor to be so arrogant. He fought against many Tao fruit powerhouses alone. The giant mountain-hugging god snorted coldly, "Good, I also want to see what's different about the Tao fruit of the 3 flowers." He took the initiative to attack. Behind him, the heaven-shaking giant rose from the ground, and its imposing figure covered the entire horizon. Its body was surrounded by the same majestic power of laws. This power was very strong, shaking heaven and earth as if it could destroy the world. The giant directly raised its foot and stomped towards the true martial ancestor. The true martial ancestor raised his head slightly. Seeing this scene, 3 flowers slowly bloomed around him. These were not ordinary petals. Instead, they contained powerful Tao might. It could be said that the true martial ancestor's cultivation base was engraved in these 3 flowers. He slowly picked up a petal. This petal looked very weak, as if it could be destroyed at any time. But it was this petal that drifted down. Along with an earth-shattering boom, the explosion was heard. The giant mountain-hugging god's right foot directly shattered into 2 halves. One had to know that at the level of a Tao fruit powerhouse, broken limbs could be easily repaired. But the giant mountain-hugging god's injury was actually powerless. The giant mountain-hugging god was shocked. How could this be? He channeled all the power in his body and continuously distorted the void to heal his right leg. However, it seemed to be blocked by another rule force. "What did you do?" He looked at True Martial Progenitor and questioned. True Martial Progenitor didn't reply. Instead, it was the sky-bearing Tao fruit of the Holy Court who said, "Those who gather the 3 flowers have reached the point where they are untouchable by all laws and obstructed by all paths. The injuries he inflicted on you will never heal." "So this is the 3 flowers," a Tao fruit expert muttered to himself. Although they were all Tao fruits, there were still differences in strength. Back when he first fought Zhenwu Xingzong, the Zhenwu primogenitor had not been this strong. In fact, when he met a group of people, he had no choice but to retreat. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, he would have grown to such an extent? As I said, if the Holy Court's immortal lord and sacred ancestor don't come, you're nothing but ants. True Martial said. With a wave of his hand, endless rule force enveloped his body. "Sea of laws!" Someone exclaimed. Although they were all Tao fruit experts and could use rule force. However, there was a limit to how much rule force they could use. No one had expected that the power True Martial Progenitor had extracted from heaven and earth would reach such a level. It was almost as majestic as an ocean. "Everyone, let's join forces," the mortal Saint Tao fruit said first. He waved his hand. Natural rule force descended, entangling with thousands of strands. The Great Desolation was originally a barren wasteland. Yellow sand filled the sky, devoid of life. However, when the natural rule force descended, countless green plants appeared from the yellow sand. Towering trees rose from the ground one after another. Each tree was an ancient giant. The mortal Saint Tao fruit carried the might of hundreds of giants and wanted to surround true martial progenitor. On Jinwu Xingzong side, the Tao fruit experts wanted to help. However, they were stopped by world-weary old man. I understand the progenitor. He doesn't want us to interfere. Everyone, just watch quietly. If the progenitor can't even deal with these people, how can he conquer the heavens? Hearing world-weary old man's words, everyone felt that he made sense. They stopped in the surroundings and watched the battle. They were also prepared to attack at any time. When the natural rule force descended, true martial progenitor gathered his 3 flowers above his head. Streams of rule force gushed out from the origin source. True martial progenitor stepped into the air. He stepped onto the giant tree step by step, and his other hand condensed into a giant palm. It slammed down on the mortal Saint Tao fruit with great power. This palm was unstoppable and unstoppable. Be careful, many Tao fruit experts from the 8 great clans shouted. Above the Samsara Tao ancestor's head, Samsara's eye shot out beams of Samsara light. As for divine king creation, he blocked in front. The heaven-swallowing finger of creation destroyed and devoured everything, directly annihilating the void. As for the heavenly Dharma god, he used the power of lawful embodiment to tear apart the giant palm. The demon played immortal manual and the heavenly gate of 3 lives also attacked from the left and right. When the destructive power gathered in one place. When more than a dozen Tao fruit experts attacked at the same time, the scene was imaginable. It was like the end of the world. The sky was destroyed, and even a corner of the great wilderness was about to be overturned. Unfortunately, true martial progenitor's 3 flowers bloomed. The giant palm in his hand swept through everything, annihilating everything. He crushed the eye of samsara with one palm. He shattered lawful embodiment with one palm. He destroyed the heaven-swallowing finger of creation with another palm. With just a single palm strike, more than a dozen Tao fruit experts had actually been defeated beyond recognition. Heaven and earth were completely shattered by this palm. Every scene shook the hearts of everyone present. Just one palm was enough to destroy heaven and earth and annihilate countless Tao fruits. So this is the Tao fruit's 3 flowers, someone muttered to himself. True martial progenitor's palm fell. Even though countless Tao fruit experts tried to stop him, it was to no avail. Because of this palm, the mortal Saint Tao fruit fell from the sky. True martial progenitor's momentum did not decrease. He slammed another palm toward the sky-bearing palace. Your holy court is becoming more and more presumptuous. You want to interfere in everything. When the palm fell, the sky-bearing Tao fruit could not even resist. The sky-bearing palace was shattered in the palm. He was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. His true fate erupted behind him. A giant that could destroy the heavens and the earth rose from the ground. Unlike the heaven-shaking giant, the giant behind the sky-bearing Tao fruit was his true fate. It seemed to bear the weight of the entire sky. Stars surged. The giant's head was like the sun, his eyes were like stars, and his earlobes were like crescent moons. His entire body was incomparably huge. Torrents of destruction erupted from the giant's body. The beginning of the holy court began with the heavenly Tao. With my soul, I will create the path of heaven. The sky Tao fruit shouted softly. The huge giant lay in the sky. The sun, stars, and moon on the giant's body became more and more dazzling. In the blink of an eye, the giant's figure was no longer a human figure. Instead, it became a path to the heavens. Draw the power of the heavens and destroy the gods and demons, the sky Tao fruit shouted again. He raised his hands. The powerful force dragged the entire path of heaven. The Tao fruit powerhouses of the holy court could not only use the power of laws. They could also connect to the heavenly Tao and use its power to destroy enemies. Just think about how powerful the heavenly Tao was. No matter how weak the power was, it was still irresistible to humans. The path of heaven connected to the sky. A torrent descended from the sky, suppressing primogenitor true martial. If it were any other Dao fruit, they would have been caught off guard. Unfortunately, the Sky Dao fruit had met Ancestor Xianxia. He was a man who was ready to attack the heavens. I even dare to face the heavenly Dao and have the will to attack the heavens. Why would I be afraid of a small torrent of heaven and earth? Ancestor Xianxia shouted loudly. He opened his mouth, and his body also became several times larger. He was even more exaggerated than lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. He directly swallowed all the torrents of heaven and earth in one gulp. His actions seemed to have angered the heavenly Dao. Streaks of purple thunder and lightning were rampaging in the sky. Rumble, rumble. The world seemed to be furious. This scene shocked everyone. Ancestor Xianxia was offending the heavenly Dao. One had to know that the power of the heavenly Dao was not so easy to seize. Since ancient times, the heavenly Dao had ruled everything. You could only take what the heavenly Dao gave you. No one dared to go against the will of the heavenly Dao and devour its power. Doing so was a great disrespect to the heavenly Dao. At this moment, the heavenly Dao was furious. Boundless black clouds roared in the sky, and a yellow wind blew across the end of the world. The purple lightning soared 90,000 miles into the sky, turning into a vast sea of lightning. In the sky, countless torrent pillars rose. Each pillar represented the power of the heavenly Dao. They were unstoppable, and the black clouds pressed down on the city with an aura of destruction. All of them charged toward True Martial Progenitor. True Martial Progenitor snorted coldly. His expression was slightly serious. No matter how many of you come today, I will devour as much as I can. I want to see if you, the heavenly Dao, dare to show yourself and fight. At most, we'll just bring forward the final battle. True Martial Progenitor took the initiative to step towards the center of the torrent. It continued to devour the vast energy within. When this power landed in his mouth, no matter how violent it was, it couldn't shake him in the slightest. Gradually, all the energy was devoured. The fury of the heavenly Dao grew weaker and weaker. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, and the great wilderness seemed to have returned to the desolate scene of yellow sand. Right at this moment, at the moment when his power was being devoured, suddenly, a large hand reached out from the sky. It landed on True Martial Progenitor's body at a speed that even Dao fruit experts failed to notice. Boom! The sky exploded, and a storm of spiritual energy surged out. True Martial Progenitor's figure also fell from the sky. Progenitor, someone shouted. Someone exclaimed. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Everyone looked up and saw a faintly discernible figure hidden in the clouds in the sky. Although the figure was blurry, the feeling he gave off was very vast. He just stood there, and the aura that unintentionally erupted from his body was quite domineering. It spanned across the 9 regions. It felt like he was invincible. It was as if this figure was the most majestic figure in the world, and it was impossible to surpass him. Anyone who saw it would only feel that they were insignificant. Even a Dao fruit expert would have to look up to him. Who is this? No one noticed. Only the sky-bearing Dao fruit seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. His expression was solemn and dignified. Sacred Ancestor, I thought you wouldn't come. True Martial Progenitor laughed loudly. He was unscathed and stepped down from the sky again. What? Since you're here, why don't you show yourself and fight? What's the point of hiding? Hearing True Martial Progenitor's words, a vast voice suddenly sounded from the sky. This voice covered the entire great wilderness. This voice was the only sound in the world. True Martial, an ant doesn't know its own limits. You still have a way to turn back. Don't make a mistake. The voice kept rumbling, but it was full of momentum. It echoed in everyone's ears as if it was knocking on their hearts, making them realize their mistakes and look back to the past. Sacred Ancestor, you and I are not much different. You can't fool me. True Martial Progenitor shook his head slightly. Since you're here, let's fight. I haven't had a good fight since I gathered the 3 flowers. The 3 flowers are not invincible, the vast voice in the sky said. The blurry figure stretched out his right hand. In his palm, the laws flowed, and thousands of stars were between his fingers. He flicked it gently. A leaf can cut the stars in the universe, the boundless ocean, and the vast mountain range. In the sky, a withered leaf fell down. This leaf divided the world into two. Half of it was vibrant Xianxia, and the other half was lifeless Xianxia. On the Xianxia's side, a scorching sun shone for eternity. On the Xianxia's side, thousands of corpses floated on the shore. Of course, these were only phenomena. In the blink of an eye, a powerful force flashed past. But even so, when this leaf fell, it stirred up a mighty force and thousands of phenomena. Everyone had a feeling that he was unstoppable. Just in time. True martial ancestor laughed loudly. He did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The 3 flowers gathered above his head. The 3 flowers bloomed. Dense qi slowly flowed in them. True martial. There seemed to be a whisper in the unseen world. True martial progenitor closed his eyes slightly. The dense qi became more and more majestic. In an instant, it formed the image of an ancient giant. This giant was different from other giants. It was the incarnation of true martial's will. Its entire body was the will of the martial path. Majestic martial path, true intent spread out. The giant shouted softly, and its large hand directly grabbed at the withered leaf. In the eyes of a supreme sage, it seemed like a collision between a giant and a withered leaf. However, in the eyes of a Tao fruit powerhouse, this was the process of 2 extreme laws converging and colliding with the 3 flowers. Boom! The withered leaf was incomparably sharp. It directly shattered the giant's palm and attacked its head. However, the giant was also very fast. Although its body was huge, it was very agile. Although one of its hands was shattered, the giant's other hand grabbed the withered leaf tightly. The 2 laws began to compete. True martial progenitor's law was the true martial law. The sacred ancestor's law was the heavenly Tao law. The true martial law and the heavenly Tao law. Of course, these were named by the 2 of them. In the world, there had never been a law with this name. After a Tao fruit powerhouse gathered the 3 flowers, they could not only comprehend the laws. They could even fuse the laws. The fusion of different laws would naturally produce different powers. Every powerhouse would eventually fuse with their own laws and walk a unique Tao. The Tao that the true martial ancestor walked was his own true martial Tao. The sacred ancestor walked the heavenly Tao. Because in the rumors, the sacred ancestor was known as the number 1 person under the heavenly Tao. He was also known as the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao. The sacred ancestor and the holy court existed. Their mission was to eliminate those who wanted to attack the heavens and threaten the heavenly Tao. Just like the demon lord at that time. Just like Shenwu Xingzong now. Those who attacked the heavens were the enemies of the holy court. When the 2 equally powerful precepts landed, the 2 precepts landed. It seemed that the heavenly Tao law had the upper hand. In the end, the giant was destroyed. A withered leaf did not lose momentum and charged toward the true martial ancestor. Not enough. The true martial ancestor snorted. This snort seemed to carry some Taoist rhymes. It directly annihilated the withered leaf in the sound wave. True martial, you still can't do it. The sacred ancestor said indifferently. A horsetail whisk appeared in his hand. The end of the horsetail whisk was made of beast fur. Don't underestimate these beast fur. Each strand of beast fur represented a divine beast. At this moment, when the sacred ancestor swung the horsetail whisk with the heavenly Tao law, the divine beasts inside seemed to be about to come to life. The scarlet-eyed Qilin towered above the sky, its scarlet eyes shining for eternity. The Kuan-Pung shuttled through the void. Its huge body slowly spread out with the will of time and space. The 9-headed snakelet had 9 heads. Each head represented a life. It was full of murderous aura, covering half of the sky. The ancient geocentric dragon flew across the horizon. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, its dragon scales looked like they had fallen. There was also the evil infernal phoenix. Hellfire burned slowly. Its powerful claws could tear the sky and burn everything. The divine beasts represented by each strand of beast fur seemed to have come to life and charged toward the true martial ancestor. For a time, the entire sky seemed to be filled with beasts galloping. The dragons and tigers and phoenixes roared. Countless beastly roars pierced through the sky, and a powerful force enveloped the entire void. 10,000 beasts galloped and destroyed everything. He charged toward True Martial Progenitor with an unstoppable momentum. True Martial's eyes shone like torches. He opened his arms. At this moment, it was as if he was embracing the entire world. It was incomparably majestic. True Martial Ancestor didn't resist at all. He just opened his arms and let the beasts attack him. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. First, the Jiaowing tore through the True Martial Progenitor's body, piercing through his head. But what was strange was that when the 9 neonate passed through Primogenitor Jinwu's body, it was as though it was in a different spacetime. He couldn't touch the True Martial Ancestor at all. 10,000 beasts galloped down, but not a single one of them was able to cause any harm to True Martial Progenitor. What's that? One of the great sages asked in confusion. As for the Dao fruit experts, their gazes were solemn. He said word by word, future self. What is the future self? Many great sages had no idea. Not all Dao fruit experts have a future self, said great sage Sandao from Jinwu Xingzong's side. For example, a Dao fruit expert like the blood hell war god who submitted to the heavens and was branded with the heavenly Dao will never have a future self. This is because their future and past are already controlled by the heavenly Dao. But for us, like True Martial Progenitor, we can cultivate our own future and past selves. What's the use of that? Su Zimo asked curiously. Of course it's useful. The higher one's cultivation level, the more one will rebel against the heavenly Dao's rule and transcend life and death. Great Sage Sandao said, as for cultivating the future and past selves. During the battle between Jinwu Xingzong and the 10 great clans, True Martial Progenitor died. True Martial Progenitor died in battle. In fact, the one who died was only True Martial Progenitor's past self. Hearing this, many great sages were stunned. A great sage asked in surprise, why did he die in his past self? It's easy to think of this, replied great sage Sandao. Before this, your past self grew up in the 9 realms. No matter how you avoid it, you can't escape from the heavenly Dao. Severing your past self is severing your only connection with the 9 realms heavenly Dao. You will walk your own path and transcend the heavenly Dao. Hearing this, everyone finally understood. You grew up in the 9 realms, and everything about you was related to the 9 realms. Without a sound, he had already been branded by the heavenly Dao. The only way to get rid of it was to kill your past self and use your present and future selves to forge a supreme Dao fruit. This step was called splitting into 3 corpses, the past, present, and future. In other words, True Martial Progenitor had not only gathered the 3 flowers, but he had also split into 3 corpses. This caused everyone to be shocked. How is this possible? During the great battle back then, True Martial Progenitor had just broken through to the Dao fruit realm. How long has it been? How can his progress be so fast? The 8 great clans naturally did not dare to imagine. Not only did he gather the 3 flowers, but he had also split into 3 corpses. The Laozu from the 8 great clans finally understood. Why would the Nanhua clan and the Zhao clan rebel? They must have known something. Moreover, it must have something to do with True Martial Progenitor. They thought True Martial Progenitor would win, so they rebelled without hesitation. The so-called friendship of the 10 great clans was not worth mentioning in the face of true survival. In fact, that was not wrong. This was because if it were not for the arrival of the sacred ancestor, they would not be a match for True Martial Progenitor even if they joined forces. Everyone felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, the sacred ancestor had appeared. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After seeing True Martial Progenitor's past self split into 3 corpses, the sacred ancestor's expression turned grave. None of those who challenge the heavens are easy to deal with, the sacred ancestor snorted coldly. At this moment, True Martial Progenitor's power pierced through the sky as if it was going to pierce through the dome of heaven. At this moment, someone's expression suddenly changed. He asked, is the True Martial Progenitor in front of us the complete True Martial Progenitor? No, this is only True Martial Progenitor's present self. He hasn't merged with his future self yet. Someone replied. If he is merged with his future self, this will be True Martial Progenitor's strongest state. Then where is True Martial Progenitor's future self? Xiaoanan, Su Zimo said word by word. At this point, things had developed to this point. In fact, he had already guessed most of it. Previously, he had felt that Xianxia's identity was not ordinary. First of all, Xianxia had the true martial sword body and could use the true martial sword in the future. These were all impossible things. Later on, Suzimo guessed that Xianxia was the reincarnation of true martial progenitor. He did not expect Xianxia's future self. Thinking of this, Suzimo couldn't help but admire Jinwu's courage. He left his future self in the declining Jinwu Xingzong in front of everyone. This was also a kind of trick. The most dangerous place was the safest place. Therefore, the 10 great families didn't notice. Perhaps in their eyes, the remaining people before Jinwu Xingzong were a bunch of losers. They didn't deserve their attention at all. After they destroyed Jinwu Xingzong, they didn't pay attention to it anymore. They still wanted to find annihilation, which was disguised as the Jinwu Trial Tower. Jinwu Xingzong was worthless to them. Therefore, after the declining Jinwu Xingzong was rebuilt, no one cared about it at all. Only a second-rate force like the ancient Dragon Kingdom bullied them. But no one expected that Xianxia was the future self of Jinwu's ancestor. It had to be said that Jinwu's ancestor had planned for a long time. Although Xianxia was his future self, he only had half of the Jinwu sword body. As for the other half, it was hidden in the jade pendant Suzimo brought. Jinwu's ancestor knew that if he activated the Jinwu sword body too early, he would be discovered by the 10 great families. He would kill his future self at all costs. When Suzimo came and the time was ripe, he would ask Suzimo to help him activate the Jinwu sword body. That would be the best time. The origin of this jade pendant was given to Suzimo by war god Mu Tian when he left the Yuanyang world with the mandate of heaven. It was said that it was left by Jinwu Great Emperor. He didn't expect that Jinwu's ancestor had already planned this a million years ago. He looked up at the man in the sky. He felt that Jinwu's ancestor was very shrewd. These experts had lived for a very long time, and they had enough patience. They could wait and plan for a million years for one thing. Only these old monsters who didn't worry about their lifespans would do such a thing. Ordinary people couldn't do it. They probably wouldn't live more than a million years before dying. Meanwhile, Xianxia was outside the great wilderness. She had originally stayed outside the great wilderness with Lu Yi, Laozu, and the others. They didn't have the ability to enter at all. But Xianxia's body was boiling hot. Lu Yi, Laozu, and the others were shocked. One had to know that with Xianxia's strength and performance, they were nurturing Xianxia as the future of the sect. Among the younger generation of the sect, only Xianxia had a limitless future. When they got close to Xianxia, a sword will of the heavens burst forth, and a powerful force swept through everything. Rumble, rumble. This sword will soared into the sky and gathered in the firmament. It actually pierced a hole in the sky. This. Everyone looked at each other in shock. On the other side of the sky that had been pierced, it was the projection of the Great Desolate. It was a scene of yellow sand sweeping through the sky, saints filling the sky, and Tao fruits running amok. The primogenitor has appeared, the primogenitor has appeared, Lu Yi, Laozu, was the first to kneel and shouted. Then, Xianxia turned into a sword light and rushed into the 9 realms, shattering the spatial walls of the 9 realms and flying toward the great wilderness. Back at the great wilderness, the primogenitor of true martial embraced the world. Now that his body was in harmony with the heavenly Tao, it wasn't the heavenly Tao of the 9 realms, but the great Tao that he had walked on. When Xianxia's sword light flew over, on the side of the 8 great families, giant mountain-hugging god was the first to shout. He said, "Stop his future self." The power of the heavens revolved around his body and merged with his heaven-shaking giant. He directly grabbed at his future self. The other Tao fruits beside him weren't in a hurry to act. Instead, they waited and watched. "You're courting death." The primogenitor of true martial snorted coldly. "Since the future, I have seen the world change greatly. The sea turns into mulberry fields, the sun and moon shuttle. The future is immortal, the past is destroyed." The primogenitor of true martial waved his hand. The future. In an instant, the sword light that Xianxia turned into erupted with the power of spacetime. The power of spacetime could cleanse everything, annihilating everything in the fragmented spacetime. At this moment, when the sword light arrived, the giant mountain-hugging god blocked it with his palm. The sword light pierced through his palm and his entire body. The giant mountain-hugging god looked at his own body. He felt a powerful spacetime law surging. This power began to disintegrate his body, starting from his right hand. His right hand slowly dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone jumped in fright. It was already very difficult for a Dao fruit powerhouse of the giant mountain-hugging god's level to die. They were said to be the pinnacle of power in this world. Although they were not immortal and indestructible, there were very few things or forces that could kill them or cause them to die. The corrosion of the spacetime law caused the giant mountain-hugging god's expression to change. What he cultivated was the power of the heavens. Naturally, he used the law of force. The law of force revolved in his body, constantly fighting against the spacetime law, trying to expel it from his body. Rumble. This process was extremely painful. Two different laws seemed to be fighting inside his body. His body was constantly exploding. Fortunately, the giant mountain-hugging god was a Dao fruit powerhouse. Otherwise, he would have died countless times over. The explosion of laws left behind irreparable scars. Everyone was in an uproar. This allowed them to see clearly that neither the true martial progenitor nor the sacred ancestor was someone they could fight against. Even if they were Dao fruit powerhouses. The great wilderness was supposed to be their battlefield to begin with. Who would have thought that even they would become spectators in this great battle? Xianxia's sword light merged with the true martial progenitors. The fusion of his present and future selves. The true martial progenitor was forged. The powerful spacetime law rampaged. In the sky, the two words true martial seemed to condense. At this moment, around the true martial progenitor, the path of the heavenly Tao formed naturally. The sky bridge stretched to the end of the boundless sky. On the bridge, a rainbow hung high in the sky. The divine tree propped up the entire sky. Countless flowers, plants, and trees seemed to have gained sentience. They grew healthily on the bridge. For a time, flowers bloomed and wilted. Samsara came and went, forging a great Tao. Countless creatures were born on the bridge. There were ordinary pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep, as well as the four sacred beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. It was as if all the creatures of heaven and earth were born here. Those who didn't understand were amazed, but those who understood understood. This was the true martial progenitor's great Tao. Or rather, it was the true martial progenitor's future great Tao. One day in the future, this great Tao would be completed on such a scale. Under the true martial great Tao, all sacred beasts of heaven and earth were equal. Everyone was like a dragon. Perhaps this was the true martial progenitor's awakening from a dream. Thus, he forged this great Tao. The scene in front of them had completely shocked everyone, including the sacred ancestor. The great Tao was so dazzling and eye-catching. Although it was still far inferior to Su Zimo's true fate world of the divine land. However, this also proved that the true martial ancestor had already touched the edge of creation. When he could truly create. Creating a world where everyone was a dragon meant that he was not far from the 12 meridians. No wonder he dared to challenge the heavens. Although such strength could not be considered invincible, it was rare in the world. The sacred ancestor shook his head and muttered, "What a headache. Why are there people like you appearing every few eras? It's really unsettling." In this world, there will always be people who want to be dogs and heroes, the true martial ancestor said calmly. Although I'm only one person, I'm a candle. I'm willing to be a candle until my death. A general's success is built on thousands of bones, but do you know whether you're a general or a skeleton? The sacred ancestor said calmly. That's not important. What's important is. The true martial ancestor's eyes lit up. He was extremely serious. What's important is that I'm on the path to becoming a general and a skeleton. That's the meaning of my existence. I'll be brighter than light and clearer than darkness. I'm the eternity of everything. People like you are all crazy, the sacred ancestor snorted coldly. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense anymore. He waved his hand, and a powerful force gathered in his palm. Little six paths of samsara. As the sacred ancestor's voice fell, suddenly, 6 doors appeared in the sky. Each of these doors represented a great Tao. The heavenly God path, the Asura path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, the hell path, and the human path. All living beings could not escape the 6 paths of samsara. Birth, old age, illness, and death were the 6 paths of heaven and earth. The sacred ancestor's expression was solemn as his hand fell. Rumble. The sky seemed to be turned upside down. True Marshal, which path of heaven and earth have you entered? Among the 6 paths, in the heavenly God path, the gods appeared, their divine might fluctuating as they looked down on the world. In the Asura path, the Asura blood hell, the immortal Asura, cultivated the body of hell. In the animal path, pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep were on the chopping block. The hungry ghost realm and the hell realm merged together. Hell was empty, and the hungry ghosts were in the human world. In that hell, the netherworld blood sea floated by, giving birth to death and annihilating new life. The hungry ghosts were like reflections. Half of their bodies sank into the hell's river, while the other half bared their fangs and brandished their claws below. And finally, the human realm. The people of the world were busy, born, grew old, fell sick, and died. They were ordinary and great. The appearance of the 6 paths was right in front of him. If anyone else had seen this scene, they would have been shocked. They would probably be extremely envious. Reincarnating into the 6 paths of reincarnation would give them the opportunity to choose their next life. They could even become a high and mighty heavenly god. This was the awakening of countless people. However, the true martial progenitor merely sneered in disdain. Sacred ancestor, how could the 6 Taos enter my eyes? Zhenwu, you must choose. If you don't want to, I'll help you, the sacred ancestor said calmly. His voice echoed in the void of space. He was incomparably dignified, as if he was the ruler of the sky. His words were the law of everything. The Taoist rhyme around him became stronger and stronger. The samsara of the 6 paths also began to devour samsara, and its devouring power could destroy heaven and earth. It could devour all power. Along with the roars of the creatures, be it the 8 great families or Zhenwu Xingzong's side. None of them wanted to be involved. They all began to distance themselves from the 6 paths. The true martial progenitor was at the center. He could most directly feel the devouring power from the 6 paths. His green robe was like a green willow. His figure was incomparably majestic, like a giant tree that could hold up the sky. His long hair moved without wind. His eyes were like 2 lonely planets. He looked at the 6 paths and said a few words. I am the true marshal. I control the great path. As his voice fell, the great path around the true martial progenitor's body also fell. He resisted the devouring power of the 6 paths with absolute power. The true martial progenitor's great path was not perfect and not mature. However, this great path was formed by himself. He was very skilled in controlling it. On the sacred ancestor's side, the 6 paths of reincarnation was completely perfect. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation was ultimately under the control of the villainous heavens. He did not dare to use the great path. The compatibility was not that high. As a result, the true martial progenitor used an imperfect great path to resist the 6 paths of samsara. Seeing that the situation was in a stalemate, a door suddenly appeared in a corner of the sky. A door that was filled with majestic immortal chi like an ocean, drowning the sky. True martial, do you still remember me? Behind the immortal door sat a figure. He was like the ruler of the immortals. He was the origin of the immortal chi. Although his appearance could not be seen clearly, that figure was more vast than the sun and moon, more majestic than the mountains, and more spacious than the rivers and seas. That figure's immortal chi was like an ocean. As his voice fell, the boundless immortal chi between heaven and earth began to surge. With a command, the ruler of the immortals. Seeing the person behind the immortal door, the true martial progenitor's expression changed slightly. Immortal master, even you are here. Why wouldn't I be here? The immortal master chuckled. Today is the day of your death. No one can save you. To deal with a heaven destroyer like you, we have made ample preparations. As soon as the immortal master finished speaking, he did not intend to give the true martial progenitor any chance to recover. He held the horsetail whisk in his hand. As the horsetail whisk fell, it was like a giant dragon that wrapped around the true martial progenitor. This is the mountain river god's horsetail whisk. It is formed from all the mountains and rivers in the world. I will kill you today. The giant dragon roared angrily. Its huge body could not even fit in the sky. Seeing the giant dragon descending, the true martial progenitor was entangled by the sacred ancestor's 6 paths and could not free himself to counterattack. Lao Zu. On Jinwu Xingzong's side, everyone shouted. At the critical moment, a jade-like hand suddenly tore through the void and appeared at the side. The jade-like hand seemed to have spanned thousands of miles. It crushed everything in its path and slammed heavily into the body of the giant dragon in the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion that made ghosts and gods weep was heard. Everyone focused their gazes. They saw that the giant dragon was actually breaking apart layer by layer. And the jade-like hand was actually intact. The immortal master was so shocked that he took a few steps back and shouted in shock, "Who is it?" However, after the jade-like hand struck the giant dragon, there was no sound and it disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared. There was nothing but emptiness between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Could it be, on Jinwu Xingzong's side, Supreme Sage Sandao and the Divine Travel Dao fruit seemed to have thought of something. They looked excited. Hong Tian, is it you? The sacred ancestor said in a gloomy voice. However, in the empty void, only his voice echoed. No one paid attention to him at all. For a moment, the sacred ancestor and the immortal master's expressions were uncertain. The two of them appeared at the same time and wanted to join forces to kill the true martial progenitor. They did not expect that at the last moment, another accident would happen. The appearance of the divine ancestor and the divine master at the same time had already broken the rules. This was because all the other forces in the 9 regions had an agreement to fight against the sacred hall together. Otherwise, the sacred hall would be able to destroy them all and take control of the 9 regions in the end. After all, if they didn't work together and fought alone, no force in the 9 regions would be able to defeat the sacred hall. But now, Jinwu Xingzong's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. When the divine master appeared, the sky was filled with ripples. The void started to change. Boundless ripples spread out in all directions. The void of the great wilderness was changing everywhere. It was as if some beings were coming. Most people didn't know, but the divine ancestor and the others knew that the overlords of the other regions were breaking the dimensional barrier of the great wilderness to teleport here. Because he and the divine master appeared at the same time, the overlords of the 9 regions would naturally form an alliance. Among them was the Lord of Dead Spirits from the Nether Realm. Zhuozhuo. From the Qihua Realm. Doomsday from the Realm of Ghosts. Even the divine race from the realm of Kungsu, Xianxia, and the divine beasts started to gather here. The divine ancestor's face changed drastically. The situation was extremely unfavorable for them. In addition to these people, there was also Empress Hong Tian hiding in the dark and could appear at any time. The divine ancestor looked at the divine master and said, "Let's go." The two of them waved their hands and swept the Qingtian palace into the void. Only the divine ancestor's last words echoed in the empty sky. "Jinwu, let's meet at the path of the heavens." The so-called path of the heavens was a path that everyone who wanted to conquer the heavens had to go through. There were too many rumors about the path of the heavens in the world, but unfortunately, only the true heaven conquerors knew about it. What a brilliant place it was. Only the heaven conquerors were qualified to stand in the same world as the villainous heavens and look down on all life together. The 9 regions were boundless. With the departure of the divine ancestor, the experts who were about to arrive from the other regions also gradually disappeared. The great wilderness seemed to become peaceful again. Ancestor Jinwu raised his head and looked at a corner of the sky. He sighed and said, "It's good that you're still alive. I hope you can appear on the day of conquering the heavens." With that, true martial ancestor slowly turned around and looked at the 8 great clans. The Dao fruit experts of the 8 great clans trembled, and they couldn't help but take a step back. "True martial, actually, what can we talk about?" Dao ancestor Samsara was the first to speak. That's right. God King Creation nodded in agreement. We acknowledge Zhenwu Xingzong's position. Just like before, you can become the 11th family. I'm afraid you're all still dreaming, world-weary old man snorted. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with us? That's right. It's time for the current celestial domain to change dynasties. Great Sage Sandow said. The era of the 10 great families is coming to an end. We, Zhenwu Xingzong, are the masters of everything. Hearing the conversation on Zhenwu Xingzong's side, the 8 great families were not angry. Instead, he replied, everyone, have you ever thought of a problem? When you were here, Zhenwu Xingzong could indeed dominate the celestial realm. But when you leave the celestial domain after attacking the heavens, what will happen to Zhenwu Xingzong? Tao Ancestor Samsara asked. Without you, Zhenwu Xingzong is just an empty shell. He can't suppress the other forces of the celestial domain. This has nothing to do with you, Ancestor True Marshal said indifferently. To me, it doesn't matter whether Zhenwu Xingzong can grow independently or not. What matters is that the 8 great families must die today. Ancestor True Marshal waved his hand. A powerful force spread out majestically. The True Marshal's great Tao directly crushed and suppressed the 8 Tao fruit experts. Seeing the True Marshal's great Tao descend in an invincible manner, the 8 people's expressions changed drastically. Tao Ancestor Samsara used the Eye of Samsara, which seemed to illuminate the ancient times and see through the void. Unfortunately, it was useless. The True Marshal's great Tao crushed the Eye of Samsara and Samsara Tao Ancestor. Divine King Creation's expression changed drastically. When the heaven-swallowing finger of creation fell, he also retreated frantically. But before he could tear the void in front of him, he was already enveloped by the True Marshal's great Tao. The True Marshal's great Tao was refining him. Like nutrients, it devoured him. The remaining 6 people's expressions changed drastically. They were completely helpless and lost. Let's work together and see if we can break out, Giant Mountain-Hugging God suggested. He used the power to shake the heavens. The powerful force covered everything, and the giant's body shattered heaven and earth. The blood prison war god's Aisha seal filled heaven and earth. His entire body seemed to have merged with the seal. As for the pure young immortal sovereign, he had a grand supreme pill scripture and a huge pill furnace tilted in front of him. As the saying went, pills also had spirits. I cultivated the Grand Supreme Tao and refined the Grand Supreme Pill. In addition, there was the Heavenly Law God. The heavenly gate of 3 lives was fixed above his head, the gate of eternal life avoided everything, and the gate of life and death was imposing. As for the 3 lives tribulation body, it also had 3 scriptures. It explored the Tao of the past and the Tao of the future and banished everything. The heavens equal sage, the so-called demon played immortal manual, gathered countless sounds in heaven and earth, including the sound of the wind and the sound of people. The Tao fruit experts could be said to have merged into one. They all used their special skills. Powerful forces bloomed in the void for a time. This force was strong enough. Unfortunately, when the True Marshal's great Tao came, it was like the real other shore of the Tao. The 10 divine techniques were not enough. The 10 Tao fruit experts were not enough. Everyone was enveloped. This was the power of the great Tao. It was not something that could be resisted by any other force. The great Tao was like a long dragon spiraling between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it covered all the Tao fruit experts and great sages of the 8 major families. Some people wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. The great Tao swept over and swallowed heaven and earth. Immediately, all the great sages and Tao fruit experts were swept into it. One had to know that the people here were the strongest of the 8 major families. Once all of them died, the 8 major families would be completely finished. No, I can't accept this. I've been in the military all my life. It wasn't easy for me to become a Tao fruit expert and stand at the peak of heaven and earth. Why did I have to meet you? Zhenwu Xingzong, we won't let you go even if we become ghosts. As the great Tao echoed, all the struggling voices came to an end. Yanshi, go to the west and destroy the Wang family for me. Ancestor Zhenwu's eyes were burning as he began to give orders. Xinxing, go to the south and destroy the Sun family. Sandow, go to the north and destroy the Luo family. The 8 major families were all ordered to be destroyed in the end. After Ancestor Zhenwu finished speaking, he glanced at Su Zimo. He said, I have something to tell you. Let's go back to the celestial realm. Everyone nodded. Ancestor Zhenwu also used a powerful force to break through the spatial wall. Everyone stepped into the air and traveled through the spatial wall toward the celestial realm. In the Empyrean domain, many people couldn't see the scene in the great wilderness. Therefore, everyone raised their heads in anticipation, wanting to see who the final victor would be. After a long time, a crack appeared in a corner of space. It shattered like broken glass. They're here. Someone raised his spirits. As a giant hand tore through space, primogenitor Zhenwu led the way, followed by Su Zimo. Zhenwu Xingzong's people passed by. Is that primogenitor Zhenwu? Someone shouted. And Sage Sandao and Old Man Weary. No way. My God, they're not dead? Didn't they all die in the war? How come they're still intact? Let me calm down. This is too much. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the 10 great clans lost? They should have. Look at Zhenwu Xingzong's people. The Empyrean domain is about to change. There were also some big factions and some sharper people. They said, let's go and bring gifts to Zhenwu Xingzong. Zhenwu Xingzong started this era. We just need to follow Zhenwu Xingzong. Even if there's no meat, there's still soup to drink. That's right. We need to go to Zhenwu Xingzong before anyone else. The entire Empyrean domain was in turmoil. If the 10 great clans returned, the Empyrean domain's situation wouldn't change. Everyone would just maintain the same status quo. But Zhenwu Xingzong's return was an absolute opportunity for many factions. Inside Zhenwu Xingzong, sect leader Wang Hingji was shocked. He was in disbelief. Because normally, not even birds would fly to Zhenwu Xingzong's old haunt. But today, countless famous factions in the Empyrean domain came. Night Soul Palace's Palace Lord is here to visit Zhenwu Xingzong. Hell Valley's Valley Lord is here to visit. I hope he didn't disturb sect leader Wang. The Divine Dragon Empire's sovereign is here to pay a visit. He specially brought 10 dragon pearls as a small token of appreciation. The various sects and factions were all gathered here. These people followed Wang Hingji enthusiastically. Wang Hingji felt a little embarrassed. Normally, Laozu wouldn't care about him because of his status. Sect leader Wang, it's been a few years since we last met. You're still as handsome as ever. That's right. It wasn't easy for Zhenwu Xingzong to grow to such a scale under sect leader Wang's leadership. Sect Master Wang, I can't wait any longer. Listening to these flattering voices, Wang Hingji also let himself be shocked. No matter what the purpose of these people was. For the time being, he made arrangements for his disciples to prepare for the banquet. He couldn't let others think that Zhenwu Xingzong was unruly. On this day, the eyes of the entire celestial realm were focused on Zhenwu Xingzong. On the way back to Zhenwu Xingzong, Ancestor Zhenwu and Su Zimo stepped into the air. He smiled and said, I didn't expect that Zhenwu Xingzong of the Yuanyang world would have such an outstanding junior. Senior, you're even more respectable, Su Zimo said honestly. Ancestor Zhenwu was probably the strongest person he had ever seen in his life. He was split into 3 corpses. He was one of the best among Dao fruits. He was a true almighty figure. Actually, I know that you're the demon master, Ancestor Zhenwu suddenly said. Seeing Su Zimo, Ancestor Zhenwu was stunned. He explained, you don't have to be surprised. I once found the place where the previous demon master died. The place where he died? Su Zimo asked in surprise. Have you met him? We even talked, Ancestor Zhenwu said with a smile. In a sense, we're the same kind of people. Those who can conquer the heavens probably have the same goal, Su Zimo replied. I'm not as good as him. Ancestor Zhenwu shook his head. He smiled and said, it was only then that I knew of your existence. Su Zimo nodded slightly. That's nothing. In a sense, I'm taking advantage of the previous demon master's shadow. But I can walk a path that doesn't belong to the previous demon master. It's different from his great Tao. I believe you. Ancestor Zhenwu smiled. Whether it was the demon general, the demon 10 styles, or even the power left by the previous demon master. These were all the shadows of the previous demon master. And Suzima would not only rely on the previous demon master. His biggest secret was the divine land. A complete planet, a perfect world. This advantage was something that no powerhouse had ever had since ancient times. Ancestor Zhenwu smiled and said, "I'm talking to you because I want to tell you about Zhenwu Xingzong." "What's the matter?" Suzimo asked in surprise. The 9 realms of the celestial realm are connected, but they are also sealed by spatial walls. So every time you enter the other realms, you have to experience the destruction of the spatial walls. "I think you should have a deep understanding of this," Ancestor Zhenwu said. Suzimo nodded. When he came from the other realms, he was almost half dead. Previously, he also fell to Zhenwu Xingzong and was picked up by Xiaoanan. "Above the celestial realm should be the illusory sea realm," Ancestor Zhenwu said. "You've already entered the 5 realms. The 4 realms above are the illusory sea realm, the Zhongshuan realm, the Kungsu realm, and the Tribulation Immortal realm. These 4 realms are connected, and there are no spatial walls. People from the 4 realms can travel freely and enter other realms. The 4 realms are connected together. Some people say that it's the core of the 9 realms. The 4 realms are connected?" Suzimo said in surprise. "Zhenwu Xingzong in the future may depend on you," Ancestor Zhenwu said. "I hope you can bring it into the 4 realms and into a wider world. Of course, I don't want to tie Zhenwu Xingzong to your battlefield. I just want Zhenwu Xingzong to be your foothold. Do you understand?" "I understand. I can travel freely in the 4 realms and only come back to visit Zhenwu Xingzong occasionally. I don't want it to be destroyed, right?" Suzimo replied. "But I have so many enemies. Aren't you afraid that Zhenwu Xingzong will be destroyed because of me?" "You have so many enemies, but aren't you still living well now?" Ancestor Zhenwu asked. Suzimo smiled. "If it's really destroyed, I'll accept it. My children and grandchildren have their own blessings. I've invested a lot of effort into Zhenwu Xingzong." Zhenwu Xingzong sighed. "In the end, I still hope that it will flourish in the 9 realms. When the great emperor of the Yuanyang world comes, there will be a place for it. It will also have a place to settle down." Hearing Ancestor Zhenwu's words, Suzimo nodded slightly. He could understand. Ancestor Zhenwu didn't do this for selfish reasons. He was already standing at the peak of this world. Zhenwu Xingzong wouldn't benefit him. He just wanted to leave a place for his descendants. "I know you have your own things to do, and I don't want to drag you down because of Zhenwu Xingzong," Ancestor Zhenwu said. "I just take care of it occasionally." "I understand. I'll do my best." Suzimo nodded. Speaking of which, when he first came to the 9 regions, Zhenwu Xingzong should have sent someone to pick him up. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. Zhenwu Xingzong was in decline. Not to mention sending someone to pick him up, he probably couldn't even leave the celestial realm. As the 2 of them talked, a figure appeared in the air. He was already above Zhenwu Xingzong. Seeing Zhenwu Xingzong in decline, Zhenwu Xingzong sighed. In fact, at his level, it had been a long time since she was sad about anything. However, Zhenwu Xingzong meant a lot to him. In his life, he didn't marry or have children, nor did he miss anyone. The only thing he cared about was Zhenwu Xingzong. To him, Zhenwu Xingzong was like his child. When Zhenwu Xingzong first fought with the 10 great families, he wasn't so strong. They were beaten to the point where they were forced to retreat. In the end, he could only escape with the other Dao fruits and the Supreme Sage, leaving Zhenwu Xingzong to be destroyed. Zhenwu Xingzong waved his hand. A powerful force fell from his hand. This force contained the charm of the Great Path, as if the whispers of the Great Path were constantly sounding. Rumble, rumble. Looking down, one could clearly see, the land where Zhenwu Xingzong came from had been destroyed because of the war. Now, it was under the Great Path. The cracked mountains and rivers began to recover. The dried-up rivers began to flow. The dead flowers and trees sprouted and took root again. Countless creatures roamed in the mountains and lakes. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to have recovered, lingering around Zhenwu Xingzong. Green mountains and clear waters rose from the ground. An eagle spread its wings, and the blue sky was unobstructed. The roars of tigers and dragons could be heard as they played around in the sect. It was as if, in an instant, Jinwu Xingzong, which had been deathly still and shattered, was completely undamaged. Heaven and earth were reborn, and the spiritual energy was vast and mighty. When everyone saw this miraculous scene, they couldn't help but sigh with admiration at primogenitor Jinwu's methods. After all, this wasn't a big deal for Dao fruit experts. True martial progenitor waved his robe and said softly, "You may leave." Primogenitor True Martial and the others stepped into the air. In Jinwu Xingzong, countless disciples were excited under the leadership of Wang Hingji and Luyi Laozu. He knelt on the ground and shouted, "Welcome back, primogenitor and Laozu." As for the forces that had come to visit Jinwu Xingzong, they also shouted respectfully, "We pay our respects to true martial progenitor and seniors." Everyone knelt on the ground to show their respect. Primogenitor True Martial's expression was calm. These people didn't even have the right to talk to him. He waved his hand and entered the depths of Jinwu Xingzong with everyone. Apart from Su Zimo, the other Dao fruit experts and great sages also left. Laozu. Luyi Laozu hurriedly pulled Su Zimo. He asked, "What's going on? The Laozu and the others have all been resurrected." "They didn't die at all." "How can they be resurrected?" Su Zimo shook his head and replied, "What happened back then was a little complicated. You don't have to worry about it. From today onwards, Jinwu Xingzong will turn a new page. Just remember that." Luyi Laozu nodded slightly. Su Zimo looked at the forces that had already gathered around and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He ordered, "Let's deal with these people first." Su Zimo arrived at the back mountain of Jinwu Xingzong. After the true martial progenitor had just recovered, the back mountain could be said to be beautiful with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. At the back mountain, there was a very huge mountain peak. It had been destroyed in the last great battle. Yet, Martial Mountain had been completely rebuilt. There were countless cave abodes on this mountain peak. Every great sage of Jinwu Xingzong had their own cave abode. One had to know that Martial Mountain was not an ordinary mountain. It was said that there were many immortal mountains on the vast Dragon Sea. Each and every one of these immortal mountains was born from the heavens and earth. True Martial Mountain was the immortal mountain that the true martial progenitor was most satisfied with after crossing the entire Dragon Sea. In addition to the abundant spiritual energy in this immortal mountain, there was also immortal mist that could help people cultivate and calm their hearts. This was a natural place to cultivate in seclusion. "You can choose a cave abode for yourself," Great Sage Sandao looked at Su Zimo and said. "I have something to ask you, Senior." Su Zimo nodded and replied. Compared to the cave abode, he was more curious about something. "Tell me about it." Great Sage Sandao nodded. "I heard that you were once undefeated by a Dao fruit expert after 100 moves, Su Zimo asked. 100 moves is an exaggeration, but it should be at least a few dozen moves, Great Sage Sandao said with a smile. "Why? Do you want to ask me how I did it?" "Yes, although I'm only one step away from the Dao fruit realm. However, I understand that this step is very far away." Su Zimo nodded and said, "Perhaps your cultivation method is the most suitable for me now. First of all, if you want to contend against a Dao fruit expert, you must know the difference between a Dao fruit expert and a great sage," Great Sage Sandao replied. He brought Su Zimo to his cave abode. Great Sage Sandao's cave abode was very simple. Other than the densely packed sabers on the walls, it seemed like there was nothing in the place where he lived. "These sabers have accompanied me all the way here," Great Sage Sandao said with a smile. "Do you see that saber? I used it when I first entered the 9 regions. There's also that saber. It's the saber I used in my battle with Divine King Creation back then. There's also an iron saber that I use when I cultivate. The ultimate Dao," Su Zimo said with emotion. The two of them sat down at the stone table next to them. Great Sage Sandao stretched out his hand, and the power of law surged into his body. "I can tell you in detail now. First of all, let's not talk about experts like the progenitor who gathered the 3 splendors and split 3 corpses. We'll only talk about ordinary Dao fruit experts. There are 2 differences between Dao fruit experts. The laws and laws are different. The second is the condensation of the essence soul. Essence soul? Su Zimo asked in surprise. He had some understanding of the laws. However, this was the first time he had heard of a Tao fruit expert's essence soul. It was different from the true fate and the life-death soul. The essence soul was the symbol of a Tao fruit expert. It's different from your physical body and soul. The essence soul is the embodiment of one's consciousness. Great Sage Sandow explained, it's very difficult for a human to become a god. However, it's very simple for one's consciousness to become a god. When your Tao heart is strong and your consciousness reaches a certain level, you'll be able to manifest it. It's too difficult for a human or any other creature to control the power of heaven and earth. Because we're all a part of heaven and earth, how can we transcend, how can we escape from birth, old age, sickness, and death? We can't do it, but our consciousness can. Do you understand what I mean? Heaven and earth are boundless, and a human's consciousness is also boundless. Human strength is unable to control the nomological power of heaven and earth. Therefore, people condense their consciousness and form an essence soul to control the nomological power. Therefore, you have to remember that the essence soul comes before the nomological power. Great Sage Triblade explained seriously. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Apart from the essence soul and nomological power, Tao fruit experts have another more obvious aspect. That is to condense their own Tao fruit. It's just like the name of the Tao fruit realm, said Great Sage Triblade. As for me, when I was at the Great Sage realm, I could fight Tao fruit experts for dozens of rounds. It's because I don't have an essence soul or nomological power. However, I condensed my own Tao fruit. What's a Tao fruit? Su Zimo hurriedly asked. You can understand a Tao fruit as the Tao you have walked all the way. From the beginning of your cultivation to your current level. Everyone has their own Tao. There are millions of people in this world and millions of Taos. You can think of it this way. Everyone came to this world, experienced different things, and met different people. This also causes everyone's life to be completely different. People struggle their entire lives. Some become peerless experts. Some become rich. Some live in poverty their entire lives. Everyone's life is different, so the great Tao they form is also different. As for the Tao fruit, it is the final manifestation of your great Tao when it blooms and bears fruit. At this point, Great Sage Triblade continued to explain. As for Tao fruits, there are actually two types. One is the heavenly Tao, and the other is other Taos. Every Tao fruit expert is different. When you enter the Tao fruit realm, you will be judged by the heavenly Tao. If you are willing to submit to the heavenly Tao, for example, Laozu from the 10 great family clans can be recognized by the heavenly Tao. Your Tao fruit is the heavenly Tao. You can even use the mighty power of heaven and earth. However, if you are unwilling to submit to the heavenly Tao, you can condense your own Tao fruit. For example, True Martial Ancestor condensed the True Martial Tao fruit where everyone was. Like a dragon. As for me, I condensed a saber-type Tao fruit. I call this the Triblade Tao fruit. You have to remember a principle. In this world, there are never two identical Tao fruits. Even if they are both saber-type Tao fruits. There are also many differences. The slightest difference would result in a completely different Tao fruit. He has a Tao fruit, but he is not a Tao fruit expert, Su Zimo said. I can understand it that way. A true Tao fruit expert. Tao fruit and primordial spirit were indispensable. Back then, you had only condensed a Tao fruit. Supreme Sage Sandow nodded slightly. Su Zimo sighed. It seems that I am still very far away. There is no shortcut to becoming a Tao fruit expert. Actually, if you want to condense a Tao fruit, there might be someone who can help you, Supreme Sage Three Blades suddenly said. Su Zimo was stunned and quickly asked, who is it? True Martial Progenitor, said Great Sage Three Blades with a smile. Progenitor True Martial helped me condense my Tao fruit back then. True Martial Progenitor can help condense a Tao fruit? Su Zimo said in surprise. You'll know when you get there, said Great Sage Sandow with a smile. Perhaps the primogenitor has other plans. Upon hearing Great Sage Three Blades' words, Su Zimo thanked him and left. He did not take the initiative to look for True Martial Progenitor. This was because he knew that true martial progenitor definitely had his own considerations. When the time was right, true martial progenitor would talk to him about the Dao fruit. In the following time, world-weary old man found Su Zimo. Among the 10 great clans, the Zhao family and Nangua family had already submitted, so there was no need to exterminate them. As for the remaining 8 great clans, world-weary old man handed the Luo family, which was the family that possessed the supreme pill scripture, to Su Zimo. Su Zimo was in charge of destroying the Luo family. There were also many great sages in Jinwu Xingzong. They were originally led by Dao fruit experts. However, because Jinwu Xingzong had a limited number of Dao fruit experts, the 8 great clans suffered heavy casualties. Su Zimo did not use Jinwu Xingzong's great sages to follow him. He already had demon generals. This was the location of the Luo family. It was in the northwest of Pill City. Speaking of the Luo family, it was much more interesting. They held the supreme pill scripture. This divine technique was not only the Tao of alchemy. It was also based on the will of the Supreme during cultivation. They were the combination of the Supreme Tao and the Tao of alchemy. Alchemy used the Tao of alchemy. And in battle, they naturally used the Supreme Tao. The Supreme Tao was heartless. It was the most heartless Tao of death. The original Jinwu Xingzong. There was an array formation that could lead to any place in the celestial realm. But later, Jinwu Xingzong was destroyed, so the array formation was naturally destroyed. And now, as true martial progenitor rebuilt Jinwu Xingzong. With a wave of his hand, the array formation had long been restored. And Su Zimo was riding on this array formation, preparing to go to the Luo family. Unlike other cities, the Luo family was not located in a simple city. The celestial realm Pill City where the Luo family was located. It could be said to be the most prosperous city in the celestial realm. Why did he say that? Because the Luo family had the supreme pill scripture, they did not dare to say much in terms of combat strength. But in terms of alchemy, they were definitely number one. No one could compare to them. And the Luo family did not hide their strength. The pills they refined were very popular in the entire celestial realm. They established the Pill City of the world, gathered alchemists in the entire celestial realm, and even imparted the beginning of the supreme pill scripture. In fact, rational people understood. They wanted to monopolize the pill business and alchemists in the entire celestial realm. The influence and hidden wealth in this was almost unimaginable. But for ordinary people, to buy and sell pills and learn alchemy methods, the Pill City of the world was the best choice. Over time, the gathering of alchemists in the world also led to the unique status and prosperity of the Pill City of the world. At this moment, with the return of Jinwu Xingzong, the news of the fall of the 8 great families also spread to the Pill City of the world. The originally prosperous appearance of the Pill City of the world was now surging with undercurrents. However, it was still bustling. On the contrary, it seemed to be even more prosperous. Su Zimo stepped through the teleportation array. He did not prepare any powerful formations, so he went through the teleportation array alone and arrived at the Pill City of the world. Jinwu Xingzong's teleportation array was really powerful. Not only was it fast, but it was also very stable the entire time. Not long after, Su Zimo had already appeared at the array plaza of the Pill City of the world. The crowd here was endless. There was no trace of the bleakness before the destruction. Instead, it was bustling and crowded. There's only one peerless dragon elephant pill. Those who want it, come and take a look. Heavenly Phoenix pill, refined from the blood of a true phoenix. It's not for sale, it's only for exchange. The Luo family's alchemist personally refined the pill. Those who are interested can sell it. His ears were instantly filled with lively voices. Su Zimo twisted his neck and casually walked around. It was only a matter of time before he destroyed the Luo family. Therefore, Su Zimo was not in a hurry. He leisurely strolled along the bustling street. Wasn't this also a kind of cultivation, to condense his own fruit of Tao? It was because he was used to seeing through the world of mortals and saw through the deception and the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the mortal world. Everyone had to experience these things from birth. Brother, do you want some pills? Suddenly, someone patted Su Zimo on the shoulder and asked with a smile. Su Zimo turned his head to look. The person who patted him was a shifty-eyed man. He was holding a dirty bag in his hand. He had the potential to be a scalper. "What's the matter?" he asked. "I have some divine pills from the Luo family. You don't seem to lack money, and you look pleasing to the eye. I'll sell it to you at a cheap price," the man said. "Divine pills?" Su Zimo said with interest. "Take it out and let me see." "I already said it's a divine pill." "How could I have it on me?" the man whispered. "But I have one on me." "You can take a look first." The man opened the bag in his hand. In an instant, a golden light shot out from the bag. But then, the man quickly closed the bag and said with a smile, "Sir, what do you think? There are too many people here. Why don't we find a quiet place to talk?" "Interesting. But I'm more curious. Why do you have the Luo family's pills?" Su Zimo asked. "Everyone in the Luo family is in danger now. Zhenwu Xingzong returned a few days ago." "It's not difficult to get their pills," the man said with a shrug. "It's not difficult to get the pills. It's not difficult to get them. But I'm curious about where the power technique you cultivate came from," Su Zimo asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's expression changed drastically. He could not say a word for a long time. Then, the young man ran away frantically. Su Zimo did not chase him. He had left a mark on the young man. If necessary, he could catch him at will. Speaking of the power technique, it was created by Bao Di back in the Yuanyang continent. Su Zimo had obtained it in his previous life. A few days after his rebirth, he passed on the power art to Lin Ruhu. Currently, in this world, there was only one person who could understand the strength formula. Other than the tyrant emperor, there was probably only Lin Ruhu. Su Zimo thought to himself. He wondered how Ruhu was doing now. Back then, he had carried the mandate of heaven and opened the passage connecting the Yuanyang continent to the 9 domains. Lin Ruhu also followed him to the 9 zones. However, Lin Ruhu did not want to rely on him for everything and be a burden. In the end, he chose to walk his own path. Unexpectedly, the two of them had not seen each other for such a long time. "I hope it's Ruhu," Su Zimo muttered to himself. He walked on. Not far ahead, gongs and drums could be heard, and there was a hubbub of voices, as if they were discussing something. Su Zimo walked closer to take a look. The alliance to resist Zhenwu Xingzong, led by the Luo family, is recruiting alchemists from all over the world. All participants can join the alliance. Someone was beating the gongs and drums as he shouted. More and more people were paying attention to them. One had to know that the Pill City in this world did not lack alchemists. Hearing the words of the person who beat the gong, someone asked, "Zhenwu Xingzong has no grudge against us. Why do you have to drag other alchemists into this?" "That's right. Zhenwu Xingzong is invincible now. How can we fight against him?" Hearing the doubts of the crowd, the person who beat the gong seemed to be at ease. He smiled and explained, "Everyone, don't be anxious. Listen to me. Although Zhenwu Xingzong is strong, if we gather together, they will have to take us seriously. Moreover, I don't want everyone to fight against Zhenwu Xingzong. I just hope that they will let the Luo family live and not offend each other. Moreover, the Luo family has promised that their alchemists will refine pills for everyone for free in the future. They are even willing to share the supreme pill scripture." Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Is that true? The supreme pill scripture was one of the 10 great divine techniques. It was the thing that the world admired the most and even dreamed of. In the past, the 10 great divine techniques were kept very strictly by the 10 great clans. Not to mention outsiders, even the disciples of the main clans were only a few who were qualified to cultivate it. But now, the Luo family was actually so willing. Indeed, in the face of life and death, all benefits became unimportant. "Everyone, don't worry. As long as you join our alliance, you will definitely have the opportunity to cultivate the supreme pill scripture," the person who rang the gong continued. This alliance was established by the Kuanpun clan of the Dragon Sea. Everyone, please remember this. The Kuanpun clan? This made everyone very puzzled. The Dragon Sea was located in a corner of the celestial realm. There were many immortal mountains there. The true martial mountain of the ancestor of the true martial sect was moved from there. The Kuanping clan lived in the Dragon Sea. They almost ignored the affairs of the world and never got involved in the karma of the secular world. Therefore, no matter how the situation in the celestial realm changed, whether it was the Dragon Sea or the Kuanping clan, this place was peaceful. It was just that no one expected that. The situation in the celestial realm had stabilized, and Jinwu Xingzong was heading in the direction of the general trend. Almost everyone was sure of it. They didn't expect that the Kuanping clan of the Dragon Lake would actually go against the Dao. Instead, they chose to go against Jinwu Xingzong. However, this had nothing to do with them. Someone shouted, "I'm willing to join the alliance." That's right. We can try to negotiate with Jinwu Xingzong. We hope that he will let the Celestial Pill City go. After all, we have been in the Celestial Pill City for a long time. We have long treated this place as our home. Everyone was full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but they didn't mention the Supreme Pill Scripture at all. Actually, everyone was well aware of this. What were these people thinking? For the Supreme Pill Scripture, they could agree first. If there was any danger, they would probably run faster than anyone else. The person who rang the gong kept hitting the gong and drum, as if he was very fond of the scene. He said again, "Today, the northern district of the Celestial Pill City has been booked by our alliance. If you are a member of the alliance, you can eat and drink as much as you want for free. And this pill pagoda on me. The crown prince of the Kuanping clan and the holy maiden of our Luo family are both inside. If you are qualified, you can climb up this pill pagoda and communicate with them." Hearing this, everyone was also interested. They hurriedly asked, "May I know what qualifications are needed to see the Crown Prince and the Holy Maiden?" The person who rang the gong pointed at the entrance of the Pill Pagoda. There were 2 statues standing at the entrance. "These are the guardian beasts of our Pill Pagoda. If you can defeat them, you will be qualified to enter," the person who rang the gong explained. As his voice fell, the 2 statues began to move slowly. The stone layer on the surface began to fall off. These 2 pill beasts were like lions, and the fur on their bodies was like pills. They were semicircular in the shape of a whirlpool. The pill beast was surprising. In fact, there had always been rumors about the pill beast of the pill tower. But many people had never seen it before. This was because the pill beast would only appear when the pill tower was in danger. But before that, the 10 great families ruled the celestial realm. The Luo family ruled the northwest, and the Pill City was prosperous. No one dared to challenge the Pill Tower. This also caused the Pill Beast to become a rumor. Unfortunately, no one would have thought that this terrifying Pill Beast would turn into 2 ordinary stone statues. For thousands of years, they had been guarding the door. No one would pay attention to them. The person who rang the gong smiled and said, "You don't need to defeat the Pill Beast. You just need to survive 10 moves. You are qualified to enter." The Pill Beast was very strong. Some people said that it was at the Supreme Sage level. Some people said that it was at the peak of the Supreme Emperor level. But there was no doubt that in the eyes of the world, the Pill Beast was indeed powerful enough. There were many Supreme Sages in this world, and Supreme Emperors were as common as dogs. But in the 9 regions, the territory was vast, and there were hundreds of races. With such a large foundation, it was inevitable that there would be many powerhouses. There was not a single powerhouse among 100 people. There should be at least one powerhouse among 1,000 or even 10,000 people. As soon as the person who rang the gong finished speaking, everyone was already in an uproar. If they joined the alliance, they would be able to obtain pills personally refined by the alchemists of the Luo family. After passing the Pill Beast assessment, they would be able to meet the Kuanping Crown Prince and the Luo family's Holy Maiden. They might even have a chance to cultivate the Supreme Pill Scripture. Many people wanted to give this a try. "I'm willing to join the alliance," someone shouted. "Okay." They went over to receive the pills and identity tokens. The person who rang the gong laughed loudly. Immediately, the sound of gongs and drums filled the sky. Immediately after, countless people followed closely behind. Most people had the mentality of following the crowd. If they didn't shout, they wouldn't shout either. But when there were more people, many people would shout along. I want to challenge the pill beast. There were also people who shouted. After a while, the front of the pill tower was already bustling with noise and excitement. Suzimo raised his head. Although this pill tower was called a tower, it was only 7 stories tall and wasn't conspicuous. Moreover, its architectural style wasn't eye-catching. Let me try, Suzimo said. He wanted to see how this so-called alliance was going to fight against him, the person who had come to destroy the pill city under the heavens. Someone saw Suzimo appear. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, why are you cutting the line? If you want to challenge a pill beast, go to the back and line up." Suzimo glanced at him indifferently. The surrounding void condensed as a powerful force silently passed through the void and landed on that person's body. Bang, a loud sound was heard. The man instantly turned into a bloody mist. The noisy crowd also quieted down. He seemed to have realized that Suzimo was also a ruthless person. As for the person striking the gong, a strange look flashed across his eyes as he watched this scene with a smile. Suzimo approached the stone statue. 2 stone statues appeared and roared at Suzimo. Speaking of pill beasts, they were obviously not ordinary creatures. Instead, it was a foreign object that was artificially created. In the Luo family, there was a secret technique that granted life to pills. Of course, this so-called life was not real life. It was like a puppet. Pill beasts were created from countless refined waste pills. They fed on waste pills, and the power in their bodies was mixed and extremely domineering. Looking at the roars of the 2 pill beasts, Suzimo did not care. Instead, he turned to the person striking the gong and said with a smile, "I destroyed them. It should be fine, right? If you have the ability, I naturally have nothing to say." The person striking the gong shrugged. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened, and even his breathing seemed to have stopped. Suzimo walked forward. The pill beasts at the peak of the Great Emperor realm were like 2 dolls that were directly pinched in his palm. Boom! He squeezed it until it exploded. There was no resistance at all, as if it was done casually. Isn't this too fake? The spectators were equally surprised. Is that guy too strong, or are the pill beasts too weak? Ignoring the crowd, Suzimo casually destroyed the pill beasts and walked straight into the pill pagoda. The pill pagoda was divided into 7 floors. The first 4 floors were where pills were sold. The last 3 floors were where the pill masters refined pills. However, today, because the pill pagoda had already gathered, it was much quieter. As soon as Suzimo entered, someone led the way and said with a smile, "Young master, please come upstairs." Suzimo walked up to the 2nd floor. In an instant, more than 10 gazes landed on him. Oh, it seems that there are also paragons here. It's not bad to be able to pass the pill beast's test. The dozen or so people began to comment. Suzimo looked around and saw the person in charge of this group of people. There were 2 women and a man sitting in the middle. This man's appearance was very strange. His head was oval, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. There were more than a dozen whiskers around his lips. There was a pair of wings behind him that were closed together. He sat on the right with a dignified expression. Apart from the beast might on his body, there was also a powerful void power. Suzimo guessed that this should be the so-called Kunpun Crown Prince. The woman on the right was dressed in a purple veil that was as thin as a cicada's wings. It gave off the feeling that it was half covered. However, the important parts were covered quite tightly. Her long hair was tied up on top of her head, and her expression was indifferent, giving off a feeling of indifference. She should be the holy maiden of the Luo family. Suzimo originally thought that the 2 of them should be the leaders of the younger generation of this alliance. But only then did he realize, between the 2 of them sat a woman. The woman sat in the middle of the main seat. Her appearance aside, she was quite beautiful. She gave off a very strange feeling. It was as if she had merged with this world. She was very compatible with the Great Tao. She was dressed in a bright red robe with pale white patterns spreading down from her waist. She was tall and slender. This woman sat on the main seat. Be it the people around her, the Kunpun Crown Prince or the holy maiden of the Luo family, they were all respectful to her. It was obvious that her identity was extraordinary. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Someone asked. Su Zimo. So it's fellow Taoist Su. Since you can join the alliance, it means that everyone has the same goal, someone said with a smile. I'm mainly curious. How are you going to face Shenwu Xingzong? Su Zimo asked. Aren't you afraid of implicating your sex or relatives by doing this? Everything in the world is predestined, the woman on the main seat suddenly said. What is predestined? Su Zimo asked. You just have to do it. Whether it succeeds or not, the heavenly Tao will arrange it. If you don't do it, you can't talk about whether it succeeds or not, the woman said lightly with red lips and white teeth. So, you don't believe in the heavenly Tao? Su Zimo asked. You and I are all living under the heavenly Tao. Why don't you believe in fate? The woman asked. I haven't asked for your name. The kingdom of 10,000 immortals, wonderful ruin. Everyone seemed to already know the woman's identity. So there was nothing to be surprised about. And when the woman said her identity, she saw Su Zimo without any reaction. She was a little surprised. Because of her noble identity, but because of her extraordinary background. Basically, when others heard this identity, they would be respectful and surprised. Why did Su Zimo have no reaction at all? Su Zimo also had a puzzled look on his face. Kingdom of 10,000 immortals, the name sounded powerful, but he had never heard of this force. Why aren't you talking? Did I scare you? The woman asked. No, I just can't remember where the kingdom of 10,000 immortals is. Su Zimo shook his head and replied. Kid, I'm afraid you're just a villager. The kingdom of 10,000 immortals is, someone wanted to explain, but was interrupted by the woman. No need to tell him. If he doesn't know, then so be it. If you tell him, it will tarnish my name. Su Zimo shrugged. He was not angry, because he knew that it would not be long before this place became a ruin. And these people in front of him would also become dead people. Who would be calculated with some dead people? Anger would hurt the body, and the one who would hurt was himself. Someone waved at Su Zimo, indicating that he could come over. Su Zimo also sat at the side. Although the two elixir beasts were destroyed by him, the person who rang the gong quickly asked the Luo family to send over new elixir beasts. As an alchemy family, the Luo family did not lack one or two elixir beasts. So it was very lively below, and people began to pass the elixir beast assessment. As for the person who called out to Su Zimo just now. At this moment, he introduced himself. I'm Zhuanrong, a disciple of the Skybird sect. Su Zimo also nodded slightly at him. Actually, you don't have to quarrel with them, Zhuanrong replied. These people don't have any so-called goals at all. As long as the benefits are enough, they can be implicated. Aren't they afraid of going against Shenwu Xingzong? Su Zimo asked. Of course, who isn't afraid now? Everyone is in danger. But what if they succeed? Zhuanrong laughed. Shenwu Xingzong's foundation is too weak. When Shenwu Primogenitor leads all the saints to attack the heavens, it's hard to say who has the final say in the celestial realm. Do you see that woman, Miao Ruyan of the Myriad? Immortal's kingdom wants to be the mastermind. What do you mean? Su Zimo asked. What right does she have to be the mastermind? Kingdom of 10,000 immortals, that's a force from above, Zhuanrong said in a low voice. He pointed upwards with his right hand. It went without saying. The so-called above naturally referred to the nether realm, the realm of Kungsu, the realm of Tsongshuan, and the realm of Tribulation Immortal. This was the great world formed by the four great domains. It could be considered the core of the 9 zones. The number of experts there, including the size of the area, was incomparable to the other regions. No wonder I've never heard of it. Su Zimo nodded in understanding. After all, he had never been up there. Naturally, he didn't know much about the situation there. Thus, he asked, she wants to monopolize the entire celestial domain by herself. Isn't that too much of a fantasy? That's not necessarily true. First of all, in the current celestial realm, all the forces are frightened. They are afraid of being destroyed by Shenwu Xingzong. And she appeared with the reputation of the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. It can be said that it's effortless. She will take these forces into her pocket. And everything will be up to Zhenwu primogenitor to attack the heavens. Everything will be decided by them. Wishful thinking. But before that, they will be destroyed, Su Zimo said lightly. What about you? Since you know that this is a muddy water, why do you still want to get involved? I have my difficulties. Our heavenly bird sect owes the Luo family a big favor. I'm here to repay the favor, Zhuanrong said with a smile. When our Laozu's lifespan was exhausted, he asked for a longevity pill from the Luo family. There's no other way. Su Zimo nodded slightly and didn't say much. After a while, the people who passed the test came up in twos and threes. There were already 50 to 60 people gathered upstairs. Seeing that it was about time, the Kuanping Crown Prince was the first to stand up. He said softly, "Okay, I propose that we start the meeting now. It's also the first meeting of our alliance. I have no objection." Everyone nodded. First of all, what we need to do is to protect the Luo family, the Pale City of 10,000 immortals, and the affiliated forces that you belong to. The Kuanping Crown Prince said with a smile. And to do this, it's definitely impossible to fight head-on with Zhenwu Xingzong. At present, the time and place are not on our side. You can only seek for harmony. What is harmony? Someone asked. Public opinion and cowardice. These are the only 2 points, the Kuanping Crown Prince said straightforwardly. The so-called cowardice means that if you are wrong, you have to admit it. If you are beaten, you have to stand upright. As for public opinion, it means that everyone should unite and hope that Zhenwu Xingzong will let us live. If they kill us, they will be portrayed as heartless and bloodthirsty, and their reputation will be ruined. Hearing this, someone interrupted and asked, what if Zhenwu Xingzong doesn't care about this? Then everyone can play together, the Kuanping Crown Prince said jokingly. Everyone, don't worry. No matter what, there is still our Kuanping family and the kingdom of 10,000 immortals behind us. The Kuanping Crown Prince said a lot. Then he said, okay, I'm done. Anyone can raise any objections. Me. Su Zimo was the first to stand up. The Kuanping Crown Prince looked at him and asked, what objections? I have no objections to your method, but I have some unexpected questions, Su Zimo said with a smile. This is a place for the alliance to discuss important matters, not a place for people to talk nonsense. The Kuanping Crown Prince frowned. He replied faintly. In fact, when Su Zimo came in, he already disliked him. Miao Rian of the Kingdom of 10,000 Immortals was his love interest. Just now, Su Zimo made Miao Rian unhappy, so he naturally wanted to show him off. If he could get intimate with Miao Rian, he could rely on the Kingdom of 10,000 Immortals. From then on, he would leave the celestial domain and enter the true core of the 9 regions. It doesn't matter if it's nonsense, and it doesn't matter if you want to listen. The important thing is that if I want to talk, you have to listen, Su Zimo replied calmly. He was not angry because of an ant's offense. Kid, don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you have some ability. The Kuanping Crown Prince's face was ugly. He said faintly, could it be that my Kuanping family is too low-key? Today, I'll kill you and raise the prestige of my family. Speaking of this, the Kuanping Crown Prince directly waved his hand. The Kuanping was a combination of the Kuan and the Peng. His big hand turned into a sharp claw, and the power of the void seemed to flow between the claw. There was originally a distance of more than 10 meters between the two. But under this claw, the power of the void erupted. The space shattered and exploded with a rumbling sound. What would not shock everyone was that, under the explosion, Su Zimo was safe and sound, but the Kuanping Crown Prince was lifted up like a chicken. The others couldn't see it clearly. But the Luo family's Saintess and Miao Rian could see it clearly. The Kuanping Crown Prince had the power of space. It was very difficult for ordinary people to resist him when he used the power of space to kill. Especially since the Kuanping Crown Prince had already entered the Supreme Saint realm. Don't underestimate this Kuanping Crown Prince. Although he was only at the first stage of the Great Sage realm, although he was only at the first Supreme Saint realm, he was definitely one of the best among the younger generation. The Kuanping family had lived in the Dragon Sea for generations, and there was only one Crown Prince. Naturally, countless resources were spent on him and he was nurtured with all his might. The Kuanping Crown Prince couldn't resist the power of a Supreme Saint. Although the Kuanping crown prince had underestimated the enemy, it was more because the other party was too strong. What do you want to do? The Kuanping crown prince was caught. He shouted as he struggled to break free. Noisy. Su Zimo glanced at him. He slapped him. With a bang, the other party's teeth, including his mouth, were all twisted into a pile of minced meat. Although he didn't die, he couldn't make a sound. Your realm is not bad, but the Kuanping crown prince raised a piece of trash, Su Zimo said lightly. What do you want to do? Luo family's Saintess Luo man asked with a frown. At this point, even a fool could tell. Su Zimo didn't just come to join the alliance. By the way, I had something to say just now, but I almost forgot after being interrupted by you, Su Zimo replied. Just say it. Let the Kuanping crown prince go first, Miao Rian replied. There's no hurry. Su Zimo grinned. As for me, I would like to ask everyone here, including the people from the Pill City of the Heavens. How do you want to die? I'm a very democratic person. You formed such an alliance. Since you want to use public opinion to crush me. That's fine. I'll satisfy you. You can choose how you want to die. As soon as he said this, everyone present stood up. Miao Rian asked, Who are you? Zhenwu Xingzong, Su Zimo, my mission is to destroy the Pill City and the Luo family, Su Zimo replied calmly. Just you? Roman asked. One person can destroy the world. One person is enough, Su Zimo replied nonchalantly. How dare you? Roman shouted. If a Dao fruit expert from your sect were to come personally, we would still be somewhat afraid. You can stay here by yourself today. Just as Roman was about to attack, Miao Rian stopped him. Ruin greets Child Su. When I first came to the celestial domain, I had already heard of Child Su's great name. What's my name? Su Zimo asked with interest. In the battle in the celestial realm, it was Zhenwu ancestor and Zhenwu Xingzong who became famous. In that battle, the Three Corpses realm was the main fighting force. The Dao fruit experts were the secondary fighting force. A peak great sage like him was just a bystander. Su Zimo did not think that he was famous. However, Miao Rian smiled and said, Child Su, you're wrong. I heard that Child Su once killed tens of thousands of people with a single sword strike and destroyed the ancient dragon kingdom. He also defeated 50 sages and defeated the Yu family of the Nirvana demonic chart. I also heard that Child Su has mastered the 10 divine techniques and has mastered all of them to the greater mastery stage. How could I not have heard of such deeds? Hearing Miao Rian's words, Su Zimo was a little surprised. He did not expect her to even know this. It seemed that she had investigated Zhenwu Xingzong. She had probably guessed that after Zhenwu ancestor attacked the heavens, Zhenwu Xingzong would welcome a new master. And Su Zimo was the most suitable candidate. It was definitely impossible to attack the heavens now. Su Zimo was too weak. It seems that you're not a complete fool, Su Zimo said indifferently. Child Su, are you interested in going up there to take a look? Miao Rian did not care about Su Zimo's arrogance. Instead, she chuckled. She was referring to the core of the 9 regions where the kingdom of 10,000 immortals was located. Of course, Su Zimo replied. Then Child Su, have you ever thought about where Zhenwu Xingzong will go after the sages leave, and what will Child Su do? Miao Rian smiled and said, as far as I know, Child Su should have offended many people. Including the Holy Court and other major forces. What do you mean? Su Zimo asked. Join our kingdom of 10,000 immortals. I don't dare to promise anything else, but I can guarantee you, Miao Rian replied confidently. Miao Rian had a big appetite. She actually wanted to rope in Su Zimo. You dare to dream, Su Zimo said. Unfortunately, you only know one thing and not the other. I don't need your kingdom of 10,000 immortals at all. Zhenwu Xingzong has its own destiny. It has been like this since ancient times. Only the fittest survive. Child Su is more ruthless than I thought. He left Zhenwu Xingzong to fend for himself. But that's right. Superiors are all ruthless, Miao Rian said with a smile. You're wrong. It's not that I'm ruthless. It's that your kingdom of 10,000 immortals is not qualified to recruit me. If I don't want to die, it'll be the damned heavens. Otherwise, whether it's the Holy Court or others, there's nothing to be afraid of. Suzima was not bragging when he said that. He had the power left behind by the previous demon lord. If anyone really provoked him, he would smash them to death regardless of whether they were immortal masters or divine ancestors. However, this power could only be used once. Suzima only used it at critical moments. At present, the only threat to him was the damned heavens. But as long as he did not go against the heavens, the damned heavens could not do anything to him. Because there were rules in this world. Even the damned heavens could not ignore everything. Take a simple example. In ancient times, the emperor was already the ruler of tens of thousands of people. But you still had to follow the emperor's rules. If you acted recklessly, you would still be rebelled, the dynasty would change, and the people would not be able to make a living. The Great Tao followed the same principle. If it did not attack the heavens, it was not qualified to attack. Otherwise, everyone in this world would have to believe in the heavenly Tao. As long as there were heretics, they would be killed. This would only cause chaos in the world and accelerate the destruction of the heavenly Tao. The dynasty was not eternal. People were born, grew old, got sick, and died. As a world and a planet, it also had a lifespan. It was just a matter of time. In this vast and boundless universe, the destruction of a world was not a rare occurrence. Hearing Suzimo's domineering words, Miao Rian chuckled. She did not believe Suzimo's words. She only felt that this was the arrogance of a young man. She had never seen the vastness of the upper world. Now that Jinwu Xingzong was the ruler of the celestial domain, he was not afraid of anything. Then I'll be frank, Miao Rian replied. How about you let the pill city of the world live? Although I'm a bloodthirsty person, I don't have to kill people who have nothing to do with me. Suzimo said. 2 requests. The Luo family must die. Our allies must also die. As soon as he said that, everyone was in an uproar. After all, everyone present was an ally of his. Is there no room for reconciliation? Miao Rian asked. What right do you have to mediate? Suzimo asked back. If the kingdom of 10,000 immortals was in the celestial realm. Believe it or not, Jinwu Xingzong would be able to destroy all of you. I can't deny that Jinwu Xingzong is powerful, especially your Jinwu ancestor. Even in the upper realm, he's still an all-powerful figure. However, he still has to attack the heavens. Since the era of the ancient gods Tao seeking, has any of the heavens come back alive? Miao Rian shook her head. In that case, there's nothing else to say. He looked at the people around him and replied, Everyone, your fate depends on yourselves. Won't the kingdom of 10,000 immortals help us? Someone asked in surprise. The kingdom of 10,000 immortals is in the upper realm. I'm afraid we don't have the strength, Miao Rian replied. But you were the one who organized this alliance, someone asked foolishly. Who told you that I stopped it? Miao Rian frowned. This was stopped by the Kunping Crown Prince and Saintess Luo. I'm just here as a guest. As soon as he said that, everyone was dumbfounded. There was such a thing, in fact, Miao Rian was also a little helpless. Her initial idea was to use public opinion and admit defeat. There was a slight chance. She didn't expect that Jinwu Xingzong would also not play by the rules. Originally, everyone thought that they would be full of vigor, and that groups of saints would arrive in the air. They didn't expect that they would only send Suzimo alone. They had sneaked over without making a sound. He listened to all their plans. In fact, they had overestimated themselves. After the battle of the Grand Desolate World, the so-called 8 great families existed in name only. They had no ability to fight against Jinwu Xingzong. Suzimo alone was enough to stay in a place where Dao fruit experts did not appear. However, Suzimo was not reckless. When he was under the Pill Pagoda, he had already asked Baimont to send the news of the Kunping clan back. Although the Luo family had declined. However, the Kunping race had lived in the Dragon Sea for a long time. There might be Dao fruit experts among them. Therefore, Suzimo was still cautious. Everyone, let's go to hell together. Suzimo brandished his tyrannical shadow. A powerful force burst forth, as if it could destroy everything. Everyone, work together to stop him, someone shouted. He's alone. Kill him and we'll escape to the ends of the earth. I don't believe that Zhenwu Xingzong can find us. At this moment of life and death crisis, many people were no longer afraid and directly became ruthless. Those who could enter this pill pagoda were all people with some ability. These dozens of people were all great emperors. The emperor's aura was vast and mighty, like a gust of wind, raging through the void. Immediately after, countless moves were launched at Su Zimo. From the outside world, the originally peaceful Xianxia Pill City was suddenly awakened by an explosion. Everyone was shocked. Looking up, a skyblade intent soared into the sky from where the Pill Pagoda was. It directly destroyed the Pill Pagoda. Among them, countless corpses were thrown out. Only a few people were lucky enough to escape. For example, the Holy Maiden of the Luo family and Miao Rian of the Kingdom of 10,000 Immortals. So strong, Miao Rian said with a solemn expression. It was just a single exchange. All the great emperors were killed by this saber. Nothing was left behind, including their true fates and divine souls. Su Zimo was very calm. The Pill Pagoda had been reduced to ruins. He slowly walked out of the flying dust. At his feet, Zhuanrong, who had spoken to him before, was struggling with blood all over his body. I see that you're quite familiar with me. I'll spare your life. He raised his saber and looked around. His voice was like thunder that exploded in the void, spreading to every corner of the Xianxia Pill City. I'll only give you one incense stick of time. Those who are not allies and have no relationship with the 8 great families may leave. After that, there will be no more Xianxia Pill City in this world. As soon as these words came out, the entire Xianxia Pill City was shaken. Everyone understood. Zhenwu Xingzong had come to destroy the Luo family. The onlookers who had stayed in Xianxia Pill City to watch the show did not dare to stay any longer. They all fled toward the congested city gate. Su Zimo held the saber in his hand. The tip of the saber cut through the silent street. Although the city was rioting, the street he was on was extremely quiet. No one dared to make a noise. Return to the Luo family, Luo man, the Luo family's saintess, shouted. She turned into a stream of light and fled. Su Zimo did not stop her. Anyway, the Luo family was going to be destroyed. How could they escape? As for Miao Ruyan, she did not seem to be in a hurry. She just stood in the air. Su Zimo slashed down with his saber. The void shattered. Saber chi swept through the sky. Miao Ruyan shouted softly. There seemed to be a flash of an immortal shadow in her hand. It directly shattered Su Zimo's saber chi. You want to attack me too? I said that everyone in my alliance has to die, Su Zimo replied. He waved the tyrannical shadow in his hand again. This time, the world was filled with dense saber chi. It made it impossible for people to go up and down. It directly surrounded Miao Ruyan. The saber intent was like the sea. Miao Ruyan was not nervous. She put her palms together and shouted softly, protection of the 10,000 immortals. As soon as she said that, a powerful immortal chi burst out. There seemed to be a few immortal shadows that directly burst out. The protection of the 10,000 immortals surrounded her body. When the saber chi fell, it was all blocked by the immortal chi. However, in the next moment, Su Zimo's figure had already appeared beside her. Su Zimo's foot landed. Demonic chi surged around his foot and he kicked over with the power to shake the heavens. This kick even caused a sonic boom in the void. With one kick, the immortals retreated. Miao Ruyan's expression changed slightly. There weren't any flashy moves, but every single one of them had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. She hurriedly stretched out her hand in front of her. Boom! There was a shocking explosion. Miao Ruyan's figure was directly sent flying. Su Zimo did not intend to give her any chance to breathe. One of the 10 great divine techniques in his hand. The heaven-swallowing creation finger had already attacked. The creation chi surged at the tip of his finger, and the power to devour heaven and earth floated in the void. Miao Ruyan was about to be annihilated by this finger. However, she was indeed a prodigy from the upper realm. The immortals are like a plan. The peak of the immortals is proud of the world. I am like the immortal Dao. Her long hair fluttered. At this moment, she was like an immortal who had become an immortal. The immortal chi in his body surged violently, and it shot into the horizon. Her white robe was like snow, floating in the void. Her eyes were like floating clouds and white flowers. Behind her, an immortal path crossed the sky. Suppress and kill. Miao Ruyan was also angry. In the upper realm, she was also a prodigy. How could she be defeated by someone of the same age in the lower realm? The immortal path descended from the sky and turned into a Milky Way. It was like a torrent of immortals, charging over with an unstoppable momentum. Su Zimo snorted coldly. The immortal Tao seemed to be able to crush everything. He wanted to strangle Su Zimo to death. The powerful force was unparalleled, looking down on the world. The immortal Tao was rumbling, and the immortal Qi above was rioting. This was Miao Ruyan's true destiny. She had turned into a perfected immortal. It was rumored that there were tens of thousands of immortals in the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. No one knew if this was an exaggeration. However, they felt that there were immortals inside. At this moment, Miao Ruyan had received all the teachings of immortals, and her immortal Qi had already merged with the great Tao. Immortal arts were eternal and invincible. You're only a third-stage great sage. How dare you call yourself an immortal in front of me? Su Zimo shouted coldly. So what if you're a perfected immortal, let alone a fake one like you? The tyrannical shadow in his hand roared, and the heaven-splitting intent from all directions erupted. A powerful force swept through heaven and earth. The power from all directions was enough to split the sky. It was just a small immortal Tao. At this moment, Su Zimo stepped into the air and faced the immortal Tao that was coming at him. Kill! He roared, and the skyblade in his hand had already destroyed the immortal Tao. Other than Su Zimo's crushing cultivation realm, his sky-splitting saber intent also revealed its sharpness, destroying heaven and earth. It directly destroyed the immortal Tao and attacked Miao Ruyan. Young miss, be careful. At this moment, Miao Ruyan was already scared silly. Then, an aged voice rang out from the void beside him. A large hand pulled her over, and she came back to her senses. Miao Ruyan stood still, as if she had just taken a trip to hell. Her forehead was already covered in cold sweat. She looked up at Su Zimo and saw him standing in the air, his black robe as black as ink. The scimitar in his hand dragged behind him, and the saber chi behind him was like a rainbow, like a long river that crossed millions of miles and walked towards her. Sir, please stop, said the old man beside Miao Ruyan, who had just saved her. The old man was wearing a long robe that was a combination of dark green and blue. His aura was strong. Although there was no immortal chi, a righteous aura erupted from his body. The righteous aura was also like a long river. It could crush everything. The strong wind caused the old man's spacious robe to flutter. Elder Hong, Miao Ruyan greeted. Surprised, he asked, why are you here? Ever since you descended to the lower realm, I have been secretly protecting you. Otherwise, your grandfather wouldn't have allowed you to come down to the lower realm without worry, said the old man. Facts have proven that the monarch was right. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This person must die, Miao Ruyan said indifferently as she looked at Su Zimo. She was the most favored princess of the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. It could be said that he had never suffered such grievances since he was young. In the kingdom of the myriad immortals, everyone who saw her was respectful and reverent. She had always been superior to others. Even after coming to the lower realm, she had never thought that anyone would dare to make a move against her. He will die, but he will have to wait until Zhenwu attacks the heavens, the old man replied. If Zhenwu primogenitor didn't attack the heavens, let alone the kingdom of 10,000 immortals, even the holy court wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But once Heaven Destroyer left, Zhenwu Xingzong was like a fat sheep, unable to resist at all. Are the two of you done with your nonsense? Su Zimo replied, I can't wait to send you to hell. Young man, you dare to be arrogant just because you have some strength, the old man snorted coldly. Since Zhenwu Xingzong sent you to destroy the Luo family, then let me see what you're capable of. You're not enough. Let the Dao fruit experts of the kingdom of 10,000 immortals come, Su Zimo said. He was invincible in the great sage realm. Currently, only the Dao fruit experts could suppress him. The old man snorted coldly. He was also a sage king. Shameless boasting. He grabbed with both hands, and the overwhelming righteousness in his chest overflowed. A powerful force began to spin in the void. In an instant, a huge palm that covered the sky grabbed at Suzumo. Slash, Suzumo shouted softly. The tyrannical shadow in his hand fell and directly split the huge palm into pieces. I shall seal, he shouted softly. Like a sea of blood, a blood tide surged. The seal disintegrated in the palm of his hand and charged towards the old man. The seal was like an azura, and the boundless sea of blood enveloped the entire void. The old man opposite him raised his eyelids slightly. His hands quickly formed a seal. Overwhelming righteousness, brilliant heavenly might. The overwhelming righteousness was constantly surging from the wide sleeves of his robe. It turned into a soaring dragon and rushed towards the seal. Rumble. A mushroom cloud exploded in the void. The dragon condensed from the overwhelming righteousness wailed and directly exploded. Although the Aisha seal's blood-red color had dimmed a lot, it still destroyed the overwhelming righteousness and charged over. How can it be so strong? The old man's expression changed slightly. A horsetail whisk appeared in his hand. When the horsetail whisk swept through the void, it seemed as if time and space were frozen. It directly condensed the Aisha seal. However, Suzumo was already prepared. The demonic energy in his hand surged. The demon body of purgatory was activated, and the powerful demonic energy continuously flowed into his body. The tyrannical shadow had been tainted by the demonic energy and became a demonic blade. Suzumo's demonic blade moved forward, and a powerful force burst out. When the old man's horsetail whisk was swung again, it was directly torn apart by the demonic blade, and the white fluff of the horsetail whisk floated in the void. The demonic blade did not lose its momentum and directly pierced through the old man's chest. Under the influence of the demonic energy, the blood had already turned pure black. The black demonic blood brought with it a piercing pain. Even a saint king like the old man still frowned in pain. Use your true fate, Suzumo coldly said. Kid, you do have the right to be arrogant, the old man solemnly replied. His blue robe fluttered. The overwhelming righteousness on his body began to change, like a majestic mountain. It was constantly surging. The powerful force ran through the entire world. Rumble, rumble. I have a breath of overwhelming righteousness that can swallow the world, the sun, the moon, and the stars. The old man waved his hand. The overwhelming righteousness was so dense that it almost filled the void. Even Suzumo's demonic energy was temporarily suppressed. Open the immortal gate, he shouted. Between his eyebrows, strands of immortal light burst out. It constantly distorted the void in front of him and directly forced open a gate. The power of the immortals converges on me. When the immortals fall, all living beings perish. It was accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds. The immortal gate was slowly opened. A destructive immortal light burst out from it. Behind the gate, there were a dozen figures sitting cross-legged, floating in the void. Although the faces of the dozen figures could not be seen clearly, powerful forces lingered around them, and one could still sense that they were stronger than a supreme saint. Around each of these existences, there was a surge of energy that was converging. Finally, it condensed into an immortal light that burst out from the immortal gate and charged towards Suzumo. The immortal light was invincible. It was as if he was invincible as he charged over. This immortal light was not only the old man's power, but also his opening of the gate of immortality. He had borrowed Laozu's power from the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. Although it was only one attack, it was still the power of a Dao fruit expert. No matter how powerful a sage king was, he would be reduced to ashes under this attack. The old man looked at Suzumo and said coldly, "Let's see how you're going to block it. If Xinwu Xingzong had a Dao fruit expert, I wouldn't have shown up. But you're too arrogant. But you're too arrogant. You deserve to die here today." "I really can't block this attack," Suzumo said with a smile. "But you seem to have forgotten that among the 10 great divine techniques, there's another one called the Heavenly Gate of 3 Lives." Hearing Suzumo's words, the old man's expression changed drastically. One had to know that this attack was his strongest trump card. The gate of heaven above Suzumo's had opened. The gate of life and the gate of death were the first to open. Then, the Heavenly Gate of 3 Lives was opened. The heavenly gate of 3 lives was powerful. In addition to using the gate of life and death to strengthen one's strength, it could also save one's life from danger. Therefore, when the heavenly gate of 3 lives was opened, Su Zimo allowed the immortal light to penetrate his body, but he was not affected in the slightest. You. The old man took a few steps back in shock. His face was full of seriousness. How about it, can you open the gate of immortality again and borrow the power of the immortals? Su Zimo asked. You. The old man did not dare to stay any longer. He wanted to escape with Miao Ruyan. How can you run when you can't beat me? Su Zimo sneered. He held the demonic saber in his hand and stepped into the air. He was already behind the old man. He held the demonic saber in his hand and slashed fiercely. The old man stretched out his hand in front of him. He wanted to send Su Zimo flying with a huge amount of righteous energy. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, the old man was of no help. The demonic saber directly cut off his arms and ruthlessly stabbed into his chest and heart. I'm a Saint King, you can't kill me. Blood flowed from the corner of the old man's mouth. The heart in his chest shattered. Black blood flowed uncontrollably. He was still fearless because the great sage had the yin-yang soul. As long as the yin-yang soul was not destroyed, he would not die. As for the old man's yin-yang soul, it was placed in the kingdom of 10,000 immortals in the upper realm. Su Zimo was currently unable to go to the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. Don't worry, I will go to the myriad immortals' country. I will also take your life with my own hands, Su Zimo said. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was raised at a 90-degree angle. The old man's corpse was instantly split into 2. Su Zimo had the traceless compass, so as long as he started the kingdom of 10,000 immortals, he would be able to find the old man. After killing the old man, Su Zimo turned his attention to Miao Ruyan. She was also a great sage. Since his yin-yang soul was in the kingdom of 10,000 immortals, Su Zimo was currently unable to kill him. Therefore, Miao Ruyan was much calmer. She said, if you do this, you will only make our kingdom of 10,000 immortals hostile. Do you think I will be afraid of your kingdom of 10,000 immortals? Su Zimo stepped forward and asked. Although I'm not afraid, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy, Miao Ruyan said. Let me go, and the grudge between you and our kingdom of 10,000 immortals can be written off. Although Su Zimo could not kill her, destroying her body and using her yin-yang soul would also be a heavy blow. No one wanted such an outcome. Although I can't kill you, I can strip you naked and hang you on the city gate of Pill City. Do you want to try? Su Zimo asked, and there is no room for me to take back what I said. Miao Ruyan's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, she said coldly, you win. When you come to the upper realm, no matter where you go, I will kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, she slit her throat and fell from the void. It was obvious that she was also a ruthless person. She would rather commit suicide as an ending. Su Zimo did not have the slightest sympathy. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Luo family. The demonic saber in his hand was vaguely roaring. The demonic aura behind him surged for thousands of miles, covering the entire void. The Luo family was located at the center of Pill City. It was no exaggeration to say that 80% of the pill business in Pill City was related to the Luo family. At this moment, the center of Pill City, which was originally the most lively place in Pill City, seemed a little desolate. The pill shops in the endless swamp were all closed. As for the Luo family, their doors were closed, and the family protection formation had been activated. This formation was set up by the Luo family's Laozu, the pure young celestial venerable. This formation had not been activated for tens of thousands of years. This was the first time the entire family was on guard and the formation was activated. Luo family, come out and die. Su Zimo's voice was like thunder, and his rumbling voice descended from the sky. It was so loud that ripples appeared on the formation. Ancestor Zhenwu really won't give us a way out, the Luo family's patriarch, Luo Xiaobin, said. He was dressed in a white robe. He stood in the Luo family's courtyard and looked up at Su Zimo in the sky. The current Luo family could be said to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It looked like one of the top 10 families, but in fact, it was probably not even comparable to many first-rate forces. The Battle of the Great Wilderness. The pure Yang celestial venerable died in battle, and countless great sages of the family were also annihilated. There were only a few great sages in the current Luo family, and it had become an extravagant hope. It was almost hard to imagine. Even the Luo family did not expect that the Luo family, which had dominated the celestial realm a moment ago, would decline so quickly. A way out? Su Zimo sneered. When you go to the nether realm and see Laozu, you will beg him. I can beg him for a way to survive. At this point, Su Zimo was too lazy to talk nonsense. The tyrannical shadow in his hand began to fluctuate, and the demonic aura mixed with the saber aura directly slashed at the formation. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The entire formation began to tremble. Due to the upheaval, countless buildings within the Luo family began to collapse. There were terrified screams. Luo Xiaobin frowned and shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. This formation was built by Laozu. You can't break it unless you're a Dao fruit powerhouse." Hearing this, Su Zimo chuckled and said, "If your Laozu is still alive, this formation can't be broken without a Dao fruit. But now, a dead formation can't stop me." The tyrannical shadow in his hand was roaring, and a powerful force was constantly surging. The heaven-shaking power and the God-fiend visualization diagram of the 10 great divine techniques were activated at the same time. Endless power gathered in his hand. It gathered on the saber that was humming. "Break!" Su Zimo roared. The saber aura directly split the entire sky. It seemed to split heaven and earth into two, and it slashed at the formation as if it was the end of the world. This time, the formation only lasted for a few seconds. Like a bubble, it directly burst apart. The formation was shattered, and the entire Luo family was under the domineering blade aura. It was split into two. Countless buildings collapsed, and countless family members died tragically. "Don't be so arrogant." An angry voice came from the Luo family. The two remaining great saints stepped into the air and charged towards Su Zimo. The two of them had just entered the great saint realm. Because they were too weak, they did not bring the two of them with them to the battle. At this moment, the two great saints looked solemn. One on the left and one on the right, they surrounded Su Zimo. "The Luo family is not a place for you to be presumptuous," one of them shouted. "It seems that you are really used to being in power. You can still talk big at a time like this," Su Zimo replied, amused. The two of them looked at each other. One of them pulled out a long sword from his waist. The sword aura surged, and the Supreme Emotionless will burst out. The Supreme Elixir Sutra's battle part was to forget emotions. It was to be heartless and live for death. "Today, the two of us will kill you in the name of the Supreme." The two of them took out a pill at the same time. This was the Supreme Emotionless pill. Taking this pill would drain the body of its endless potential, exhausting it to the last drop. In exchange, they would be able to use the strongest power they could. There was a boom. A powerful force emanated from the pill. The two of them swallowed it, and their bodies flickered with a golden light, and their auras became vigorous. The power of the great saints soared into the sky. Two swords, one on the left and one on the right, charged towards Su Zimo. The emotionless sword will shatter the void. Too weak. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. He swung the tyrannical shadow and spun it 360 degrees. The sword will spread out from all directions. The tyrannical shadow destroyed the emotionless sword will with extremely domineering power. The great path of emotionlessness might be very strong. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, there was a gap between the great saint and the saint ruler. As the sword intent shattered, the figures of the two great sages were also sent flying. "Master, take the family members and leave. The two of us will fight to the death to stop him," one of the great saints shouted. To them, they had already eaten the exalted pill. Then, the potential in the body would have been squeezed dry. The moment the qi and blood were exhausted, it would mean death. Even though they were severely wounded, the two great sages still charged toward Yang Qi. "Their spirit is worth encouraging, but this won't change the outcome of the Luo clan's destruction today," Su Zimo said, shaking his head. His eyes abruptly opened. The eye of samsara slowly rotated in her eyes. The powerful power of samsara distorted the void and trapped the two great saints within samsara. Samsara of heaven and earth, cycle again and again, Suzimo said softly. Even a supreme saint can't escape samsara's reincarnation. Since you want to die, I'll send you to the nether realm. Samsara attacked from the void. The powerful force exploded with a rumbling sound. Two vortexes of unfathomable depth appeared in the void. As for the two great saints of the Luo family, after samsara entered the vortex, there was no further movement. The head of the Luo family, Luo Xiaobin, saw this scene. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He pulled out the longsword at his waist. He roared, even if the Luo family is destroyed today, we won't die kneeling. Everyone, fight with me until all of you die. Hearing Luo Xiaobin's words, the Luo family disciples also roared, there are no cowards in the Luo family. Amidst the loud roars, countless people charged over from all directions. If that's the case, then I'll send you to your deaths together. The demonic energy in Suzimo's hands became more and more majestic. 10 styles of the demon god. The destroyer of heaven and earth. He sheathed his tyrannical shadow and put his palms together. A powerful force spread out in his palms. Then, the power that seemed like both a god and a demon surged in his palms. This power was endless destruction. The demonic energy was roaring, and the divine power was roaring. It was as if all the power was condensed together and concentrated in Suzimo's palms. And when he slowly opened his palms, in an instant, furious roars mixed with a riot, and fiend god chi that blotted out the sky and covered the earth erupted. It was as if the world was shattering. The demon god devoured everything in its path. The place where this power covered was the entire pill city of the heavens. Wherever the demon god's aura went, all the creatures were destroyed. Even the void was devoured. This was the demon god, the destruction of the world. The people who were originally aggressive and wanted to fight Suzimo to the death saw this scene. Their expressions changed drastically. They kept retreating. Run, run quickly. This guy isn't human. He's the god of death. He's here to kill us. We can't beat him. Run for your lives. Countless people ran away, trampling many of their own clan members to death. Only Luo Xiaobin and a few elders were still rushing forward. In the blink of an eye, the entire pill city of the heavens was destroyed by the demon god's aura. After a long time, the sounds of shattering, explosion, and struggle gradually subsided. Suzimo looked around. Everything was destroyed. The current pill city of the heavens was like a dead city. It was so silent that even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. He slowly walked out of the pill city of the heavens. Outside, there was an endless plain. In the distance, there were rows upon rows of cities and mountains at the end of the horizon. And a person stood outside the city. He was wearing a coarse long robe. When he saw Suzimo come out, this person hurriedly walked up. Yo, isn't this the brother who sold the pills? Sir, I know that you are very powerful. Don't laugh at me, the man said with a bitter smile. He was the person who sold pills to Suzimo when he first entered the pill city of the heavens. And he also cultivated Lin Ruhu's power technique. I wanted to go into the city to look for you. But I saw many people running out of the city and knew that you were killing. I was afraid that you would treat me as a member of the Luo family and kill me too. So I could only wait for you outside. Speak, what is it? Suzimo asked. If it was about Lin Ruhu, he would naturally be interested. He couldn't be bothered with anything else. Sir, you can recognize the power technique that I cultivate. You must have a connection with it, right? The man asked tentatively. Don't ask about me. Tell me, who taught you this? Suzimo asked. It was my master. I only know that his surname is Lin, the man replied. Suzimo already understood in his heart. Since it wasn't the violent emperor, it could only be Lin Ruhu. Where is he? Suzimo asked again. Master went to the Three Corpses burial ground and never came back, the man said with a bitter smile. Three Corpses burial ground? Suzimo frowned. It's one of the ancient burial grounds in the upper realm, the man explained. Back then, we offended some people in the upper realm. After Master went missing, I had no choice but to leave the upper realm and hide in the celestial realm. You want me to save your master? Su Zimo asked. My original idea was to rely on my own hard work. But you know that. My talent is just like that. If I want to break into the three-corpse burial ground and even face our enemies, it'll probably take a long time. The man smiled bitterly. Since you know this cultivation technique, I think you should know my master. I have no choice but to try. Then why did you run away earlier? Su Zimo asked. I was afraid that you were an enemy of the upper realm who sent people to kill me, the man said with a smile. Later, I calmed down and thought about it. You have no ill intentions, so I waited for you here. What's your name? Su Zimo asked. Jijan, the man replied. Then you can follow me for the time being, Su Zimo said after thinking for a while. Soon, I'll go to the upper realm. When the time comes, I'll go to the three-corpse burial ground to take a look. Jijan hurriedly nodded. Since he had destroyed the Pill City of the world, Su Zimo was originally prepared to return. However, this matter was a little special. The Kuanping clan had also participated. Therefore, Su Zimo was not in a hurry. He definitely would not go to the Dragon Sea where the Kuanping clan was located alone. The Kuanping crown prince estimated that there would definitely be Dao fruit powerhouses. Su Zimo was waiting. Before Baimont went back to deliver the letter, Jinwu Xingzong's Dao fruit powerhouses came. Tell me about your master, Su Zimo asked. He was bored. Although my master is an itinerant cultivator, he's very strong. He's at least a peak great emperor. If he didn't die in the three-corpse burial ground, he should have a great sage, Jijan replied. Then his cultivation is quite fast, Su Zimo said. He remembered that when Lin Ruhu entered the 9 regions, he was not even a great emperor. All these years, he had probably walked through life and death and obtained many opportunities. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for an itinerant cultivator like him to become stronger. Why did he take you in as a disciple? Su Zimo asked. I'll have to start with my master's enemies, Jijan replied, a little embarrassed. Master has had a grudge with the god of war palace of the upper realm for a long time. That time, he happened to be seriously injured and fainted in our village. My father saved him. In order to repay my father for saving his life, he accepted me as his disciple. He even helped me cleanse my marrow and bones and taught me the strength art, hoping that I could inherit his legacy. But your aptitude isn't good enough. You haven't even become a great emperor, Su Zimo said. Jijan couldn't help but feel awkward. Indeed, Lin Ruhu was very attentive to his cultivation and even used a lot of resources. He could be considered to have worked hard. It was a pity that he was too slow. No matter how he cultivated, he could not compare to those geniuses. All right, continue, Su Zimo waved his hand and replied. From then on, Master and I began to live the life of an itinerant cultivator. Until one time. We were found by people from the Palace of Gods of War. In order to protect me, Master suffered heavy injuries. He told me that he had not long to live. Unless he breaks through to the great sage realm, Jijan replied. After that, the three-corpse burial ground opened. Master insisted on going there, so he set a 3-month deadline with me. If he could come out, everything would be fine. If there was no news of him in 3 months, he told me to go as far away as possible. To live the life of an ordinary person. After that, he didn't appear. In order to avoid the Palace of Gods of War, you left the upper realm and came to the celestial realm, Su Zimo said. He finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. Jijan nodded. It's all my fault. I'm useless. I didn't even have the qualifications to go to the three-corpse burial ground with Master. Alright, let's talk about it after we go to the three-corpse burial ground, Su Zimo replied. If he's really dead. I'll also go to the netherworld to revive him. While the two were chatting, the void in front of them was suddenly torn apart by a large hand. Baimont and Supreme Sage Sandao walked out. Su Zimo waved his hand and let Baimont return to the divine land through the void. The Kuanping clan is involved? Supreme Sage Sandao asked. It's the Kuanping crown prince. Su Zimo nodded. They're really courting death. The Kuanping clan has lived in the Dragon Sea for generations, and no one targeted them. Now it seems that we should also go to the Dragon Sea. Supreme Sage Sandao's eyes were deep. The Dragon Sea has been peaceful for too long. My 3 blades should be stained with blood. Then let's go, Su Zimo said with a smile. The 2 of us are enough to destroy the Dragon Sea and kill the Kuanping clan. The Dragon Sea was the most remote corner of the celestial realm. Its area was not large, but it was not small either. Legend had it that the formation of the Dragon Sea was somewhat legendary. In the very ancient primordial age, a dragon hovered in the void above the Dragon Sea. It was said that the dragon's sorrowful cry had been heard for 300 years. And the dragon's tears formed the Dragon Sea. The seawater of the Dragon Sea was different from ordinary seawater. This seawater carried a powerful law called the Forgetting Law. If an ordinary creature was tainted by the law of the seawater, they would forget all 7 emotions and 6 desires. From then on, they would have nothing to ask for. One could only imagine how terrifying this was. It did not want one's life, but it was better than taking one's life. A person lived a life with 7 emotions and 6 desires: anger, obsession, and greed. Therefore, a person's life was considered exciting. And a person with no desires would forever be trapped in loneliness. They would not know what happiness and sadness were. Most people would eventually choose to commit suicide to end this life. This was the terror of the Dragon Sea. Therefore, there were only 2 kinds of creatures that could truly survive in the Dragon Sea. One was a supreme powerhouse who used absolute power to resist the forgetting law. The other was a creature with the power of space. Being able to escape in the void and not be tainted by the forgetting law, they were naturally unaffected. The vast Dragon Sea seemed to have been peaceful for thousands of years. The surface of the sea was sparkling, and there was not even a single wave. If one looked up, they would see that there were countless islands on the Dragon Sea. These were the legendary Immortal Islands and Immortal Mountains. True Martial Mountain was moved here by the true martial ancestor with a great ability. On this day, the void above the Dragon Sea was distorted. Su Zimo and Supreme Sage Sandao stepped out of the void. As for Ji Zhan, Su Zimo asked him to wait outside the Dragon Sea. He was too weak and was only in the divine range realm. If they fought, they would have to take care of him. Where is the Kuanping clan? Supreme Sage Sandao shouted softly. His voice was laced with sharp saber chi, which reverberated across the Dragon Sea like a surging river. Countless waves were stirred up on the calm surface of the sea. Who dares to make a ruckus on the Dragon Sea? An impatient voice sounded. Suddenly, a wave rolled up on the Dragon Sea. A sky-blue tiger was lying lazily in the middle. This tiger's body was full of fat, and it no longer had the dignity of a tiger. Instead, it looked like a fat tiger. It raised its head slightly and asked, "Who are you, making a ruckus and disturbing my sleep?" "Who are you?" Su Zimo asked. "Listen up, I'm the mountain master of the Void Tiger Mountain, one of the 3,000 immortal mountains in the Dragon Sea," the tiger said arrogantly. "Don't you know that this is the Dragon Sea? Haven't you heard of Oblivion?" Hearing the tiger's words, Su Zimo replied indifferently, "We're looking for the Kuanping clan." "The Kuanping clan is not someone you can meet just because you want to." The tiger frowned slightly. "The Kuanping clan is the ruler of the Dragon Sea. They've never met anyone." "We're not here to meet them, we're here to destroy the Kuanping clan," Su Zimo said indifferently. Hearing this, the tiger's expression changed drastically. It fixed its eyes on Su Zimo and Supreme Sage Sandao. It activated the divine ability of the Void Tiger clan, only to find that there were rules lingering in the bodies of Su Zimo and Supreme Sage Sandao. It immediately shouted, "Oh my god, sorry to disturb you." As soon as it finished speaking, the power of the void surged around its huge body as it tried to escape. However, Su Zimo waved his hand. The Void Tiger Mountain that it was in was suppressed. Even the surrounding void was locked down. That made it impossible for the Void Tiger to break through the void and escape. "Sirs, I was blind. Please spare me." The tiger immediately knelt on the ground and began to plead pitifully. "Ever since I occupied the Void Tiger Mountain, I haven't hurt anyone. I've always been a vegetarian. Besides, the Void Tiger clan has an old mother to take care of and tiger cubs to raise. Please let me live." Alright, we won't kill you. Lead the way to the territory of the Kuanping clan. Su Zimo's mind was in a mess from being roasted, so he directly interrupted it and instructed. Ah, the Kuanping clan, the tiger quickly replied. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I really don't dare. If the Kuanping clan finds out, they'll definitely take revenge on me. You don't have to be afraid. After today, the Kuanping clan will no longer exist in the Dragon Sea, Supreme Sage Sandao said directly. If you're unwilling, I can destroy the Void Tiger clan now. Hearing this, Tiger also knew that whether he was willing or not, he had to lead the way. Helplessly, it could only nod in agreement and lead the way. Don't think that our Dragon Sea is known as the 3,000 Immortal Mountains. Actually, our Immortal Mountains are very small. However, the Kuanping Immortal Island, where the Kuanping clan resides, occupies almost 80% of the Dragon Sea. This tiger seemed to be a chatterbox. He began to speak. If you really exterminate the Kuanping race, you will be helping us get rid of the evil. Shut up, Su Zimo shouted. This tiger was really annoying. The other party hurriedly shrunk his neck, not daring to speak again. Not long after, the Void Tiger stopped in front of a mountain peak. The shape of this mountain was very strange. The two sides were protruding, while the middle was completely concave. The entire mountain range was submerged in the water. A small part of it was on the sea, about 100 meters high. A large portion of it sank to the bottom of the water. The Kuanping race lived under the Dragon Sea. This is the place, said the Void Tiger. From here to the north, it is all the territory of the Kuanping race. I will send the two of you here. Supreme Sage Sandao waved his hand and ignored the Void Tiger. A powerful force erupted from his body. Vaguely, the power of the rules suppressed everything. He shouted, Kuanping race, do you want me to overturn this Dragon Sea? As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter was heard. Senior Sandao, what made you so angry? Rumble. The entire Dragon Sea shook. The Kuanping race seemed to know that they could no longer hide, so they directly appeared. The Dragon Sea fluctuated. The sea gradually split, and a path to the sky appeared. A group of figures suddenly appeared on the path to the sky. They were all transformed from the Kuanping race. This group of people was no different from ordinary people, except that the beards at the corners of their mouths were especially long and slender. There was a pair of rock wings behind them. And their skin was especially smooth, as if it was flowing water. This group of people were all great sages, at least a dozen of them. The elder standing at the front was the first leader of the Kuanping race, Xianxia. Seeing the people of the Kuanping race appear, Supreme Sage Sandao said calmly, Your Dragon Sea seems to have been peaceful for too long. Senior Sandao, what do you mean? I don't remember our Kuanping race offending you, Leader Xianxia said. Do you dare to say that your Kuanping race doesn't know about the Luo family? Su Zimo asked. What happened to the Luo family? Xianxia asked in surprise. Let me ask you, where is your Kuanping crown prince? Su Zimo asked in return. Where is the crown prince? Xianxia turned to look at the people behind him and asked. The few of them fell silent for a while before finally replying, he went to Xianxia Pill City. Silly. Xianxia was furious. My Kuanping race has been living in seclusion for generations, how can we get involved in the outside world? Speaking of this, Xianxia was rather righteous. He looked at Supreme Sage Sandao and said, Senior Sandao, Zhenwu Xingzong can do whatever you want with the Crown Prince. It doesn't matter if you want to kill or torture him. Our Kuanping race has no objections. I've already killed him, Su Zimo said directly. Xianxia's expression froze slightly. Then he replied, I know, the Crown Prince is from our Kuanping race after all. It's difficult for us to escape responsibility after committing such a crime. Zhenwu Xingzong, if you have any requests, just say it, we will definitely cooperate. Old man Xianxia, if you said this before, I wouldn't pursue the matter. Supreme Sage Sandao interrupted him. He said indifferently, but I have a new piece of news here, do you want to hear it? I'd like to hear the details. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. In the previous battle between Zhenwu Xingzong and the 10 great families, there has always been a force from Chaotian Hall behind everything. This Chao Tian Hall is said to maintain the balance of the celestial realm. Usually, people can't find them at all. They can only appear when something big happens in the celestial realm. Supreme Sage Sandow said indifferently, this time, the Chao Tian Hall also participated in the battle of the Grand Desolate World. We killed Lao Zu and the Hall Master of the Chao Tian Hall. Unfortunately, we haven't found the true nest of the Chao Tian Hall. I have an interesting piece of information here. I just obtained it. So this Chao Tian Hall was created by your Kunpeng race. On the surface, you guys live in the Dragon Sea for a long time and ignore the facts. In fact, you are observing the entire celestial realm. Patriarch Kuan-Chi, what do you think? As soon as he said that, the expressions of the dozen or so great sages of the Kunpeng race changed drastically. However, Patriarch Kuan-Chi was still calm. He said indifferently, nonsense. I wonder who is slandering me, please. Come out and confront me. I don't think there's a need to confront, Supreme Sage Sandow said indifferently. As long as your Kunpeng race takes a look, everything will be clear. Upon hearing Supreme Sage Sandow's request, Kuan-Chi's expression changed slightly. He squinted his eyes and smiled. Senior Sandow, you're too much. The Kunpeng clan has its own secrets. How can we allow others to enter as they wish? Then don't blame me for destroying the Kunpeng clan today, Supreme Sage Sandow replied mercilessly. Back in the vast wilderness, with the fall of the Skyward Palace, the Kunpeng clan must have suffered great losses. The Kunpeng clan must have suffered heavy losses. Today, I'd like to see who can stop me. Supreme Sage Sandow waved his right hand as he spoke. Slayer Shadow, he shouted. A saber light burst out between heaven and earth as if the saber intent had enveloped the entire Dragon Sea. Then, endless saber intent surged and erupted. A saber flew out from the void and landed in Supreme Sage Sandow's hand. It was his first saber, Slayer Shadow. It was an indestructible saber of slaughter. Once the saber was drawn, it would taste blood. Skyblade light soared into the sky. Kuan-Chi hurriedly said, Senior Sandow, don't be rash. Since you want to investigate the Kunpeng clan, please don't be rash. Please go ahead. Kuan-Chi waved his hand and a powerful force burst out. The void began to split. The originally vast Dragon Sea instantly split apart and formed a path to the sky. The path led straight to the bottom of the sea. The scene inside was unobstructed. At the bottom of the Dragon Sea, there were many ancient monsters running amok. Each of these monsters seemed to have immense power that could turn the world upside down and stir up the waves at the bottom of the Dragon Sea. There were also many plants like corals and seaweed. Under the effect of the oblivion, these plants seemed to have forgotten everything. They forgot to grow, forgot their natural enemies, and grew like puppets. Senior Sandow, please. Kuan-Chi raised his hand and gestured. Su Zimo glanced at Supreme Sage Sandow. He reminded him, be careful of traps. Once they entered the Dragon Sea, they would be entering the other party's headquarters. It was inevitable that there would be some special places and dangerous things. Don't worry. We've already investigated the Kunpeng clan thoroughly, Supreme Sage Sandow said with a smile. They can't do anything to me. Hearing what Supreme Sage Sandow said, Su Zimo didn't say much. Supreme Sage Sandow walked in front while Su Zimo followed closely behind. Behind them were the Patriarch of Kuan-Chi and a few other great saints. The Kuan-Chi Patriarch gestured slightly. The figure of one of the great saints quickly disappeared into the void. He walked into the Kunpeng clan. This was the bottom of the Dragon Sea. In fact, the Kunpeng race used a special spatial power to isolate the entire bottom of the Dragon Sea. Therefore, the bottom of the Dragon Sea was actually a complete vacuum. Walking in it, the surrounding scenery was pleasant. Countless Kunpengs of different colors could be seen floating slowly. Not all Kunpengs could take human form. After walking for a few minutes, Supreme Sage Sandow finally stopped in front of a stone tablet. This was a stone tablet in the Kunpeng race that was almost impossible to see because it was covered by aquatic plants. The stone tablet was simple and mottled. The word realm was engraved on it. Leader Kuan-Chi, what is this? Supreme Sage Sandow stopped and asked. It's just a useless stone tablet, the Kuan-Chi Patriarch said with a smile. When our Kuan-Pung race came here, the stone tablet already existed. In that case, do you want me to break this boundary tablet and take a look? Supreme Sage Sandow replied. Leader Kuan-Chi, you shouldn't mind, right? If Senior Sandow wants to break it, then break it, the Kuan-Chi patriarch said indifferently. His attitude was obviously much colder. Supreme Sage Sandow didn't mind. He had already unsheathed the shadow-slaying blade in his hand. Murderous blade chi burst out. With a boom, the boundary tablet shattered. As the boundary steel shattered, the surrounding void started to fluctuate. It was called the boundary tablet. It was because this tablet contained a realm. It was a small space. The moment this small space shattered, a black dot escaped from the void. Stay, Supreme Sage Sandow shouted softly. The saber intent landed in front of the black dot, blocking its escape route. Su Zimo finally saw the true appearance of the black dot. It was in the shape of a pagoda. The pagoda was mainly colored with flowing light. It had a total of 7 floors and was constantly rotating in the void. The pagoda seemed to have a spirit. There was a mysterious aura reverberating on it. Supreme Sage Sandow waved his right hand, and a powerful saber chi enveloped the black pagoda, preventing it from escaping. Supreme Sage Sandow slowly turned his head. He said indifferently, Leader Kuan-Chi, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Why is the Chao Tian Hall in your boundary tablet? Senior Sandow, aren't you asking the obvious? The Kuan-Chi patriarch didn't panic. He smiled faintly and said, since it has already come to this, there's nothing to say. Originally, Zhenwu Xingzong had already won the battle of the Grand Desolate World. Isn't it good to rule the ultimate heaven domain peacefully? Peacefully, if the Chao Tian Hall isn't eliminated, how can it be peacefully? Supreme Sage Sandow snorted coldly. Then it's useless to say more. The Kuan-Chi patriarch clapped his hands. He shouted softly, attack. As soon as he finished speaking, countless Kuan-Pungs appeared in the void around him. These Kuan-Pungs floated in the void. Powerful void power spread out from their bodies. The dense void power could banish everything. Moreover, these void powers came from the same source. They merged together and instantly formed a huge space, imprisoning Supreme Sage Sandow and Su Zimo. If the true martial progenitor came today, our Kuan-Pung clan would admit defeat. However, you're a Dao fruit expert. It's not impossible for us to kill you if we exhaust all our resources, the Kuan-Chi patriarch said indifferently. It's a pity that if we kill you, our Kuan-Pung clan will have to flee to the lower realm. We've been plotting in the ultimate heaven domain for countless years, but now, all our efforts have been in vain. I'm unwilling to accept this. The Chao Tian Hall master who died in the Grand Desolate World was just a puppet, right? Supreme Sage Sandow said indifferently. You're the one controlling the real mastermind behind the Chao Tian Hall, right? Hearing Supreme Sage Sandow's words, the Kuan-Chi patriarch said indifferently, you're not too stupid, but unfortunately, you're too arrogant. The Chao Tian Hall has always been extremely mysterious. Not to mention you, even the 10 great clans have always wanted to investigate our background. What's your goal? Supreme Sage Sandow asked. Don't talk about maintaining the balance of the ultimate heaven domain. You and I both know that's bullshit. You should know the 16 demon clans of the demon clan, right? The Kuan-Chi patriarch said. We want 17 demon clans to appear in the demon clan. You're quite ambitious. Your Kuan-Pung clan also has the potential. Supreme Sage Sandow nodded in agreement. He changed the topic and said indifferently, unfortunately, you shouldn't have provoked Zhenwu Xingzong. Cut the crap. A powerful force erupted from the Kuan-Chi clan leader's body. Everyone could clearly see his overwhelming aura. He was actually a Dao fruit expert. It was not surprising that the Kuan-Chi clan leader was a Dao fruit expert. After all, he was the true owner of the Skyward Hall. His Dao fruit was a spatial Dao fruit. I'll use the power of thousands of Kuan-Pungs as a guide to kill the two of you today, the Kuan-Chi clan leader shouted. He seemed to be controlling the power of the entire Kuan-Pung clan. When the Kuan-Chi clan leader's powerful force descended, countless Kuan-Pungs roared at the sky. The spatial power around them seemed to have been stripped away. Kill. The power in Kuan-Chi's body was astonishing, and his long hair kept fluttering. Endless space force surged toward Lu Xian. Supreme Sage Sandao snorted coldly. He pulled out the Slayer's shadow from his waist, and a powerful saber chi burst out into the sky, wanting to shatter the void power that was coming over. Rumble. The saber chi collided with the void power, creating endless ripples. The Kuan Chi clan leader roared as his spatial power became stronger. In the next moment, he transformed into the shape of a Kuan Peng. A pair of wings that blotted out the sky behind him swept across the sky and charged over. The saber in Supreme Sage Sandao's hand slashed out at the same time. Clang! The Kuan Peng's sharp claws collided with the saber, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The Kuan Chi clan leader grabbed Supreme Sage Sandao and headed towards the depths of the Dragon Sea. The Kuan Chi clan leader only left one sentence. Kill him. The so-called him was naturally referring to Su Zimo. He brought Supreme Sage Sandao to the depths of the Dragon Sea, leaving only Su Zimo to face the entire Kuan Peng clan. However, the good thing was that there were no other Dao fruit experts in the Kuan Peng clan apart from the Kuan Chi clan leader. Countless Kuan Pengs roared. They were densely packed and had an extremely strong penetrating ability as they charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo took out the tyrannical shadow. The sky-splitting intent wrapped around the blade. Come and fight. I'll destroy your Kuan Peng clan today, Su Zimo shouted softly. His saber fell. Immediately, a Kuan Peng was cut into a bloody mess. The other Kuan Pengs were shocked. A Supreme Saint Kuan Peng stepped forward and commanded, everyone, step back. Other than Supreme Saints, no one else is allowed to join the battle. He understood as well. To a great sage, everyone else was nothing more than ants. Quantity could not make up for quality. Therefore, everyone else was here to die. And in the Battle of the Grand Desolate, those who went to the Heaven Ascension Hall were almost wiped out. There were only 12 great sages in the Kuan Peng clan. This was already the full strength of existences like Laozu. Let's end this quickly, one of the great saints shouted. Then let's do it together. Su Zimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand. The saber intent was like a prison or a sea. Laughing loudly, he said, I've never been defeated by a great sage. It just so happens that all of you are here to sharpen my blade today. Su Zimo did not wait for the Kuan Peng race to prepare as he took the initiative to attack. Rumble, rumble. More and more powerful saber intent gathered in the sky. The demon body of purgatory around him erupted along with a powerful demonic aura. The strength of these Kuan Pengs was about the same. They were all using the power of the void. Su Zimo was also supported by the laws of the void as he constantly jumped in the various voids. He arrived in front of one of the Kuan Pengs. A powerful force charged over with an unstoppable force. Rumble, rumble. The tyrannical shadow stabbed into the Kuan Peng's head. This blow was very forceful and almost caused the brain to explode. The Kuan Peng roared angrily. Its wings also slapped heavily on Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo did not seem to notice and shouted, again, are you tickling me? Don't be arrogant. A Kuan Peng descended from the sky. The power of space condensed into the shape of a storm. The whistling spatial storm swept over and strangled Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. With one hand, the heaven-swallowing finger of creation annihilated the void storm. Then, the demonic aura under his feet roared. He had already arrived in front of the Kuan Peng. He grabbed forward with both hands and grabbed the Kuan Peng's 2 wings in his hands. Then, he tore them apart. Rumble. The Kuan Peng was screaming. Its wings were torn apart, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, 2 great sages were severely injured in just one exchange. This shocked the Kuan Peng clan. This guy's strength is curious. I'm afraid I'm not his match in a one-on-one fight. Kuan Wu, help me, a Kuan Peng shouted from the side. He had already transformed into human form. His hands quickly formed a seal. The seal was like the symbol of a plum blossom. The plum blossom had 5 petals. Plum blossom chasing the soul, blood staining the Dragon Sea. The Kuan Peng was roaring. The originally white plum blossom had now turned blood red. In the blink of an eye, the plum blossom floated in the void. Thousands of plum blossoms fell from the sky. Su Zimo could feel it. The plum blossom carried the blood law. On it was the bloodthirsty law. Everyone knew that the Kuanping clan used the space law. He didn't expect that there were some abnormalities among them who had awakened the bloodthirsty law. There were too many plum blossoms, as if it was raining plum blossoms from the sky. Suzimo couldn't dodge at all. With each plum blossom that landed on his body, it would absorb his blood and chi in an invisible manner. Moreover, the absorbed blood energy was connected to the Kuanping and all of it was transmitted to his body. Since you want to absorb it, I'll let you absorb as much as you want, Suzimo shouted softly. He waved his hand. The tree of life shattered the void and directly appeared behind Suzimo. A majestic life force surged over. The plum blossom was desperately absorbing, and the tree of life was also constantly supplying. The two seemed to be in a stalemate for a while. The Kuanping was enveloped by a powerful life force. It was as if it had become a few hundred years younger. However, going too far was as bad as falling short. Even the life force was the same. When the life force reached a certain level, the Kuanping also felt that something was wrong. His body began to swell. His body could no longer absorb such a large amount of life force. Oh no, stop. The Kuanping obviously also noticed the scene and hurriedly shouted. He wanted to stop his plum blossom. However, he felt that at that moment, the plum blossom had lost contact with him, and Suzimo had begun to control it. No, stop. Along with his terrified roar, there was another explosion with a bang. The huge explosive force directly caused the Kuanping to explode. Countless pieces of flesh fell. The sky seemed to be raining blood. Why don't you all come together? Suzimo waved at the remaining great sages. Don't waste my time. The other great sages had already been beaten to the point of cowardice. They all looked at each other. Let's go. Several great sages made a decision in an instant. They wanted to escape. After all, they had lived for so many years, and it was not easy for them to reach their current realm. Naturally, they did not want to die here. They were extremely fast, and the power of space around them surged, directly shattering the void. If you join forces, I can still play with you to death. Since you want to escape, then go down and join the others. Suzimo said indifferently. The powerful sword energy in his hand was rioting. Demon 10 styles, demon style. The shocking demonic energy turned into demons that filled the sky, and all of them charged towards the fleeing Kuanping great sage. In a short while, these Kuanping great sages were devoured. These great sages had no fighting spirit at all. They only wanted to break free, but they sank deeper and deeper, and finally were completely devoured by the demonic energy. Suzimo turned his gaze and looked around the entire Kuanping clan. He saw that all the Kuanping clan here had already hidden. He was not in a hurry, and slowly began to wander under the Dragon Sea. The Kuanping clan had lived here for generations. This Dragon Sea also looked like a blooming flower, and there were many drafts in it, and they were all tens of thousands of years old. But what was more special was that these drafts were all corroded by the Forgotten Law. Suzimo walked among the drafts. He could clearly feel the powerful Forgotten Law. He followed the tracks of the Forgotten Law and walked forward. Suzimo could not help but think of a question. Where did the Forgotten Law of this Dragon Sea come from? He casually grabbed a Kuanping that was hiding nearby and asked the question in his heart. The Kuanping replied tremblingly, the Forgotten Law is at the end of the Dragon Sea, that is a forbidden area, we do not dare to go there. As soon as it finished speaking, it was directly crushed to death by Suzimo. Suzimo also walked towards the end of the Dragon Sea. He could not interfere in the battle between Great Sage Sandao and Kuan Chi, and it was meaningless for him to do so. Suzimo wanted to walk around more. He went all the way to the end of the Dragon Sea. The Forgotten Law here had turned from gas to liquid. There was a splash sound all around. Suzimo looked up. At the end of the path, a waterfall fell from the sky, blocking his path. This waterfall was condensed from the Forgotten Law. If an ordinary person were to come into contact with a single drop, they would probably forget everything. If one were to bathe under the waterfall, they would probably forget about their lives. However, Suzimo did not stop at all. He walked straight into the waterfall. Around him, the same law of oblivion spread out. To Su Zimo, his true fate world contained all kinds of laws. If there were millions of laws in this world, then he could control them all. He naturally possessed the law of forgetting. It was just that this law was not considered strong in battle, so he rarely used it. Along with the surging law of oblivion around him, he bathed in the oblivion waterfall, as if he had become one with it. The oblivion law did not reject him. On the contrary, they even accepted him harmoniously. Su Zimo walked into the waterfall and saw a completely different world. There was a cave in the middle of the waterfall. This made Su Zimo a little surprised. All the forgetting law seemed to be emitted from this cave. However, the Kuanping clan seemed to have never entered this place. Su Zimo was a little puzzled at first. However, in the blink of an eye, he understood. Although it was easy for him to enter the oblivion law, that was because he had the law of oblivion. In the eyes of ordinary people, things that were as difficult as ascending to the heavens were easy. Thinking about it, Laozu of the Kuanping clan should have been here before. Later on, he knew that he could not enter, but he was afraid that his clansmen would come into contact with the law of oblivion. Then, he sealed this place and treated it as a forbidden area. After Su Zimo entered the cave, he became much more careful and began to observe his surroundings. He saw that there were countless starlight lingering in the cave. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the starlight all came from some crystals. Su Zimo was a little surprised. This was because these crystals were also condensed from the law of oblivion. On the outside, the law of oblivion condensed into a waterfall, and inside were crystals. This was the state of gas turning into liquid and then into a solid. At a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands of these oblivion crystals. He did not know how many years they had been accumulated. Su Zimo thought for a moment. He carefully removed all these crystals and then placed them in the divine land. Perhaps they would be useful at some point. In a short while, he removed all the crystals. He walked further into the cave. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something tearing through the air. Su Zimo hurriedly took a few steps back. There was a bang. At the place where he was originally standing, there was a hole from the explosion. "Who is it?" he said with a frown. Crunch, crunch. An ear-piercing sound, like chewing, came from the darkness on one side. Immediately after, he saw a huge spider crawling over from not far away. Its spider silk covered the entire cave. Therefore, it was suspended on the spider silk, hanging upside down. Oblivion spider, it absorbed too much of the law of oblivion and eventually transformed into an alien, Su Zimo muttered to himself. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was waving. He directly sent out a skyblade chi. The oblivion spider screamed, and like a sound wave attack, it directly annihilated the blade chi. Su Zimo's eyes narrowed slightly. This sound was even a little ear-piercing. Something. The law of fire surged around him, trying to use the flames to burn off the spider silk. Behind him, there was a fiery red expanse. It was like a sea of fire that burned the sky. Su Zimo was in the sea of fire, and the dense blade chi was mixed in, directly attacking. The oblivion spider hissed. A huge spider web was suddenly woven in front of him, as if to imprison Su Zimo in it. "Burn for me," Su Zimo shouted. The law of fire directly condensed into the shape of a fire dragon, and, with an unstoppable momentum, it charged over with the might of a dragon. Rumble, rumble. This flame was very strong, and it could burn everything. Even as strong as the spider silk, which could easily bind stones as fragile as tofu, it still could not stop this flame. Crackle, crackle. The burning spider silk had gradually surrounded the spider. The spider was a little panicked, and its figure wanted to retreat into the cave. Su Zimo snorted coldly. Trying to escape? He directly stepped into the air, and the flames covered the tyrannical shadow, and at the same time held the hilt of the blade with both hands. He slashed over heavily. The best law to deal with this spider was fire. It lived in this cave all year round, and it was abnormally cold without sunlight, so it was naturally afraid of fire. This flaming blade chi even temporarily lit up the entire cave. There was a boom. It directly shattered the spider's shell, and cut the spider into a pile of meat paste. It couldn't be more dead. Before Suzumo could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw countless green eyes appear in the darkness. Suzumo frowned slightly, because he could clearly and strongly sense that he was locked onto by countless auras. And these auras were all very powerful. The green eyes made him very uncomfortable in the darkness. Suzumo opened Samsara's eyes. He saw the entire cave, including everything in the darkness. This look made his scalp tingle. He saw that the cave was like a hornet's nest, full of holes. They had long been opened up by the spiders and became their nest. And there wasn't just one spider here. Looking at the scale, there were at least hundreds of them. The forgetting law had eroded the entire cave and mutated all the spiders. Of course, it could be said that way. This was once the spider's nest, and the forgetting law was a latecomer. Every spider was staring at Suzumo, the outsider. Although Suzumo wasn't afraid, this battle would be very troublesome. He began to think of a way out. There were two paths in front of this cave. These two paths were deep and dark, and he couldn't see what was at the end. But Suzumo knew. There was no time for him to choose. He immediately sprinted towards the left path. His speed was as fast as lightning. The moment he moved, hundreds of strands of spider silk were entangled and shot out from the nest in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The ground shattered, and even the entire cave shook. However, Suzumo was extremely fast. Soon, he entered the left path. But the moment he stepped into the path, his body began to distort. It was as if he had jumped from one space into another. It directly took him away. It took almost 10 seconds. Suzumo's feet stepped on the ground, and the space in front of him stabilized. At this moment, he was in darkness. In this darkness, he couldn't see anything. There was only a bridge under his feet. This bridge seemed to span across the darkness. The bridge was only 1 meter wide, and on both sides was an extremely deep abyss. Falling into it was as if he would sink forever. Suzumo frowned slightly. This place made him feel uncomfortable. He wanted to escape, but he didn't know how to return. Forget it. Since we're here, let's go ahead and take a look, Suzumo muttered to himself. However, he had only taken 2 steps. A dignified voice suddenly came from the darkness. Descendant, I am the Forgotten Tao Fruit. Welcome to my inner world. His voice was like the might of the heavens as it reverberated in the empty void. Suzumo looked up, but he couldn't see anything. Who is it? Suzumo shouted. The voice from the darkness of the void sounded again. This is the place of my inheritance. Those with great fortune can obtain my lifelong inheritance. If the fate is shallow, then their souls will be destroyed. At the same time, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Suzumo lowered his head and saw a slow flow of water spreading to his feet. When he looked up again, in front of him, a wave of oblivion had already risen. The waves surged violently, creating huge waves that were tens of thousands of feet high with an unparalleled might. It was as if it wanted to drown everything on the bridge, including Suzumo. Come on, let the storm be more violent, Suzumo lightly shouted. The tyrannical shadow in his hand kept vibrating, as if it couldn't wait to fight. When the wave came, Suzumo swung the tyrannical shadow in his hand. The wave was directly split into 2 from the middle. Then, he quickly escaped from the waves and stepped into the air towards the end of the bridge. The wave was water, and water was formless. Although it was split apart by Suzumo, it didn't suffer any damage. It merged into one again and charged towards Suzumo. And so, in the darkness, a person was escaping, while the wave chased after him. After chasing for a long time, the wave seemed to be tired. It gradually calmed down. And Suzumo also stopped. Because in front of him, there were 4 giants. Just how big were these giants? It was like the difference between an ant and a titan. These giants' feet were standing in the deep abyss, and half of their bodies were still standing on the bridge. It was enough to imagine how big they were. Even if Suzumo used the heaven-shaking giant, he wouldn't be able to compare to 1/10 of them. What is this? Suzumo frowned. Suzumo's arrival seemed to have broken the silence of this dark place. The 4 giants opened their eyes at the same time. Kill, kill, kill. A muffled voice came from the giant's mouth. They began to move. With a casual swing of their arms, the void shattered, and cracks appeared on the bridge. Not good, Suzimo was shocked. He felt that the bridge was about to collapse, and he didn't even have the mood to fight the giants. He continued to run. The giant's palm slapped over, and a boom sound was heard. Suzimo raised his blade to block. That powerful strength was enough to shock anyone. Suzimo's voice was sent flying. I can't fight them, this was Suzimo's first thought. Fortunately, although the giants were strong, their movements were very slow. Suzimo could basically avoid them. And so he continued to run forward. The bridge behind him kept collapsing, while the 4 giants chased after him. The first test, kill an immortal giant. Dozens of bright red words suddenly appeared in the void of space. This also made Suzimo understand. If he wants to leave this place, he must pass the test, otherwise running away is useless. If you want to fight, then let's fight, he lightly shouted, then slowly turned around, no longer running. The heaven-shaking force vortex was madly spinning inside his body, and the law phenomenon was also strengthening his body. The divine demon visualization art was strengthening his soul vessel. The heavenly gate of 3 lives hovered above his head, increasing his strength. This time, Suzimo used all his strength to crash into one of the immortal giants. This collision could be said to be an earth-shattering one. Both of them were sent flying backwards. At the original center of the collision, an exploding mushroom cloud spread out in all directions. Suzimo felt pain all over his body. This was the first time he's met such a powerful existence physically. But he guessed that the other party wasn't feeling too good either. But he knew that a head-on clash wouldn't work, because the other party had 4 immortal giants. Suzimo was thinking hard. At this time, the other 3 giants were also coming for him. Right, what about those waves? They might be useful, Suzimo suddenly thought. And so he began to run back. The 4 immortal giants were still chasing after him. Just like that, the chase went on for another 10 minutes. Suzimo finally saw the magnificent waves. The law of oblivion around him surged as he dove in. Seeing Suzimo enter the waves, the 4 immortal giants behind him also rushed in as if they had no consciousness. They weren't really alive. They were more like the guardians of this bridge. Because the bridge behind him was constantly collapsing, Suzimo could only walk in the air. If he was knocked down, he didn't know what was at the bottom of the abyss, so he was very careful. At this moment, when Suzimo entered the waves, although the forgetting law had been assimilated by him, the pressure from the waves, it was as if it was going to completely annihilate him. But it was unavoidable. At this moment, after the immortal giant entered, one of its large hands directly broke the waves and grabbed at Suzimo. This wave is useless against them? Suzimo was shocked. But then he looked carefully. He also discovered that the immortal giant's figure was being corroded by the waves bit by bit. However, the speed was very slow, and now it was corroding from the soles of its feet. Suzimo frowned slightly. In that case, I'll help you corrode it as soon as possible. Around him, the majestic forgetting law merged into the waves. The waves became more and more violent. Like a tidal wave, the waves slammed into the vast sky, wanting to destroy everything within. Suzimo was like a small boat in the waves. Even the 4 immortal giants were stirred up and couldn't stand steadily. The immortal giants were roaring. They seemed to want to escape from it. But how could Suzimo let them leave so easily? The forgetting law wrapped around his body and directly charged at the 4 immortal giants. These forgetting laws condensed into chains. They directly wrapped around the immortal giants' bodies, trying to drag them in. The immortal giants roared at the sky. Powerful forces lingered around. With a stretch of his arm, he broke the shackles. The immortal giants seemed to be very afraid of this forgetting law and subconsciously wanted to break free. The blade intent in Suzimo's hand was like the sea. A powerful force swept past, and the blade intent swept up tens of thousands of feet tall waves, constantly stopping the immortal giants. With the power of this immortal wave, Suzimo was able to temporarily entangle the 4 immortal giants. Roar, roar, roar. The waves continued to surge. Finally, with the passing of time, among the 4 immortal giants, 3 of them had their legs corroded. They fell into the waves, their hands still struggling forward, but they were soon drowned by the waves. And the last giant. Before he died, he threw himself at Suzimo. He grabbed Suzimo's feet with both hands and dragged him down into the abyss. Suzimo felt that this giant's power had already surpassed the level of a great sage. This invincible force grabbed his feet and dragged him into the dark abyss at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Along the way, around the abyss, countless vines and branches grew out of it. Every vine was wrapped around Suzimo. There were sharp thorns on the vines that pierced into his skin. Gradually, Suzimo felt dizzy. It was as if all the strength in his body had been locked, and he fainted. Traveler who cries far away, forget the pain, forget the past, we will always wait for you. Traveler who cries far away, forget the tears, forget the death, we will never see the light of day. The murmurs kept ringing in his ears. Suzimo didn't know how long had passed. In this darkness, there was nothing. There was no time, no space. Only the endless darkness wrapped around the unconscious him. He slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? He frowned slightly. The power in his body seemed to be sealed by a mysterious force. At this moment, other than his strong body, he couldn't use any other power. Suzimo knew that he had been careless. He shouldn't have stepped into the end of the Dragon's Sea to search for the origin of the Forgotten. But now that things had come to this, he had no way out. And he didn't have any clues. He could only follow the sound and search for the direction. Using the murmurs as a guide, Suzimo walked for a few minutes. Finally, he saw a figure in front of him. This was a skeleton. It was hard to imagine how long this person had been dead for. But his skeleton was still emitting a golden light. It illuminated the surrounding half a meter of space. Suzimo walked to the skeleton and saw that there was a line of words written in blood on the front of the skeleton. I, the great Emperor God, am unwilling to die in the darkness. I fell here for 380,000 years, grew old, got sick, and died. In the end, I will pass away here. Seeing this line of words, Suzimo was shocked. This person had been trapped for 380,000 years, and in the end, he was trapped to death. In here, no matter how long you lived, you would eventually die here. If he was trapped here. Suzimo didn't dare to think about it. He could only continue to walk forward. After walking for a few minutes, he saw another corpse. This corpse shouldn't be human. It was more like some kind of huge monster. Even though it had been dead for many years, he could still see the fangs in its head, as well as the extremely sharp wings and claws. The corpse of this huge monster was distorted in an irregular way. It should have experienced a great battle before it died. And on its corpse, there was a faint black light. In front of the corpse, there was still a line of words engraved. I am the great hell demon god. I fell here for 3 million years. For 3 million years, I have tried all kinds of methods, but I couldn't find a way to get here. It's a pity that in my life, I dominated Xianxia continent and defeated all the heroes in the world, but I have to waste my life here and die without anyone knowing. Seeing this line of words, Suzimo fell silent for a while. He continued to walk forward. He felt that there should be more gains ahead. Sure enough, not long after, another corpse appeared in front of him. This time, it wasn't just one corpse, but hundreds of corpses. Unfortunately, most of the corpses didn't have high cultivation when they were alive, and more than half of them had already rotted. Only a few corpses were still intact. Suzimo looked at the words in front of him. I regret it. I shouldn't have led my clansmen here. Today, my 9-son Phoenix clan will be wiped out here. I am the greatest sinner. I can't escape the blame. How many people in this world can resist the temptation of forgetting the rules? Ridiculous. Lamentable. What a pity. When Suzimo saw this, he did not know how to describe his feelings. The 9-son Phoenix should be one of the 100 clans. This Laozu, who was a 9-son Phoenix, actually brought his own clan in. From now on, the 9-son Phoenix clan would no longer exist in this world. And these corpses in front of him. There probably wasn't just this little bit in the beginning. Those with low cultivation had long been eroded. As for those with medium cultivation, only more than half of them had decayed. Only those with high cultivation could preserve their corpses completely. Even if you were peerless and looked down on the heavens. Even if you were the demon emperor, you could command the world. You couldn't withstand the darkness and eventually died alone. There was no concept of light or time. There was only darkness left. Suzimo sighed. The law of light in his hand surged. The law of light that could illuminate the sky in the outside world. Now, it was extremely dim. It was extremely difficult to even illuminate the darkness. Suzimo continued to walk forward. There was nothing in the darkness. All he could do was to walk forward. Walking towards the darkness. Suzimo saw two people. The two of them were emitting powerful auras. At this moment, they were standing opposite each other, their palms facing each other. The two of them gave off a very powerful feeling. One of them was dressed in white. It was unknown what the white robe was made of. It was still brand new after so many years. When he saw this person, he gave off a relaxed feeling. It was as if the clouds were moving and the wind was blowing, and the dust was gone. In short, it was comfortable and relaxed. And the person who was facing this person's palm was a woman. She was dressed in a red and white knee-length robe. The sleeves of her robe were obviously specially tailored. And this woman's expression was solemn. If you looked carefully, you would find that the woman looked like a man and a woman. It was always hard to tell. She was like a Buddha who sympathized with the common people. Buddha's various manifestations. The white-clothed man and the red-clothed woman stood in the darkness, even though the darkness was constantly devouring them. But the powerful force around them still isolated a space, so that the two of them were not affected. And the two of them should be the only two people whose bodies were intact among so many people that Suzimo had seen. He sensed it carefully. Actually, it was not difficult to notice that their life auras had completely disappeared. This meant that they had been dead for a long time. After tens of thousands of years, their bodies still did not rot. It was hard to imagine how powerful they must have been when they were alive. Suzimo had just walked in front of the two of them. Then, a powerful force rushed toward him. Fortunately, Suzimo dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying. Suzimo steadied himself. His gaze was slightly solemn as he looked ahead. He didn't expect the two of them to be so strong. The aura of a peak great sage surged around him, and he unsheathed the tyrannical shadow in his hand. He quickly ran towards the two of them. As expected, every time he came into contact with the two of them, the rebounding force would surge toward him. This time, Suzimo directly slashed out with his saber. The force was split into two. The rebounding force grew stronger and stronger, and so did the saber chi in his hand. In the end, Suzimo arrived in front of the two of them. The identities of these two people were a mystery, and no words were left behind. Just as Suzimo gently touched the red-cloaked woman, he heard a boom sound. Boundless light suddenly erupted. "I am the envoy of time, who are you?" An androgynous voice came from the woman in red. "You're still alive?" Suzimo was shocked. "Who are you? Did he also fall into the abyss?" the woman in red asked. Suzimo nodded slightly. "Where exactly is this place? I saw so many people died behind us." "The place where the law of oblivion fell." Only the woman calmly said. "Is there a way out?" Suzimo asked. "Out?" The woman was stunned. She seemed to be unfamiliar with this word. After thinking for a long time, her memories gradually came back to her. She shook her head and said, "If there was a way out, the two of us wouldn't have been trapped until now." "What about you, are you still alive?" Suzimo asked. "A living dead." The woman shook her head and replied. "I will forever fall into this darkness for the rest of my life, and I'm afraid I won't be able to leave." "Go forward, there's a senior in front, perhaps he knows more." Suzimo nodded slightly. He was about to continue forward, but was stopped by the woman in red. The other party said, "Don't be in such a hurry, senior doesn't like to be disturbed. You have to pass through the two of us before you are qualified to move forward." As soon as the woman finished speaking, the large palm in her hand that contained the powerful power of light directly slapped towards Suzimo. Suzimo's eyes narrowed. He took a step back slightly. Immediately after, millions of saber chi burst out from the tyrannical shadow. Rumble, rumble. The large palm shook the ground, and the saber chi shattered everything. The entire sky seemed to be about to collapse. The peak of the great sage realm? The woman saw through Suzumo's realm at a glance. Then, she shook her head and chuckled, "Not bad, but you're still a little lacking." She closed her hands, and light suddenly appeared. Behind her, a huge Buddha statue suddenly appeared. The golden Buddha statue was lifelike as if it was about to come to life. Waves of Buddhist chants descended from the sky. A Tao fruit powerhouse? Suzumo frowned slightly. Golden Buddha mantra lotus. The woman's voice fell. The Buddha statue directly stretched out its hand and gently flicked its finger. Immediately, millions of golden lotuses bloomed. Walala, walala. Countless lotuses carried the realm of life and death. It was as if the lotuses bloomed meant life, and the lotuses closed meant death. The rule of life and death lingered in it, directly surrounding Suzumo. Suzumo snorted coldly. This was the rule of life and death. Originally, he couldn't resist the power of the rule, but this woman was already a living dead. It would be fine if you were alive, but how can a dead person suppress me? The same rule of life and death erupted around Suzumo's body. A powerful force continued to surge. The rule of life and death impacted the rule Golden Lotus as if it was about to tear it apart. Accompanied by Suzumo's endless rule of life and death. Finally, the Golden Lotus began to shatter, gradually showing signs of collapse. When the woman in red saw this scene, she wasn't anxious. She just formed a seal with both hands, and a powerful seal erupted. Every word is a gem, 1,000 suns break the sky. The Buddha statue retracted its palm, and the golden lotus gradually dissipated. Suddenly, it began to mutter something. It was chanting the Namo Shakyamuni Sutra. Every word of Buddha turned into substance and fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the Buddha words had gathered into thousands of words, and each word was hundreds of meters long. It was enough to imagine how shocking this scene was. Thousands of words fell at the same time. The word of water turned into a waterfall that filled the sky. The word of fire burned with raging flames. The word of wood grew into a towering tree. The word of evil turned into an azura. The word of blood was like a blood mountain. Every word carried with it a mysterious force that transformed into an illusion that was realistic enough to be real. Every word was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It was almost hard to imagine how powerful it was. At this moment, Suzumo, who was under the suppression, was the one who could feel this scene the most clearly. His eyes narrowed slightly. He snorted heavily. The 10 great divine techniques were all buffed on his body, and the skyblade in his hand was thousands of meters long. It was dragged by Suzumo, who was behind the law phenomenon, and charged towards the sky. Although the red-clothed woman's Buddha statue could transform into the light of Buddha and suppress everything. But Suzumo's blade intent was also like the sea. It could shatter everything in front of him. Every time his blade fell, the Buddha character in front of him would shatter. Water filled the sky, fire splashed everywhere, and thunder dragons roared. Between heaven and earth, there were visions of breaking the darkness. "How can your broken body stop me?" Suzumo roared. The blade chi on his body became stronger and stronger. Every time he waved his blade, the powerful force annihilated everything. Each blade was stronger than the previous one. In the end, he shattered all the Buddha characters, and his figure had already arrived in front of the Buddha statue. "Shatter," he roared again. The eye of samsara in his eyes activated, and samsara's void directly strangled the Buddha statue. The red-clothed woman exclaimed in shock. She hurriedly exploded the light of Buddha in her hand, wanting to block Suzumo's attack. "You can't," Suzumo shouted softly. The eye of samsara became stronger and stronger. Samsara's power distorted the void and directly shattered the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue was unwillingly shattered on the spot. The red-clothed woman was about to attack again. But Suzumo's tyrannical shadow had already fallen on his neck. "It's time to end this," a faint voice sounded. The red-clothed woman looked up and saw Suzumo's cold eyes. It was as if he dared to move, his head would fall to the ground. But the red-clothed woman didn't care. Because she was a living dead. "If I wasn't trapped here, you definitely wouldn't be my match when I was at my peak," the red-clothed woman said. Suzumo's eyes were calm. You talk a lot of nonsense. The red-clothed woman's expression froze, then she sneered and said, You won against me, but it doesn't count. Only he is considered to have passed the test. She looked at the white-clothed young man in front of her. This white-clothed young man was the other person who had exchanged blows with her. Previously, when Suzimo arrived, whether it was talking to the red-clothed woman or fighting, the white-clothed young man didn't move at all. Upon hearing the red-clothed woman's words, the white-clothed youth's originally motionless body suddenly relaxed. He slowly lowered his hands and smiled bitterly, Junior sister, why do you have to do this? What? Back then, that lord had us guard the pass. You can't just do nothing, the woman in red said. The white-clothed young man shook his head. He turned to Suzimo and said, You are no match for me. How would I know if we haven't fought? Suzimo replied nonchalantly. These two were definitely Dao fruit experts when they were alive. However, no one knew how much strength he had left after his death. Suzimo wasn't the kind of person who would back down before a fight. The young man in white shook his head with a smile. Then, he smiled faintly and said, I won't bully you. I will only use 3 moves. Once the path is open, you can proceed as you please. Suzimo narrowed his eyes when he heard the white-clothed young man's words. Since the other party dared to say such a thing, he most likely had absolute confidence. Do as you wish. I'll take as many moves as you want. The young man only shook his head and laughed. He stretched out his hand and pressed down on Suzimo with a finger that carried a shocking might. Although it was only a finger. When it descended, it was like a pillar that supported the sky, suppressing everything. It was incomparably dense. Suzimo narrowed his eyes slightly. He used the power of the heaven-shaking technique and threw the pillar to the side with both hands. The heaven-shaking technique is not bad. Unfortunately, your cultivation level is a little low, the white-clothed young man said with a strange look in his eyes. That was one move. Immediately after, he was ready for his second move. It was no longer a finger. It was a palm. This palm turned into a curtain that hung from the sky, covering the entire sky. It was majestic as it descended with a majestic aura. Suzimo could sense it. This person did not have any killing intent. He just wanted to suppress him. His heart sank. It was a very powerful force. This time, Suzimo not only used the heaven-shaking technique, but also the celestial fiend visualization diagram and all the other divine techniques that could increase his strength. Only then did he manage to withstand the palm strike. However, he could not shatter the palm strike. He could only guarantee that the power of the palm strike was not enough to suppress him. Interesting, the white-clothed young man said with interest. If you achieve Dao fruit in the future, you will probably be stronger than all of us. Hearing this, before Suzimo could say anything, the woman in red sneered and said, After falling into this forgotten abyss, how can there be a future? I have already seen what will happen to him. Just like us, he will eventually turn into a living dead and grow old alone. Or like those people behind him, they will become corpses. The white-clothed young man shook his head and said with a smile, Between heaven and earth, there will always be a sun and a moon. I believe that there will always be a chance for survival. We can't go out, but it doesn't mean that others won't have a chance. The woman in red snorted coldly. But she did not refute. Whether one could leave or not still depended on whether one was strong enough. If one was strong enough, so what if the world was big enough for one to roam freely? You have already suffered 2 moves. Watch out for my 3rd move, the white-clothed young man replied. The long sword at his waist was unsheathed. Boom! It was as if there was a shocking sword intent that shattered all the darkness, even in this dark world. It was still unforgettable. Senior brother, don't go easy on him anymore, the woman in red next to him said. Lest that lord is unhappy. The white-clothed young man just smiled. The long sword in his hand fell, slashing out a very powerful sword intent in the void. This was the sword intent of life and death that was endlessly growing. This white-clothed young man was very strong, and what he comprehended was not only the sword intent of life and death, but also the law of life and death. That's right, he had comprehended 2 laws. The reason why Suzimo could use countless laws was because of his true fate world, the divine continent. he could only do so with the power of the world. And for ordinary people, it was enough to cultivate only one law. This was because the more laws one had, the more difficult it would be for one to reach the Supreme Saint realm or even the Tao fruit realm. As the saying went, biting off more than one could chew would cause endless trouble and delay one's progress. Moreover, two laws were not necessarily stronger than one. It was just one more choice. This was because one could only attain one Tao in the end. There was a rule that had to be abandoned. Unless one could be like Su Zimo and not attain Tao through laws, but through the world. That's right, the Tao that Su Zimo walked was different from others ever since he opened up the divine continent. He was not satisfied with just one of the 3,000 great Taos. He wanted to attain Tao through his true fate world and eventually replace the 9 realms. The birth of a new world would eventually be accompanied by the destruction of the old world. Therefore, he had to conquer the heavens. If one could not achieve what Su Zimo did, cultivating with many laws was not necessarily the right thing to do. It would only make one's path more complicated. Of course, the white-clothed young man in front of him did not want to cultivate many laws. The white-robed youth was walking on another great Tao. Fusing the laws to prove his Tao. That's right, fusion. Among the 3,000 laws, many laws could be fused. For example, the 5 elements. Yin and yang. Light and darkness. The laws were opposed to each other, reinforcing and restraining each other. This was how it was. In the future, when he proved his Tao, he didn't need to prove his Tao life or death. Instead, he would fuse the laws of life and death into one. He would become a brand new law and prove his Tao. The advantage of doing so was naturally that the Tao fruit of proving his Tao would be stronger. It would be stronger than a pure Tao fruit of laws. However, one had to be careful that not all laws could be fused at will. The requirements for laws that could be fused were very harsh. The law of life could only be fused with the law of death. As for the other 3,000 laws, they couldn't be fused with the law of life. Therefore, when the sword intent of life and death fell, the sword intent was still entangled with the destructive law of life and death. Su Zimo only felt extremely shocked in his heart. It seemed that the first 2 moves were just a test, and the third move was when the white-robed youth became serious. The white-robed youth looked at Su Zimo with interest. He wanted to see how he would deal with it. If he couldn't resist, then he could only die under his sword intent. At this moment, Su Zimo waved the tyrannical shadow in his hand and slashed out hundreds of times with the skyblade technique. Unfortunately, his saber intent met his opponent's sword intent. It was as if the scorching sun of March blended with the white snow of winter. Of course, his saber intent was the white snow. When it met his opponent's sword intent, it quickly dissipated. Not to mention the sword intent of life and death, it couldn't even block it for a moment. Su Zimo frowned slightly. This law power was really troublesome, and he had encountered someone who was proficient in using it. He knew that his saber Tao wasn't inferior to his opponent's sword Tao. It was just that in terms of strength, he was inferior. The sword intent was still falling, and he couldn't hesitate any longer. Su Zimo used all 10 divine techniques, but unfortunately, it was still useless against this sword intent. If he wanted to defeat the laws, he had to use the law power. The sword intent was right in front of him. Su Zimo transformed into a giant and directly resisted this sword intent. The 10 great divine techniques reverberated within his body. Unfortunately, this rule was unstoppable. Even if Su Zimo went all out, he could only slow down the speed of this sword intent. And they couldn't stop it completely. The white-clothed young man and the red-clothed woman watched this scene with interest. "What do you think he should do?" the young man in white asked. "He's dead for sure," the woman in red said. "Should I spare his life, as long as he admits defeat?" the white-robed young man pondered. The woman in red clearly didn't have any killing intent. Although he was stubborn, he didn't really want to kill Su Zimo. So he said, "Good, good. Why don't we let him stay and let him be a living dead, just like us? After so many years, we finally have a companion." The young man in white smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid that won't do." "What's wrong with that? Don't tell me you're not lonely after all these years?" the red-robed woman asked. The white-clothed young man shook his head. He looked at Suzimo and finally asked, "Fellow Taoist, if you admit defeat, I'll take back this sword and tent." "It's still early," Suzimo chuckled. The next moment, he mobilized the true fate world in his body and directly used a trace of the divine land's rule power. He slashed out with his saber. The tyrannical shadow was surrounded by the rule power, and the saber's intense power instantly became countless times stronger. The saber fell. Wind and thunder raged, water and fire burned the sky and covered the earth, directly shattering the sword and tent. This scene shocked the white-clothed young man and the woman in white. "There's something strange about him," the white-clothed young man said in surprise. Because just now, a trace of the rule power appeared on Suzimo's body. Although it was very small, it was still the rule power. It was impossible for a great sage to master the rule power. Because he hadn't condensed a Dao fruit. And Suzimo was already standing on the spot, panting. This body didn't have a Dao fruit. Using the rule power without permission consumed too much energy. He had the divine land, and to a certain extent, he could use the rule power indefinitely. But unfortunately, his body couldn't control the rule power at all. It was like the software was enough, but the hardware was far from enough. "Do you still want to fight?" Suzimo raised his head, looked at the white-clothed young man, and asked. If he continued to fight, he had no other choice but to unseal the power of the previous demon lord. But from another perspective, if he unsealed the power of the previous demon lord, whether it was the white-clothed young man or the forgotten abyss, they would be directly swept away by him. There was no need to go through so much trouble. But Suzimo couldn't bear to do so. After all, it was invincible power. "You passed the test, I'm a man of my word," the white-clothed young man said with a smile. "Let's go forward, that lord might also be interested in you." The white-clothed young man waved his hand. The darkness in front seemed to be dispelled. A path of light had actually appeared. This shocked Suzimo, because the darkness in this space was too strong. His rule of light couldn't illuminate far. And this young man's power was enough to cross a path. He bowed to the white-clothed young man. Finally, he walked into the bright path. Looking at Suzimo's back as he left, the red-clothed woman pouted. She complained, "Boring, I thought there would be something fun to do." "Junior sister, do you think he can get out?" the white-clothed young man suddenly asked. "If that lord couldn't, how could he?" the red-clothed woman asked in return. She obviously didn't think highly of Suzimo. After all, that lord was very strong. "Enough, this has nothing to do with us," the white-clothed young man interrupted his own thoughts. Finally, he smiled. "Sleep, only by falling into a deep sleep. Only then will I not be lonely. Let's hope he's an accident." Walking on the bright path. Especially the deeper he went, the more he could feel the danger of the darkness around him. Originally, the darkness was just to cover everything. Now, it was as if the darkness inside had a consciousness, constantly trying to devour Suzimo. Fortunately, Suzimo was walking in the light, so they couldn't do anything. But at this moment, Suzimo stopped. Because in front of him was the end. And at the end of this end, there was a giant sitting. The giant seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. His body was huge, even bigger than the two immortal giants Suzimo saw before. And this giant's appearance was very strange. He had a tiger's head and a human body, with the head of a white tiger. And he had no arms. At the position of his arms, there were two thick and ferocious yellow snakes. With the yellow snake as the arms and the white tiger as the head. More importantly, this giant's body was surrounded by lightning. That berserk lightning was more powerful than anyone Suzimo had ever seen. It was almost incomparable. Even the true martial ancestor might not be able to use lightning to this extent. The giant seemed to have awakened from the thunder. An existence born from the thunder. His eyes slowly opened. At this moment, Suzimo's scalp went numb. He could clearly feel that his power seemed to have stagnated, as if he was being targeted by some powerful existence. The thunder law in his body did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the other party. Suzimo even had a feeling. If he used thunder to attack the other party, his thunder law would not even be willing. This was an illusion. But it had to be said that the other party gave Suzimo a strong feeling. Just by leaning at the end, he had already occupied the entire world. Thunder raged, accompanied by the giant slowly opening his eyes. The entire sky seemed to have quieted down. After so many years, someone else has come again, the giant slowly said. It seems that the temptation of forgetting the rules is really great. But little guy, with your strength, don't even think about the rules. I entered it by mistake, Suzimo said. He just wanted to investigate the origin of the Dragon Sea. He did not know anything about forgetting the rules. But looking at the giant in front of him, Suzimo felt a sense of familiarity. And the giant felt the same. Have we met before? Suzimo frowned and asked. No, the giant shook his head. He had the head of a white tiger, and a bolt of lightning fell from his tiger eyes and landed directly on Suzimo's body. It was as if he could see through his entire body. Suzimo's hair immediately stood on end, feeling a great threat. It was as if he had been seen through. I see, the giant whispered. Looking at Suzimo's puzzled gaze. The giant replied, let me introduce myself, you can call me Thunder God Chong Liang. Chong Liang? Suzimo was shocked. Thunder God? Isn't that one of the 10 ancient gods? He had been painstakingly searching for the inheritance of the 10 ancient gods. There was the inheritance of fire god Zhu Rong, water god Gong Tu, and wood god Zhu Meng. There was the inheritance of wind god Tian Wu and golden body Ru Shou. Among the 10 great ancient gods, he had already obtained the inheritance of 5 great ancient gods. Who would have thought that he would meet Thunder God Chong Liang today? Most importantly, he had encountered the god of thunder's true body. It had to be known that the ancient gods they had met before were all extremely powerful. They were either their descendants or some remnant souls left behind. Almost no one had ever seen a real ancient god. The person standing before him was the lightning god Chong Liang. No wonder he was so powerful. From the age of the ancient gods' Tao-seeking era to the present, he had lived for countless years. It was hard to imagine. The lifespan of an ancient god was so long. Seeing Suzimo's surprise, Thunder God Chong Liang explained, don't misunderstand, I died a long time ago. What you see now is only my divine body. I'm no different from the zombies outside. Senior, why are you here? Suzimo asked curiously. Chong Liang shook his head. It's a long story. Suzimo was not in a hurry to ask. Instead, he quietly waited for the other party's answer. I didn't want to tell you these things. But since you have fate with us ancient gods, there is no harm in telling you. In our era, I have reached the end of my lightning path. There is no path left. All that is left is to shatter this void and find a path that belongs to me. Senior, are you also going to attack the heavens? Suzimo asked. Yes, and no. Thunder God Chong Liang shook his head. I do want to attack the heavens. But it is not so easy. Even if we ancient gods stand at the peak of this world, we are powerless. Looking at the distant sky, we are also amazed. To attack the heavens, I have prepared countless methods. The forgotten law is an important thing that I want to seize. Speaking of this, Thunder God Chong Liang smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, the heavens do not fulfill my wish. After I entered the Forgotten Law abyss, I found that I was trapped here and could not leave. The Forgotten Land has forgotten the law, and even forgotten the power. I can't get out of here. Hearing Thunder God Chong Liang's words, Suzimo did not fully understand. He did not quite understand what he meant. Thunder God Chong Liang stretched out his hand, and a powerful lightning wrapped around it. Seeing this dark purple lightning, Suzimo's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. This was a crisis of life and death. He felt a fatal power from it. The lightning exploded. Thunder God Chong Liang threw it forward. Amidst the crackling of thunder, it flew into the sky. However, the explosion that Suzimo imagined did not happen. Instead, the lightning was directly swallowed by the darkness. How can this be? Suzimo asked in surprise. This space has forgotten everything, so your power cannot destroy this space. This is also the reason why people trapped here cannot leave. Thunder God Chong Liang explained. Your power can be used in this space. But you cannot destroy this space. Because the forgotten law is too powerful. It forgets everything. Because of destruction, it forgets destruction. Even Thunder God Changliang's lightning was forgotten. At that time, when I was trapped here, I abandoned my physical body and left this space in the form of a divine soul. Thunder God Changliang smiled bitterly. Because of that, I did not attack the heavens again. I wonder if Senior can give me the inheritance? Su Zimo asked. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. My physical body was trapped here, what do you think I can ask for? Thunder God Changliang asked. Su Zimo froze. But then, Changliang smiled again, you and us old gods are connected by fate, so I don't mind giving you the inheritance. But you should understand. If you cannot obtain power from this space, then no matter what, the inheritance is useless. Whether or not I can leave, we'll talk about that later. I want to comprehend Senior's lightning path first. Su Zimo said. Whether or not he can leave, that's a matter for the future. Su Zimo wanted to seize this opportunity first. After all, the ancient god's path was very important to him. He can't miss it. He also felt a bit lucky. Being able to enter the Forgotten Abyss was both a blessing and a curse. Otherwise, how could he have met Thunder God Changliang and received his inheritance? I can give it to you, but I also have something I need your help with. Thunder God Changliang said. Su Zimo nodded, silently waiting for the other party's request. After I suddenly entered this abyss, I lost contact with my family. I don't know how my descendants are doing now. Thunder God Changliang said. This request is not hard. If you meet my descendants, I hope you can protect them for 10,000 years. Su Zimo frowned. This request is not hard. After all, Thunder God's inheritance is his life's work. The only problem is, how will he find his descendant? As if noticing Su Zimo's hesitation, Thunder God Changliang waved his hand. A strand of lightning began to condense in his palm. The arc of lightning seemed to have a life of its own. It jumped between his fingers. Thunder God Changliang said, this is my origin lightning. If you meet my descendant, it will naturally remind you. What if I don't meet them? Su Zimo asked. Then they won't meet, you don't need to worry. Thunder God Changliang shook his head. Alright, I promise. Su Zimo nodded. Since that's the case, he doesn't need to worry anymore. As for whether or not he can protect them for 10,000 years, Su Zimo doesn't need to worry about that. He has his own plans. Alright, accept my inheritance, Thunder God Changliang said. Between his eyebrows, a seed that looked like a thunderbolt floated out from within. This lightning seed seems to have a mind of its own. Twisting and turning in the void of space, it carried the power of lightning. Plant this lightning seed in your heart, when it germinates and takes root, it will be the day of my inheritance, Thunder God Changliang said. Su Zimo didn't resist. Watching the seed sink into his forehead. At that moment, he felt a numbing sensation, as if his entire body was being wrapped around by lightning. Especially in the center of his thought sea. Lightning was everywhere. Lightning that couldn't be seen from the outside turned into a sea of lightning, rampaging inside Su Zimo's body. This alone was enough to show how powerful the sea of lightning was. The sea of lightning was roaring. The lightning broke through the darkness of this world, connecting Thunder God Changliang and Su Zimo together. I have a technique called Lightning Strike 9 Heavens. It is the essence of my inheritance. Watch carefully. Thunder God Changliang's voice came. At this moment, Su Zimo's body and vision were both completely occupied by the waterfall of lightning. The sound of crackling and popping continued. Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes. A flash of lightning appeared in his eyes. Inside his thought sea, the thunderbolts had already gathered into thunderclouds, roaring endlessly. This wasn't normal lightning. It was Xian lightning from the 9th heaven. Lightning seal of the 9 heavens was to attract the lightning of the 9 heavens to destroy everything. Although Su Zimo had opened his eyes, his mind was still immersed in the inheritance. The laws of lightning are in my heart. He was still comprehending and comprehending. The lightning seed in his body had already taken root, and this lightning was like a primer. This thunderbolt seed took root and sprouted, growing strong and healthy. As for the inheritance of the other ancient gods, it was like the branches and leaves of the tree, fusing with the thunderbolt. Not bad. You've comprehended it so quickly, Thunder God Changliang said. He could feel the rampaging thunder on Su Zimo's body. Basically, he had already achieved mastery of the laws. I'm still a far cry from senior, Su Zimo said. You should be thinking of a way to leave right now, Chong Liang said. Senior, is it possible to break through the end behind you? Su Zimo nodded and asked. Even with the strength of my entire life, I still can't shake it in the slightest. Thunder God Chong Liang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to split my soul and be forced to abandon this body. If you want to leave, I can't do anything about it. Then I'll take a walk around, Su Zimo said. He knew that he didn't need to think about using his powerful strength to destroy this place. Even Thunder God couldn't destroy it. Could it be that his strength was greater than Thunder God's? In that case, he could only see if there was a way out of this place. He didn't believe that this was a dead end. When he stepped into this place, the forgotten laws had said that this was an inheritance. Those who passed the test would receive the inheritance. Su Zimo walked around just like that. Of course, in addition to exploring the Forgotten Abyss, he also planned to summarize his strength. Currently, as he became stronger and stronger, he had already abandoned many of his previous moves. The only things he could still use were the 10 great divine techniques, the 10 demon styles, and the inheritances of the ancient gods, as well as the sky-splitting blade intent. Actually, in general, his current moves weren't weak, and there were many types of them. But Su Zimo also felt it. The further he went, the closer he got to becoming a Dao fruit expert. He also found that although his moves were strong, he couldn't exert the power they should have. The 10 demon styles was created by the previous demon lord. Logically speaking, with the strength of the previous demon lord, this move should be the best in the world. Unfortunately, Su Zimo felt that it was just a little bit lacking. Even the 10 great divine techniques that were famous in the 9 regions seemed to be more and more useless against people of higher realms. He pondered while walking around this forgotten abyss. This abyss was very vast. At first, Su Zimo still remembered the time. 7 days, 1 month, 2 months. Later, his perception of time became weaker and weaker. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he didn't even finish walking around the abyss. If someone else looked carefully, they would find that Su Zimo's figure was becoming fainter and fainter, as if he was about to be swallowed by the darkness of this forgotten abyss. In the abyss, the red-clothed woman and the white-clothed youth sat on the side. The red-clothed woman said in boredom, "That guy has already been gone for almost half a year." "Half a year, he should have been swallowed by the abyss," the white-clothed youth replied. "Sigh, in the end, it's not an exception," the red-clothed woman sighed. "I thought I could see through it a little." Under their gazes, Su Zimo's figure was completely swallowed by the darkness. The two of them understood what was waiting for Su Zimo next. At this moment, when the darkness enveloped, Su Zimo's expression was solemn. In a position where others couldn't see, the chaos bead was slowly spinning. "Since I can't beat you, I'll join you," Su Zimo said indifferently. At this moment, the forgotten law was constantly surging in his body. In fact, in the past half a year, in addition to comprehending his own moves, Su Zimo was also constantly comprehending the forgotten law. He could control any law in this world. Naturally, this included the forgotten law. And he used the forgotten law to start fusing with this forgotten abyss. He wanted to make himself a part of this forgotten abyss. This might be the only way to leave. After half a year of hard work, he finally succeeded. He could feel it. After the darkness of this forgotten abyss swallowed him, there was no malice at all. Instead, it was warm. There was an indescribable comfort in his body, as if he was also a part of the other party. All of a sudden, a powerful law of forgetting shot up into the sky around him. They were like eagles fighting in the sky, like a whale striking the current in the sea. Cutting through all obstacles, it rushed straight to the end of this darkness, constantly bombarding the forgotten abyss. And so, something surprising happened. The forgotten law that had originally forgotten everything, shook for the first time. Forgotten law, have you forgotten yourself? The law of forgetting is the power to forget everything. But it can't forget one's own origin. The reason why people who come in here can't leave is because they can't see through this layer. And even if they can see through this layer, since they can't forget the law, they can't leave. Only people like Suzimo who can comprehend millions of laws can enter and leave this place freely. This idea came to Suzimo when he was talking to Thunder God Changliang before. Since he can't use absolute power to break through this abyss. What if he uses the law of forgetting? For the past half a year, he's been walking around the abyss in order to perfectly merge himself with the other parts of the abyss. And besides that, Suzimo also noticed something else. That was his 10 styles of the devil, as well as his 10 great divine techniques. They all seem to be lacking something. Every time he uses them, he can't push them to the highest level. This causes the power of these techniques to be greatly reduced. At this point, the law of forgetting around him can no longer be seen clearly, because it has completely merged with the darkness of the abyss. Wherever Suzimo goes, the powerful law of forgetting surges. When he walked past the white-clothed young man and red-clothed woman, they didn't react at all. As if they couldn't see him. When Suzimo walked in front of Thunder God Changliang again. Thunder God Changliang narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Who is it?" Suzimo walked out from the darkness. He smiled, "Senior, how did you sense me? There are very few things in this world that can hide from my senses. Although my soul vessel is no longer here, my body already has divinity," Thunder God Changliang replied. "Seems like you found the answer. The way to break the law of forgetting lies in the law of forgetting itself," Suzimo explained. "I should have thought of that," Thunder God Changliang replied. "But even if I did, so what? I've only ever been a thunder god in my life." "This is a dead end." Suzimo went silent. This is indeed a dead end. There are too few people who cultivate the law of forgetting in this world. And that's why. Even if you know the way to leave, there's nothing you can do. "Are you leaving?" Thunder God Changliang asked. "Senior, do you want to come with me?" Suzimo asked. "No, my broken body can only stay in the abyss. This is my fate," Thunder God Changliang replied. Suzimo didn't say anything else. He bowed deeply to the other party and left. No matter what, the fact that the other party was willing to pass the inheritance to him was already a huge favor. Walking out of the bright avenue, Suzimo no longer hid his figure. Instead, he arrived before the white-clothed young man and the red-clothed woman. "I want to leave the forgotten abyss. Do you want to follow me?" Suzimo asked. "We're all living dead here, we can't leave." The woman in red smiled bitterly. "If not for the forgotten abyss forgetting our deaths, we would have died as soon as we left." At this point, the young man in white continued, "Back then, I already felt that you weren't simple. I didn't expect you to really figure it out. How great would it have been if I could have met you tens of thousands of years ago?" "Perhaps this is fate," Suzimo replied, recalling what Thunder God Changliang had said. "I'll take my leave." The law of forgetting around him became stronger and stronger. Finally, with a boom sound, it exploded. The boundless law of forgetting was as deep as the ocean, completely submerging him. In front of Suzimo's eyes was also pitch black, completely enveloped by the void of space. At this moment, he didn't resist at all. Because he was afraid of an accident. So he allowed the power of the forgotten abyss to envelop him, not knowing where to go. This situation continued for about half an hour. Suzimo could feel the torrent around him slowly calming down. He looked up. Within the darkness that enveloped him, a silver-white line was slowly floating. On this line, the aura of the Grand Tao surged. The sound of the Tao constantly resounded, as if it was whispering into his ears. And this line was constantly changing. Sometimes it would turn into a river, crossing thousands of miles of space. Sometimes it would turn into a divine beast, ruling over all the beasts in the world. Sometimes it would turn into an ethereal immortal, living in the southeast mountain. Although it was only a single line, it had countless variations. Suzimo walked towards the line. He inexplicably felt that this was a very powerful treasure. However, the moment Suzimo approached the line, it was as if the line felt offended. A powerful aura erupted from its body. It pressed down on Suzimo so much that he couldn't move. Immediately after, a wave of aura spread out like waves, directly sending Suzimo flying. The line flew towards Suzimo. For some reason, Suzimo suddenly had a feeling that this line wanted to devour him. And he also had a desire in his heart. He also wanted to devour this line. This was a two-way feeling. Su Zimo frowned. He felt that it was very strange. But at this moment, the aura around the line suppressed him so much that he couldn't move, and he couldn't even use his own strength. The spiritual energy in his body directly stagnated, and he couldn't move. This made Su Zimo a little shocked. "What are you?" he shouted. The line was already in front of him, and it directly wrapped around Su Zimo's neck. The powerful force was about to break his neck. Su Zimo felt that it was getting more and more difficult to breathe. And his consciousness was getting more and more blurry. At this moment, he suddenly felt a power coming from his body. He didn't know where the power came from, but it directly broke free from the restraint of the line. He grabbed one end of the line and directly bit it. He and the line were entangled in the void. He wanted to eat the line, and the line wanted to strangle him. Su Zimo's consciousness was getting more and more uncomfortable. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to devour the line. He didn't know how long they were entangled like this. Su Zimo felt a warm current flowing into his body from his mouth. Then, this warm current was like the sea, and it completely fell into his abdomen with an unstoppable momentum. And under this impact, his consciousness was completely knocked out. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. "You're awake." The voice of great sage Sandow sounded in his ear. Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes. He looked around. At this moment, he was in the Dragon Sea. And great sage Sandow was sitting cross-legged beside the Dragon Sea, protecting him. "What's going on?" Su Zimo asked. "I wanted to ask you that," great sage Sandow said with a smile. "What did you encounter in there?" "The Forgotten Abyss." Su Zimo frowned. He only remembered the line and had no impression of what happened after he fainted. "Did you save me?" Su Zimo asked. "After I suppressed Kuan Chi, I realized that you had rashly entered the end of the Dragon Sea," great sage Sandow said. "Because the situation inside was unknown, I informed the ancestor to come over." Supreme Sage Sandow explained, after the progenitor came, he also sensed the danger at the end. He couldn't enter the end. "What's in there?" "An abyss that can even trap an ancient god," Su Zimo said. In fact, to a certain extent, it was unknown who was stronger between the true martial progenitor and the thunder god. However, even the true martial progenitor didn't dare to enter rashly. It was enough to show how terrifying the abyss was. After the progenitor sensed the danger, he prepared to go back and prepare before going in to search for you. He didn't expect that after 2 days, you would float out. Supreme Sage Sandow continued, "On the day you floated out, your body seemed to be wrapped by the Great Tao. It was constantly evolving various Tao runes. The Great Tao was so strong that even I have rarely seen it in my life. When I condensed my Tao fruit, I traveled the world for a short period of time, but I've never seen such rich Tao runes. The true martial progenitor said that you had a great opportunity, so he asked me to guard you until now." "How long has it been?" Su Zimo asked. "Almost half a year," Supreme Sage Sandow replied. "So long." Su Zimo frowned slightly. After clarifying a few things, he began to inspect his own body with his inner vision. Other than feeling a little weak, there didn't seem to be any changes. However, under Su Zimo's careful inspection, in the end, he found some abnormalities. In the deepest part of his body, there was a silver-white mark. This mark was attached to his blood vessels. It was constantly corroding his blood vessels, trying to dye his blood silver-white. Moreover, there were many words on his blood vessels. They were like great Tao runes that condensed his blood vessels inside. How many blood vessels were there in a person's body? Su Zimo didn't specifically count them. However, his blood vessels were densely packed because other than the real blood vessels, there were also many silver-white lines connected together. It looked like there were at least a few 100 million of them. Su Zimo frowned. He didn't know if this situation was good or bad for him. However, at the end of his memory, he should have devoured the silver-white line. "What's wrong with you?" Supreme Sage Sandow asked. "Nothing." Su Zimo shook his head. He looked at the forgotten abyss behind him. He said, "It's better to seal this place. Don't go in so easily." At the end of the Dragon Sea, even the Kuanping race, who have lived here for generations, do not dare to enter and leave as they please. You are lucky to be able to come out this time. Otherwise, even the primogenitor wouldn't be competent, Supreme Sage Triblade said. Suzimo nodded and asked, has the Kuanping race been annihilated? Most of them have been killed, but there are still some left. We have some use for them, Supreme Sage Three Blades said. The two of them stepped across the Dragon Sea. Suzimo saw countless Kuanping corpses along the way. At the center of the Dragon Sea, the Kuanping body of the leader of the Kuan-Chi tribe was suppressed in the void. And above him, there were 3 sabers floating in it. The Slayer's shadow carried a murderous aura. Above it was the concept of eternity and indestructibility. There was also the invincible blade, which was shrouded in the blade chi of despair. There were 3 swords in total, and they suppressed the entire Dragon Sea. No creature dared to approach them. The sharp saber chi was enough to destroy everything. Let's go back to the sect, Supreme Sage Three Blades said. This Dragon Sea will be suppressed for the time being. Suzimo nodded slightly. The two of them stepped into the air. However, before leaving, Suzimo did not forget about Jizhan. This person claimed to be Lin Ruhu's disciple. Suzimo naturally brought him back to Zhenwu Xingzong. On the way back to the sect, Supreme Sage Three Blades took the initiative to ask, I heard that you met people from the Kingdom of 10,000 Immortals in Xianxia Pill City? They already have a grudge, Suzimo said with a smile. They want to go to the Paul family. You know about the Kingdom of 10,000 Immortals? Of course I know. Actually, I'm more used to calling them the 10,000 Immortals dynasty, Supreme Sage Three Blades said. Are they very strong? Suzimo asked. Although they are not the top in the upper realm, they are still in the upper echelons, Supreme Sage Three Blades said. But we don't need to be afraid. Before we attack the heavens, we will move the sect to the upper realm. At that time, no matter who it is, they will be able to defeat them. Do you know about the 3 corpse burial ground in the upper realm? Suzimo asked. Why do you mention that place? Supreme Sage Three Blades asked. Although I have been to that place, I have only explored the periphery. At that time, I had yet to step into the Dao Fruit realm. However, according to my estimation, the 3 corpse burial ground is enough to bury Dao Fruit powerhouses. It's so dangerous. Suzimo's expression froze. Of course, there are also great opportunities, Supreme Sage Three Blades said. That depends on one's luck. Since ancient times, countless powerhouses have been buried in the burial ground, but there are also many opportunities. Suzimo nodded slightly. Not long after, he, Supreme Sage Three Blades, and the other 2 returned to Zhenwu Xingzong. Go and look for the progenitor. He should have something to tell you, Supreme Sage Three Blades said. Suzimo made arrangements for Jizhan. Then, he went to the place where the progenitor of True Martial lived. Although Zhenwu Xingzong also lived on True Martial Mountain, his residence was actually at the peak of the mountain. Normally, ordinary people would not disturb him if they had nothing to do. Suzimo went all the way to the peak of True Martial Mountain. On both sides of the mountain, all kinds of strange flowers and plants were in full bloom. Moreover, each flower and plant had the charm of the great Tao. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth attacked from all directions. In such an environment, even an ordinary flower and plant had a chance to transform into a spiritual flower. When Suzimo arrived, the progenitor of True Martial was sitting in front of a spirit river at the peak of the mountain, fishing for the black and white yin-yang fish on both sides. A gentle breeze blew gently. You're here, the progenitor of True Martial said with a smile. Senior Three Blades said that you have something to tell me, Suzimo asked. There's no hurry. Sit by the side and watch me fish, the progenitor of True Martial replied. Suzimo was a little puzzled. However, he also understood that the progenitor of True Martial must have his own reasons for doing so. Thus, he sat down at the side. The progenitor of True Martial was very calm. He was fishing. Even if the fish took the bait and broke free from the fishing rod, he was not in a hurry to reel it in. After a long time, the progenitor of True Martial caught a fish. He directly threw it to Suzimo. The fish turned into a black and white torrent in the void and directly entered between Suzimo's eyebrows. In an instant, Su Zimo felt his mind become unprecedentedly calm. It was as if he was attuned to the great Tao. Even the pulse of the great Tao could be felt with every breath of the world. Don't talk. Carefully comprehend the Tao, the progenitor of true martial's voice sounded in his ears. Su Zimo hurriedly calmed his mind. Ever since returning from the forgotten abyss, Su Zimo's heart had been a little restless. The silver-white lines that suddenly appeared in his body made him feel a little uneasy. Su Zimo couldn't control the silver-white lines in his body. To him, this was not something he would allow. Who knew if it was some ferocious thing? Anyone would feel uneasy if an unstable factor was in their body. At this moment, the black and white gas from the yin-yang fish rushed into his mind. Su Zimo could comprehend the great Tao more clearly. More importantly, he sensed the silver-white lines in his body. They were breathing. In other words, these silver-white lines were living things. You have accumulated enough to become a sacred monarch. You only need an opportunity to condense a Tao fruit and step into the half-step Tao fruit realm. True martial ancestor's voice echoed on the mountain peak. His voice was majestic and vast. The cool breeze above his head condensed as if it was gathering into a storm. I'll give you this opportunity. It will help you reach the Tao fruit realm, but you'll have to rely on yourself for the essence soul Tao and the power of laws. When true martial ancestor said this, the true martial Tao fruit above his head floated out. The Tao fruit was not in the shape of a fruit. It was the embryonic form of your own Tao. This embryonic form could be any shape. At this moment, the true martial law of the true martial Tao fruit lingered above Su Zimo's head. Everyone was like a dragon, and everyone was true martial. True martial ancestor stretched out his hand and tapped lightly with his fingertip. A torrent-like power surged into Su Zimo's glabella. The Tao fruit is related to your own power of laws. I'll open the door to the wonders of heaven and earth for you. Go find your own Tao fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zimo felt everything in front of his eyes and ears disappear. He was in a silent world. Wherever his gaze went, it seemed to reach the four realms of the upper realm and the living beings at the bottom of the mortal realm. Su Zimo's thoughts carried divinity. In his true fate world, the azure planet, the divine continent, began to spin continuously. Which path should my Tao fruit take? Su Zimo began to think. In fact, he himself was temporarily confused. Walking the path of invincibility meant that he had to sweep through everything. He had to condense an invincible Tao fruit. However, there were also specific ways to be invincible. Perhaps everyone wanted an invincible Tao fruit. With invincible saber intent, one could condense saber intent Tao fruit. Using the invincible fist intent to condense the fist intent Tao fruit. There were even some who went even deeper, like the true martial progenitor, who dreamed of everyone being a martial artist and becoming a dragon. He condensed his own true martial Tao fruit. Mountains, rivers, and even the 9 serenities hell. Everything in the world should be able to condense a Tao fruit. It was precisely because there were too many ways to condense a Tao fruit that Su Zimo was somewhat at a loss. He began to recall everything that had happened along the way. Some said that he was the Demon King. The birth of the Demon King meant the end of the world. Thus, a group of people clamored to exterminate him. Even the heavens and earth would not tolerate him. There was also a group of people like Baimont who wanted to follow him. She saw him as the light of her life. We have cultivated for tens of thousands of years just to change the idea that demons are evil. To follow the devil lord, they were willing to sacrifice their lives and be smashed into pieces. The world ran in the opposite direction of him. One more thing. If Su Zimo's true fate world and the existence of the divine land were to be exposed, then the divine land would be destroyed. The entire world would probably be enraged. Think about it, how could the heavens and earth tolerate the existence of another world? Once discovered, even if it violated the rules of the heavens, Su Zimo would be destroyed. Therefore, Su Zimo rarely used the power of the true fate world. Only when encountering a Tao fruit powerhouse would he occasionally use the power of the true fate world. At this point, he condensed the divine land to fight against the heavens and eventually become his enemy. As the devil lord, he fought against all living beings, and eventually someone would die. So in the end, he, Su Zimo, had no path. Or in other words, he only had one path. that was destruction. Destroy everything. Destroy all living beings. Also destroy the 9 regions of heaven and earth. Only then could he reach the end and make his divine land the main world, and he became the maker of the rules. In that case, let's use endless destruction as the Tao fruit, Su Zimo laughed. His black hair fluttered, and his eyes were filled with demonic qi. I want to cut down the heavens and destroy all living beings. Build another wonderful world. At this moment, his mind was clear. There were no thoughts. Nor did he think about anything else. Only destruction. Endless destruction. He wanted to walk this path to the end. He wanted to break through the southern wall, wash the Yellow River, and do what the world did not dare to imagine. And in the outside world, the true martial ancestor's eyes suddenly opened. He looked at Su Zimo floating in the void in front of him. He frowned slightly. Something was wrong. A thick darkness floated around Su Zimo's body. This darkness devoured and buried everything. Even at his realm, he could sense the threat. Of course, it was not Su Zimo's power that threatened him. Instead, it was purely the destruction law that threatened his true martial law. The true martial ancestor knew about the destruction law. But Su Zimo's destruction law seemed to be different from the destruction law between heaven and earth. Because there was no absolute death in heaven and earth. Everything would leave a glimmer of hope. It was also because of this that the great Tao was not perfect and could not enter the top 10. 9 was the extreme of the Tao. Because there was an evasive one that left a glimmer of hope for all things in heaven and earth. As for Su Zimo's destruction law, it was the 10th destruction law. That destructive power did not leave any signs of life and did not conform to the jurisdiction of the great Tao. It was as if wherever he was the source of all destruction. You've completely thought it through. The true martial ancestor stared for a long time. I don't know how far you will go in the end. Unfortunately, if you had cultivated tens of thousands of years earlier, there would definitely be a place for you when I attack the heavens. But now, I can't wait that long. If I fail, I hope the next person to attack the heavens will be you. At this moment, the destruction law around Su Zimo became more and more majestic. It was as if it had surpassed the constant range of destruction. This is Nirvana. Today, I have condensed the Nirvana Tao fruit. Heaven and earth should cheer for me. Su Zimo's voice sounded. He clearly did not open his mouth to speak, but his voice kept echoing between heaven and earth. The black aura wrapped around his body directly soared into the sky. It was not the power of darkness, nor was it demonic qi, nor was it destruction. Instead, it was Su Zimo's Nirvana law. The condensation of this Nirvana law had wasted a lot of Su Zimo's strength. What was Nirvana? From a certain point of view, only offensive rule force could achieve such destruction. For example, if you killed a person with a sword light and a person with a saber, although the nomological powers and weapons used were different, they were still killing. If you burned a person to death with flames, you could even smash a person to death with your fists. There was no good or bad power. Only those who used power could be divided into good and bad. Therefore, in terms of power, Su Zimo did not refuse. He extracted all the power from the divine land. No matter what power it was, as long as it had offensive power, it would all be condensed together. All of the power began to brew. Above Su Zimo's head, a black aura constantly twined and eventually formed the shape of a fruit. The black aura continued to condense. At this moment, countless nomological powers were drawn out from the divine land and gathered like a torrent. Among these powers, there were swords, sabers, and the weapon intents of all kinds of weapons. There were punches, kicks, and all kinds of unintentional attacks. There were darkness, light, immortality, corrosion, and all kinds of elemental laws. In short, the Tao fruit of Nirvana was like a huge furnace that gathered all of the powers here. The power of Nirvana grew stronger and stronger. Even the surrounding void could not withstand it and seemed like it was about to collapse. The Tao fruit was still condensing. That might envelop the entire Martial Mountain. The powerhouses who were originally cultivating on the mountain were all forced to come out. Progenitor, Supreme Sage Sandow walked up to True Martial Progenitor and asked in surprise. What's going on? Tell everyone to leave Martial Mountain. Don't disturb him from condensing the Tao fruit, True Martial Progenitor said. Supreme Sage Sandow nodded slightly. The three killing sabers swept across the void, suppressing the entire void. Therefore, no living beings could get close. This Dao fruit. Supreme Sage Sandow was terrified. I can feel my Sandow Dao fruit trembling. My true martial Dao fruit is also trembling. True martial progenitor nodded. How can this be? Supreme Sage Sandow asked in horror. That's because our Dao fruit feels threatened. This Dao fruit is really terrifying, true martial progenitor said with a smile. However, I, Zhenwu Xingzong, am able to produce such a person. We can be at ease. Condensing the Dao fruit. He's like me in the past. He can be considered a half-step Dao fruit, Supreme Sage Sandow said. With his strength, as long as he doesn't encounter a powerhouse with the three flowers, he can basically protect himself. True martial progenitor nodded slightly. He stared at Su Zimo's head. More than half of the Dao fruit had condensed and devoured a large amount of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Even the spiritual energy around true martial progenitor appeared for a short period of time. However, true martial progenitor waved his hand. From another world, endless spiritual energy shrouded them. In an instant, all of the spiritual chi poured into Su Zimo's Dao fruit. After the condensation of the Dao fruit stabilized, Supreme Sage Three Blades was a little hesitant. Just say what you want to say, True Martial said. Ancestor, do you really think that we should move Zhenwu Xingzong's entire clan to the upper realm? Grand Sage Sandow asked in the end. The current Zhenwu Xingzong was too much for the upper realm. In other words, Zhenwu Xingzong was not considered strong even in the current celestial realm, let alone the upper realm. It had been in decline for 1,000,000 years, so how could it be restored in a day? The so-called prosperity of Zhenwu Xingzong today was fake. Wait for these people to attack the heavens. Could it be that this heavy burden would fall on Su Zimo's shoulders? But Su Zimo also had his own path to walk. He could take care of it. However, Su Zimo could not really bind himself to Zhenwu Xingzong. Everyone was well aware of this. Su Zimo would have to leave eventually. When that time came, Zhenwu Xingzong, who had no protection, would really be helpless when he went to the upper realm. Sandow, I've thought about this too, True Martial Progenitor said. I'll give Zhenwu Xingzong time. In 100 years, the resources of the entire celestial realm will be at Zhenwu Xingzong's disposal. When that time comes, we'll open the mountain gate and accept disciples. With our efforts, it'll be enough to give birth to some powerhouses. When Zhenwu Xingzong has a foothold, I think it'll be time for us to enter the upper realm. Moreover, we won't attack the heavens immediately after we go to the upper realm. We still have time. We'll leave when everything is ready. As for why we must go to the upper realm, I think the soil of the upper realm is the most suitable for Zhenwu Xingzong. I built this sect single-handedly. If it can rise in the upper realm, my nurturing will not be in vain. If it's really destroyed, then there's no need for this sect to exist after we attack the heavens. Supreme Sage Sandow's heart sank. He understood what True Martial Progenitor meant. Back then, Zhenwu Xingzong's original intention of building it was to give the disciples from the Yuanyang continent a place to belong. At that time, True Martial Progenitor had just become a great emperor and already had his home in the 9 territories. Now, with the change of plans, the 9 territories could no longer accommodate him. If he wanted to attack the heavens, Zhenwu Xingzong would have to leave him and start to exist independently. It was said that the younger generation had their own fortune. Before he left, he would leave everything to Zhenwu Xingzong. As for whether the sect would rise or be destroyed, it would depend on the sect itself and its disciples. While the two were talking, on the other side, Su Zimo's Dao fruit had already taken shape and was about to be completed. The pitch-black Dao fruit seemed to be able to annihilate everything. The power of nirvanic destruction kept surging. Wherever this power passed, it made people's expressions change. There was not a trace of aura. Time and space withered, flowers and trees withered, and living beings lost their vitality. Mountains and rivers shattered. No matter who you were, ancient existences, gods of the heavens, or old immortals who had lived for many years. The ancient trees of the heavens and the living beings of the forbidden lands. Under the power of nirvanic destruction, there was only one outcome. And that was death. The moment the Tao fruit of nirvanic destruction was condensed, a complete nirvanic rule shot straight into the sky, broke through the clouds, and broke through the wind and waves. At this moment, the sky was actually dyed red. It fell from the sky, and a rain of blood fell. Pitter patter patter, the heavy rain gradually became heavier. This rain did not only fall in the celestial realm. Instead, the entire 9 territories was enveloped by this rain of blood. At this moment, all living beings were shocked. What's wrong? Why is there a rain of blood falling from the sky? Is there some kind of disaster or misfortune happening? An ancient existence began to calculate the heavenly secrets. He wanted to see the origin of this rain of blood, but unfortunately, it was all a blur. Others could not sense it. Only a powerful existence like the true martial ancestor could sense the emotions of heaven and earth. The true martial ancestor closed his eyes slightly. He took a deep breath. Heaven and earth are crying. It is afraid. Damned heavens, you also have times when you are afraid. The true martial ancestor looked at Su Zimo. At this moment, his nirvanic Tao fruit had been formed and was completely condensed. The nirvanic rule was restrained. Even so, the occasional trace of power that was emitted was enough to make people tremble. Su Zimo put away the nirvanic Tao fruit. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. He let out a long breath. His breath was like a saber of nirvanic destruction, directly cutting a ravine in the void. It's done. Su Zimo smiled. How do you feel? Supreme Sage Sandao asked. Very good. I've never felt better, Su Zimo replied. Although he did not control the laws or essence soul, his Tao fruit had been formed. This was the most crucial step. With the path fruit, whether it was condensing a primordial spirit or comprehending the laws, it would be much more convenient. Su Zimo imagined that with the help of the Divine Land's world origin, he would soon be able to reach the path fruit realm. Of course, before reaching the path fruit realm, there would be some tribulations. He needed to make some preparations in advance. His current path fruit was the Nirvana path fruit. However, when he reached the path fruit realm, heaven and earth would give him a choice. Would he condense the heaven and earth path fruit or another path fruit? As for the difference, Su Zimo had already explained it before. He naturally would not submit to heaven and earth. Therefore, before contending against the path of heaven, he had to make sufficient preparations before officially stepping into it. Ancestor Zhenwu waved his hand. A Taoist book floated in his palm. This book was made of rare Taoist stones, and the words on it were condensed by the power of laws. This is my comprehension and experience of reaching the path fruit realm. It should be useful to you, Ancestor Zhenwu said. Although you and I are not on the same path, we can still use it. But at the same time, it can be used as a reference. Many things are similar. Su Zimo took the Taoist book. He did not thank him, because he knew that these were all sentiments. When the time came, he would return the sentiments that Ancestor Zhenwu had given him to Zhenwu Xingzong. In addition, he was also a member of Zhenwu Xingzong. Comprehend it well. We should stay in the celestial realm for another 100 years. After 100 years, I will use my great power to open the passage to the upper realm and ascend. Ancestor Zhenwu reminded him. Su Zimo nodded slightly. He only felt that the path fruit in his mind was abnormally mysterious. Even if he comprehended the power in it, it would take him more than 100 years. The path fruit was already the end of the path. He could already open 11 meridians. Of course, some people would say that there were 12 meridians. However, there really were 12 meridians. No one knew. Because in the entire 9 regions, there had never been such an existence. Su Zimo bid farewell to Ancestor Zhenwu and Supreme Sage Sandao and went to his cave abode on Martial Mountain. After condensing the path fruit, he found that the silver-white lines in his body had changed. There seemed to be information pouring into his mind. It was just that it wasn't convenient for him to investigate just now. Now, he was sitting cross-legged with his forehead facing the sky and his eyes closed. He began to investigate seriously. At the beginning of the world, there were a total of 3,000 laws and 9 great Taos that created the world. These 3,000 precepts split into countless precepts that scattered between heaven and earth, maintaining the operation of the entire world. It could also be used for cultivators to cultivate. Suzumo couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, he had the divine land, which allowed him to comprehend any law without limit. Only then would he be able to condense his own nirvana law. Otherwise, it would be impossible to condense the nirvana law. Putting aside your perception, it's impossible for you to gather all the offensive rules in the world. Although the 3,000 precepts were split into countless precepts, they maintained the operation of the world. However, every law actually had an origin. In the world, there were a total of 3,000 law origins. The silver-white line in Suzumo's body was the origin of the forgotten law. In other words, it was one of the 3,000 origins. This was the information that Suzumo had comprehended. As for the others, he found that he could simply use this forgotten law. First of all living beings in the world who cultivated the forgotten law would be suppressed by Suzumo. And there was no resistance at all. No matter what your cultivation level was. Secondly, Suzumo could erase some of the abilities of others. He could make others forget his own power. For example, he could make people forget their cultivation methods and even supernatural powers. They could forget their loved ones and their memories. Of course, this was not without conditions. Every time he used it, Suzumo would suffer a backlash from the Great Tao. As for whether the consequences were serious or not, Suzumo didn't know. Because he hadn't experimented with it before. Moreover, Suzumo understood that he was too weak now, at least for this forgotten law. If he wanted to completely master it and not suffer a backlash from the world. At the very least, he had to wait until he bloomed 3 flowers. Suzumo looked inside his body and saw the quiet forgotten law. He was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, as the origin of the heaven and earth law. Not to mention Suzumo, even an existence at the level of the true martial ancestor wouldn't be able to catch it. Unless you could succeed in attacking the heavens. Otherwise, you could only comprehend the rules and would never be able to obtain the origin. But Suzumo got it. Moreover, the forgotten law was suppressed in his body, so the other party couldn't even resist. Suzumo didn't like this kind of thing that was beyond his understanding. He remembered that when he left the forgotten abyss, this line wanted to devour him. And he also wanted to devour it. In the end, he fainted during the confrontation. Forget it. Since I can't figure it out, I can't find out. Then I'll put it aside for now. When I'm stronger, I'll probably be able to get more useful information, Suzumo thought to himself. In the following days, he almost never left the house. He was in the cave abode, comprehending the power of the rules about the Tao fruit. This nirvana rule was really domineering. Not only could it destroy everything in the world, but even he, the master, was somewhat rebellious. It wanted to destroy. This made Suzumo not dare to relax at all. He had been suppressing the nirvana rule. He didn't dare to let go of this rule. He was afraid that the other party would control him and turn him into a killing machine. As expected, it's not a good thing that the rule is too strong, Suzumo sighed. He had been cultivating in seclusion in the cave abode for 50 years. If he wasn't disturbed, he even planned to cultivate for 100 years until the true martial ancestor opened up the upper realm. However, the sudden arrival of the great sage Sandow made Suzumo appear in advance. What's wrong? Suzumo asked. Come with me, the great sage Sandow said. We ran into some trouble. The ancestor is waiting for us at the peak of the mountain. Suzumo nodded. As the two of them stepped into the air and arrived at the peak of the true martial mountain, they saw that almost all the Tao fruit powerhouses of Jinwu had arrived. In the past 50 years, another Tao fruit powerhouse had appeared in Jinwu. He was a great sage who had been accumulating for a long time and finally broke through. As for the great sage divine travel, he left after returning from the vast wilderness. His wish was to use his own strength to measure and step into the entire 9 regions. Before this great wish was fulfilled, he probably wouldn't return. Just like when he stepped into the Yuanyang continent. Suzumo sat cross-legged and waited for everyone to arrive. Only then did the true martial ancestor speak. He said, the upper realm has activated the chaos element formation and closed all the passageways. As soon as these words came out, everyone frowned. How could this be? Could it be that the other three regions are in cahoots with the Holy Court? Someone said. Is there a special reason, or do they not want us to ascend? Someone guessed. If we want to enter, this chaos element formation can't stop us. However, I'm afraid the entire Zhenwu zone won't be able to go up. Everyone discussed animatedly. Su Zimo did not quite understand. After all, he did not even know what the chaos element formation was. Supreme Sage Sandow turned his head and explained in a low voice, the chaos element formation is a heaven and earth formation. This formation has no boundaries. In a sense, it can be infinitely vast. Yesterday, there was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. The ancestor saw the heavenly secrets and learned that the sky of the upper realm was blocked by the chaos element formation. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to break through to the upper realm. Supreme Sage Sandow was explaining. Lao Tzu said from the side, otherwise, we won't bring the sect up. Ridiculous. Ancestor Zhenwu snorted coldly. Even if we shatter the sky today, Zhenwu Xingzong sect cannot be stopped from ascending. The old ancestor instantly shut his mouth and did not say anything. Since the ancestor had already made up his mind, it could not be changed. Let's not talk about anything else now. Let's talk about the chaos element formation first, Supreme Sage Sandow said. The current problem is, how do we break this chaos element formation? The chaos element formation is one with heaven and earth. In addition, there is the interference of the Holy Court in the upper realm. We can't do it with pure strength alone, Lao Tzu said. Although they had ancestor Zhenwu on their side. The other party also had the sacred ancestor and the immortal master. It could be seen that before Zhenwu Xingzong reached the upper realm, he had already encountered heavy resistance and countless malice. The chaos element formation is not invincible, Ancestor Zhenwu said indifferently. As long as we gather the three weaknesses of the formation, we can also break the formation. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Someone asked, what are the three weaknesses? The chaos element formation is known for its sturdiness. The balance of power is the most important. We only need to break the balance of power. This formation will break on its own, Ancestor Zhenwu said indifferently. And among this power, there are three that are the most powerful. They are the desolation, lightning, and darkness. These three powers correspond to three items. The desolation tree, the lightning token, and the darkness flower. Why have I never heard of these three items? Someone frowned. They had stepped into the Tao fruit realm. He was already one of the strongest existences in the world. Logically speaking, there were many things that one should have heard of even if one had never seen them before. Why had he never seen or heard of these three items before? They are all items of the world. Of course you haven't heard of them, True Marshal said. These three things are nurtured by the heavens and the earth. Not to mention you guys, even I was only able to deduce it based on my calculations. Primogenitor True Marshal's words shocked everyone. After all, everyone knew that at the stage of opening the three corpses, one could already predict the heavenly mysteries and observe the astronomical phenomena. May I know where these three items are? Supreme Sage Three Blades asked. The tree of desolation grows in the great wilderness. The heavenly thunder writ was left behind at the heaven-worshipping ridge. The hidden flower grows in the fallen phoenix slope. True Marshal Progenitor deduced. I know about the heaven-worshipping ridge. It's in the northern region of the celestial domain. I'll go get the heavenly thunder writ. A Tao fruit expert stood up and said. Supreme Sage Three Blades quickly said, then I'll take the hidden earth flower. Only the great desolation was left. Su Zimo rushed ahead of the others and said, it just so happens that I'm curious about the great desolation. Let me take a look at the tree of desolation. You haven't completely entered the Tao fruit realm yet. Can you do it? Someone next to him questioned. He did not have any ill intentions. He was just afraid that Su Zimo would delay the journey. The person who said that was the holy ancestor of light. He was also a veteran Tao fruit expert in Zhenwu Xingzong. Su Zimo chuckled and said, fellow Taoist light, if you have any doubts, why don't we spar? That's what I was thinking, said the holy ancestor of light. The two of them looked at Primogenitor True Marshal. After all, Primogenitor True Marshal was the one who made the final decision on this matter. Sure. Primogenitor True Marshal nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them instantly stepped into the air. Everyone saw that the holy ancestor of light's body was surrounded by the law of light. The dazzling power of light illuminated the world. It made it difficult for people to open their eyes. They did not even dare to look directly at him. I'll only make 3 moves. If you can withstand them, I'll admit defeat, said the holy ancestor of light. I don't want others to say that I'm bullying a junior who hasn't completely entered the Dao fruit realm yet. It's fine. I call you fellow Daoist, so we're on equal footing. You can attack with all your might, Suzimo said calmly. Just as well. I've been in seclusion for a few decades. I also want to test my strength. Light decay. The holy ancestor of light's majestic voice echoed in the void. Rumble, rumble. It was as if meteorites had fallen from the sky. Countless pillars of light fell from the sky. These pillars of light were like cages. As long as one was enveloped in them, all laws would be suppressed. This was the power of light. Suzimo narrowed his eyes slightly and clenched his right fist. Explode, he shouted. The wind from his fist was like a storm, sweeping up a powerful force and exploding. One punch was enough to destroy heaven and earth, causing the world to turn dark. Not to mention these pillars of light, even heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Fellow Daoist, don't try to test me, Suzimo said. Just show me what you're really capable of. Interesting, the holy ancestor of light said softly. He began to form a seal with both hands. The majestic power of light had already illuminated the entire sky, penetrating heaven and earth. It was as if no living being in heaven and earth, no matter where, could hide under this light. Brilliance, purify the mind. As his dignified voice fell, Li Changshuo's eyes widened. The countless rays of light seemed to have a consciousness and turned into a magnificent long river of light. This long river surged and swallowed Suzimo. This was nothing in itself. However, the most important thing was that under this long river of light, Suzimo was actually reflected into darkness. The dense laws of darkness wrapped around Suzimo. From this point, it could be seen that the holy ancestor of light not only cultivated the laws of light, but he had also touched the laws of darkness. Good, Suzimo shouted. He was full of fighting spirit. The tyrannical shadow behind him also drew out. The current tyrannical shadow was no longer as simple as a blade. Suzimo had been in seclusion for decades. In fact, he had been using the power of laws to nurture the tyrannical shadow. Under the nurturing of the nirvana law for decades. The moment the tyrannical shadow drew out the blade, the nirvana law wrapped around the blade. The tyrannical shadow was more than 5 feet long. It was shaped like a machete, and the blade was covered with layers of Dao patterns. And at the red hilt, a white skull had condensed at some point. Black blade, red hilt, white skull. This was a demonic and evil blade. It gave people the feeling of extreme darkness and fall, as if one could fall into hell forever with just a glance. The machete was in hand. The blade was constantly trembling, and the black gas on it was rioting, as if it was the 9 serenities of hell. Ferocious faces and paintings of hell were everywhere. He could feel the power coming from the saber. The sacred ancestor of light frowned slightly. This aura made him feel shocked. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. I've been in seclusion for decades, and during that time I wanted to create my own move. However, the time was too short, and my comprehension of the Dao fruit was not enough. He had only created one move. Please appraise it. Suzimo said with a chuckle. This move is called Fall of the Underworld. Hearing this, the sacred ancestor of light was shocked again. Self-created moves. Actually, this was not difficult. At their level, if they wanted to create their own moves, it could be said that it was very easy. However, the key question was what level could the self-created move reach. The stronger the move, the more difficult it would be to create it. The sacred ancestor of light was considered a veteran Dao fruit powerhouse. The reason why he did not create his own move was not because he could not. It was because the move he created was more powerful than the moves of the predecessors. That was not worth the loss. Back then, the sacred ancestor of light had obtained the inheritance of the Buddha of light. His power of light came from that inheritance. Even his moves were created by the Buddha of Light. If he wanted to create his own move, he had to surpass the predecessors. On the contrary, the predecessors were already comparable to the gods and Buddhas. It was easier said than done to surpass them. Therefore, the sacred ancestor of light rarely created his own moves. Now that he heard Suzumo's words, he was naturally interested. Suzumo closed his eyes slightly, as if he was brewing something. To him, he had already created his own moves when he first stepped into cultivation. The former 19 styles of Tao querying was one of them. Now that he had created his own move, it had to at least surpass the 10 great divine techniques. The difficulty of this was unimaginable. Therefore, he had only created the first move after hundreds of thousands of years. Fall of the underworld. The body of his saber had evolved into a place that looked like the underworld. The underworld annihilated everything. Among them, there were Yama, Hades, hungry ghosts, Asuras, and everything else. Suzumo owned the divine land. He had once created hell in his own world. He was definitely the person who knew the underworld the best in the world. At this moment, the Nirvana rule began to surge around his body, evolving into layers of Nirvana saber chi. This saber chi pierced through heaven and earth. It scattered the clouds and dyed the blue sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, as if everything had merged into it. This Nirvana saber chi was about to split open the sky. Although it's stunning, is that all? The holy ancestor of light said with some disappointment. This saber strike was indeed not bad. However, if it was just a single slash, it would be insignificant. Falling into the 9 underworlds, Suzumo said in a deep and melodious voice. In the next moment, the sky-splitting blade didn't slash towards the sky. Instead, it slashed towards hell below. This saber strike gave people a very strange feeling. It did not split the heavens and earth, nor did it split the hell and samsara. Instead, he had fallen into hell. He was willing to fall into eternal depravity and become one with hell. Therefore, this move was called falling to the 9 underworlds. When the saber fell, the holy ancestor of light even had an illusion. It was as if what was coming at him was not a blade, but the entire 9 serenities of hell. How could this be? The holy ancestor's expression changed drastically. Above his head, a Buddha statue appeared. This was his Tao fruit. It was the light Buddha Tao fruit. As mentioned earlier, things like Tao fruits did not have an absolute shape. It could be anything in the world. As long as the person who condensed the Tao fruit was willing, it could take any shape. And the holy ancestor of light had received the inheritance of the light Buddha 5 lives. Naturally, he condensed the Tao fruit into its shape. It was obvious how deeply he was affected. Boundless light, able to control and merge all things. This was his strongest killing move. On the light Buddha Tao fruit, a light giant seemed to have been awakened. The rich power of light shone through the ages. Any wisp of light could refine a person. And the moment the light giant stood up, the sun above its head, the sky on its shoulders, and the 9 serenities under its feet. It did not dodge or evade, but grabbed at Suzumo's saber. At this moment, light and hell collided completely. The entire sky was split open. One side was illuminated by light, and the other side was samsara. The solemn aura collided with the vast light. Rumble, rumble. Zhenwu Xingzong's disciples looked up. They felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Light like the sun shines on my heart. The light sacred ancestor roared. The power of light in his body seemed to be burning out. The power of light merged with the sun in the sky. An endless stream of sun fire sprinkled down from the sky. It burned the sky and boiled the sea. Its power was astonishing. The true martial progenitor, who was watching the battle, was a little surprised. It was obvious that the light sacred ancestor had used all his strength. From the beginning when he was testing Suzumo, to now he was serious. It was enough to feel the pressure Suzumo brought. He had not even entered the Tao fruit realm, but he was already like this. The true martial progenitor thought to himself, then smiled and said, Sandao, he's comparable to you back then. Progenitor, don't flatter me, Sandao said with a smile. Back then, I could only last 100 moves in front of a Tao fruit expert. But now, he can face a Tao fruit expert directly. If he really enters the Tao fruit realm, I'm afraid he'll be invincible in the same realm. The true martial progenitor nodded slightly. Although he did not say anything, it meant that he agreed. He waved his hand. A powerful force condensed into an enchantment, sealing the entire sky. It was to prevent the aftermath of the battle between the two from affecting the rest of the true martial progenitor. When the light sacred ancestor connected to the sun, his power skyrocketed, enough to annihilate everything. Su Zimo snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire sky. It echoed in the sky for a long time and did not dissipate. I'm falling into the 9 underworlds. If there is a Buddha in the world, he will also fall. If there is a God, he will also fall into hell. Even the sun will fall into it today. When Su Zimo said this, the evolution of the 9 underworlds hell became more and more realistic, and its power became stronger and stronger. It had already vaguely affected reality. It was as if it was turning into reality. It was as if the 9 underworlds hell really existed. This 9 underworlds hell was comprehended by Su Zimo based on the divine land's hell. It was naturally real. In hell, there was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's scriptures, presiding over the salvation of all living beings. There was Yama sitting on the throne, judging all living beings. There were spider lilies blooming all over the earth, and the azure river drowning everything. There were ox head and horseface, ghost soldiers, and ghost generals. Heaven, earth, and man were different from the smoke and fire of the mortal world. The 9 underworlds hell presented a different scene. The 9 underworlds hell was roaring. It was about to drown the sun. This shocked the light sacred ancestor. This was different from what he had imagined. After a short confrontation, the light sacred ancestor's power of light was already suppressed. The original balance of the confrontation was broken. Although the light Buddha Tao fruit was still constantly swallowing the light precepts. However, everyone could also sense it. He was already at the end of his power. Hell was empty, and the demons were in the human world. Hell descended from the sky, enveloping the world and annihilating everything. This was the law of nirvana. Regardless of whether one was light or darkness, they would all be destroyed. At this moment, the sacred ancestor of light knew that he was inferior. He waved his hand and put away the Buddha of Light's Tao fruit. Then, his figure tore through the void in front of him. He fled into the distance. Seeing this scene, Su Zimo knew that the competition was about to end. His Nirvana Tao fruit was not obvious. However, he still managed to dispel the falling underworld move. This was also his helplessness. In terms of absolute strength, he could even fight against a true Tao fruit powerhouse. Unfortunately, if the other party wanted to escape, there was nothing he could do. For example, if the sacred ancestor of light wanted to escape, the falling underworld would probably destroy the entire Zhenwu Xingzong. However, he still could not hurt the other party. Su Zimo was only confident in defeating the other party if he encountered an iron-headed Tao fruit powerhouse who fought him head-on. Without the sacred ancestor of light, he naturally withdrew this move. When hell dissipated, the entire martial mountain returned to peace. It was as if nothing had happened. However, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Su Zimo to have reached this point. A round of applause sounded from the void. The sacred ancestor of light returned and said with a smile, "I admit defeat." "Why do you say that, fellow Taoist? You didn't lose." Su Zimo shook his head and replied. "At most, the two of them were tied. No, although I can escape, I don't dare to fight against you head-on." The sacred ancestor of light shook his head and replied. "I was a frog in a well and underestimated you. You haven't entered the Tao fruit realm, but you're stronger than the Tao fruit realm. You're not bad. In that case, I'll leave the barren tree of the vast wilderness to you." Ancestor Zhenwu's voice sounded from the side. Everyone had no objections. "All right, everyone, come down. I'll explain the mysteries of the 3 places," Ancestor Zhenwu said. He did not understand these 3 places before. But when he really went to explore these places, he was shocked. In this world, there were very few secrets that could be hidden from an existence like him. Just now, when Su Zimo was fighting, true martial progenitor had already entered the river of time and investigated the 3 places. Among the Tao fruit experts present, true martial progenitor was probably the strongest. 3 flowers bloomed, 3 corpses were split, and the present was severed. As for the others, let alone being dismembered into 3 corpses, they probably didn't even have the chance to bloom their 3 flowers. Hearing primogenitor True Martial's words, everyone nodded solemnly. He sat cross-legged on the peak of True Martial Mountain. First, let's talk about the Luo Feng slope where the hidden flower is located. It was located in the North Pole. The North Pole was at the end of Zhenwuxing Zone. The earth flower grows deep in the Arctic. True Martial waved his hand. Suddenly, an image appeared in front of him. This was a realm where the heavens and earth were sealed in ice. Heavy snowflakes fluttered in the sky. The entire world was a vast expanse of whiteness. Those who lived here were all great demons. They never came out into the world. They were all great demons that were rarely seen or even extinct. The world had never seen them before. This was because they were only suitable for the cold temperatures of the Arctic. It was very difficult to survive in the cold outside of the Arctic. And in the depths of the ice where the great demons ran amok, a black-yellow 3-petaled flower quietly grew. It was obvious that this flower was no ordinary flower. No matter how harsh the environment was, it was not affected. Instead, it took root in the world and absorbed energy. This image was an image of the river of time taken by True Martial progenitor. Such a great ability was something that others could only look up to in the dust. In the primordial era, a mutated ice phoenix fell here. Its body created the famous Luo Feng slope. The hidden flower absorbed the power of the Arctic for 1,000,000 years and was watered by the ice phoenix's blood essence. I understand. Great Sage Triblade stood up. With this place, it will be much easier to find it. He stepped into the air. He did not stay for long and headed straight for the Arctic. The Arctic was too big, and the hidden flower was too small. Now that he had True Martial's guidance, Great Sage Triblade naturally understood. True Martial turned his head and looked at the other Tao fruit expert. He said again, "Now, let's talk about the thunder token you want." It appeared at the Heaven Sacrificial Ridge. "I know about the Heaven Sacrificial Ridge," explained the Tao fruit expert. "It's used by the ancient remnant race to worship the heavens. Legend has it that the ancient remnant race is a very ancient race. No matter how the world changes, how the sun and moon fly, how the world changes, epochs change and eras are destroyed. They will always leave behind a trace of their bloodline and preserve it for eternity." Another Tao fruit expert said, "It's said that they have mastered the art of sacrificing to the heavens. Every time the world changes, they will sacrifice to the heavens. The heavens will preserve the seeds of their bloodline." But later on, for some reason, the world was furious and sent down supreme lightning punishment, destroying their Heaven Sacrificial Ridge. The ancient remnant race was also wiped out. "That's right." True Martial nodded. "It seems that all of you know quite a lot. The Thunder Token was born in response to supreme lightning punishment. To find it, all you need to do is go to the Heaven Sacrificial Ridge and the deepest part of the lightning. I'm leaving." The Tao fruit expert let out a long howl and stepped into the air. True Martial turned around. He looked at Suzimo. "Finally, let's talk about the Grand Wilderness. In fact, the Grand Wilderness is the most mysterious of the 3 places." "The dangers of the Grand Wilderness are unknown," said True Martial. "Even the primogenitor can't see the whole picture?" A Tao fruit expert was alarmed. "The Grand Wilderness is not one of the 9 regions. It exists independently of the 9 regions. Therefore, even though I've seen the secrets of the 9 regions, I still can't understand the Grand Wilderness." True Martial shook his head. He looked at Suzimo. He said, "Previously, we fought with the 10 great family clans and the Holy Court in the Grand Wilderness. However, we were in the periphery of the Grand Wilderness. This time, you are going to the depths of the Grand Wilderness. Are there people in the Grand Wilderness?" Suzimo asked. "Yes," True Martial replied affirmatively. "Some are natives, and some are people of the 9 regions. However, I can't tell you more about them." "In other words, I'll have to find the location of the desolate tree myself," said Suzimo. "I can only tell you where the desolate tree is. There are rivers and mountains, and all living things grow there. It's an otherworldly place, reminded True Marshall. That doesn't match the name of the desolate tree, said Suzimo. It's actually very easy to understand. The desolate tree is originally one of the evilest trees in the world. However, its surroundings would definitely be barren, with not even a blade of grass growing. However, the desolate tree grows in the grand wilderness. The grand wilderness is also filled with desolate laws. The two desolate laws cancel each other out. That's why I said that the desolate tree grows in the grand wilderness. It must be a paradise with birds singing and flowers blooming. It's incompatible with the grand wilderness. I understand. Suzimo stood up. He said, then I'll make a trip to the vast wilderness. It just so happens that I'm also very curious about the vast wilderness. Fellow cultivator, do you want me to accompany you? The holy ancestor stood up and asked. He was also a little worried about Suzimo. After all, the vast wilderness was really mysterious, and no one was sure what was in it. No need, I can do it alone. Suzimo shook his head. He was used to being alone. He didn't feel like he had anyone to accompany him. I'll send you on your way. The true martial ancestor said. The spatial wall of the vast wilderness is very thick, even if you go, you'll only be at the periphery. I'll break through the spatial wall and send you to the depths of the vast wilderness. As for where you can go, it'll depend on your own luck. Hearing the true martial ancestor's words, Suzimo didn't refuse. Because no one knew how big the vast wilderness was. He didn't want to waste time because of this. The true martial ancestor raised his hand. A powerful force reverberated around his body. Rumble, rumble. The long river of power surged, almost drowning the sky. The powerful force directly broke through the spatial wall that led to the vast wilderness. Following that, the power continued to grow. No one knew where it led to the vast wilderness. It's time to set off. The true martial ancestor said. I hope you can find the barren tree. Suzimo nodded affirmatively. Then, his figure stepped into the air, directly broke through space and entered the vast wilderness. Soon, as Suzimo's figure disappeared, the path that led to the vast wilderness also gradually dissipated. This continued until the void was completely silent. Everyone, wait for the news. The true martial ancestor said. Ancestor. The holy ancestor next to him hesitated. Just say what you want to say. The true martial ancestor replied. Fellow cultivator Su's strength has improved before we attack the heavens. He's fully qualified to follow us. The holy ancestor suggested. Why should we bring him? The true martial ancestor asked. One more person, one more strength. The holy ancestor smiled. It seems that you have no confidence in our attack. The true martial ancestor said. Then, he nodded again. That's true. Since ancient times, how many heaven destroyers have remained? No one survived. There are many people who are more amazing than me. There have been countless experts throughout the ages. Who would dare to say that they have absolute confidence? True martial progenitor said. He replied, even so, I won't bring him along, and he might not necessarily follow us. Why? The holy ancestor asked. Could it be that fellow Taoist Su doesn't want to challenge the heavens? He wants to. His heart is burning even more fiercely than mine. True martial smiled. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. We still have a few hundred years, the holy ancestor reminded. You're wrong. True martial shook his head. If he wants to attack the heavens. He wasn't following me. Instead, he himself started a new war against the heavens. Start a new war of the heavens? The holy ancestor was shocked. He almost bit his tongue. He knew very well that if he wanted to start the war of the heavens, he would have to do it. To do so, one had to reach the level of the true martial progenitor. Furthermore, in fact, if true martial progenitor failed in his attempt to conquer the heavens, he would probably want to conquer the heavens later. He would have to be stronger than true martial progenitor to have the courage to conquer the heavens again. And for an existence like him, in the eyes of outsiders, the Tao fruit was already the peak of the world. But he was actually not qualified to start the war against the heavens. He could only follow behind true martial progenitor and serve as a part of the war against the heavens. And if Suzimo wanted to conquer the heavens, then his future achievements had to surpass true martial progenitors. But that was too difficult. True martial progenitor could compete with the holy ancestor. But the 9 regions had experienced several eras. How many existences at the level of the holy ancestor had you seen? Can he do it? The holy ancestor asked in disbelief. Although Suzimo's current performance gave people the feeling that he was very strong, but only after he truly reached the Tao fruit level, only then would he understand that this level was too long. It was already unbelievable that he could condense the 3 flowers in his lifetime. Not to mention splitting into 3 bodies and severing the present. And the realms beyond that. He can do it, true martial progenitor said with certainty. His future will only be stronger than mine. Why are you so sure, holy ancestor? The holy ancestor asked. In this world, there is such a kind of person. Their fate is already destined from the moment they are born. They carry the sky on their shoulders and step on the 9 underworlds. They have the sun and moon in their hearts, and their luck is monstrous. They are hidden and invincible in the world. If they compete with the heavens and don't fall, they will naturally achieve something and have endless joy. What do you mean, holy ancestor? The holy ancestor was slightly puzzled. If he doesn't compete with the heavens, I think the villainous heavens are very willing to let him be number 1 in the world. Holy ancestor and immortal master are not enough. True martial progenitor said indifferently. But his personality is destined for the great Tao in the future. Either he falls in the world, or he conquers the heavens. Hearing this, the holy ancestor's heart trembled. He seemed to understand what true martial progenitor meant. He didn't expect true martial progenitor to think so highly of Suzimo. In that case, why don't we wait for fellow Taoist Su to grow up and conquer the heavens together? The holy ancestor asked. When that time comes, our chances of winning will be greatly increased. Even so, true martial progenitor muttered to himself. Then, a ray of light exploded in his eyes. Monstrous true martial laws burst out from his body. He stood at the peak of the mountain and looked at the world as he said indifferently, perhaps at that time, our chances of winning are indeed high. But I, true martial, am not weaker than anyone in my life. I rose in the desolate era. I created the era of emperors and was like the sun in the middle of the Yuanyang. I came to the 9 regions. After cultivating for tens of thousands of years, I stood at the peak of the 9 regions and was not inferior to the holy ancestor at all. If I, true martial, want to conquer the heavens, why should I be controlled by others? His words were like the roar of a dragon roaring in the 9 heavens. Rolling rivers surged between heaven and earth. His words were indestructible, and his beliefs were unshakable. He was true martial. If he wanted to conquer the heavens, then he would conquer the heavens. Why wait for others, whether it was the holy ancestor or the immortal master, he, true martial, could still contend against them. If Suzimo wanted to conquer the heavens, that was his, Suzimo's, heavens. As for him, true martial, he wanted to walk his own path, conquer. We have to abide by the rules of life and death. If we succeed, we will create a new world. From then on, for tens of thousands of years, this era will be called true martial. True martial's progenitor laughed loudly at the peak of the mountain. The world chants my name and slaughters saints like dogs. The end of the martial Tao is me. The vast wilderness. It was a world that was already dead. It was separated from the 9 regions, but it was also a world of its own. Suzimo traveled through time and space. After half a month, he finally appeared in a space. His figure was steady as he arrived in the depths of the vast wilderness. Suzimo looked around. This seemed to be a mountain range. He stepped into the air and stood in the sky, wanting to look down at this world. But it was very strange. Although the void of the vast wilderness prohibited flying. However, there seemed to be an invisible fog in the void that blocked his vision. This made Suzimo unable to see the road in the distance. However, there seemed to be mountain ranges all around. The mountain ranges were winding like swimming dragons that spread and disappeared into the fog. Suzimo was not in a hurry to find the tree of desolation. Because there was no target. It was impossible to be like a headless fly. He wanted to find the natives of the vast wilderness first, especially those who were familiar with the vast wilderness. Perhaps he could obtain useful information. Although this was a mountain range. Logically speaking, the forest should be deep and lush, dark and serene. However, the vast wilderness was filled with the desolation law. It was not hard to imagine that plants would not survive in other places. Even in the forest of the mountain range, the trees were listless as if they would wither at any time. The leaves were already yellow, and the trunks were extremely thin and weak. The sky of the vast wilderness was unpredictable. Suddenly, it rained. And the rain was getting heavier and heavier. It was like a downpour. Everything was silent. In the sound of the rain, a carriage was accompanied by a low roar, destroying the unique atmosphere of the heavy rain. This carriage was not ordinary at a glance. The carriage was made of a kind of withered old wood. It was no exaggeration to say that this withered old wood was one of the most precious woods in the vast wilderness. The vast wilderness was filled with the desolation law. Any living creature would be deeply affected by it. Especially flowers, plants, and trees, these living creatures that relied on the power of the earth to survive. No matter how old the trees were, the speed at which they withered and died in the vast wilderness was at least dozens or even hundreds of times that of the outside world. However, there were always some special things in the world. This withered old wood was one of them. It stood in the vast wilderness. Not only was it not affected by the desolation law, but it also absorbed the desolation law to strengthen itself. It could be said that if there were no external forces involved, the withered old tree would be immortal and indestructible. The carriage was mainly made of withered old wood, and the curtains were made of 9 desolate skins. Speaking of the 9 desolate skin, its origins were even greater. The number 1 ferocious beast of the vast wilderness. Desolate beast skin. It was enough to tell that the palanquin was extraordinary, and that the person inside the palanquin was of even higher status. But even so, at this moment, the palanquin was moving at breakneck speed, as if it was fleeing for its life. Although the old man guarding the palanquin had a powerful aura, his clothes were stained with blood and his gaze was grave. "Young miss, once we leave the Five Ghosts forest, we won't be afraid anymore," said the old man. "The area outside the forest is the territory of my Luo clan." The palanquin was silent for a while. No one knew what he was thinking. A gentle female voice sounded. "Grand Elder, if the situation doesn't seem right, you should abandon me and escape. After all, those things are coming for me." "Miss, why do you say that? This old life of mine was given to me by Madam." A trace of viciousness flashed across the old man's face. "If you want to hurt you, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Just as the two were discussing, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man's expression changed drastically. How can it be so fast? The palanquin stopped instantly, and the treasure-scaled flaming horse that was pulling the palanquin was almost overturned. Because the palanquin was moving too fast, it suddenly braked and was almost flung away by inertia. "I'll kill you." The old man was furious. He pulled out the long sword at his waist. The emperor's aura on his body surged, tearing apart the withered trees around him. Although this old man had just become a great emperor, his aura was strong, and his blood chi surged as if he was ready to burn his blood essence and fight with his life. May I ask, where in the vast wilderness is this?" The old man had just arrived in front of him. Unexpectedly, the young man who blocked his way only asked for directions with a puzzled expression. This caused the old man to be bewildered. "You're not from the Five Ghosts tribe?" asked the old man. "What Five Ghosts tribe?" The young man shook his head. This young man was Suzimo. He had been sent to the depths of the vast wilderness by the true martial ancestor. When he woke up, he was already in the forest. It could be said that Suzimo's vision turned black. He knew nothing about the vast wilderness. He had not walked far when he met a native here and wanted to ask for directions. "Kid, I don't have time to talk to you." The old man waved his hand. He said impatiently, "If you want to live, run. Run as far as you can." The old man patted the treasured scale flaming horse in front of the palanquin. He wanted to continue running. However, he was stopped by Suzimo. I won't take up too much of your time. I just want to ask, where are the places where humans live nearby? Kid, you. The old man was angry and was about to say something. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. In the deep forest, the sky was already dark because of the heavy rain. There was actually darkness coming from behind. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that it was not darkness, but fog. Wherever the fog passed, not a single blade of grass grew. Kid, you're in trouble now. The old man glared at Suzimo. Then, he became serious and stared at the black fog vigilantly. He, a strange laughter came from the black fog. Old man, where do you think you can run to in the Five Ghosts Forest? A formless creature roared from the black fog. May I ask which senior you are? The old man asked seriously. Very well, before you die, I'll let you know. I am the disaster. The voice came from the black fog. This made the old man's expression change. The disaster of the five beasts? There were countless monsters in the Five Ghosts Forest. But there were only a few truly powerful monsters. And the five beasts were the type of monsters that made people tremble in fear. The old man originally wanted to try and see if he could survive by risking his life. But if he met one of the five beasts, his chances were very slim. But the old man did not want to sit still and wait for death. He continued, so it's Senior Five Beasts. I wonder if Senior can be merciful, we can agree to any conditions. The young lady in the sedan is the young lady of the Luo family. I believe Senior has heard of the Luo family before. Old man, you're stupid. The being in the black fog clicked his tongue. Do you think it's a coincidence that you met me? As soon as he said that, the old man's expression changed again. Senior, are you waiting for us? But we have nothing to do with Senior, nor do we have any grudges. As he said that, the old man's expression froze. He suddenly understood. Hiring someone to kill. The cost of hiring the five beasts is unimaginable. How could a normal person be qualified to do that? I understand, someone doesn't want the young lady to return to the Luo family. The old man suddenly smiled bitterly. You're not too stupid after all, the legacy of the disaster replied. Outside of the Five Ghost Forest, the Luo family is the king of all the land within 1,000,000 miles. There are very few forces around that can invite the five fiends of the Five Ghost Forest to come. With a bit of calculation, the only one left to deal with them is the Luo family. The young mistress is the flesh and blood of the Luo family's patriarch. Someone doesn't want her to go back, and paid a huge price to kill her on the way back. Originally, the old man also expected this. But he didn't think the other party would be so cruel. Even one of the five fiends, the legacy of the disaster, was invited here, which shows how determined they are. I'm only a mortal, I'm not going to the Luo family to steal anything. I'm only going to fulfill my mother's last wish. A woman's sigh came from inside the palanquin. Why do you have to do this? That's right, why do you have to do this? But she also understands. People's hearts are unpredictable, even if she says so, it's hard for others to believe her. The simplest thing is, dead people are the most trustworthy. Dead people don't lie. Alright, you should be on your way. The black fog began to roll. And during the conversation just now, this black fog was actually very secretive as it surrounded the entire area. To prevent them from escaping. Wait a minute, the old man hurriedly said. Senior, what price did the other party pay you? We can pay you several times over. You can't. The voice from the black fog scoffed. A bastard, how can you give it to me? As soon as she said that, the old man's expression became furious. That made him very angry. The young mistress has been wandering outside since she was young, so when she returned home, she didn't have any other thoughts, didn't fight for anything. She didn't think she'd be humiliated like this. Even if I die, I'll peel off a layer of your skin today, ha, I say everyone. If you're done, can someone point me in the right direction? Suzimo's voice suddenly came from the side. Where are the most humans around here, or are there any cities? Suzimo's voice seemed to break the heavy atmosphere around them. In the darkness, a voice spoke, Brat, you're about to die and you're still thinking about how to get out. At this time, the woman's voice came from inside the palanquin. Young master, after leaving the Five Ghosts Forest, there are humans everywhere, and there are cities everywhere. It's just that this incident happened because of me. I'm truly sorry for implicating you. This little girl apologizes to you. Young miss, if he hadn't stopped us, we might not have been caught, the old man said with some dissatisfaction. Stop arguing, I'll send you both on your way, the black fog roared. That troublemaker was already somewhat impatient. Boom. The black fog condensed into a huge face and swallowed it. What terrified the old man was that his emperor's aura seemed to be suppressed by the black fog. His surging chi and blood also stopped. The old man's expression turned ugly. It was rumored that after countless years of fusion, the ghost chi of the five beasts had already been tainted with the desolation law. Now, it seemed to be true. The desolation law was destroying his body. It was as if he was a growing tree that was beginning to wither bit by bit. The black fog became thicker and thicker. That hee-hee-hee laughter added a bit of fear to the deep forest that was shrouded in heavy rain. Boring. Suzimo raised his eyelids and said indifferently. The tyrannical shadow behind him was still in its sheath. Only a strand of blade chi leaked out. The blade chi seemed to contain enough power to rip apart the black fog. What the hell? Within the black fog, the troublemaker roared. But at the very next moment, the blade chi swept through and struck the black fog. With a scream, the black fog began to recede. Looks like I was wrong, you're a cultivator. The black fog gathered together. An old man that looked like a skeleton appeared. This old man didn't have a single bit of chi and blood on him, as if he was just a layer of skin covering his bones. His eyes were sunken in, giving off black fog. The old man was wrapped in a tattered robe. Brat, look at my real body. I don't care who you are, you're going to die today. The troublemaker roared. His tattered robe was fluttering in the wind. Countless strands of black fog gathered towards him. Man made the troublemaker's voice fell. From his body, countless skeletons, imps, monsters, and corpse puppets all rushed towards Suzimo. Young mistress, be careful, the old man hurriedly protected the palanquin and cautiously warned her. I'm fine, Grand Elder, please help that young master, the woman in the palanquin replied. My job is to protect young mistress, the old man shook his head and replied. On the other side. Suzimo looked at the black fog, at the endless amount of monsters. He swung his right hand forward. In everyone's eyes, there was nothing at all. But invisibly, an unstoppable force fell upon the remnant of disaster. In an instant, a scream resounded. That force destroyed all the black fog and split the troublemaker's body into countless pieces of broken bones. You, who are you? A passerby, Suzimo casually answered. He took a step forward and stepped on the troublemaker's broken bones. With a crunch sound, the bones were crushed to dust. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave this Five Ghosts Forest. Suzimo didn't care about the threat of this troublemaker. A monster that hasn't even reached Great Saint. For a half-step Dao fruit cultivator like him, it wasn't a challenge at all. I saved your lives, as repayment, but I'm going to a human city, Suzimo turned around. Looking at the old man in front of the palanquin. Senior, the old man stuttered as he replied. I was blind, I hope Senior doesn't blame me. If I wanted to blame you, you'd already be a corpse, Suzimo casually said. At this time, the curtains of the palanquin were lifted. A woman came out from inside. She wore a white embroidered dress that was spotless. She gave off a very delicate feeling. An oval face, a high nose bridge, and hair that was a bit messy while running away. She was a beauty. However, her eyes were bright, her teeth were white, and her lips were red, giving off a very comfortable feeling. Luo Mingyue greets Senior, thank you for saving our lives. I didn't save you, I just needed someone to lead the way, Suzimo waved his hand. That's true, but Senior still saved us, Luo Mingyue replied. Alright, if you want to thank me, take me away from here as soon as possible, Suzimo said. He couldn't be bothered to accept any thanks. After all, they weren't on the same level. Don't worry Gongzi, if nothing unexpected happens, we'll be able to leave this place in 3 days at most, Luo Mingyue explained. But at this time, Suzimo couldn't be bothered with her anymore. Luo Mingyue could only return to the palanquin. The palanquin moved forward with the old man leading the way. As for Su Zimo, he was walking on air behind everyone. After walking for half a day, it seemed to be late at night. The fog in this Five Ghosts forest was getting thicker and thicker, so the old man had to stop. "Senior, this fog is too thick, and it's easy to get lost. Why don't we rest for the night?" the old man asked tentatively. Su Zimo looked around. This fog was strange. Even he couldn't dispel it, so he could only nod. He waved his hand, and a few big trees in the Five Ghost forest suddenly fell to the ground. Flames danced in his palm. In an instant, a bonfire appeared. Seeing this scene, the old man's expression changed slightly. He quickly reminded, "Senior, you can't see fire in the Five Ghost forest." "Why?" Su Zimo asked. "The Yin energy here is extremely strong, and ghosts are rampant. If there are flames, I'm afraid it will attract the ghost kings," the old man said. "Are they very strong?" Su Zimo asked. "Every ghost king is at the supreme sage level. Not to mention the Five Ghost forest, even in the outside world, they are invincible," the old man explained. "It's fine." Su Zimo waved his hand. Supreme sage, he was just an ant. Although he was only a half-step Dao fruit. But Su Zimo had a preliminary glimpse of condensing the Dao fruit, and he felt the power of the Dao fruit realm. It was no exaggeration to say that a half-step Dao fruit expert could easily eliminate a supreme sage. Just like before. Su Zimo thought that he was invincible among the supreme sages. But when facing a Dao fruit expert, he still couldn't resist at all. He even had to rely on the rules of the divine land to luckily dodge half of the attacks. It was enough to imagine how unfathomable a Dao fruit expert was. Hearing Su Zimo's words, the old man didn't know what to say. The lively flames danced. They began to disperse the surrounding fog bit by bit. The crackling sound of firewood burning could be heard. In this silent darkness, it was particularly ear-piercing. The old man and the woman called Luo Mingyue stepped forward together. This woman shouldn't have any cultivation base. She carefully stood to the side, took out a few dry biscuits from the handkerchief on her sleeve, and roasted them on the fire. "When we were fleeing, we lost all our luggage. This Five Ghost forest is full of ghosts, and there isn't even a monster. Otherwise, why would Miss be in such dire straits?" The old man sighed. "It's fine." Luo Mingyue shook her head with a smile. "I never thought of myself as a young lady. Moreover, Niang Qin once said that only by experiencing the most bitter of hardships can one rise above others." The dry biscuits were soon crispy. The woman handed over a dry biscuit and hesitated for a moment. He handed it to Su Zimo. "Does young master want it?" "Go to bed early after dinner." Su Zimo waved his hand. "Don't come out if you hear anything at night." "Thank you, young master." Luo Mingyue hurriedly thanked him. After eating the dry biscuits, it was fortunate that he had a water bottle with him. She returned to the palanquin to rest. As for the old man, he was healing himself while guarding the surroundings. In the battle with the remnants of the calamity during the day, he was still injured. Of course, if it were not for Su Zimo's help, he would not only be injured, he would probably have lost his life. The night was dark and deep, quiet and frightening. It was as if a pair of invisible claws had clawed through the void. It caused a shadow to form in one's heart. Sob, sob, sob. A woman's weak sobbing sounded not far away. The old man instantly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed past. His line of sight passed through the darkness and saw a white figure, blurred not far away. It seemed to be a woman with a graceful figure. The old man didn't know why, but as if he was possessed, he stood up and wanted to walk over step by step. "Sit down and sleep." A voice suddenly exploded in his ears like thunder. The old man shuddered. His face was pale, his forehead was covered in sweat. "Just now, what happened to me?" "Close your eyes, don't look at anything," Su Zimo lightly said. "If there's a next time, I won't save you." The old man was stunned, then quickly sat down to meditate and calm his mind. He knew that he must have lost control of his mind just now. Even though he had only just become a great emperor, he was still considered a great emperor. For his mind to be seduced, it was enough to imagine how powerful the other party was. The Devil King? The old man didn't dare to guess. He only felt that the temperature tonight was a bit cold. Sha sha sha, there seemed to be a series of footsteps. The footsteps were very harsh, as if someone was dragging their shoes forward. The old man didn't care or ask. He knew that Suzimo was here. If even Suzimo couldn't do it, he would die if he resisted. The weather is so cold, can this old man come and borrow a fire? Suzimo opened his eyes and saw a hunchbacked old man slowly walking over. The old man was smiling. But his smile gave people a very creepy feeling. How should I address you? Suzimo asked. Call me Yudu, the old man replied. Do you have the final say in this forest? Suzimo asked. My words still have some effect, the old man said with a smile. That's good, we're going to leave this Five Ghosts forest. I'm too lazy to kill some ants. You can clear the path for me, Suzimo said. Hearing this, the old man's eyes narrowed. He smiled sinisterly and said, this young master's tone is really big. Suzimo glanced at him. An invisible suppressive force spread out. Not good. The old man's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have sensed something. His seemingly old body erupted with an unimaginable power. Rumble. A sound came from his body. The old man's figure was fast, like a bolt of black lightning, trying to escape not far away. Suzimo snorted coldly. This voice was like thunder descending from the sky, and the brilliant heavenly might suppressed. An invisible saber energy descended from the sky. It directly landed on the old man's body. A scream sounded, and the black fog on the old man's body faded a lot. The saber energy roared and pressed the old man's figure to the ground, unable to move. Who are you? The old man asked in shock. Originally, in his perception, Suzimo's power was not obvious and ordinary. He didn't expect that he was just casually attacking. That saber energy actually broke his strict ghost energy and suppressed him to the point that he couldn't do anything. This kind of existence was probably not an ordinary great saint. What do you think of my proposal just now? Suzimo didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked. What if I don't agree? The old man asked. Do you think a useless person has any meaning in living? Suzimo asked. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave this Five Ghosts forest, the old man said with a sinister smile. This place has long been cursed. Those who come here will either be killed or assimilated. Even if you are an invincible great saint, you won't be able to change anything. Long-winded. Before he could finish speaking, Suzimo's large foot had already stepped on him. His head was directly flattened. The old man's corpse twisted and actually turned into a wisp of black gas, wanting to escape. How could Suzimo let it do as it wished? The flame in his hand burned and directly rose into the sky. It covered this part of the world. Amidst a series of crackling explosions, the ghost of the elder rolled and struggled in the flames. After a while, he was annihilated in the void. This Yuda Ghost King was already on the Saint realm. However, in front of Suzimo, he was still easily annihilated. It was enough to imagine the power of the Dao Fruit realm. After a while. Only then did the elder slowly open his eyes. He looked at Suzimo and stuttered, You killed the Ghost King? Why? Suzimo asked. The elder swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He shook his head like a rattledrum. Senior is invincible, I don't dare to say that. Who is the strongest in this Five Ghosts forest? Suzimo asked again. Actually, I'm not sure. Some people say it's the few great ghost kings. Others say that there are ghost gods here, the elder replied. But for normal people, not to mention ghost gods, I'm afraid they can't even see the ghost kings. For people at the level of the five ferocious beasts, they can kill many people. What are the consequences of me killing the ghost kings? Suzimo asked. There are only two possibilities. Either the Five Ghosts forest is afraid of Senior's power and won't dare to provoke us. Or the ghosts of the Five Ghosts forest will join forces and kill us, the elder guessed. Then which one do you think is more reliable? The second one, the elder replied probingly. The Five Ghosts Forest has always been in a state where they can do whatever they want in this world. Even a colossus like the Luo family has to take a detour when they see them. This is the first time they have suffered such a huge loss in all these years, so I'm afraid they won't let it go just like that. I hope they will come together so I can destroy them together. Suzimo said. Otherwise, you'll be like a housefly walking all the way here. The elder smiled embarrassedly and didn't dare to reply. This wasn't something he could participate in. Tell me about the situation of the great wilderness, Suzimo asked. Since he had nothing to do, he could learn more about the great wilderness. What does Senior want to know? The elder asked. Actually, the great wilderness is very big. I don't know where to start. Tell me what you know, Suzimo said. The great wilderness has a total of 3 sects, 1 clan, and 1 palace. These 5 sects are the strongest existences in the great wilderness. They rule the entire great wilderness. The 3 sects refer to the Heartsword sect, the Dark Fiend sect, and the Blue Cloud sect. The first sect referred to the primordial demon gate. The first palace is the Jade Lady Palace. These 5 powers are the undisputed overlords of the great wilderness. They have ruled over the great wilderness for countless years. Below the 5 major forces, there were dozens of relatively weaker forces. Our Luo family is one of them. The Luo family is located in the west of the great wilderness. It was founded by the martial saint, King Luo Ning. The old man was about to talk about the history of the Luo family again. Suzimo hurriedly interrupted him. He asked, do you know if there are any special places in the vast wilderness? What special place? A place where flowers and trees bloom, Suzimo replied. The great wilderness is hell for plants. Except for a few plants, the plants here won't survive for long. Suzimo couldn't directly ask about the Tree of Desolation. He said again, then do you know where the best scenery of the great wilderness is? The old man lowered his head and pondered. The scenery of the great wilderness lasts for 1,000 days, and the horizon of the heavens occupies 100. At this moment, Luo Mingyue's voice came from the palanquin. The most scenic place of the great wilderness is probably the horizon of the heavens. Where is that place? Suzimo asked. No one knows, and very few people have been there, Luo Mingyue said. I've only read about it in books. Rumor has it that it's a paradise. It's the core of the Jade Lady Palace. Jade Lady Palace. Suzimo nodded slightly and remembered this place in his heart. No matter what, he had to go and take a look. If there were any gains, it would be better than a headless fly. The night was very quiet. The death of Hades' Ghost King caused a huge uproar in the 5 Ghosts Forest. The death of a Ghost King could be imagined. In the 5 Ghosts Forest, in a cave that was filled with ghost energy. Vaguely, a few figures wandered in the darkness. That idiot Hades is dead. I know, he was killed by a human. Seems like an interesting existence has come to our 5 Ghosts Forest. Kill or let him go, a hoarse voice asked. If we let him go, how can our ghost race survive? Kill, but we have to be careful, a voice said. Send someone else to scout his strength. We'll ambush and kill him. What if he's not a match? Another voice asked. Are we going to let Lord Ghost God clean up our mess? Damn bird, don't forget, our 5 Ghosts Forest is a special place. Once this was said, everyone was speechless. Since the disaster is also dead, let the other 4 beasts lead the bloodthirsty ghost tribe to test the waters. The sky was bright. The rain still didn't stop. The night was silent, and the downpour became even more violent. In the deep forest, a cold wind blew. This wind seemed to be different. Even the old man, who had just become a great emperor, felt cold. It's the cold wind, the old man said with a frown. I heard others say that when the cold wind reaches a certain scale, it will be able to destroy everything. Wherever it passes, it will corrode everything. Let's continue. Let's try to leave this place tomorrow, Suzimo yawned and said. As the carriage moved forward again. Not long after, the horse pulling the sedan seemed to have sensed something. It began to roar uneasily. And it broke free from the reins and ran away. Suzimo looked up and saw black shadows floating in the 5 Ghosts Forest. It was like a black ghost. These black shadows were full of murderous aura. He he he. Laughter mixed with laughter echoed in the deep forest. Esteemed guest, welcome to the Five Ghosts Forest. Pretending to be mysterious, Suzimo snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force surged over. The law of thunder surged in his hand. Although he had condensed a Dao fruit, he still didn't have a primordial spirit and couldn't use the power of rules. However, the current power of rules was more than 100 times stronger than before. The law of thunder exploded in the void. In front of him, countless bolts of lightning flew in the deep forest like thunder dragons. Thunder sea purgatory, heavenly thunder rumbled. Not long after, countless screams sounded. And in the lightning, 4 figures with powerful auras were forced to reveal their true bodies. Among these dead people, there was a man, a woman, an old man, and a child. It's the other 4 of the 5 beasts, the old man beside the sedan hurriedly said. You killed the scourge, they are here for revenge. If they want to take revenge, they have to at least be stronger than you, the Ghost King. These are all rotten fish and shrimps, Suzimo said as he shook his head. Kill. On the other side, the 4 beasts roared. Countless ghosts surrounded Suzimo and began to attack. Hell was empty, and evil ghosts were in the human realm. Countless ghosts roared as they charged over. There was a bleeding gut-piercing ghost. There was a ghost whose eyes were filled with worms. There was also a gigantic ghost with great strength. The appearance of countless ghosts even affected the surrounding space. For a moment, a bone-chilling wind kept blowing through the entire forest. Eerie laughter and tragic cries mixed together at the same time. Suzimo slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow from his waist. The tyrannical shadow seemed very calm, as if these ghosts couldn't arouse his interest. Suzimo bent his finger and lightly flicked the blade. There was a clang sound. They didn't expect to find nothing. That person was unfathomable, he slaughtered the Wraith army with one strike. They didn't dare to stay here. The 4 beasts wanted to run, but they felt as if their legs were filled with lead. They couldn't move their feet. To be precise, the spirit chi in their bodies was stagnant. They were suppressed. Footsteps sounded. Suzimo slowly walked over with the tyrannical shadow. The tyrannical shadow's blade was filled with powerful blade chi. What are you trying to do? One of the 4 beasts, buried demon, asked. Originally, I didn't want to kill you ants. Why did you have to provoke me? Suzimo shook his head. We were just following orders, buried demon replied. Spare our lives. We won't participate in this matter anymore. Too late. Suzimo raised his saber. Like chopping watermelons, the heads of the 4 beasts were chopped off one by one. Until the last ferocious Tengu. The other party no longer begged for his life. He laughed maniacally and said, You will not leave here alive. We will wait for you below. After killing the 4 beasts, Suzimo frowned slightly. Let's go, he said to the old man beside the palanquin. The old man didn't dare to say anything. The palanquin sped through the forest. The old man seemed to have sensed something. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, Senior, do you feel that the ghost chi in the forest is getting denser? Logically speaking, we are already far away from the core of the 5 Ghosts Forest. The further we go, the weaker the ghost chi should be. To ensure your safety, Suzimo replied. Finally, they walked for another day. At night, everyone could see the gradually disappearing withered trees outside the 5 Ghosts Forest. That meant that they had arrived at the edge of the forest. We should be able to get out tonight, the old man said excitedly. During this period of time, the oppressive atmosphere in the 5 Ghosts Forest had almost made him depressed. Move back, Suzimo suddenly said. The old man was stunned and hurriedly drove the palanquin to move back. A few seconds later, a black hole appeared on the ground where he was. It was as if it could devour everything, and the dense ghost chi was overflowing. This is... The old man was deep in thought. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. Ghost caves appear frequently, black crows descend from the sky, the ghost realm has opened. As soon as he said that, a flock of crows flew over his head. Occasionally, there would be a few feathers in the corner. The feathers fell to the ground and turned into black holes. It's the ghost realm. They have opened the ghost realm, the old man shouted. Suzimo, on the other hand, was much quieter. Why, do you still want to be a coward? In the next moment, as the surrounding black fog surged, 3 figures appeared around Suzimo at some unknown time. Underworld Ghost King, Permitha Ghost King, Yama Ghost King, we have been waiting here for a long time. The 3 Ghost Kings shouted at the same time. Are the 3 of you going to fight me to the death? Suzimo asked. Do you think you can leave safely after killing the ghosts of my 5 ghosts forest? The Underworld Ghost King said. What do you want? Hades Ghost King is dead. I see that your skills are not bad. Why don't you stay and take his place? Are you worthy? Suzimo said coldly. The ghost realm has opened. Even if you are an invincible great sage, you have to admit defeat today, the Underworld Ghost King said impolitely. Then let's try, Suzimo said indifferently. The knife energy in his hand swept out. This knife energy split the void, bringing with it a trace of the law of nirvana. He waved his knife forward. A powerful force burst out. His figure had already disappeared from his original spot, leaving only an afterimage behind. So fast. Even the Permitha Ghost King was shocked. Boom. The knife energy had already slashed the Underworld Ghost King's body. He didn't resist at all and directly split the Underworld Ghost King into 2. A sinister laugh rang out. In the midst of the overflowing ghost chi, the figure of the Underworld Ghost King returned to its original state. The ghost realm has opened. You can't kill me. How can there be no immortal in this world? Suzimo asked back. Around his body, the law of the sun surged. Blazing flames were surging, like a scorching sun hanging high in the sky. The ghost chi in the surroundings seemed to have met its nemesis. It began to melt. You. Aren't you the law of knife energy? Why do you have the law of fire? The few ghost kings were shocked. One had to know that the laws of the world reinforced and restrained each other. Although their ghost chi was difficult to deal with, it was perfectly restrained by the laws of fire and light. Damn it, the Yama Ghost King cursed continuously. The 4 beasts are also trash. So many people died, but they didn't even find out the other party's background. Then what should we do next? The Underworld Ghost King asked. What should we do? Let the knife in my hand tell you, Suzimo snorted coldly. The tyrannical shadow carried the dual laws of light and fire, directly annihilating all the ghost chi. The laws of the world were as easy as pie. Ghost realm, nourish all ghosts, the 3 ghost kings shouted at the same time. Forming a seal with both hands, one by one, dense ghost chi seals floated in the air. The 5 ghost forest had long turned into a ghost realm purgatory. Countless ghosts condensed and took shape. They couldn't be killed. Today, the 3 of you will definitely die. Following Suzimo's words, one slash cut through the heavens. Instantly, all the little ghosts were killed. That slash was already close to the Underworld Ghost King's neck. Kill. A dense killing intent erupted from Suzimo's body. Rumble, rumble. Under the twisting ghost chi around the Underworld Ghost King, the tyrannical shadow drove straight down. End of chapter 1670. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.